Damn, I didn't expect to be discovered. As expected, no one can guess their own ending. These are Yi Feng's last words. A young doctor who is only 29 years old. At least on the surface, he is a normal human being, living a normal life. But his profession is a doctor, and he often comes into contact with various corpses. He respects and is responsible for his profession, that if it is not a strange habit. Yi Feng likes beautiful eyes. He is a well-known doctor in F City. He spends a lot of money to buy people. If you come across beautiful eyes, please tell him. Before throwing them away for cremation, he will take those beautiful eyeballs and put them in a container as his own collection. Before being convicted and arrested, he had secretly collected 3 pairs of eyeballs. It's a pity that those guys who did shameful things have been arrested. It is estimated that within a week, he, the buyer, will also be confessed and put in prison. This is the crime of insulting corpses. Unfortunately, luck doesn't seem to favor him. Just as Yi Feng was imagining his boring prison life, he was walking on a small road in the rain. He was watching the classic anime Naruto in his hand. The plot in it was a flashback, and Itachi killed Orochimaru in one glance. What a worthless person. He doesn't even need to use Tsukuyomi. The Sharingan can kill him instantly with a stronger pupil. That's it. That's it. The young man snorted disdainfully. Boom! A purple thunder flashed by, leaving behind the charred corpse and shocked passers-by. Yi Feng's soul slowly drifted to the unknown distance. Gorgeously crossed. Naruto World. Konoha 49 years. After the Nine Tails attack a year ago, Konoha Village was seriously injured. Not only could the Nine Tails not be used as a weapon, the young 4th Hokage was also killed, and the ninja world fell into a rare calm. At this time, Orochimaru had quietly completed the experiment of human forbidden techniques. He turned his body into a monster. A white snake with 8 heads. Its body was as huge and heavy as a hill. Finally I succeeded. The huge monster spoke in human language. Although it had 8 heads, it only had 1 soul. That was Orochimaru's soul controlling the body. The man's voice was slightly hoarse, cold, and evil. There was an indescribable magic. Hiss! The 8 snake heads all widened their eyes, and Orochimaru's soul felt the pain of being torn apart. In fact, he was indeed being torn apart. A soul from another world was traveling through time and space, and appeared from his soul, almost tearing him into pieces, and then becoming the new Orochimaru. He had painstakingly studied for decades. Was it going to be like this? Damn, where is this? Yi Feng felt dizzy, and had not yet recovered from the pain of being struck to death by lightning. Countless screens suddenly flashed before his eyes, as if hundreds of different movies were playing at the same time, and the protagonist of these movies was one person. That was Orochimaru. Decades of memories belonging to Orochimaru rushed into Yi Feng's mind. It was not just that the sky and the earth were spinning, the entire universe seemed to tremble in his eyes. More than 10 minutes later, the white Yamada no Orochi opened his eyes again, and then, as if he knew himself for the first time, his 8 heads looked at his body curiously. That look was full of disgust, speechlessness, and deep unwillingness. And confusion. The scenes of Orochimaru's life since childhood were vivid, as if he had experienced those decades himself. He was an orphan since childhood, experienced cruel wars, felt the fragility of life because of the departure of his companions, and did not hesitate to study various cruel and cold-blooded human experiments for immortality. Yi Feng felt that he had truly become Orochimaru for a while. Fuck you, at least give me a protagonist identity when you travel through time. Naruto and Sasuke are fine. Why do you want me to be a lazy snake? Orochimaru's cold voice sounded. Then there was a silence, and the huge body trembled slightly. Yi Feng was frightened by his own voice. Boom! There was a rumble in the dark cave, and the huge Yamada no Orochi turned into a human body. This is a rather evil middle-aged man. His long black hair was scattered, and the snake-like vertical pupils were shining with gold. The purple eyeshadow extended to the wings of his nose. His pale skin was bloodless, and he wore blue jade earrings. In addition to being insidious, it was still insidious. At least that's what Yi Feng thought. This face is a real monster. Yi Feng's slightly hoarse voice sounded. Orochimaru is a real madman and a terrifying, ambitious person, and he has now inherited the legacy of this body, even his memory. He is now the new Orochimaru, mastering everything about him. It's a pity that I was also a damn monster. It's just different from the past. There are no rules in this world that can bind me. because the rules of this world only bind the weak, and the strong only need to make rules. Snakes can also evolve. A cold voice sounded. Yifeng's voice became colder and colder, and his tone became more and more like the real Orochimaru. Abandon the past and embrace the new life. Abandon being a human and pursue becoming a god. After tonight, I'm the new Orochimaru. The fate of the ninja world has changed quietly, and no one knows how far a time traveler can go. The next day, Konoha. Orochimaru returned from the secret base as if nothing had happened and returned to Konoha village. Lord Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru. The two guards greeted respectfully, not daring to be disrespectful. Although there was a trace of fear in his eyes, it was more of a respect for the strong and the legendary figure in his village. Yifeng ignored these minions and went straight back to his home in Konoha. It's called home, but in fact he has been to many experimental bases outside, and he himself has not been here many times. The ninja world is peaceful, and I don't have any tasks to do. Besides, I need more energy and time to study the turning technique, so there's no need to waste time dealing with Konoha. Now is the best time to defect. The question is whether to deliberately show off your insolence and then leave blatantly. Yifeng poured himself a glass of water and said softly, "According to the script, the third generation will definitely let him go because of his soft heart, even if he deliberately let the experiment reveal clues and was surrounded and killed by the third generation. But he can travel to this world, which means that the plot will definitely not be the same as before. If the third generation suddenly stops being soft-hearted and wants to take action seriously, then he will be fucked instead of pretending to be cool. Although he is confident of escaping Konoha with the eight-headed snake technique, who would be so idle as to let himself be seriously injured? Yifeng himself did not realize that his thinking mode has changed a lot. He is now both Yifeng and Orochimaru. Yifeng is more terrifying and sinister, and Orochimaru is more cautious and greedy. A shady snake? Students, UTN Red Bean foolishly gambles on whether the other party will show mercy. I can simply slip away quietly, and it amounts to the same thing. In the end, Yifeng reached a conclusion. Given the intelligence at his disposal and the capabilities of his current form, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. To flaunt one's strength is one thing. To feign strength when lacking it is sheer folly. Having prepared well in advance, most of his assets had already been relocated to an external base, leaving only some materials in the laboratory behind Hokage Rock and Red Bean. Orochimaru fell into deep contemplation, lying silently on the bench for a prolonged moment. He had deceived many children in the past, using them for his human experiments and forbidden techniques. Among them, Utian Red Bean held a special status as Orochimaru's disciple and a publicly recognized Konoha ninja. She harbored affection for Konoha, yet her heart belonged more to Orochimaru, who had salvaged her life. Unfortunately, she bore little exceptional value. Keeping the young girl by his side felt burdensome, and she was utterly devoid of worth. Yifeng subconsciously murmured, his hoarse voice imbued with the true ruthlessness and malice of a serpent. He aspired to be the ultimate being, the most powerful immortal. He had no need for useless companions. Yet at that moment, a flicker of light ignited in Yifeng's eyes, and his entire being trembled. Good grief. Has my last remnant of conscience been devoured by Orochimaru? He thought, a tinge of unease creeping in. In his previous life, he had merely disrespected corpses. Now, he had escalated to using living beings for experimentation. The lives of others were inconsequential to him. This was the true mindset of a cold-blooded creature, not that of a human. However, he did not harbor disdain for selfishness. Rather, it was the solitude he detested. He wished to grow stronger. Yet he did not desire to transform into a solitary being. Sunlight gently streamed through the window, enveloping the man in warmth. It was only then that Orochimaru noticed a vase in his room, adorned with a beautiful bouquet of flowers. They appeared freshly purchased, vibrant yellow petals glistening with life. What a delightful fragrance. Yifeng picked up the flowers and took a gentle whiff. He could almost envision the child cautiously opening the window, only to be met with disappointment upon realizing no one was there, before finally placing the bouquet in the vase. Surely, her small face was etched with despondency and regret as she left, having not seen her teacher for several days. Hokage building. So, he returned to the village this morning. The elderly third Hokage sat behind his desk, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. A flicker of unease, guilt, and sorrow crossed his weathered, wrinkled face. Although he had yet to uncover any evidence, the recent frequent disappearances of Konoha's ninjas pointed towards one individual as the likely perpetrator. Jiraiya and Tsunade's relationship remains a mystery, yet he is acutely aware of the underlying truth. Only his most promising prodigy, Orochimaru, possesses the potential to stray into malevolence. Has he truly embarked on a misguided path? The third Hokage exhaled a plume of white smoke, while the Anbu reported on Orochimaru's recent movements, leaving the elder in contemplative silence. Ah, what splendid weather. Excuse me, could I trouble you for a glass of juice? Orochimaru made an unusual appearance on the streets of Konoha, clad in a green Jainin vest. His distinctive gaunt figure and pallid complexion accentuated by a deep, gravelly voice. Yes, sir. The shopkeeper hesitated momentarily before hastily preparing a glass of juice. Trembling, he accepted the payment offered by Yakumo and sighed in relief once the enigmatic figure departed. As for the other patrons, they had already bowed their heads respectfully and stepped aside at Yakumo's presence. Indeed, there are troubling rumors circulating, as evidenced by the palpable fear among the common folk. The man ambled slowly, and the crowd instinctively parted to create a path. Whispers suggested that the recent disappearances of several ninjas from the village were potentially linked to Lord Orochimaru, thus explaining the palpable trepidation of the townspeople. Teacher. Yakumo sat idly on a chair, lost in thought, when suddenly a youthful voice rang out from a distance. It was a 13-year-old girl with short purple hair and hazel-brown eyes, adorned with the Konoha ninja headband and clad in black fishnet stockings beneath a gray-red coat. Why Kurenai, his sole pupil. This body had previously not concealed any secrets, so Kurenai was aware of his ongoing experiments. However, she had never betrayed Orochimaru. After all, her life began to take shape upon encountering him. Although initially merely a tool for Orochimaru's ambitions, she nonetheless felt a warmth that was undeniable. She held a deep respect for her teacher. Ah, Kurenai, it is you. Orochimaru smiled gently, ruffling the girl's hair and inviting her to sit beside him. Thank you, teacher. She responded politely, nodding her head. For reasons unknown, today her teacher seemed unusually gentle, which felt quite remarkable. Have you been training diligently? It has been a while since I last assessed your progress. Yakumo inquired softly. He had inherited Orochimaru's memories and thus retained the knowledge of their relationship. Reporting to you. Teacher, I have become quite proficient in summoning techniques, Kurenai replied with a serious demeanor. You are truly a diligent student, Yakumo praised. Indeed, Kurenai beamed with joy, her eyes squinting in delight as if awarded a grand prize. She understood that this man could be sinister and sometimes cold-blooded, yet she often sensed warmth emanating from him. Before meeting Orochimaru, she was merely a timid, lonely child, but her teacher had taught her ninjutsu, taken her out for delightful meals, and provided her with a place to belong in Konoha. This child belongs to the foolish type. On the surface, Nightwind remains unperturbed. Yet internally he sighs in exasperation. The most notable trait of Hongdo is her unwavering loyalty. Just a modicum of affection can inspire her to assist you at any time, to believe in you, and even to sacrifice herself for you. However, this child also lacks the will to grow stronger. Within her heart lies no desire for strength. She is devoid of hatred, anger, or obsession, the essential elements necessary for growth. Nevertheless, Nightwind is not the true Orochimaru. That soul has long since dissipated. He requires subordinates, powerful ones. Yet there is no need to cast aside all the weak. After all, what does it matter if one of the legendary Sannin carries a burdensome little girl by his side? Lord Orochimaru? Hongdo inquired cautiously. The man appeared to be lost in thought, remaining silent for an extended period. Life in Konoha is truly splendid. Look, they resemble a tranquil lake, while I am a gust of wind, uncertain of where I shall blow. The cold man opened his eyes, his tone flat. Suddenly, Hongdo's heart found tranquility. The clamor of bustling streets and crowds faded away, leaving only this enigmatic man before her, speaking in riddles. Your eyes are truly beautiful, he remarked abruptly. In the laboratory, the girl named Hongdo was momentarily taken aback. Nightwind nodded, as if admiring a work of art, scrutinizing her intently. Hongdo felt her cheeks flush under such gaze. Though her hazel eyes were not conventionally beautiful, the rarity of such a hue made them striking, and the combination of steadfastness and shyness created an intriguing contradiction. Is this not the essence of youthful infatuation? Orochimaru teased, though his jest held an undertone of sincerity. By the way, I have recently made significant advancements in my experiments. A great breakthrough indeed. Remaining in Konoha offers me little more than constraints upon my research. Nightwind continued, maintaining a gentle smile throughout. Does this imply that you wish to leave Konoha? Hongdo murmured, deliberately choosing the word leave over betray. Precisely. Once I conclude my final experiment here, I shall depart. I have grown weary of this decaying village, Orochimaru stated coldly. As she observed the icy indifference etched on her teacher's face, a wave of fear surged within Hongdo. She was acutely aware that her mentor was no ordinary individual. Yet it was this very madman who had saved her. Noticing the subtle hesitation and trepidation on the girl's countenance, Nightwind's expression softened into a faint smile. Did you place the flowers in my room? I quite like that small gift, although I seldom visit that space. It warms my heart to know someone cares about my life. Thank you, Hongdo, Orochimaru said calmly, extending his slightly cold hand to gently caress her cheek. The emotions in his eyes were less tender and more akin to a patronizing fondness, tinged with a hint of admiration. Such beautiful eyes, Nightwind mused inwardly. Tonight, I will attend to that laboratory behind Hokage Rock. If you wish to join, you are welcome to come along. Of course, if you prefer to stay in Konoha. No, I want to accompany you, teacher. Hongdo interjected, interrupting Orochimaru before he could finish his sentence. This was the first time she had acted so boldly, rudely cutting him off mid-sentence. Yet Nightwind was not angered. He merely nodded with a smile. A gust of wind swept through the street, and the man beside her had vanished. It was night. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting its glow over the bustling, vibrant Konoha village. The visage of the former Hokage lingered upon the distant mountaintop, a silent gaze cast upon the thriving village below. Lord Orochimaru, a girl's voice broke the stillness, prompting the figure gazing at the nocturnal landscape to turn. His countenance, imbued with an unsettling quality, bore a smile that sent shivers down the spine. Yet, in the eyes of Akkad, he appeared remarkably amiable. What a dutiful child, she mused. The night breeze drifted ahead, while Akkad quietly trailed behind. Within mere moments, they arrived at a deeply concealed laboratory. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, releasing a pungent aroma of noxious potions into the air. The room, dimly lit, was expansive. To the right stood a wooden rack, densely packed with an array of dark crimson glass vials, each containing organs of humans or beasts, steeped in liquid. To the left lay rectangular apparatuses resembling coffins, tasked with preserving intact experimental subjects. Some were lifeless corpses, while others hung on the precipice of death, recently captured shinobi. Upon a surgical table, a body was swathed in white cloth. Its former owner had perished days prior, a faint odor of decay lingering, albeit masked by the overpowering scent of the potions. What a chaotic scene this has become, Nightwind remarked nonchalantly. The experimental subjects and their records held no value for him now. All requisite knowledge was imprinted within his mind, and the technique of the eight-headed serpent had been perfected. He was, in a strict sense, no longer human. He existed as a serpent adorned in human guise, a mere monstrosity. Akkad couldn't help but furrow her brow. This was not her first visit to Orochimaru's laboratory, yet each encounter filled her with trepidation. They have lost their worth. I have consumed them entirely, rendering them useless, the man mused to himself, ambling toward the surgical table and grasping a delicate scalpel. With a swift motion, Orochimaru plunged the blade into the eye socket of the deceased, the knife nearly penetrating the man's skull. A subtle twist of the handle, followed by its extraction, left a gaping, hollow cavity. As the body began to decay, a viscous, dark fluid oozed from the fissure. This eye is dead, not preserved, thus it appears so grotesque. Moreover, it was of inferior quality to begin with. Orochimaru disdainfully discarded the scalpel, casting a contemptuous glance at the corpse. He proceeded to wash his hands at the water station, his gaze eventually returning to Akkad. Master, she stammered, suppressing a flicker of fear within her heart. Are you afraid of me? It is natural to feel such emotions, Nightwind chuckled dismissively, ruffling the girl's hair before taking her hand and leading her out of the wooden door. Akkad remained silent, her head bowed. Simultaneously, Orochimaru swiftly began to form hand seals, completing the intricate sequence in the blink of an eye. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep, summoning technique. The night air resonated with a low growl as malevolent chakra erupted forth. A colossal serpent's maw materialized out of thin air, sweeping through the experimental chamber with the ferocity of a tempest, leaving nothing in its wake. The entire room seemed to be consumed by the snake's gaping mouth, with all items disposed of in an instant. This was the exquisite utility of the summoning technique, which summoned merely a portion of the great serpent's form. Though the residual potions could potentially slay this magnificent beast, the common serpent could be summoned in abundance. Its demise would be inconsequential. All was tidied up. In the blink of an eye, the serpent vanished without a trace, and the interior of the chamber lay desolate. Nightwind clapped his hands together, turning to leave with Akane in tow. Master, when shall we depart? Akane suddenly inquired along the way. Her delicate face flushed with an anxious hue, her small hands clenched tightly. Hee, are you worried about being abandoned, Akane? Nightwind chuckled softly. There is no need for deception. I shall not leave you behind in Konoha. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, the girl replied earnestly, while inwardly vowing, I shall forever follow you. The following day, in the village of Konoha, the night breeze, for once, did not engage in experiments, wander aimlessly, or undertake missions. Instead, he enjoyed a peaceful slumber, akin to an ordinary person. Only when the sunlight gently streamed through the window did he leisurely open his eyes. Proceeding to dress and wash in the confines of his modest room, Orochimaru remained true to his nature, his golden, malevolent eyes glimmering with a chilling light. As he extended his tongue, Night Breeze found it astonishingly long, capable of reaching nearly to his neck without employing any ninjutsu, an absurd and exaggerated trait. Were he to utilize ninjutsu, it could easily extend for dozens of meters. Ah, how can I, as Orochimaru, entertain such base thoughts? It is the weak who require the affections of wealthy women, he thought, shaking his head vigorously until his expression returned to normalcy. However, an odd sensation of hunger washed over him. Just like the previous day, Orochimaru appeared on the streets of Konoha, having recently enjoyed breakfast at Ichiraku Ramen. Yet, as a few members of the Uchiha clan passed by, he felt a primal hunger, akin to a beast instinctively yearning for its prey. In the original story, Orochimaru did not possess a penchant for human flesh, Night Breeze mused. Those were children from the Ninja Academy, their garments emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's emblem. Why did he not experience this sensation with others? Why did his body react so fervently to the Uchiha? Orochimaru fell into contemplation. Could it be? Was it due to the bloodline limit? He murmured. Bloodline limit refers to the unique abilities and techniques derived from specific familial bloodlines. It seems that while he had no reaction to ordinary individuals, the sight of Uchiha clan members awakened a thrill within him. Had this body undergone further transformations? In the 49th year of Konoha, Sasuke and Naruto were merely 1 year old, while Itachi Uchiha was around 7, having just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Then there was another prodigy, Shisui Uchiha, who was approximately 4 years older than Itachi and had yet to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan, currently engaged in missions for Konoha. Night Breeze pondered silently. Since he had inherited all that Orochimaru was, he was determined to strive towards becoming the strongest in the ninja world. Among the essentials for this journey were the Sharingan and Uchiha bloodline, which were prerequisites for unlocking the Rinnegan. In pursuit of this, he might eventually seize Sasuke's body. It seemed prudent to inquire about Shirsue's whereabouts before departing the village. Those boys earlier should possess that knowledge. Resolved. Night Breeze cast a casual glance at the Umbu agents covertly observing him, then vanished from his location using the body flicker technique. A mere 10 minutes later, the cold man reappeared, having arrived in the forest behind the village's mountains. 3 young Uchiha children were bound with their hands tied, their eyes filled with unrestrained fury directed at Orochimaru. This despicable man. How dare he make a move within the village? Doesn't he fear provoking a war between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, even as one of the legendary Sannin? It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. One must learn to respect their elders, do you understand? Orochimaru's expression darkened. He pulled a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and swiftly severed one boy's wrist. A piercing scream erupted from the boy. Only then did the 3 youths comprehend the sheer terror of the figure before them. Tell me the whereabouts of Uchiha Shisui, or the next to be severed will be your heads, Nightwind threatened. His hoarse voice hissed like a venomous serpent, quietly activating the Narukumi no Jutsu. The 3 boys envisioned a hellish sea of blood, their own cold bodies lying lifeless on the ground, an icy dread engulfing their hearts. Shisui, he. One boy finally cracked under the pressure, unable to resist the urge to betray his kin. Silence. We are Uchiha. We cannot surrender. Another boy roared, his dark eyes transforming into a crimson hue, 2 black tomos swirling ominously around his pupils. Thud. The kunai pierced the boy's heart, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The boy who had just flaunted his 2 tomo Sharingan was now left gasping for breath. Next, what about you? Will you speak? Orochimaru inquired, unhurried. Even if he could not extract information from these 3, he could always find 3 more to interrogate. After all, leaving Konoha meant that taking a few lives was of little consequence. I will speak. Shisui went on a mission 2 days ago. Today is Uchiha Itachi's birthday. The son of the clan leader. He will surely return. The panicked boy divulged. Sir, You only need to wait outside the village. In the face of life and death, he chose to betray his comrades for a chance at survival. Orochimaru, as one of the legendary Sannin, would surely keep his word, and he could be saved. Moreover, as long as they remained silent, who would know they had betrayed Shui? Indeed, you are a touch more clever than the one lying underground, Nightwind remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly. One boy clutched his severed hand, desperately using chakra to staunch the bleeding, while the informant knelt on the ground, head bowed. Unable to meet Orochimaru's gaze. Crack! A small white-scaled snake slithered from Orochimaru's sleeve, snapping the neck of the boy with the severed hand. You provided information. So I shall allow you to live, Nightwind stated calmly. Gazing upon the two lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, his expression remained utterly impassive. Instead, he unfurled a space scroll from his ninja tool pouch. With a resounding thud, he bit his finger, initiating a series of intricate hand seals, which he subsequently pressed into the center of the elaborate script. A plethora of surgical tools and ninja implements materialized before him. Nightwind adeptly donned a pair of gloves and approached the nearby corpses, extracting the pairs of Sharingan eyes from the Uchiha bloodline. He carefully placed them into a delicate glass container, immersing them in a potion designed to sustain their vitality. My lord, you promised to spare me. The sole survivor could not contain his shriek as he beheld Orochimaru advancing with a scalpel in hand. I never stated my intention to kill you. I merely require your eyes. I trust the two desires are not mutually exclusive, Nightwind replied coldly. And no, the boy, in a frenzied state, attempted to flee from this hellish scene. Yet, would Orochimaru grant him such an opportunity? Disobedient child, Nightwind remarked, furrowing his brow before swiftly dispatching the youth with a kunai. He then proceeded to extract a third pair of eyes with his scalpel, ensuring their proper containment before retracting all items back into the space scroll. These eyes were merely an appetizer. Shui, your Sharingan shall be mine. A swarm of dark serpents emerged from the earth, encircling the three cold corpses. The murderer had vanished without a trace. The sun approached its zenith as three members of the Uchiha clan mysteriously vanished, yet no one had yet noticed this anomaly. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had also inexplicably disappeared for a while, a fact that had reached the ears of the third Hokage through the Umbu. Regrettably, the hesitant Sarutobi still lacked the resolve to seek out his former student, particularly in the absence of any concrete evidence. The streets of Konoha basked in sunlight, bustling with the usual lively crowd, yet Akane found herself indifferent to the village's vibrancy. Today was a momentous occasion, and her anxiety had caused her to forget breakfast. Since 8 in the morning, she stood alone on her balcony, her gaze scanning for familiar figures amidst the throng below. Little girl, you appear somewhat disheartened. Might you share who has troubled you? A chilling voice resonated from behind her. Akane spun around, startled to find Orochimaru standing there, a smile adorning his face. Sensei. She managed to smile shyly. Let us depart, he said, and without further ado, he lifted her into his arms and leapt onto the rooftops. To evade the Umbu searching for him, Orochimaru carried Akane in a princess embrace. The speed and agility of the Sannin were unparalleled, and from Akane's home to their exit from the village, they remained undetected by any ninja. He refrained from engaging in any overt confrontation, choosing a path of utmost discretion. Neither the third Hokage nor Jiraiya, the strongest in the village aside from Orochimaru himself, discerned the latter's intention to defect from the village. Outside Konoha, Orochimaru leaped from branch to branch. Akane nestled securely in his arms, occasionally glancing around. Let us rest here for a moment, he suggested coolly, a mysterious glint flickering in his eyes, suggesting ulterior motives. Sensei, why are we stopping here? Akane inquired curiously. This forest was a point that anyone traveling through the main gate of Konoha would inevitably pass, appearing more like a strategic ambush site. Moreover, there was no sign of Orochimaru's experimental research base nearby, making it unlikely that they had merely paused for respite. You have heard of Uchiha Shui, I presume? He is merely a year or 2 your senior. I require his bloodline and eyes, and I intend to capture him alive, Orochimaru stated candidly. Since Akane was now effectively under his tutelage, he felt no need to conceal such matters. She would inevitably learn of them soon enough. The Uchiha clan, Akane pondered quietly. It seemed her sensei had developed an interest in the bloodline limit. Yet, without the Uchiha's lineage, how could one harness the power of the Sharingan? Kakashi was a prime example. Having inherited a Bito Uchiha Sharingan, he could not deactivate it, remaining in a perpetual state of strain, forever unable to increase his chakra reserves. The delightful prey has finally arrived. The night breeze caressed its lips, and the golden glimmer in its eyes sparkled with excitement. Redbean hastily cast a glance towards the distant forest. 3 dark figures leaped through the thickets, swiftly approaching this way, though obscured from clear view. It was vaguely discernible that they were 3 young individuals, one of whom stood out remarkably. A striking youth with short black hair, though merely 11 years of age, had already emerged as a skilled warrior tempered by the crucible of war. Uchiha Shursui. Halt. There is an inexplicable stench ahead. Shursui furrowed his brow. He failed to notice the lurking Orochimaru and Redbean 100 meters away, startled instead by the foul odor wafting toward him. Truly a genius. Even his sense of smell is astutely sharp. The night breeze licked its lips, growing even more exhilarated. It had previously set a trap here, the serpent's array, summoning countless serpents. To its astonishment, this young lad had sensed a hint of danger. Indeed, a prodigy endowed with the most formidable genjutsu, the Kodo Amatsukami. Though he may not yet have awakened his eyes. A wave of relief washed over Night Breeze, grateful that the timeline was still early enough. Otherwise, once Shursui awakened his Sharingan, his own strength might not guarantee a victory. Nothing to worry about. Shursui's 2 teammates cautiously probed ahead. Yet, the surroundings remained eerily tranquil, devoid of any peculiarities or traces left by others. However, the stench was undeniably strange, reminiscent of a repugnant scent emanating from a horde of serpents. A horde of serpents? We must flee. That is a trap. Seemingly struck by a dreadful realization, Shursui's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Could it be that man? Damn it. The only formidable being associated with serpents in Konoha is that man." Such a keen reaction, yet alas, it was too late. The serpent's array. The night breeze smiled sinisterly, completing the hand seals. Immediately beneath Shursui's teammates, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters was rent asunder, and a tumultuous wave of serpents surged forth with astonishing speed. The 2 youths were instantaneously consumed, leaving no trace behind, as the serpents scattered in all directions. A myriad of serpents? Perhaps tens of thousands? Shursui could not discern their number, but he lacked the luxury of time to ponder the quantity of serpents. All he heard was the desperate cries of his fallen comrades, filling his heart with sorrow as he rapidly retreated. With his focus entirely attuned to his surroundings, he gripped his kunai tightly, his eyes activated into the 3-tomo Sharingan, not daring to blink. For someone like Orochimaru, a single lapse would suffice to lead to his demise tenfold. Indeed, as I envisioned, the Sharingan is as exquisite as ever. A chilling voice echoed. Under Shursui's vigilant gaze, a pallid-skinned man emerged, clad in the Konoha J-Nin vest. One of the legendary Sannin and the most esteemed disciple of the 3rd Hokage, Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, what compels you to act in such a manner? Surely, this will incite discord between the Uchiha clan and the higher echelons of Konohagakure. Shizuku attempted to buy time, his mind racing as he contemplated an escape from this perilous situation. His current strength rendered him incapable of confronting Orochimaru head-on. As for the body flicker technique, while formidable in combat, it proved inadequate for fleeing. Who could fathom how many ambushes and traps Orochimaru had laid in this vicinity? Come with me, or I shall incapacitate you before taking you along, Nightwind declared with unwavering authority. Shizuku offered no response, merely tightening his grip on the kunai in his hand. In the next instant, he began forming hand seals with such swiftness that it created an afterimage, fire release, great dragon fire technique. 3 colossal fire dragons erupted from his mouth, and he immediately activated the body flicker technique. With his Sharingan engaged, he sought to ensnare Orochimaru in a genjutsu, even if just for a fleeting moment. The kunai in his grasp had been replaced by a wind-infused shuriken. In response, Nightwind merely chuckled coldly. Shizuku's fire dragon assault was evaded with a mere sidestep. And as for the genjutsu of the 3-tomo Sharingan, Nightwind's current spiritual prowess rendered him impervious to such illusions. Could it be that maneuver? Is it that technique? A few beads of cold sweat trickled down Hondo's forehead, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Suicide? The Kusanagi sword? A bitter smile adorned Shimizu's face. Orochimaru, confronting someone of his age, had astonishingly produced such a divine artifact. Yet, this action only served to illuminate the man's unwavering resolve to capture or eliminate him. Rather than lamenting his fate, it was more prudent to desperately seek a glimmer of hope. The night wind gaped, his elongated tongue dangling beneath, as he conjured forth a sword exceeding a meter in length from within his abdomen, the Kusanagi sword. A legendary artifact, forged from the world's most indomitable material. capable of altering its length through the infusion of chakra. Hidden shadow snake hands. The night wind wielded the sword in his right hand while countless serpentine forms unfurled from his left sleeve, spiraling forth like a web ensnaring Shimizu. Damn it. The youth cursed under his breath, wishing fervently for 2 more legs to escape. Escape? I had thought you would attempt to kill me, the night wind remarked. Disappointment evident in a shake of the head. Shimizu's lips twitched as his speed intensified beneath him. Kill you? In Konoha. Who besides the third Hokage would dare claim the ability to slay Orochimaru? With a snap of his fingers, the night wind pursued methodically, unhurried and intercepting Shimizu. For the area was already enveloped by his prior preparations. By the time Shimizu caught a whiff of the foul stench ahead, he had unwittingly stepped into the very heart of a trap. So many colossal serpents. When had the teacher summoned these great snakes? Akane gazed in astonishment at the distance. Over 100 gigantic pythons, each spanning approximately 20 meters, blocked every possible escape route. With Orochimaru looming behind Shimizu, there seemed to be no avenue for survival. He might have the means to slay these non-ninjutsu serpents, but before he could do so, Orochimaru would have already bested him countless times. The glory of the Uchiha clan shall not perish here. Shimizu suddenly smiled with newfound clarity. An ominous premonition stirred within the night wind. Stop! The night wind accelerated with all his might, his right hand transforming into a white phosphor serpent, striking towards Shimizu's body like a bolt of lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, he understood the significance of Shimizu's smile. Families possessing bloodline limits adhered to a strict rule. In the event of unavoidable death, one must obliterate oneself, preferably ensuring the complete destruction of their remains. Should outsiders acquire the body, the potential for research could spell disaster for the entire clan. Shimizu intended to destroy the Sharingan, and then take his own life. With a resounding crash, 2 kunai simultaneously pierced his eye sockets, resulting in a faint popping sound as the eyeballs ruptured. Blood cascaded down his face, and Shimizu's hands trembled. With a swift motion, the night wind's serpent struck, shattering the youth's arms in an instant, precluding any possibility of Shimizu forming seals for a self-destructive jutsu. Damnable brat! The night breeze bore an unmistakable fury. Since his arrival in this realm, it was the first time he had encountered such a profound rage. The eye of the divine, which was meant to harbor the most potent illusions, had not yet evolved into a kaleidoscope before being annihilated by its own master's hand. Do you comprehend the magnitude of your destruction? Nightwind nearly roared. Huh. The armless Shursui emitted a vague laughter, seemingly indifferent to Orochimaru's presence. Suddenly, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, accompanied by a severed portion of his tongue, which plopped onto the ground with a thud. Commit suicide by biting your tongue? How naive. Nightwind laughed bitterly. At such a juncture, Shursui still harbored the delusion of self-destruction. Those who bite their tongues to end their lives succumb due to excessive bleeding, which obstructs their airways, leading to asphyxiation. While ordinary individuals might be oblivious, Nightwind, having been a doctor in his past life and now a madman conducting human experiments, possessed an intimate understanding of the human body, every bone, and each muscle. A foolish notion. Nightwind smirked cruelly. With sheer force, he pried open Shursui's mouth and delivered a fierce punch to the boy's head, rendering him unconscious. A surge of chakra materialized in his hand, which he then infused into Shursui's mouth to staunch the bleeding, before carelessly discarding the youth onto the ground. Bah! What a stroke of misfortune. Nightwind ground his teeth in frustration. He had plotted against a younger generation only to find himself at a disadvantage. This accursed Uchiha Shursui would remember today as events. Think you can blind me? I refuse to believe there is no way to regenerate your eyes. You little brat. I will tend to your injuries, and when you awaken, you shall experience the consequences. Nightwind cursed vehemently. From another space scroll, he procured a multitude of vials filled with medicines. Shursui's eye had shattered, the tissues within already necrotic, and his oral wounds also required treatment. The boy must live to serve as a test subject. At some point, Akkad had quietly approached, waiting patiently aside. A glimmer of sympathy flickered in her eyes, only to vanish swiftly. Having chosen to follow Lord Orochimaru, one must be prepared for such realities. Thud, 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 one by one. Massive serpents vanished as Nightwind dispelled the summoning technique. Ultimately, only one remained, which, under his command, placed Shursui's unconscious body upon its head. Nightwind and Akkad took their seats atop the giant serpent's head, making their way towards the nearest concealed underground base. The man's expression was somewhat grim. Akkad, sensing the atmosphere, refrained from speaking. As the sky gradually darkened, they traversed over 100 miles, finally arriving at a hidden underground facility. Lord Orochimaru. Two ninjas adorned with the Sound Village headbands appeared, bowing respectfully, confining this individual to a level 1 chamber. Thoroughly sealing his chakra and ensuring timely provisions of sustenance shall be your responsibility for the time being, Nightwind remarked wearily. Yes, my lord. The two men promptly accepted the unconscious Uchiha Shursui, refraining from further inquiries and simply adhering to the directives. In this realm, Orochimaru stood as the sole sovereign. All who dared to oppose him had either perished or been transformed into experimental subjects. Master, you have already ascended to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Why pursue such actions, even to the extent of betraying your village? Akatsuki gently grasped Orochimaru's hand and inquired softly. Everything, for I desire everything, every aspect of this world. Encompassing all ninjutsu, bloodlines, and physical techniques, including the ultimate power and status, even the protracted existence of immortality. The lifespan of an ordinary mortal is far too fleeting, thus, I am compelled to act as such. What significance does the Hokage hold? Wasn't Hashirama, once revered as the god of shinobi, also succumbed to death? And what of Sage of the Six Paths? He met his demise over a millennium ago. I shall emerge as the ultimate victor. Nightwind unabashedly revealed his ambition and avarice. Devour. After a brief moment, the Nightwind carried Hondo into the underground facility. This labyrinthine subterranean chamber housed not only laboratories, but also numerous places for confining experimental subjects. Candles flickered along the corridors, casting a dim yellow light that barely illuminated the hissing sounds of serpent-like tongues. Hondo had long since acclimated to this eerie and sinister atmosphere. Orochimaru's experimental bases were invariably designed in such a manner. You shall reside here from now on. For any matters, feel free to contact my subordinates or come directly to me. My room is adjacent to yours, Nightwind hastily instructed. Having arranged Hondo's accommodation, he prepared to visit the confinement area of Shursui. Although the most precious pair of eyes had been lost, Shursui still possessed significant value as an experimental subject. Even if restoring his eyesight was beyond reach, the prospect of creating a clone was still enticing. That divine technique must be mine. 5 minutes later, in a level 1 secure chamber, Lord Orochimaru, two individuals clad in white protective suits, bowed respectfully. They were subordinates assigned by him in this facility, tasked with assisting in various matters. Nightwind nodded and entered the room. There, he beheld Shursui, stripped of all clothing and bound tightly upon an experimental table. Numerous tubes inserted into his body. One set was for continuous monitoring of his physical condition, while another served to inject nutritional fluids, ensuring he would not perish from starvation. As for the injuries to his eyes and tongue, those were under control. This wretched little brat dared to thwart my grand ambitions. I shall settle this score with the Uchiha clan, Nightwind scoffed. The data from the physical examination appeared relatively normal. Yet uncertainty lingered regarding the recovery of the eye injuries. Let us begin research in the direction of cloning, Orochimaru murmured to himself. How many female subjects are available for use? Nightwind inquired of one subordinate. The so-called female subjects referred to ordinary individuals captured or slaves procured through monetary transactions from the dark underbelly of society, occasionally utilized for specialized experimental research. Their primary purpose was to serve as surrogates for procreation. Previously, during his studies on Hashirama's cells, he had conducted a large-scale experiment involving infants, producing over 100 newborns in an attempt to integrate Hashirama's cells into their bodies. Regrettably, the rejection response was exceedingly severe. The assimilation properties of Hashirama's cells were overwhelmingly potent. Ultimately, these children had nearly all transformed into trees, consumed by the wood release chakra. The sole survivor, while capable of utilizing wood release, was as feeble as a child playing house. Reporting to you, there are still 14 female subjects available. All in good health and ready for experimentation, one subordinate replied. Clone the cells of Uchiha Shursui. You are all aware of how to operate those machines. I expect to see 14 newborns within a year. Remember, ensure he does not perish, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, contact me. Nightwind cast one last glance at the youth on the experimental platform before turning away from the facility. The individuals here can be trusted, whether it be out of fear, the allure of wealth, or an idolization of Orochimaru. These people dare not defy his commands. A single person's energy is limited. Perhaps it is time to retrieve Kabuto from Konoha. As long as I possess sufficient strength, I can obliterate Konoha at any moment. Kabuto's talents as a spy are far too valuable to squander. The man's cold voice echoed through the corridor. The test subjects in the prison trembled, cowering on the ground, too frightened to meet the gaze of this malevolent deity. A madman, devoid of conscience and humanity. A night of silence passed. The following day, at 7 in the morning, Nightwind awoke as usual. With an expressionless demeanor, he dressed and, after a brief wash, exited his chamber. Teacher, Hongdo stood patiently at the door. This is breakfast. I instructed them to prepare sushi. The young girl offered a slight smile. Nightwind nodded, ruffling Hongdo's hair as a gesture of reward. The sushi was quite palatable. However, as he chewed, he suddenly recalled that peculiar sensation of hunger from before. Glancing at the beaming Hongdo, he decided to wait until after breakfast to investigate further. Soon, he reassured her, in a few days, we shall venture to the land of whirlpools, and I will take you along. Just endure for a couple of days. He could easily discern that Hongdo was not particularly fond of this grim underground base. Yet, how could any normal person find solace in such a haunted place? Although she held a high status as Orochimaru's disciple, it was of little consequence. She had no friends here. Moreover, Orochimaru was preoccupied with experiments, leaving little time to spend with her. Upon hearing that they would be going out in a few days, Hongdo eagerly nodded. Without waiting for further instructions, she took her tray and exited the room, bowing respectfully to her master as she departed. Nightwind nearly forgot about this matter. He quickly set aside thoughts of Hongdo. The foremost priority was to ascertain the nature of his bodily anomalies. He retrieved a space scroll. Within it lay the Sharingan eyes obtained from the 3 Uchiha clan members yesterday, 6 eyeballs immersed in a green solution. 1 pair bore the 3 Tomo design, while the other 2 pairs featured the 2 Tomo. Indeed, Nightwind narrowed his eyes. As soon as he extracted these eyeballs, a profound hunger surged from deep within his body. It appeared that not only had his soul traversed into this body, but other changes had also transpired. Only by consuming them could he uncover the truth. The night breeze murmured softly. Even if this endeavor were to fail, consuming a few eyeballs would not adversely affect his health. Soon, he opened the glass container and extracted 6 eyeballs, placing them delicately on a plate. The lifeless eyes were preserved with remarkable perfection, as if they had merely paused in time since being removed from their sockets just a day prior. With a hiss, his right hand gradually transformed into a great white phosphor serpent, its body as thick as his arm, which then opened wide to devour all the eyeballs in one swift motion. This was the essence of his being, one of the 8 heads of the legendary Yamata no Orochi. While he could have consumed them directly, he chose to employ this ninjutsu instead. A few minutes passed without any noticeable change in Nightwind's body, neither positive nor negative. Just as he was about to abandon hope, a sudden, mild sting pierced his eyes, akin to a scalpel slicing through the nerves behind his eyeballs. Coughing, Orochimaru covered his mouth, his breathing becoming notably more rapid. This excruciating pain felt as though a blade had pierced through his skull, severing nerves with each agonizing cut. Yet, he felt an overwhelming joy within. He quickly disregarded the pain. It had worked. Gazing into the mirror, Nightwind was overwhelmed with exhilaration, nearly roaring in triumph. His eyes, once golden vertical pupils, had transformed into the round pupils of an ordinary human. Amidst the crimson, a black Tomo gently revolved around the center of his eye. A Tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan, a powerful ocular technique belonging to the Uchiha clan, descendants of Indra, the second son of the Sage of 6 Paths, can be awakened through intense emotional stimuli and evolves continuously through its forms. 1 Tomo, 2 Tomo, 3 Tomo, and the Manjiki Sharingan. To attain the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, one must transplant the Manjiki Sharingan from a member of the same clan. As for the Rinnegan, it can only be awakened by the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, who has also received the chakra or cells of Azura's reincarnation. The Rinnegan represents the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan. 1 Tomo. The efficiency of devouring is exceedingly low. Nightwind murmured while gazing into the mirror at his own eyes. The primary abilities of the Sharingan encompass insight, replication, and illusion. However, the capabilities of the 1 Tomo are quite limited. He had consumed 6 eyeballs, yet the conversion rate was dismally low. Nevertheless, this ability remains commendable. With a mere thought, Nightwind deactivated the Sharingan, returning his pupils to their previous state. As long as he possessed experimental subjects from the Uchiha clan, he could cultivate as many new eyes as he desired, provided there were enough eyeballs to facilitate the final evolution. Since eyeballs are viable, I wonder if other substances would work. A thought flashed through Nightwind's mind. Would blood suffice? What about flesh? It seemed further verification was necessary. Casting a glance at the clock on the wall, He realized 2 hours had unknowingly slipped by. At noon, precisely 1 o'clock, the underground base remained eerily silent. Aside from the occasional passing staff member, there were no other disruptive sounds. Nightwind pushed open the door to Shirsue's confinement room once more. Thud. The restrained youth tapped the experimental table with his hand. Ah, you're awake? Your vitality is indeed tenacious, but regrettably, you can no longer speak, Nightwind remarked nonchalantly. Uchiha Shirsue, upon hearing Orochimaru's voice, continued to knock on the table. He was unaware of Orochimaru's intentions in keeping him alive, but regardless, he felt that his current existence was akin to living in hell. All he yearned for was a swift end, unwilling to become a mere subject of experimentation. Rest assured, I shall not terminate your life before extracting all your value. Today, I have uncovered an astonishing secret. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot the purpose of my visit, Orochimaru exclaimed, snapping his fingers as he skillfully donned a pair of gloves. He prepared a surgical knife, a glass vial, along with some bandages and hemostatic agents. With an expression devoid of emotion, the man incised Shirsue's blood vessel. After collecting nearly half a glass of blood, he expertly excised a small piece of flesh from the arm. He then proceeded with the hemostatic procedure, ultimately wrapping the area in white bandages. The entire process unfolded with seamless fluidity, devoid of any extraneous expressions. Whether as a physician or as Orochimaru, this was an operation executed with unparalleled proficiency. Having completed all these actions, Nightwind smiled contentedly. He casually discarded his gloves into the trash bin, departing the confinement room with half a cup of blood and a piece of flesh. What a marvelous discovery it was. This body possessed the capacity to absorb the powers of bloodlines to their limits. Given sufficient time to settle, he might very well acquire all the unique bloodlines and abilities within the ninja world, becoming the next immortal Kaguya. Perhaps he could even consume Kaguya herself? Inside the room, he began with the blood. Nightwind inhaled the scent of the crimson, viscous liquid, extending his tongue to moisten his lips. The sensation of hunger surged once more. With a gulp, the man downed it as one would whiskey. The second reaction was swifter than the first, his body responding with greater fervor and more intense pain. Yet, alongside the agony, there was a wondrous warmth, as if his eyes were bathed in warm water. And the flow of blood within him quickened significantly. It wasn't until half an hour later that the act of consumption gradually subsided. Nightwind opened his eyes, activating his Sharingan once again. It remained in the state of a single tomo, yet his perceptive abilities had markedly improved, indicating that the effects of the blood were quite promising. Next came the flesh. Nightwind admired the sight before summoning the white phosphorus serpent. His right hand transformed into a serpent, which then devoured a small piece of meat. Regrettably, the effects of the blood were profoundly evident, while the consumption of flesh, though it brought about some changes, seemed to yield less than a tenth of the blood's efficacy. It appeared that only ocular tissues and the blood of the Uchiha clan were truly beneficial. With approximately 6 years remaining until the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the spoils would likely be in Danzo's possession. A direct approach to him would suffice. Nightwind pondered silently. The protagonists were still mere infants, and the main storyline had yet to commence. There was no rush to gain strength immediately, but rather a focus on future planning. Next, he intended to call back Kabuto. The boy's learning ability could alleviate some of his burdens. Then, he would seek the Death God mask in the Land of Whirlpools, aiming to uncover the technique to release the Shiki F gene. Additionally, there was the Byakugan, one of the 3 great ocular techniques, which would present opportunities in due time. The more Orochimaru contemplated, the more tasks seemed to accumulate. His self-preservation power was ample, making complete annihilation nearly impossible. Each of his cursed seal techniques bore a fragment of his soul. Even if his physical form were slain, he could resurrect through the remnants of his spirit. However, there remained considerable room for improvement in terms of raw strength. Time passed quietly. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days had elapsed within the base. The clones created from the cells extracted from Uchiha Shirsue were now developing within 14 female bodies. During this period, Nightwind had also drawn blood from Uchiha Shirsue once more. However, the Uchiha bloodline within him is not sufficiently potent. Or perhaps it is due to the fact that his body was not originally Uchiha, resulting in the evolution of his Sharingan being exceedingly slow. It remains in the form of a single tomo, barely usable. Lord Orochimaru, my eyes feel so uncomfortable. It has been far too long since I last saw the sun, said Akkad, covering her eyes with her small hands. The prolonged absence of sunlight had caused a rather severe stinging sensation. It's all right. You will soon acclimate to life on land. Your body merely requires some time to adjust, Nightwind reassured her, gently massaging around Akkad's eyes. The young girl let out a slight sigh of relief, relishing this rare moment of relaxation. A sense of comfort gradually enveloped her eyes, and she felt capable of opening them, albeit with difficulty. Thank you, teacher, Akkad smiled brightly. Due to the underground base being primarily equipped with experimental apparatus and prison facilities, there were no items that a girl might desire, leaving her in the same outfit from several days prior. While the black fishnet attire was undeniably beautiful, a change would not be unwelcome. Though Akkad did not voice it, she certainly longed for new clothes. Let us go. We shall first purchase some clothing in the village, Nightwind suggested with a smile. Thank you, teacher. The girl beamed for the first time in days, akin to a delicate flower blooming amidst a frigid landscape, bringing a glimmer of warmth even to the most desolate and shadowy of souls. The Land of Sound, a mere inconspicuous ninja village, lacks the grandeur of a hidden village and the presence of a Kage. It is devoid of fame and significance, yet its clandestine master is Orochimaru, who commanded the construction of this village. Most of the ninjas within are his loyal subordinates. Yefeng, having changed out of his Konoha Nin attire and discarded his forehead protector, draped himself in a dark cloak. Upon entering the village, he was immediately recognized. His striking golden serpent eyes were unmistakable. No need for commotion, I am merely passing through, Yefeng stated calmly. Suddenly recalling something, he instructed a ninja from the Sound Village. By the way, keep an eye out for a girl, approximately 5 years old, with red hair named Karen. If she appears within the borders of the Land of Grass or near the Sound Village, try to bring her in peacefully. If she resists, remember not to harm her limbs. After conveying this, Yefeng took the hand of Akkad and entered the village. These individuals were astute, requiring little elaboration. Master, who is that Karen? Akkad inquired curiously. A survivor of the Uzumaki clan, she possesses a certain utility, Yefeng replied tersely. Let us change our attire. Our journey to the Land of Whirlpools will take approximately a week. 3 hours later, as they stepped out of the Sound Village once more, they had donned new outfits. Yefeng wore the ninja garb of the Sound Village, simple yet effective, covered by a black cloak and devoid of a forehead protector. Akkad, on the other hand, sported a youthful casual ensemble, a light red top paired with ultra-short black shorts, her feet clad in new ninja sandals. She appeared refreshingly vibrant, exuding a strong sense of youthfulness, all while remaining combat-ready for their journey. Quite lovely, Yefeng remarked, and Akkad beamed as if she had received a sweet treat. Having a beautiful subordinate brought him a sense of achievement. As for the cursed seal, Akkad had yet to be implanted with the Heaven's Cursed Seal, and she should be able to withstand such power. However, that ferocious energy could easily transform a person into a mindless monster. Yefeng shook his head, contemplating briefly before dismissing the notion. He had left behind numerous experimental subjects with cursed seals in various hidden laboratories. One more would not make a difference. Even if he wished to cultivate Akkad's strength, alternative methods could be considered. With a swift motion, two figures traversed the endless forest, leaping from treetop to treetop. Although they could travel on a giant serpent, such an approach would be too conspicuous. When one thinks of serpents, the name Orochimaru inevitably comes to mind, and he wished to keep his whereabouts concealed. Meanwhile, in Konoha, bang! Danzo sat coldly in the Hokage's office, confronting the third Hokage. Additionally, two high-ranking elders, Midogate and the Nara clan's Kohara, were present. This matter from a few days ago requires an explanation, Danzo scoffed. The 3 members of the Uchiha clan were never mentioned, but Uchiha Shursui was a renowned prodigy of that clan. Danzo had once held great expectations for Shursui, hoping he would serve Root. However, Uchiha Shursui had mysteriously vanished in the forest not far from Konoha, leaving behind a plethora of serpent-like traces. Coupled with the various suspicions surrounding Orochimaru, who had also mysteriously disappeared, the evidence pointed overwhelmingly towards him as the perpetrator. As Orochimaru's former mentor, the third Hokage had discerned nothing and taken no action. Given the circumstances, we must declare Orochimaru a rogue ninja, an S-rank rogue ninja. Danzo, you need not be so aggressive. I believe this weighs heavily on Sarutobi's heart as well, the 2 elders advised. Danzo's apparent accusation towards the third Hokage was, in truth, a maneuver to undermine him and seize the Hokage position for himself. Did he truly not find Orochimaru suspicious? Root had similarly accomplished nothing. Yet as Hokage, the burden of responsibility for such events rested more heavily on the third's shoulders. Let us not dwell further on this. I agree to place Orochimaru on the wanted list. But I shall never relinquish this position to you, Danzo. It is a duty entrusted to me by the second Hokage himself. Unless the day comes when I breathe my last. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, sighing heavily. Then you better fulfill your duties properly and ensure such incidents do not recur. Consider the caliber of the students you have trained. Danzo retorted before slamming the door behind him. The Hokage's office fell silent once more. Meanwhile, atop the Hokage building, Jiraiya gazed vacantly into the distance. Tsunade had spiraled into despair following the death of Dan Kato in the war, drowning her sorrows in gambling, to the point where she was oblivious to her whereabouts within the land of fire. The once inseparable trio of ninjas had now seen even Orochimaru turn traitor. So suddenly had this transpired that he hadn't even had the opportunity to say farewell. Perhaps I should embark on a journey, even if merely to gather material for a new work, Jiraiya murmured. Konoha remained as vibrant and bustling as ever, the throng of people bustling about as usual. Yet, unbeknownst to many, numerous events were quietly unfolding in the shadows. 5 days later, the land of whirlpools. This was a small island situated in the seas adjacent to the land of fire. The Uzumaki clan, a distant relative of the Senju clan among the descendants of Ashura, was renowned for their expertise in sealing techniques. The wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, hailed from the Uzumaki clan. Unfortunately, as time passed, the influence of the Uzumaki clan within Konoha waned perilously, forcing them to return to their ancestral land, this very island in the sea. Regrettably, the reputation of the Uzumaki clan is overwhelmingly formidable. Even in their chosen seclusion, they remain traceable by ninjas who follow the faintest of clues. Surrounded by numerous nations and ninja villages, they faced a near extinction, with only a scant few members opting to live in obscurity, scattered across the globe. Members of the pure-blooded Uzumaki lineage typically possess crimson hair, exemplified by figures such as Nagato and Karen. The rhythmic crash of waves echoed upon the shore. Beneath the resplendent golden sunlight, a solitary boat glided across the azure sea, its oarsman exerting considerable effort as he navigated the waters. Accompanied by two rather peculiar passengers, a brooding middle-aged man and an enchanting young maiden. Is this the island of the land of whirlpools? It seems rather deserted, murmured Akato, her face a canvas of curiosity, her large, hazel eyes wide with wonder, reflecting the ocean and the sandy beach. Oh, it is said that this place was once bustling with life. However, the circumstances that led to its current desolation remain a mystery. Those who now inhabit this island are primarily newcomers, who, having nowhere else to go, have sought refuge here, the oarsman recounted. Here, take 100,000 Rio and await our return once our business is concluded, Night Wind said, gently handing over 10 banknotes of 10,000 Rio each. He harbored no fear that the oarsman would dare abscond with the money. Should he attempt such an act, retribution would swiftly follow. In the desolate realm of the death god's mask, not a soul was in sight. Hongdo walked ahead, surveying the surroundings. The ground was littered with ruins. Some charred by fierce flames, others destroyed by various jutsu, with remnants of buildings scattered everywhere. There were no living beings nor any structures that remained intact. Teacher, how did the Uzumaki clan meet their demise? Were they truly besieged by numerous ninja from different nations? Hongdo inquired, her curiosity piqued. From the fragments of these ruins, one could faintly discern what this village once was. Although it could not rival Konoha, it was still considered a formidable shinobi village. Yet, this once vibrant place had nearly been annihilated. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, it was uncertain how much of that legacy survives today. Who knows? Only the ninjas who came here would know the truth of those events. Perhaps it was a coalition of ninjas from several nations. Or maybe it was Konoha that sent their own to carry out the deed. Night Wind replied softly. Amidst their conversation, they spied their first living person ahead. He appeared to be a vagabond, disheveled and unkempt, as if he had not bathed in days. Hey, can you hear me? Do you know where the Uzumaki clan's Namin Hall is? Night Wind tentatively asked. However, the vagabond merely stared blankly at the sky, drooling, seemingly oblivious to the inquiry. Just as the boatman had said, those who still come to this small island are typically those without a place to go. Perhaps this man was in debt or being pursued. Regardless of the reason, it was evident that he had succumbed to madness. It seems we have no choice but to resort to jutsu. Searching slowly would take an inordinate amount of time, Nightwind muttered. Moreover, these individuals had only arrived recently. Even if they were lucid, they would likely have no knowledge of what the Namin Hall truly was. Summoning technique. With Nightwind's command, countless serpents emerged. slithering forth in response to his call. Thousands of shadows dispersed in all directions, seeking out any well-preserved structures on the island. Teacher, what exactly are we searching for here? Hongdo asked again. The fact that Orochimaru himself had traveled such a distance indicated that whatever it was certainly not trivial. To unravel the Shiki Fuin technique. Night Wind replied succinctly. The Shiki Fuin is the Uzumaki clan's most potent sealing technique, capable of summoning the death god to consume the target's soul and seal it within the goddess' belly for eternity. Upon completion of the technique, the user would also become a sacrifice, consumed by the death god. Both the caster and the enemy's souls would remain trapped in the death goddess' belly, unable to reincarnate. 1 year prior, Uchiha Obito had summoned the Nine Tails to attack Konoha. It was during that battle that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, employed the Shiki Fuin, sealing the young Nine Tails within his son, Naruto Uzumaki, while the Nine Tails descended into the belly of the Shinigami alongside the fourth Hokage. However, this technique possesses a means of. Within the Uzumaki clan's sacred hall, one can discover a unique Shinigami mask. At that moment, the practitioner dons the mask, offering themselves as a sacrifice to summon the Shinigami, who would then be compelled to split open its belly, releasing the sealed entity. After which the practitioner becomes the new offering consumed in turn. Securing that mask equates to obtaining the reanimated form of the fourth Hokage, along with a portion of the Nine Tails chakra. After half a day, Yi Feng and Hongdo lingered on the island, finally receiving word from a serpent that returned. Deep within the western jungle of the isle lies an intact structure. If all goes as anticipated, it would be the repository of the Uzumaki clan's masks. Let us proceed. Hongdo. The sooner we acquire the item, the sooner we can conclude our business and return, Yi Feng gently remarked, patting Hongdo on the head. Yes, master. The young girl reverently responded. Having prepared rations and fresh water in their spatial scroll, they felt no pangs of hunger. Soon, the two set forth towards the location indicated by the serpent. In the depths of the jungle stood a grand wooden house. One of the pillars supporting the entrance had collapsed, rendering the door askew, adorned with the Uzumaki family crest. The ground lay thick with dust, a testament to years of abandonment. Entering the interior, Hongdo and Orochimaru were greeted by walls festooned with an array of masks. Among them was a singular mask capable of summoning the Shinigami. With a hiss, Yi Feng extended his right hand, allowing a white serpent to keenly scent the essence of the masks. Ultimately, he selected one from the multitude, its aura distinct from the others, suggesting it had previously been subjected to a certain technique. Found it, Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. At long last, he had procured this treasure. With this mask, he could unleash the fourth Hokage and that half of the Nine Tails at any moment. As for the choice of practitioner, whether through brainwashing or illusion, anyone could be substituted. To speak bluntly, as long as the price is right, there are plenty in this world willing to part with their lives. Let us go? Yi Feng suppressed his excitement. Hongdo examined the mask closely, choosing to remain silent. The two made their way back to the shoreline. As dusk approached, the ferryman remained steadfastly at his post, unwilling to breach their agreement. Let us return. At this hour, we can reach the shore and enjoy a late-night meal. What would you like to eat? Yi Feng secured the mask, and, upon observing his expression, it was evident that he was in high spirits. A late-night meal? Master. I would love some grilled meat. Hongdo replied with a smile after a moment's contemplation. Gently entwining his hand with that of Orochimaru, the man's body remained perpetually cold. Yet, the young girl evidently relished the closeness, finding solace and joy in his presence. Barbecue, perhaps? That would suffice. Nightwind smiled. The specifics of the meal were inconsequential. As long as Hongdo delighted in it, that was all that mattered. His spirits were elevated, and thus he was inclined to spend the evening entertaining the young girl. Finding warmth in her radiant smile, the silent ferryman quietly rowed the wooden oars, while the man and the girl exchanged light-hearted banter. As dusk gradually deepened, countless stars twinkled faintly, and a delicate moon emerged from behind the clouds. The waves surged relentlessly, seated in the wobbling little boat. The sea breeze carried a hint of saltiness. The girl, with her hair tied in a bun, playfully nestled against him, gazing at him with her charming big eyes. Nightwind felt that tonight was truly enchanting. Since his arrival in this realm, it was the first time he found such amusement. Beyond mere experimentation and the pursuit of strength, life offered other delights that intrigued him. Teacher. Hongdo shyly lowered her gaze. Orochimaru gently pressed his lips to her forehead, then softly brushed her cheek, his lips icy. In that moment, She resembled a bewildered prey cradled in the embrace of serpents. Yet, she felt nothing but happiness. Nightwind beamed as he cupped her face, admiring her beautiful eyes, ultimately refraining from kissing her lips. Perhaps next time. It seemed he had discerned the girl's thoughts. The man murmured softly. 11. The Return of D. A week later, in an underground base near the Sound Village, Lord Orochimaru, a boy of approximately 13, knelt respectfully. D, a spy sent by Orochimaru to Konoha, grew up in an orphanage there. His temporary identity was that of a medical apprentice, working in Konoha Hospital. Simultaneously, he was a medical prodigy with a remarkable talent for scheming. Of course, he was unwaveringly loyal. Do you understand why I summoned you back? Nightwind smiled slightly. Forgive my ignorance. I do not comprehend, D replied honestly. He was initially intended to be a crucial piece in Orochimaru's plan for the destruction of Konoha. However, with his recent mysterious disappearance, returning to Konoha would prove to be a formidable challenge. I have a more significant task for you. With your talents, it is a waste for you to be a mere spy. Assist me in managing the experiments. I have been quite busy lately. And Akatsuki may approach me at any moment, Nightwind explained nonchalantly. The last statement was indeed the crux. He had now become an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha, making him a target for recruitment by Akatsuki. Although he had no particular aspirations for world peace, the influence of the Akatsuki organization within the Naruto universe was immense, and becoming a member was not an unwise decision. Moreover, joining Akatsuki could lower the vigilance of those operating behind the scenes. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, I understand, D acknowledged. Grasping the situation, he had heard of the enigmatic organization known as Akatsuki. It was rumored to be comprised of formidable rogue ninjas. Hence it was no surprise that Orochimaru mentioned he might be busy in the future, requiring D's assistance in managing the experiments and the base. Let us go? It has been a while since I last encountered Shursui, and I have nearly forgotten the taste of his blood. Nightwind licked his lips, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Shortly thereafter, in the underground base, Level 1 holding chamber. My lord. 2 medical personnel were recording data before instruments, observing the condition of Uchiha Shursui. The body is normal, essentially healthy. D skillfully took the form, glancing at the data before speaking. While undercover in Konoha, he had not been idle. He had consistently been learning various medical techniques. Although he was not yet on par with Orochimaru, his capacity for learning was remarkable, having already mastered the chakra scalpel, with fundamental knowledge firmly etched in his mind. What are the blood samples from recent days? Nightwind inquired, casting a glance at Shursui, losing interest thereafter. The body, now devoid of its most precious eyes, held value solely in its capacity to produce blood, having become a sample for cloning. Just as human limbs do not regenerate upon loss, the eyes would not regrow. Restoring such organs would likely require the terrifying vitality of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. However, the invasive nature of the first cells was so potent that an ordinary individual could scarcely endure it. Lord Orochimaru, in accordance with your prior instructions, I have extracted 2 bags of 400 cubic centimeters blood each, ensuring that it did not affect the survival of Uchiha Shursui. One of the subordinates spoke respectfully. He retrieved 2 bags of dark red blood from the refrigerated chamber and presented them on a plate. Very well, replied Nightwind, his tone casual. His right hand transformed into a phosphorescent white serpent, extending its form to absorb the 2 bags of blood. Perhaps I could commence my experiments with the clones. Nightwind contemplated, a spark of inspiration flickering in his eyes. Once the 5 clones of Uchiha Shursui are born, attempt to merge them with Hashirama cells and observe the results and reactions. Additionally, other bases should begin cultivating as well. Within a year, I expect to witness the birth of at least 100 individuals of Uchiha lineage. In due time, I will return with the Byakugan bloodline, and we shall commence the cultivation of the Byakugan's Kekkei Jinkai together, Nightwind instructed. On his way back with Akamichi, he had already heard news. The envoy from the Land of Thunder was nearing. Following the narrative's progression, he could then secretly plan for the Byakugan bloodline. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Do replied respectfully. For him, the commands of this esteemed figure were paramount. It was Nightwind who had saved him on the battlefield. His life was bestowed by Orochimaru. For the sake of this grand vision, he would spare no effort. His eyes, it seemed they were nearing the second tomo, Nightwind mused, feeling a searing heat emanating from his ocular organs. However, with the increasing consumption of blood, the effects appeared to diminish slightly. If this rate continues, He would likely have to rely on devouring to reach the pinnacle of the three-tomo Sharingan. To attain the power of the Mangeki, he would require an alternative strategy. Regrettably, Uchiha Shursui was not the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. He wondered if Shursui could endure the Hashirama cells. Nightwind shook his head, dispelling such thoughts. He must first resolve the matters at hand. As for those uncertainties, it would not be too late to address them once the clones were born. He also needed to allocate some time to study the body replacement technique. This body was nearing 50, although it appeared remarkably youthful. Its ability to perform ninjutsu was gradually being affected. At the latest, he had 6 years to complete his research on the body replacement technique and find a suitable new vessel, in order to emerge victorious in the forthcoming Shinobi World War. Meticulous preparations were essential. Let us proceed, Akamichi. My teacher has yet to enjoy lunch. Today, I shall savor your culinary skills, Nightwind softly remarked. The crimson glimmer in his eyes flickered and vanished, his expression returning to its usual demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The white-scaled serpent, having consumed the blood, returned to its normal state. Very well, teacher. Hongdo gently nodded. 1 week later, in the underground base, where there was neither day nor night, the corridors were perpetually adorned with dim candles. Aside from the occasional faint screams of experimental subjects, the atmosphere was predominantly serene, with Orochimaru's subordinates diligently toiling away. At last, I have attained the second tomo of the Sharingan. Now, my bloodline can truly be regarded as authentic Uchiha lineage. Yufeng stood before a mirror, admiring the novel transformation within his eyes. Against the backdrop of blood red, the second black tomo had materialized. The journey to the Mangeki Sharingan remains long. Yet I have finally made progress and achieved a breakthrough. Reaching the level of a shadow is merely the beginning. Further advancement is no simple feat. It is through that enigmatic devouring ability that I have ascended so swiftly. Such exquisite eyes are true artistry. If Danzo were to discover my secret, that old dog would surely be driven to madness. Yifeng chuckled mischievously. Not only the Sharingan's bloodline limit, but in the future, I shall collect even more. The greater my power, the more blood of bloodline limit holders I can gather, thus becoming even stronger. Today, the master has grown even more formidable. Hongdo quietly lingered nearby, her eyes shimmering with golden stars. Upon returning to Konoha, the night breeze gently spoke. Let us go, Hongdo. Leave the matters of the base to Do. We shall visit Konoha. Yes, master, Hongdo replied, affectionately linking her arm with his. Today, she donned a pristine white dress, complemented by clean white shoes. Her hair, styled into a lovely short cut rather than the usual bun, framed her delicate and charming face, which required no makeup to be striking. Let us proceed. Night Breeze removed 2 masks from the wall. He had also donned a traditional outfit today, a full gray coat paired with black trousers. Adorning the mask for disguise, he became unrecognizable as Orochimaru, unless Jiraiya activated Sage Mode, capable of sensing his chakra. This mask is astonishingly lifelike. Did you craft it yourself, master? Hongdo inquired, gazing curiously at the soft, thin mask in her hand. He chuckled, a chilling and eerie laugh. Indeed, it is crafted by me, made from genuine human skin. Night Breeze said with a smile, aligning the mask to his face, transforming into an entirely different individual. A somewhat antiquated and solemn young man, approximately 23 years of age. Hongdo remained silent, merely swallowing hard. Summoning her courage, she placed the mask upon her face. Astonished to find her appearance had also altered, bearing no trace of Hongdo. In the mirror stood a woman utterly unfamiliar. Let us proceed. Orochimaru shifted his voice, adopting a gentle tone of a young man. Yes, master, Hongdo replied, subtly altering her voice with a jutsu, resulting in a cooler, more mature sound. Half a day later, at the gates of Konoha, 2 ninjas were stationed, diligently checking for identification. With the recent arrival of envoys from the Land of Thunder, security was particularly stringent, ensuring no suspicious individuals entered. Greetings, please present your identification, the guard stated, noting the approach of the young man and the girl. Ninja-san. My sister and I are here in Konoha for business, Yifeng smiled, presenting a prepared scroll. We are villagers from the Sound Village, having cultivated a bountiful harvest of seasonal fruits, hoping to sell them in Konoha's commercial district. The guard examined the scroll's contents, appearing genuine, complete with the seal of the Sound Village leader. It was a small village, situated within the Land of Fire, of which they had some knowledge. Proceed, the guard said, returning the scroll with indifference. He had scrutinized the pair closely, Neither displayed signs of having trained in ninjutsu, their chakra fluctuations entirely consistent with that of ordinary people. Nothing seemed amiss. Thank you, Ninja-san. The night breeze smiled once more. Soon, Akane returned to Konoha village, hand in hand with a sense of triumph. Akane savored the red bean cake, a perfect match. The girl squinted her eyes in delight, nearly transforming her gaze into a mere slit. Be careful now, she warned. If someone hears you uttering such signature lines, it could spell trouble. Nightwind merely shrugged. If a discerning ear were to overhear her mention of red bean cake and connect it to the ever-present Mitarashi Akane, it could lead to complications. All right, I acknowledge my mistake. Akane quickly apologized, her head slightly bowed. A hint of grievance in her tone. I will be more cautious next time. Nightwind gently patted the girl's head in consolation, though his expression revealed a tangle of thoughts as he gazed vacantly into the distance. What is the teacher pondering? Akane inquired curiously. Are you unhappy to be back here? Ever since entering the dessert shop, Orochimaru had scarcely consumed anything, merely staring vacantly at the crowd outside the window. No, it's nothing, just some matters that evoke a sense of nostalgia, Nightwind replied with a hint of detachment. In truth, according to the original timeline, the ninjas from the Land of Lightning were to visit Konoha with the hidden agenda of abducting Lady Hinata of the Hyuga clan when she was merely 4 or 5 years old. Yet now, Hinata was but an infant of 1 year. Nevertheless, the ninjas from the Land of Lightning had indeed arrived in Konoha today. From the moment he traversed into this world, everything began to shift, diverging from the predetermined course of fate. Any unforeseen events could transpire henceforth. When soldiers come, we shall confront them. When water arrives, we shall bury it. As long as one's own strength is formidable, be they gods or demons, I shall vanquish them all. Nightwind shook his head, dismissing this futile line of thought. If events were to unfold earlier than anticipated, it provided him with an opportunity to navigate the murky waters and acquire the Byakugan's bloodline limit. So sweet things truly are the best, Akane beamed with joy. Nightwind felt a stir within, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Teacher, may I order a few more skewers of dumplings? Of course, feel free to order as you please. Your happiness brings me joy as well. Thank you, teacher. Time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, night fell, a round moon hanging high in the sky, with a few clouds scattered across the horizon. Stay here obediently and do not wander off, Nightwind instructed seriously as he patted Akane's head. He needed to collect the Byakugan and could not have Akane by his side, for unforeseen mishaps could occur. The matter was of utmost importance, and failure was not an option. Akane nodded earnestly, aware that her current abilities could not assist her teacher. Though the Hyuga clan may not rival the Uchiha in power, it undoubtedly stands as one of the foremost families within Konoha, boasting numerous skilled individuals. The domain of the Hyuga clan houses a grand residence, where 2 sentinels vigilantly guard the entrance, while ninjas remain on standby within, ever prepared for action. This is the abode of the clan leader's family. A twist of fate has arrived. Night Wind perched upon a nearby tree, blending almost seamlessly with its trunk. Utilizing Earth Release, he found an exceptional means for concealment and infiltration. Given the caliber of ninjas present, it was impossible for them to detect him. Suddenly, a shadow flitted across the rooftops in the distance, cloaked in a black mask and garbed in dark attire. The Land of Lightning ostensibly visited Konoha to discuss the remnants of the Third Shinobi World War. However, the true objective was to covertly abduct the bloodline of the Hyuga clan, specifically the daughter of the clan leader, Hinata Hyuga. The performance is about to commence. From his vantage point on the tree, Night Wind observed the entire process of this intruder's stealthy entrance. While this ninja's strength may not be formidable, his skills in stealth and technique were undeniably top-notch. Throughout the encounter, the members of the Hyuga family remained oblivious to the intruder, while Night Wind silently followed, slipping into the Hyuga clan's sanctuary without a sound. The new bloodline limit, the Byakugan, is right here, the man in the black cloak murmured. According to intelligence reports, this chamber belongs to Hinata Hyuga, the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan, known for their pure Byakugan lineage. The mere thought of bringing this back to the Land of Lightning made him unable to suppress a laugh. Creak, the wooden door was gently pushed open. Within mere seconds, the cloaked man emerged, cradling a sleeping infant. The young man was still too naive, not realizing the peril he was in, like a man is stalking a cicada. Oblivious to the lurking sparrow, the night breeze sensed this unfolding scene, but did not intervene as the man departed. Someone had already caught wind of the disturbance and was patrolling the clan's premises, making their way toward Hinata's room. In less than 2 minutes, the entire Hyuga territory would be embroiled in chaos. This ninja from the Land of Lightning had no chance of escaping, yet he remained blissfully unaware, conveniently collecting the Byakugan. Nightwind's expression turned cold as he turned to the hidden corners surrounding him. The Hyuga clan was divided into the main house and the branch family. The branch family, from birth, was subjected to a peculiar life and death curse, should anyone dare to resist or if a member of the branch family were captured. The main house could activate the technique from any distance to eliminate them. This was precisely why the leader of the Land of Lightning sought to abduct Hinata. Only members of the main house could be taken alive. Capturing a branch family member would only yield a corpse. Time was of the essence, and Nightwind moved swiftly. The actions taken tonight would ultimately lead to the blame resting on this ninja from the Land of Lightning, allowing him to act without restraint. He could not take a living person back. Instead, he aimed to collect as many Byakugan eyes as possible. Nightwind solidified his resolve. In the silent darkness, the Hyuga clan was in disarray, unaware that a venomous serpent was hunting in the shadows. Come to me. Seizing the opportunity, Nightwind awaited a lone branch family ninja. A serpent emerged from his sleeve, ensnaring the ninja's neck with a vice-like grip. With a decisive strike, Nightwind rendered the man unconscious. He quietly moved the body aside and swiftly extracted the pair of glistening white eyeballs, depositing them into a pre-prepared container. The man should remain incapacitated for about 3 more minutes. During this interval, he could eliminate several more branch family ninjas and acquire additional pairs of Byakugan eyes. Meanwhile, Hinata's father, Hisashi, was jolted awake. Upon learning that his daughter had been taken by a mysterious ninja, he erupted with fury and commenced a search. Fortune smiled upon him as he spotted the cloaked figure near the main gate. "Who are you?" Hisashi demanded, his veins throbbing as he activated his Byakugan. Entering a defensive stance with the 8 trigram soft fist technique at the ready. In just a second, he would strike at this ninja. The man in the black robe surprisingly smiled, utterly disregarding Hinata Hisashi, and attempted to depart from the scene, his gaze rife with contempt, disdain, and an inexplicable, peculiar hue. From the moment he encountered Hisashi, he realized that the plans for the evening had irrevocably shifted. A ninja is never confined to a singular strategy. All contingencies must be accounted for, especially the worst-case scenarios. And now it was. With a swift motion, Hisashi delivered a soft punch. His form as elusive as a specter, striking the black-clad man's chest. Such a forceful blow was met with no attempt at evasion. The man allowed himself to be struck down without resistance. It mattered not. Hisashi cradled the still slumbering Hinata, scrutinizing her with his Byakugan to ascertain that his daughter was indeed unscathed. "Lord Clan Leader! Lord Clan Leader!" At that moment, others began to arrive in succession. "Who is he?" Hisashi replied calmly, though an ominous premonition stirred within him. The black-robed ninja's demise seemed far too casual, lacking any semblance of defiance. Almost as if he had approached Hisashi with a deliberate intent to perish at his hands. "What is this? Curse it! He is the leader of the Raikage Envoy," gasped the crowd, all furrowing their brows. Konoha had endured the devastation of the Ninetales attack a year prior, suffering significant losses, including the sacrifice of the 4th Hokage. To declare war against the Land of Lightning at such a critical juncture. "We've fallen into a trap," Hisashi murmured, slowly closing his eyes and exhaling a sigh. At that very moment, 8 figures, 16 Byakugan from the branch family, TSK, TSK, TSK. The Nightwind carried a satisfied chuckle from the shadows. He needn't speculate on the situation outside. He already knew how it would unfold. Seizing this opportunity amidst the chaos had proven bountiful. Though the absence of living specimens for study was somewhat regrettable. Yet, there was no rush. The Byakugan could be examined at leisure. The true princess of the Byakugan had yet to be born. In a hotel room, a young man clad in white climbed through the window. Despite having engaged in a bout of thievery, not a speck of dirt marred his attire. He could eliminate those unfortunate souls with ease. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Shursui, capable of acting before being ensnared. "Teacher, how did tonight's operation go?" Akane awaited his return in her pajamas. Her small face flushed and adorable, as if she had just emerged from a bath, her hair still drying. Everything proceeded smoothly. Nightwind nodded gently to the night breeze. He once again unfurled the space scroll, retrieving the 16 eyeballs he had just acquired. There was no inclination to admire them, for their aesthetic appeal was decidedly lacking. With a hiss, his right hand transformed into a serpent, widening its enormous maw to consume all the eyeballs in one swift motion, much like his initial act of devouring. Nightwind experienced intense pain, yet after becoming accustomed to this sensation, he found it to be bearable. He had transformed himself into the formidable eight-headed serpent through the eight-headed technique. Such pain was trivial in comparison. The rate of absorption exceeded his expectations. In merely 20 minutes, he reopened his eyes. Within his bloodstream, the manifestation of the Byakugan slowly emerged, genetically altering his body. He could now awaken the Byakugan, albeit akin to all members of the Hyuga clan. It was merely the ordinary Byakugan. It allowed him to perceive the human anatomy and gauge the chakra levels of his adversaries, an enhancement that could be deemed marginal at best. How unsightly, he lamented, receiving a small mirror from Red Bean. These eyes are utterly foolish. It would be best to refrain from using them until I awaken the Rinnegan. The Byakugan appeared as a simple, lustrous white in his gaze. Its manifestation felt like a profound insult to the concepts of art and beauty, dull and uninspiring, and inherently weak. Let us rest. I am weary tonight. The man reverted to his golden-slit pupils, his voice calm and untroubled. Yes, master, Red Bean replied cautiously. Nightwind quickly succumbed to slumber, his breath deep and steady, his eyes shut tight. The girl lay obediently beside him, gently cradling one of his arms with her hands. A night of silence enveloped them. The Path to Immortality, Day 2. Konohagakure. The Hokage Building. Our envoy has been slain by you. Indeed. The ninjas of Konoha must provide us with an explanation. The Hyuga ninja bears not a single mark of injury. Yet our envoy has been struck down in one fell blow? Who, then, ambushed him? Konoha must. Early in the morning. The meeting room was filled with a cacophony of voices. The ninjas of the Land of Lightning refused to acknowledge the wrongdoing of the deceased. Nor would they concede that he intended to abduct the daughter of the Hyuga clan. They adamantly clung to the narrative of their envoy's murder. If Konoha does not surrender the perpetrator, the Cloud Village shall declare war upon you. The envoy's delegation played their trump card. This is a document bearing the seal of the Fourth Raikage. Under special circumstances, it permits the envoy to declare war on behalf of the Raikage. It was evident to any discerning observer that all of this had been meticulously prepared in advance. Even the rhetoric was premeditated. Yet, the upper echelons of Konoha and the Third Hokage found themselves at a loss. This was already a time of great vulnerability. Compounded by the latent threat of the Uchiha clan, Konoha could ill afford the crucible of war. Moreover, should the two great ninja villages engage in battle, the Sand Village and the Stone Village would undoubtedly intervene, escalating the conflict into the Fourth Great Ninja War. The likelihood of Konoha's defeat loomed ominously. The envoy's delegation departed, leaving behind the Third Hokage and the high-ranking officials, along with members of the Hyuga clan. In the meeting room, a chilling silence ensued. What could be done? If sacrificing my own life could save the entire village, Hayashi Hyuga smiled faintly in resignation. Regardless, it was indeed he who had struck the fatal blow. The demand was for his body. It seemed they were resolute in their desire to take back the remains of a clan member for examination. Sigh. The Third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke. In that moment, he appeared to age several years, sighing without uttering a word. Wait, Hayashi, do not make such hasty decisions, an elder from the branch family interjected. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is an invaluable asset to Konoha. Safeguarding this lineage is the duty of the main family. Yet, we, who should dutifully protect it, find ourselves on the brink of war. Hayashi lamented helplessly. Only through his own sacrifice could the greater good be preserved. This was an immutable reality. I am aware of all this, hence, the existence of the branch family is essential. We shall offer the body of Hizashi as your substitute. He has already consented to this arrangement. The elder spoke slowly. As a senior member of the branch family, it was only natural for him to take such actions. A member of the main family, Hayashi was also the leader of the clan. How could he so easily meet his end? For the benefit and future of the entire clan, it is deemed most prudent for Hinata Hizashi, as the younger brother, to exchange his life for that of his elder sibling. However, the intentions of those individuals revolve around the secrets of the Byakugan. Upon Hizashi's demise, the Byakugan within him would be sealed by a curse, which would surely fail to appease the Land of Lightning. Hinata Hayashi could not help but retort, unwilling to see his younger brother sacrifice himself in his stead. Nonetheless, the conditions set forth by the Land of Lightning demanded the surrender of his corpse, feigning agreement. They would accept Hizashi, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Hayashi. Last night, it was indeed Hizashi who vanquished the assailants, while the clan leader remained entirely oblivious. The elder spoke with an air of finality. Yet, Hinata Hayashi hesitated. This was his own flesh and blood, merely born a little earlier, thus becoming the head of the clan. Let me go, brother, Hizashi implored gently. I loathe the fate that has bound the Hyuga clan since my birth. And I resent you. For me, This represents freedom, an opportunity to alter my destiny, and a chance to sacrifice myself to protect you, my brother. For the sake of our clan and village. This is my own will and decision. Hisashi's tone was tender. Hayashi fell silent, struck by the resolve of his younger brother. At this juncture, it seemed that there was no turning back. The third Hokage adjusted his hat, a melancholy glimmer in his eyes. Wordlessly, he departed from this place steeped in sorrow. Meanwhile, at the site where leaves danced in the air, the will of fire burned ever bright. Old man, is this what you call the will of fire? Night Wind stood atop the Hokage rock. The streets were filled with an excited crowd bidding farewell to the delegation from the Land of Lightning, as Hisashi's body, swathed in white cloth, was treated as a trophy on its way back. What a tragic world of ninjas, where only one thing persists through time, Night Wind sighed. What is it, teacher? Akane inquired softly, resting her small hands on her head. Hatred, it can be endlessly transmitted, whether in the Warring States era, the Age of Ninjas, or even a millennium ago during the existence of the Sage of Six Paths. Generations perish, yet victims continue to emerge. Some commit evil acts, creating a vicious cycle. An immutable truth. Only the victors inscribe history, and only the strong are entitled to live freely and with dignity. How many tragedies has the will of fire in Konoha silently fostered? Has Konoha never harmed innocent villages? Has it never slain the blameless? Justice is but a guise for hypocrisy, Night Wind scoffed. War is brutal and bloody. It can never be a beautiful thing. The true victims are compelled into silence. While the 5 great ninja villages continue to indoctrinate their shinobi, persuading them to believe in their own righteousness. All participants in the conflict fight for what they perceive as just yet. This notion of justice is merely a pretext. The world is drenched in blood, repulsive and nauseating. What are your thoughts? The Night Wind gently tousled Akane's hair. She simply wished to remain by her teacher's side. Her teacher's aspirations were her own, and her teacher's goals mirrored her own. It mattered not how. Akane smiled softly, providing her answer. She was such a simple girl, so easily swayed by a touch of affection that she would offer her entire self in return. Endearingly foolish, innocent, and adorable. Good child, a man's horse. Chilling voice echoed, his cold hand stroking the girl's head. Within that smile, a flicker of indulgence momentarily gleamed. The old man is no longer suited for the role of Hokage. He has surpassed his prime, losing the vigor of his youth. Konoha is in decay. The first ninja village is nothing but a hollow title, having once witnessed the pinnacle of Konoha's glory. It must now endure the silence of a village too timid to declare war. Time is indeed a dreadful poison. Only the path to immortality embodies the truth. Naruto cell let us depart. Hondo, but I must retrieve something before we leave, Yifeng remarked with a hint of aloofness. Yes, master, Hondo obediently nodded. The Rinnegan is revered as the pinnacle among the 3 great ocular techniques, a legendary ability attributed to the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage's 2 sons are Ashura and Indra. Indra is the progenitor of the Uchiha clan, while Ashura is the progenitor of the Senju clan. To awaken the Rinnegan, one must possess the reincarnated chakra of Indra and Ashura. Decades ago, Madara awakened the Rinnegan, being the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. In his dying moments, he bit into a piece of flesh from Hashirama, thereby acquiring the power of Hashirama's cells and subsequently awakening the Rinnegan. In this era, the reincarnated bearer of Indra's chakra is Sasuke. It appears that prior to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, it would be futile to seek out Sasuke. Yifeng quickly abandoned that notion. The Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are not comparable. Even he would be swiftly detected by those powerful individuals upon infiltrating their ranks, forcing him to retreat. The reincarnation of Ashura's chakra is Naruto, a fact thanks to the 3rd Hokage. Yifeng let out a cold smile. Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the son of the 4th Hokage, had a vastly different upbringing than Sasuke, having been raised in an orphanage. Although there were Umbu observing him, those individuals would not be able to discern his presence. With this visit to Konoha, it would be an opportune moment to acquire some of Naruto's cells for cultivation in the laboratory. Not long after, at the orphanage, a baby just over a year old is under the care of a nurse, alongside other orphans. This is Uzumaki Naruto. He should have been the descendant of a hero in Konoha, yet is now regarded as an ill omen due to the nine tails sealed within him. The identity of the Hokage's son has been ordered to be concealed by the 3rd Hokage. It is true that revealing the identity of the 4th's son could lead to assassination. But would not the revelation of the Jinchuriki status attract the attention of other villages? Yifeng felt a deep disdain within. Danzo once proposed the notion of conditioning Naruto from a young age as a tool, indoctrinating him to serve as a war machine. The third Hokage, after contemplation, rejected this proposal. It seemed a display of compassion, yet Naruto, being the descendant of a hero, ought to have enjoyed better treatment. Now, deprived of what he deserved, he was abandoned in an orphanage, ostracized by villagers, unaware of the identities and fates of his parents. For Umbu guards, their vigilance is indeed intense. Yifeng left Hongdo at a clothing store on the street and approached the orphanage. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds reminiscent of whack-a-mole echoed. A man's head eerily emerged from the ground, his hand striking with lethal force to shatter a victim's skull. Simultaneously, dozens of white serpents slithered forth from the sleeves of his garment. One man fell lifeless, while 3 others were ensnared and strangled by the serpents. However, the members of the Umbu were indeed well trained. Even in their final moments, one of them ruthlessly activated an explosive tag. A resounding explosion echoed near the orphanage. Nightwind was acutely aware of the urgency and chose not to linger over the 4 corpses, hastening instead towards Naruto's direction. The power of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was formidable. Yet having him nearby felt like a burden. Should he abduct Naruto? He would not only incite the ire of the major ninja villages but also draw the attention of the Akatsuki, who would demand Naruto's return. Should he be compelled to relinquish Naruto, the entire narrative would spiral into chaos, slipping from his grasp. Conversely, refusing to hand over Naruto would invite terrifying repercussions. And he was not yet equipped to confront the Akatsuki's threats. To ensure his own safety, extracting only a portion of cells for research appeared to be the most prudent choice. With the Death God mask in his possession, he effectively held half of the Nine-Tails, rendering such risks unnecessary. The explosion sent the infants in the orphanage into a frenzy of wails. Several nurses rushed to calm the distressed children. Meanwhile, Konoha must have already realized something was amiss with Naruto. It would not be long before countless ninjas surrounded the area, leaving him with little time. There he was. Nightwind emerged from the ground, scanning the vicinity until his gaze landed upon the golden-haired infant. He swiftly produced a small knife and a glass container to collect flesh. What are you doing? An enemy. We have an intruder. The nurses shrieked in terror. Regrettably, they were merely ordinary medical staff, not ninjas, and could do nothing but watch helplessly as Nightwind severed a piece of flesh from young Naruto's arm. Having completed his grim task, Nightwind paid no heed to the crying infants or the panicked nurses. It was not that he harbored any desire to harm these women. Rather, his paramount priority was to escape. If surrounded by a multitude of ninjas, today's events would become exceedingly precarious. Reverse summoning technique. Nightwind withdrew his items into a space scroll and formed hand seals. He had previously placed a small serpent with his summoning mark on Akane. Using this technique would allow him to teleport to her. Boom. The mysterious man dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. 10 seconds later. Damn it. Have I arrived too late? The Umbu members have perished. Report. 3 of the deceased were strangled. The other had his skull crushed. Minutes later, the Hokage arrived at the scene, but by that time, the assailant had already made his escape. At the gates of Konoha. Teacher, will we come back to Konoha in the future? Akane asked curiously. If you wish to play, the teacher will accompany you when time allows. It matters not where we go, yet presently, such leisure is scarce. Do you understand, Hongdo? The night breeze gently caressed the little girl's head as he spoke softly. Without sufficient strength, one cannot wield authority in this world. The powerless cannot dictate their own fate. I am willing to follow the teacher for eternity. Please grant me the cursed seal. After a moment of silence, Hongdo suddenly declared, Cursed seal. That is a technique studied by Orochimaru, capable of unleashing terrifying power within a human body, yet the survival rate of the experiments is less than 1 in 10. Those who endure can harness the strength of the cursed seal. In the first state, strange black runes or spots cover the entire body, amplifying ninjutsu and chakra. In the second state, the power of the cursed seal envelopes the skin, transforming the body into a grotesque form, significantly enhancing all abilities. In this state, even a low-ranking ninja can exhibit strength comparable to that of a high-ranking one. As for the side effects of the cursed seal, prolonged reliance on this power will lead to being consumed by malevolent chakra, ultimately resulting in the loss of one's consciousness, becoming a mindless creature driven solely by a thirst for blood. Moreover, each cursed seal carries a fragment of Orochimaru's soul. Should the original host perish, they can be resurrected through the cursed seal. What a resolute gaze you possess. However, I must decline. The art of summoning and the technique of impure world reincarnation. Why? Hongdo felt some confusion. If she were to grow stronger, She could assist her master rather than merely serve as a decorative piece. There are myriad ways to attain strength. Curse seals represent the most inferior option. I can transform you into a weapon. Yet I desire this blade to endure longer than just a few years. Do you understand? Yifeng shook his head. The original intention behind the development of curse seals was to cultivate the sage mode, harnessing natural chakra. Who could have foreseen that the experiment would fail, resulting in the current state of cursed seals? Yes, I understand, Master. Hongdo nodded. In that moment, her heart swelled with assurance that her master did not merely exploit her, but harbored a deeper sentiment. Even if one were to be utilized, they would still possess a certain value, rather than being utterly worthless. However, Orochimaru had no interest in pondering the girl's thoughts. In the experimental base, Master, Do respectfully knelt. Rise, there is no need for such formality, Yifeng smiled. Yes, Do was already exceedingly reverent, his eyes shimmering with fervent zeal. Lord Orochimaru was his sole deity. This is the cell of Naruto Uzumaki. Please cultivate it alongside the Hashirama cells and ensure its preservation. It may not have immediate utility, but it must be safeguarded. I intend to seclude myself to research in pure world reincarnation, Yifeng stated calmly. Understood. The ninja world remained tranquil, at least on the surface, where peace prevailed. Although the Land of Lightning had inflicted losses upon Konoha, what they gained was merely a useless corpse. The wounds from the Third Great Ninja War still throbbed faintly, as each village recuperated. In Konoha, although there were minor issues with the oversight of the Jinchuriki, it seemed the intruders bore no intent to harm Naruto. The third Hokage had subsequently intensified the surveillance, deploying no less than 8 Umbu to ensure constant watch over the Jinchuriki, with shifts rotating every minute, 24 hours a day. After all, the Nine Tails held immense significance for Konoha. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan grew restless in the shadows. Danzo had conferred with the third Hokage several times. Yet the nature of their discussions remained known solely to the two elders. Tom quietly slipped away. 3 months later, near the Sound Village. Is the sacrificial offering prepared? Yifeng's voice barely concealed his excitement. His eyes, though weary, sparkled with exhilaration. The forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, left behind by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had finally been deciphered. Though it still bore slight imperfections, it was now sufficiently operational. With continuous refinement of the ninjutsu, the resurrected deceased could regain their peak combat prowess. Serving his purpose, 2 sacrifices are prepared, all executed according to the elder's command, Do respectfully replied. The youth appeared somewhat juvenile, yet his methods were ruthlessly cold-blooded, exhibiting an unwavering loyalty and fervor towards Orochimaru. Very well, bring them forth, Nightwind stated softly. Understood. Do gestured towards the door, and 2 subordinates clad in protective gear entered, escorting the sacrifices. One was a Nin from the Sound Village, while the other was merely an unfortunate villager captured at random. Have you made up your mind? Once the technique begins, there is no turning back. Nightwind remarked with a chilling smile. Yes, I have made my decision, Lord Orochimaru. After my demise, I hope you will honor your promise to provide my wife with 1 million Ryo, the Nin proclaimed, undaunted by death. He was already afflicted with a terminal illness, with less than 5 years to live. Thus, when Orochimaru sought skilled ninjas as sacrifices, he eagerly volunteered, hoping to leave behind some wealth for his family. Simply fulfill your task, and your family will naturally receive the funds, Do coldly replied. 1 million Ryo is but a trifling sum. The entire Sound Village could be considered Orochimaru's private estate. Put it on, and slit your abdomen, Nightwind commanded without further ado. The 2-tomo Sharingan activated, bathing the room in a crimson glow as a simple genjutsu was cast. Yes, the Nin murmured in response. The pale death mask clung tightly to his face, and a tremendous surge of energy emanated from it. A horned demon with purple skin materialized, its form nearly filling the dimly lit chamber, draped in a voluminous white robe, wielding a long blade in its mouth. This was the Grim Reaper of this world. With a swift motion, the Nin, as the sacrifice, used a kunai to slice open his abdomen. The Grim Reaper mirrored the action, severing its own belly, from which a blue light emerged. This was the soul of the 4th Hokage, sealed within the Shinigami, along with the 9 Tails of Darkness. Following this, the wound on the Grim Reaper's abdomen swiftly healed, while the Nin, as the sacrificial offering, was consumed, his soul entering the depths of the Grim Reaper. Lord Orochimaru, this is the second sacrifice, Do gently stated as he brought forth an unconscious ordinary person. Nightwind nodded. At that moment, he produced the long-prepared remains. A collection of foul, decaying bones. He had plundered the graves of the Hokages, having prepared the remains of the first, second, and even the fourth, who had fallen just a year prior. These were the essential components for performing the impure world reincarnation technique. First, a portion of the deceased's remains, and a living person as the sacrifice. Second, the soul of the deceased must not be sealed. The 4 seals, In, Si, Wu, and Qin, were completed. Nightwind clasped his hands together, unleashing a surge of chakra, ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation. The remains of Minato Namikaze gradually approached the living body as black runes spread across the ground, encircling the offering at the center of the technique. The impure earth from the Pure Land began to manifest, enveloping the living form and merging into it piece by piece. Signs and features began to transform, everything evolving in an entirely different direction. Gradually, he morphed into a young man with golden short hair, draped in the Hokage cloak. Within him, a powerful chakra presence resonated, the essence of the Nine Tails. Excellent, it seems the technique has succeeded. Nightwind licked his lips, producing a kunai inscribed with a note bearing the name Minato Namikaze, an integral component of the impure world reincarnation technique. By merging this into the resurrected body, the deceased would regain their consciousness from before death and obey the summoner's commands. The forbidden technique was successfully executed. Here, Minato slowly opened his eyes, finding himself in a dimly lit basement. His memories lingered at the moment of his death, leaving him somewhat dazed. A year has passed, and at the moment of parting, it has indeed been a long time since we last met, Yefeng greeted, though his expression bore signs of fatigue. The fruits of months of relentless research had finally borne results, filling his heart with immense joy. Are you, Lord Orochimaru? Minato exclaimed, his mouth agape and his pupils slightly constricted. However, Orochimaru did not issue any commands that would allow him to move, leaving him only able to speak. I am aware you have many questions, yet regrettably, I lack the time for idle chatter. Should the need arise, I shall summon you again. Yefeng replied with a satisfied nod. With the power of half of the Nine Tails at his disposal, Minato was now a tool for him to wield. However, the impure world reincarnation technique was not yet perfected. Certain aspects required further refinement to enable Minato to unleash his full potential. Suddenly, a wooden coffin emerged from the ground, enveloping Minato and sealing him within before vanishing back underground. Congratulations, Lord Orochimaru. We have made significant progress towards our goal. Kabuto and Karen beamed with smiles. Indeed. Yefeng narrowed his eyes. This development was indeed worthy of celebration. With the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, he could clandestinely assemble a formidable army of the deceased, including many renowned figures from history and the former leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages. Tomb raiding. This task suits me best. When the Akatsuki reaches out, I can seize the opportunity to gather corpses from around the world while completing my mission, Yefeng mused quietly. It was not that he wished to shirk his duties, rather. Tomb raiding demanded strength. Should he be discovered midway, he would lose both the corpses and his subordinates, resulting in a double loss. The more formidable the tomb raider, the greater the assurance of success. Thus, it was most fitting for him to undertake this task personally. By the way, Lord Orochimaru, amidst your recent research endeavors, there is a matter I have yet to inform you of, Kabuto said respectfully. Oh, what is it? Yefeng inquired softly, returning to the present. It is said to be a girl you once tasked us with locating. She has red hair and is named Karen. However, there are some discrepancies with your description. She is only around 2 years old, not 5, and is the adopted daughter of a couple who just moved to the Sound Village. Currently, Karen is at the base. Under constant supervision, Kabuto explained calmly. Oh, that makes sense. I had indeed misremembered. She is now 2 years old, as it should be. Let us go see her. Yefeng replied. It had been a mere slip of the tongue on his part. In this timeline, Karen was indeed still very young. Sensei, does she possess any special attributes? Karen inquired curiously. Xianglin is one of the last survivors of the Uzumaki clan. Her bloodline possesses certain advantages, enabling her to heal wounds and providing commendable sensory capabilities, albeit not on par with those of a sage. The innate talent for sealing techniques, the ability to heal with her blood, and the chakra perception extending over several dozen miles make her an exceptional asset from birth, said Nightwind. With proper nurturing, she may evolve into another formidable figure like Do. A moment later, the trio entered a level 1 care room. How small, Hondo remarked, surveying the sleeping infant in awe. Indeed, only 2 years old, So very young. Is there a blood sample available? If not, draw a little for me, Nightwind commanded. He held little concern for the infant, as there remains a considerable time before maturation. Master, this is the blood sample taken 2 days ago. One of his subordinates replied respectfully, presenting a small blood bag. Given the infant's age, the quantity was minimal. Drawing too much could endanger its life. Excellent, Nightwind acknowledged. Skillfully transforming his right hand into a serpent and consuming a portion of the blood within the bag. Shortly thereafter, a warm sensation coursed through him, slightly enhancing his chakra perception capabilities. It seems this is a talent for sensing chakra, a modest augmentation, yet beneficial. From now on, take great care of her. Draw only the minimum amount of blood to avoid harming her. As for her education and skill cultivation as she matures, entrust everything to Do, and follow his instructions diligently. Understood? Nightwind ordered. Yes, master, came the enthusiastic reply. A year later, in the land of waves, on a deserted island surrounded by the sea. Cloaked in natural forests and poisonous barriers, bolstered further by Nightwind's array of lethal serpents. Even seasoned Ch-Neen could fall prey to the island's beasts and succumb to toxins. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation, Nightwind bellowed. As his words echoed, 4 wooden coffins emerged from the earth, revealing 4 figures. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Tsunade's first love, Dan Kato. Truly a masterpiece. As vessels of impure reincarnation, even upon destruction, they can be reborn endlessly. Only sealing techniques can bind these deceased souls. My pool of pawns has expanded, Nightwind mused, a satisfied sigh escaping his lips. The 3-tomo Sharingan flickered in his eyes, the crimson hue intensifying. The blood of Shui had nearly lost its potency, as he had ceased its consumption 3 months prior. Moreover, the new generation of clones had been birthed. Artificial constructs created from the cells of Uchiha Shui. As a result of being clones, these children possessed the double Tomo Sharingan from the moment of their birth. Among the 14, a select few even exhibited the 3-tomo Sharingan. He had consumed those eyeballs using the White Serpent, thereby enhancing the Uchiha bloodline within him, elevating his ocular prowess directly to the 3-tomo, nearly reaching its zenith. The only lamentable aspect is that such accumulation alone cannot transcend into the Manjiki Sharingan. Perhaps success is attainable, but it would require an unfathomable quantity. Rather than that, it would be wiser to devise a means to achieve the Manjiki, or even mass-produce the Manjiki Sharingan. Teacher, did you say you would be leaving yesterday? Hongdo inquired curiously from the side. Her strength had not notably changed. She had merely developed physically, becoming even more beautiful. I have accomplished most of what needed to be done. It is time for me to visit the Rain Village and meet those 2, to join the Akatsuki and initiate the next phase of the plan, Nightwind replied softly. Teacher, could you take me with you? After much hesitation, Hongdo posed this naive question. Foolish girl, even within the Akatsuki. My strength would only suffice for self-preservation. The level of danger is beyond your imagination, Nightwind chuckled, gently ruffling the little girl's hair. In the best-case scenario, it will take a year, in the worst, 2. Endure for a while, and you shall live in the Sound Village. If you have any needs, communicate with those people. But remember not to wander too far. But, without you by my side, it feels as though I have died, Hongdo murmured, her eyes shimmering with tears. Unable to meet the man's gaze. The eye transplant surgery. The night breeze fell silent. To be honest, he found such tedious scenes rather distasteful. They were not the protagonists of a tragic romance. Why evoke such sorrow? It was not a matter of life and death. The red bean was merely a beautiful and charming little flower. Losing one small flower did not diminish the countless others that flourished in the world. Whether plucked, admired, ravaged, or destroyed, these were his supreme rights. For he was Orochimaru, a man destined to transform the shinobi world. Master, I am aware of my obstinacy and my inadequacies, but I cannot deceive my heart. Without you, what meaning does life hold? Red Bean choked out. Love is akin to a vial of slow-acting poison. By the time one realizes it, the situation is irretrievable. Death is of little consequence. I desire you to live for me, to fulfill my ambitions. My subordinates must not be burdensome, especially not a weeping, disobedient girl. The night breeze spoke softly. However, Red Bean, this time I shall not punish you. You have indeed reminded me of something I had forgotten to retrieve from Konoha. Since you wish to join me in Akatsuki, prove your resolve. Let me witness your potential. If you perish, I shall resurrect you with the impure world reincarnation, extracting every ounce of value from you. Do you understand? The chilling tone of the night breeze resonated. Yet to Red Bean's ears, it seemed a form of salvation. Yes, master, the girl replied with unwavering determination. 2 days later, Konoha Village. According to Konoha's calendar, it had been 50 years since the founding of the village by the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Many exceptional ninjas safeguarded this village. While they paled in comparison to the sage, they were remarkably adept for reconnaissance, the night breeze mused. After changing their attire, the two donned human skin masks and infiltrated Konoha once more. Having absorbed Karen's blood, he possessed the unique ability to sense chakra over a vast radius. Having encountered that individual previously, he could now easily locate him. This was the advantage of bloodline limits. As he grew stronger and acquired more abilities, he would inevitably become the mightiest in the shinobi realm. Let us proceed. There is no time for play. After acquiring our target, we shall immediately use the reverse summoning technique to depart from here. Do you comprehend? The night breeze stated calmly. Understood. Red Bean responded obediently and quietly. A closer examination would reveal the gravity etched upon her features. She recognized this as her sole opportunity to remain by her master Orochimaru's side through external means. Moments later, in a residential area of Konoha, the night breeze knocked on the door with a rhythmic knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Came a somewhat languid and impatient voice from within. Upon opening the door, a silver-haired youth clad in the uniform of a Nin appeared. His Konoha ninja headband was askew, obscuring his left eye, giving him an air of despondency and aloofness. This was Hatake Kakashi, son of the legendary Konoha White Fang. Tsukumo Hatake, once a student of Minato alongside Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin. He was also the disciple of Jiraiya's disciple. The reason his left eye was covered was due to the transplantation of Obito's Sharingan, which was precisely the objective of the night breeze's visit. A Mangeki Sharingan activated with the Kimui technique, yet Kakashi himself remained unaware of its true capabilities. Who are you? Kakashi furrowed his brow, appearing unfazed on the surface, while his right hand instinctively gripped his ninja tool pouch, ready to form seals or draw a kunai. Both the peculiar man and the girl before him seemed utterly unfamiliar. Kakashi, have you forgotten me so soon? The night breeze licked his lips, his golden serpent eyes glimmering with a chilling light. Orochimaru. Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively retreating. His mind raced to devise a sliver of a plan for escape. Bang! I won't make the same mistake twice. Another figure of the night breeze emerged from within the room. Silently appearing from behind, he delivered a swift chop that rendered Kakashi unconscious. From the very beginning, his true self had been lurking beneath the ground using earth release, while the figure outside was merely a clay clone infused with chakra. I nearly forgot. There are other Mangeki Sharingan in Konoha besides the Uchiha clan, and they are within reach, the night breeze remarked calmly, skillfully retrieving his tools. He proceeded to extract Kakashi's left eye. Let's head back. I will implant the eye for you shortly. Casting a glance at Akatsuki, he continued. Though I could absorb the eye's power myself, it matters little to let you try. Understood, Akatsuki nodded. Reverse summoning technique. The master and student simultaneously invoked their jutsu, arriving silently and departing just as quietly. As for Kakashi, he would have to await his own awakening. An hour later, in an underground base. Do not be afraid. This process will be swift. I will preserve your eye carefully, and it can be reimplanted in the future. However, if I find you incapable of mastering its power, I will reclaim it immediately. Do you understand? As he donned his gloves, the night breeze addressed the girl on the operating table. As I meticulously organized the surgical instruments and anesthetics required for the procedure, I occasionally glanced at the slightly anxious figure of Hong Do beside me. Yes, teacher, please proceed with confidence. I am determined to succeed, she declared earnestly. It is difficult to fathom such a resolute expression on the face of a 13-year-old girl. Yet, she is a ninja. And being a ninja entails enduring what ordinary people cannot bear. Her choice to follow this malevolent man has inevitably led her down a path of no return. The data appears normal. Your body is remarkably healthy, Yifeng reiterated, casting a nonchalant glance at the readings on the instruments. His gaze returned to the surgical table, fixating on Hong Do's striking hazel eyes. Your eyes are beautiful, but should you perish, they will lose their allure. It is only while you are alive, with your rosy and charming visage, that they appear so lovely. Live for me, Hong Do. Yifeng's voice was soft, tinged with a rasp, reminiscent of a serpent's hiss, as if a demon whispered in the dead of night. Are you ready? He inquired once more. Hong Do replied without hesitation. Yifeng began the procedure, injecting the anesthetic into her system, allowing a few moments for the drug to take effect. A short while later, observing the dazed look in Hong Do's eyes, Yifeng firmly grasped the scalpel. The eye transplant commenced. The surgical procedure proceeded remarkably well. During the operation, there were no evident signs of rejection. Hong Do's body successfully assimilated the Sharingan. However, the extent to which Hong Do could harness this newfound power remained uncertain. As dusk enveloped the sky, the forest lay in tranquil silence, a chill breeze sweeping through. Perception, replication, illusion. Under your command, the Sharingan retains its three-tomo form. Can you sense anything beyond this? Night Wind inquired. If it merely mirrors Kakashi's half-hearted capabilities, I shall reclaim this eye. A sense of strength was palpable. Yet something extraordinary eluded him. Hong Do earnestly endeavored to unlock the eye's potential, but regrettably, he was met with failure. Much like Kakashi, he remained perpetually in the activated state of the Sharingan, limited to the three-tomo form, unable to awaken the Meijiki. I see, Night Wind remarked. A hint of disappointment in his voice. Silence descended, chilling the atmosphere. Orochimaru-sama, I have a suggestion, Do interjected suddenly, his gaze flickering towards Hong Do's left eye. As if struck by an idea. Speak, Night Wind replied coolly. Given that Orochimaru-sama's body has undergone transformation, gradually merging the powers of various bloodlines through the ingestion of blood, might it be possible to reverse this process? Perhaps others could try consuming your blood to achieve a form of balance? I apologize for my boldness, but there may indeed be theoretical merit to this. Furthermore, there are curse seals which can enhance a person's chakra and distort their will, leading them towards aggression and bloodlust. The Sharingan, being a cursed and malevolent ocular technique, might resonate with these seals, thereby unearthing the true potential of this eye. Do articulated earnestly, respectfully half kneeling on the ground, clearly having contemplated this deeply. That is a commendable suggestion, yet Hong Do is not the ideal candidate for such an experiment. And we lack the luxury of time for further research. Night Wind hesitated, weighing the implications. Your reasoning holds some validity, but it remains speculative. Should anything go awry, Hong Do could very well perish on the spot. We can consider the cursed seal later. Your reminder regarding blood is noted. As I have yet to experiment with having others consume my own. After a moment of contemplation, Night Wind concluded, let us proceed. Without further hesitation, he deftly sliced his arm with a kunai, allowing the dark red liquid to flow from his veins into a glass cup below. As this was a preliminary experiment, he only filled half a cup, mindful of the uncertainty surrounding his own physical condition. Should any toxicity arise, a smaller quantity would be easier to manage. Understood, Master. The crimson Sharingan in Hong Do's left eye flickered in the darkness as she unhesitatingly drank from the cup filled with blood. Yefeng simultaneously activated his Byakugan, intently observing the chakra fluctuations within Hong Do. Do, feeling a twinge of anxiety, monitored the changes in Hong Do's complexion. Indeed, my blood proves effective for others as well. Yefeng narrowed his eyes. Through the lens of the Byakugan, he noticed the chakra within Hong Do begin to shift, particularly around her left eye, where the Sharingan had been implanted. It resonated with her bloodline, as her chakra gradually fused with the power of the Sharingan, as if she were becoming one of the Uchiha clan. Has it succeeded? Do exhaled in relief. This idea had been his suggestion. If it had failed, the consequences would have been dire. How do you feel? Yefeng inquired. The clarity of my left eye has intensified, accompanied by a warm sensation. Moreover, I sense a peculiar transformation. If I channel more chakra, the eye will undergo further changes. Hong Do replied. Then let us attempt to inject chakra, Yefeng commanded. If my assumptions are correct, this should lead to the Meijiki. Indeed, Hong Do nodded, slowly closing her eyes to keenly attune herself to the power residing within, as her chakra gathered towards her left eye. Moments later, she reopened her eyes. In her scarlet left eye, 3 black tomo had transformed into a triad of swirling black pinwheels, encircling one another. It exuded a chilling, sinister aura. The power of the Meijiki. Even Yefeng felt a shiver down his spine. Do, on the other hand, was even more terrified. It has awakened. This is the Meijiki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Both Do and Yefeng marveled in astonishment. Teacher, may I give it a try? I feel this power. It is truly. Hong Do's cheeks flushed with excitement. Kamui should not be used recklessly. Aim for that tree. Yefeng pointed to a nearby large tree. The technique could distort space and pose significant danger. With sufficient chakra, it could even transport a mountain to another dimension. Understood, Hong Do replied. her gaze fixated on the designated tree. Crack, crack, crack. An eerie vortex began to materialize, tearing at the fabric of space, as an invisible force crushed the tree into countless fragments. In the blink of an eye, those shards vanished, transported to another realm. Indeed, the left eye of Obito Uchiha is remarkably effective. While Obito's right eye allows for intangibility, transferring external objects requires direct contact. In contrast, the left eye can unleash Kamui from a distance, albeit lacking the ability to become intangible. However, one thing remains unchanged. Both eyes possess the ability to traverse into alternate dimensions, and they can also bear outsiders. Master, have I succeeded? Red Bean inquired, feeling the energy within her. My chakra should still have enough potency for 2 more releases. If the area to be distorted is vast, I may only have the opportunity for a single release. Is that somewhat lacking? She clenched her small hands in anxiety. The crimson hue of her left eye faded, returning to its normal black form, evidently due to the blood of night wind, which had altered her constitution in some way. Now, she could be considered half of the Uchiha clan. That's already quite impressive. If there are other techniques to restrict the enemy's escape, this maneuver becomes exceedingly difficult to defend against. Possessing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan already meets the conditions for entering the Akatsuki. As for other aspects, I will nurture you gradually. Nightwind remarked, gently ruffling Red Bean's hair. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise today. Red Bean could indeed wield this pair of eyes. In time, as experiments yield the Uchiha clan's Mangeki, he would be able to bestow upon Red Bean a complete set. As for the left eye, endowed with the power of Kamui, it would inevitably be reclaimed, though the timing remained uncertain. This also included the right eye currently with Obito, which was equally among his targets. Though from now on, these bases will be under your management, Nightwind stated calmly. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Rest assured, I will execute your orders without fail, Do replied respectfully. That is reassuring. Beneath the night sky, the moonlight carried a chill. 2 figures vanished into the forest. 5 days later, in the land of rain, within the village of Amigakure. Since the inception of the First Shinobi World War, conflicts among the great nations have surged relentlessly. On the brutal battlegrounds, even children as young as 4 or 5 have been thrust into the chaos. Individuals such as Shursui, Kakashi Hitaki, and Itachi Uchiha were prodigies who graduated from the ninja academy at the tender age of 6 or 7, entering the fray to confront their foes. Resources are finite, and as the burden of population increases, these great nations often resort to warfare to seize what they covet. Tragically, the smaller nations bear the brunt of these conflicts. These vulnerable states possess no agency, frequently becoming the battlegrounds for the great power skirmishes. The Land of Rain is one such nation, situated at the confluence of the fire, wind, and earth countries. Each outbreak of war sees the unfortunate civilians of the Land of Rain suffering immensely, many left to perish from starvation on the streets. When hostilities cease, the great nations redistribute resources, leaving the Land of Rain with nothing but devastation and countless corpses. Amigakure is a unique little town, perpetually enveloped in the rainy season. Its skies shrouded in gloom, seldom graced by the sun, as if cursed by some malevolent force. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The night breeze cradled a black umbrella, accompanied by a serious-faced Conan. The pair did not alter their appearances. Rather, they directly entered the village. Due to the incessant rainfall, Nagato devised a secret technique whereby every droplet of rain serves as his eye. Anyone who enters this village remains under Nagato's vigilant surveillance. During Hanzo's reign, Amigakure was renowned across the ninja world as a training ground for assassination ninjas, celebrated for its mastery of stealth techniques. However, after Pain assumed control, all communication with the outside world ceased. This reign is truly relentless. Do you find it to your liking? The night breeze inquired softly, gently tousling the girl's hair with his left hand. As long as I am with my teacher, I can go anywhere, Conan replied slowly. Such a good girl. The man's voice was typically devoid of emotion, yet a rare tenderness surfaced when addressing the child. They have already noticed me. Why not allow for an introduction? He calmly suggested. Let us have someone guide us. He spoke as if conversing with the air. Coming to a halt at a street corner with Conan, he patiently awaited. Will anyone truly hear us? Conan inquired, blinking in confusion. The rain, he has infused his vast chakra within it. In this village, he is akin to a deity who knows all. No secret can remain concealed, the night breeze elucidated. Although enacting such a technique requires an immense reservoir of chakra, For the wielder of the Rinnegan, it is merely a trifling feat. Oh, Conan nodded, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Truly. He was as mysterious and fearsome as the rumor suggested. The Akatsuki organization is indeed comprised of extraordinary beings. 10 minutes later, at last, someone has come knocking. Orochimaru, the S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, was suspected of capturing ninjas from the village, including members of the Uchiha clan. A cold, emotionless voice echoed through the air. As Nightwind and Hondo turned to look, they beheld a woman approaching with an umbrella. She had short, pale lavender hair and light orange eyes, adorned with a delicate purple paper flower on the right side of her head. Her beauty was striking, complemented by a black stud beneath her lip. She was clad in a voluminous black cloak embroidered with red clouds, the attire of the Akatsuki organization. Pain requests your presence, Conan stated flatly, casting a detached glance at the two, showing no inclination to draw nearer. How cautious, Nightwind murmured, offering Hondo a reassuring look before following behind Conan with measured steps. After a brief moment, they arrived at a modest dwelling in the Rain Village. Although Nagato's true form resided at the peak of the tallest tower, this meeting was with Pain, specifically the Deva path of the 6 paths of Pain, in a rather casual setting. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin alongside Jiraiya. I had intended to send someone to seek you out, the man said in a nonchalant tone. The Deva path, constructed from Yahiko's corpse, bore the Rinnegan in its eyes, with numerous black rods embedded in its body, giving it a rather peculiar appearance. Its attire mirrored that of the Akatsuki, a black robe adorned with red clouds. The Akatsuki has long been renowned, and seeing it in person does indeed affirm its reputation. Perhaps we could strike a bargain, Nightwind remarked with a light smile. The Akatsuki was in need of talent and would not hastily act against him, for killing him without cause would yield them nothing. Very well, share your thoughts. The Deva path replied, maintaining a consistently placid expression as he sat in a chair. I require corpses, numerous corpses, particularly those of powerful individuals. In exchange, I can assist the Akatsuki, Nightwind stated matter-of-factly. Oh, the Deva path regarded Nightwind with a hint of curiosity. However, it matters little, as those gathered here all possess their own secrets and motives. Besides, corpses are generally of little use to anyone. Scorpion might utilize some for puppet creation, but beyond that, most have no need for them. Agreed, I accept this condition, the Deva path nodded promptly. However, before we discuss serious matters, could this little one demonstrate their strength? He added, his tone remaining neutral. There was no doubt about Orochimaru's prowess, qualifying him for membership in the Akatsuki. Yet, what of Hondo? She appeared to be an utterly ordinary ninja. Let them show what they can do. After all, they are a noteworthy achievement, Nightwind commanded. Yes, master. Hondo replied, promptly activating her Sharingan, revealing the mesmerizing pattern of the Meijiki. The scarlet, exquisite eyes, radiating a subtle aura of malevolence, appeared upon a ninja who was not of the Uchiha clan. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Is it an implantation? Moreover, its shape resembles that of Akatsuki's. Pain was once again taken aback. The individuals I brought with me undoubtedly possess a certain confidence. As for these eyes, I would kindly ask both of you to keep their existence confidential for the time being. Red Bean will serve as my subordinate and a provisional member of the Akatsuki organization, though not yet a formal member. Shall we proceed to discuss further? Nightbreeze spoke softly. Splendid. With your addition, the organization shall surely flourish even more. Here is your communication ring. I will inform you of any matters through it. This child, as you mentioned, shall temporarily remain as a provisional member. Should you have any inquiries about the Akatsuki, you may infuse chakra into the ring to reach me. Pain said slowly, without hesitation, as he extended the ring inscribed with the character for Void. Your codename is Void. Do you have any further questions? Conan inquired. What is the organization's ultimate goal? As far as I know, over the years, you have engaged in warfare as mercenary ninjas for profit. Yet there have been no other peculiar actions. Is earning money merely preparatory work? What comes next? Nightbreeze asked, although he had an inkling of the answer. Remaining silent would seem rather odd. Warfare. The Akatsuki shall personally initiate the 4th Great Ninja War, which will also be the final conflict of the ninja world. Following the accumulation of wealth, our next target will be the tailed beasts from each village, allowing the world to experience suffering, and ultimately ushering in enduring peace. Forged through fear, Pain articulated coldly, his gaze drifting towards the rain-soaked window. Peace, you say? Perhaps this world indeed requires peace, Nightbreeze mused, momentarily taken aback. then offering a faint smile. The peace he referred to was not synonymous with the peace Pain envisioned. The Akatsuki has recently lacked significant missions. Should you take an interest? You might engage in bounty hunting to assist the organization in earning some funds, akin to Kakuzu. However, if you choose not to, that is perfectly acceptable. I shall contact you through the ring should any missions arise. With that, Pain departed alongside Conan. The rain continued to fall outside. Yefeng had donned the Akatsuki cloak. And beside him stood Hondo, who, however, lacked a ring. Master, where shall we go next? Hondo inquired softly. To the village hidden in the mist, Yefeng replied calmly. Our initial task is to collect the corpses of the former leaders from various ninja villages. If the opportunity arises, we might also intervene with the Jinchuriki. There is no urgency concerning the one tail from Sunagakure or the fourth Kazekage. However, the techniques of Inoki from a Wagakure present a challenge. Thus, our highest priority lies with the second Mizukage, Kagaya Suigetsu from Kirigakure, and the third Reikage, from Kumogakure. As for Konohagakure, the three Hokages have already become collectibles. A week later, after returning from the land of rain to the land of fire, we made our way to the coastal area. Passing through the land of waves en route to the land of water. The village hidden in the mist is quite unique among the 5 great ninja villages. Due to its geographical peculiarities, it is often spared from attacks, and in turn, they do not easily engage in the wars of the ninja world. Kirigakure possesses a distinctive culture as an island nation, nestled deep within the mountains and frequently shrouded in thick fog. Years ago, the Three Tails was sealed within the body of Rin Noera. However, Rin willingly perished at the hands of Kakashi, thwarting Kirigakure's plan to ambush Konohagakure. Subsequently, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, sealed the Three Tails within himself, becoming the second Jinchuriki. Yet, upon Yagura's demise, the Three Tails reverted to a wild state, slumbering in a vast lake. Without a suitable vessel, Kirigakure chose not to disturb the tailed beast further. The current fifth Mizukage is a woman named Terumi Mei. Kirigakure continues to enforce a policy of isolation, refraining from any interaction with the outside world. Master, this place feels quite eerie. Hondo couldn't help but remark. Both the land of rain and the village hidden in the mist are indeed peculiar and chilling locales. Yefeng merely smiled, patting the girl's head. The two figures clad in red cloud cloaks traversed the village. With their skills, they could effortlessly bypass the defenses of Kirigakure's ninjas and enter the village's inner sanctum. However, such strange attire would certainly draw attention over time, for the village has remained sealed off with minimal outside presence, making it easy to expose the identity of foreign ninjas. Old man, do you know where the ninja cemetery is located? Yefeng inquired. Almost every ninja village has a dedicated cemetery for its heroes, where those who sacrificed themselves for the village are laid to rest. The cemetery lies to the east of the village, ensnared by the illusions cast by the Triskelion Sharingan. And the elderly fishmonger divulged this information swiftly. Satisfied, Nightwind nodded and, accompanied by Azuki, made their way towards the eastern part of the village. Although numerous villagers noticed their presence, no untoward incidents occurred. A thick, white fog lingered in the air, rendering the streets eerily silent, even if there were peculiar beings about. It was the duty of ninjas to address such matters. Ordinary folk preferred to remain unscathed by inexplicable dangers. Half an hour later, at the cemetery, Nightwind and Azuki explored the area and finally located the largest graves. However, only the remains of the second Mizukage were preserved. The others were merely empty coffins adorned with monuments. The gravestones and earth had been disturbed, releasing a faint odor of decay into the atmosphere. Nightwind had already prepared a sacrificial offering, a middle-aged man from the village, whom he had effortlessly knocked unconscious to bring as an offering. Azuki remained silent, likely accustomed to the man's brutality. Excellent. It appears no one has yet discovered our presence. Utilizing the sensory abilities of his Kagaya bloodline, Nightwind discerned that there were still no anomalies in the vicinity. The defenses of the Mist Village were overly confident in their outer perimeter, believing no ninja could breach those barriers, leading to a laxity in internal security. With a hand seal, Nightwind activated the Impure World Reincarnation technique. A black sigil emerged from the ground, enveloping the sacrificial offering and gradually manifesting the form of the ghostly lantern, Kagaya's appearance in life. In less than 2 minutes, the jutsu was fully realized. However, due to the incomplete nature of the Impure World Reincarnation, the summoned entities possessed only about 30 to 40% of their peak strength. Yet, this was inconsequential. As long as the objective was achieved, there would be ample time to refine the jutsu later. Teacher, Ninjas are approaching, Azuki exclaimed in alarm. Intriguingly, had they set up a chakra-sensing device in the cemetery? The use of ninjutsu here would subtly trigger an alarm. Nightwind licked his lips, first retracting the second Mizukage summoned by the impure world reincarnation, before turning his gaze towards the approaching Mist Village ninjas. There were approximately 7 or 8 individuals, likely members of the village's Umbu. Among them, one stood out, appearing as if he had just rushed out of an office, wearing a conical hat emblazoned with the character for water, the Mizukage. Azuki's face was etched with seriousness. With the distance between them dwindling to mere dozens of meters, she utilized her implanted Sharingan to discern the situation despite the fog. The circumstances had grown troublesome. She had not anticipated the Mizukage's swift arrival. How bold of you to act within the confines of our village's cemetery, the woman remarked coldly. With eyes as clear as water, a mesmerizing shade of emerald green, and cascading chestnut-red waves of hair that flowed down to her waist, resembling a petite tree. One eye obscured by her tresses, she exudes a captivating allure. Her figure is enchanting, her visage alluring, radiating the charm of a mature woman. She is the 5th generation of the Water Shadow, the possessor of both the Melt Release and Boil Release Kekei Genkai, Kagami Mei. According to the timeline, she should be 21 years old today. There is no need for further elaboration. 7 or 8 subordinates have retreated behind her, placing immense trust in their village's leader. Despite her youthful appearance, no one in the village dares to question her strength. Melt Release, Melted Monster Technique. Boil Release, Misty Mist Technique. Kagami Mei, uninterested in the 2 individuals before her, opens her fiery red lips to unleash 2 distinct bloodline techniques in rapid succession. First, a viscous and highly corrosive liquid erupts forth, akin to a cannonball aimed straight at Nightwind and Redbean. Immediately thereafter, she exhales a cloud of scalding steam, engulfing distant figures in its embrace. The Umbu ninjas lower their heads, fear evident in their eyes. They are acutely aware of the terror these techniques embody. To date, no defensive measure has succeeded in withstanding Kagami Mei's onslaught. Could even Susanoo be melted away by her jutsu? How frightful indeed. Nightwind's hoarse voice breaks the tension. Yet he remains unfazed. Kamui. Before Nightwind can issue a command, Redbean activates the formidable ocular technique residing in her left eye, summoning a force that rends the fabric of space itself before them. Both techniques are devoured, vanishing eerily into the air. Kagami Mei blinks in surprise, her expression turning gravely serious. The beauty of fair skin is but an illusion. Who are you to commit such an affront against the hidden Mist Village? Terumi Mei furrowed her brow, appearing calm yet signaling an Umbu to return and inform the village to dispatch more ninjas immediately. Today, even if it meant a siege, these 2 intruders must be eliminated. To insult the modern Hokage is an act that no village can forgive. Do you truly wish to kill me? With your meager power, can you really accomplish that? The Nightwind chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain and arrogance flickering in his golden serpent eyes. With his current trump cards, he could indeed obliterate the entire hidden Mist Village. However, there was no reason to do so. This was not the time to instigate war, nor to reveal his abilities. You are Orochimaru? A guard beside Terumi Mei exclaimed in surprise. Orochimaru's reputation in the ninja world was immense, and he quickly recognized the visage before him. Long black hair, pale skin, golden serpent eyes. Without a doubt, this was one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. It was unexpected that after his defection, he would come to the hidden Mist Village with ill intentions, daring to desecrate the grave of the modern Hokage. You recognize me? The man expressed some astonishment. No matter who you are, you shall not escape today. Terumi Mei declared sternly. Oh, do you genuinely believe that you can overwhelm me with sheer numbers? The Nightwind retorted dismissively. Terumi Mei remained silent, her fists clenched tightly, casting a displeased glance at the 2. The earlier incident had caused her considerable trouble. The 2 ninjutsu she was most proud of had been inexplicably devoured by some spatial force. Deep down, she understood that capturing these 2 was a faint hope. One day, I shall level this land, the Night Wind proclaimed, taking hold of Akane's hand and departing without looking back. Terumi Mei did not issue any orders, and the ninjas refrained from taking rash actions, merely watching the 2 vanish from sight. Lord Mizukage? Akane voiced her concerns. The hidden Mist Village had experienced numerous internal conflicts, rendering its internal strength rather weak. If a dangerous individual of Orochimaru's caliber were to arise, it indeed left them feeling helpless, especially since even Terumi Mei's ninjutsu had failed. Today's events must not be disclosed to anyone. Terumi Mei seethed through clenched teeth. Understood. Teacher, that was perilous. I can only use my space ninjutsu twice. And if Terumi had attacked again, we would have had no choice but to flee, Akane said, patting her chest in relief. Currently, her chakra reserves allowed her to perform the Kamui just twice. As the Mizukage, she could not afford to gamble, thus she had to abandon the pursuit. The Night Wind stated calmly, I hope that progress in the realm of the Akatsuki is smooth. Once the kaleidoscope is mass-produced, victory in the ninja world will be within reach. 2 weeks later, the two travelers, weary from their journey, received a communication from within the ring. It was not from Nagato or Konan, but rather from Kakuzu, the one responsible for the finances of the Akatsuki. Orochimaru, you've joined the Akatsuki, yet you haven't introduced yourself to the others? A shadowy figure cloaked in the Akatsuki's signature robe and adorned with a black mask appeared before them. Speak your purpose. The cold voice of Night Wind commanded. Higi, you are aware that the organization is currently amassing considerable funds in preparation for war. I hear you are heading to the Hidden Cloud Village. There is a task I need you to handle. It involves a bounty ninja, an elite ninja from the Hidden Cloud named Samui. She is said to be a striking beauty with fair skin and ample bosom. There are those who desire her head, with a bounty of 10 million ryo, Kakuzu explained. Is it truly so twisted? What kind of man would spend such a fortune on the head of a rare beauty instead of capturing her alive? Night Wind replied with a laugh that bore an unsettling edge. Money, it's all that matters. Why concern yourself with anything else? This task is yours. It is your first assignment for the organization, so do not disappoint us. The underground bounty exchange in the Hidden Cloud Village is located at. Kakuzu quickly laid out the details. Night Wind expressed indifference. After all, he was already heading to the Hidden Cloud Village, and killing someone along the way was of little consequence. Teacher, will we often undertake such missions in the future? Akatsuki could not help but inquire. Indeed. The man affirmed with a nod. Do you find it inappropriate? Night Wind asked. No. I simply wonder if it will be dangerous, considering we are in someone else's village. Akatsuki responded. Since the moment I chose to follow Orochimaru, the inevitability of taking lives was sealed. My concern lies in whether such audacious actions will bring peril. The Fourth Raikage is exceptionally formidable, a renowned powerhouse in the ninja world, and the Hidden Cloud Village is home to both the Eight Tails and the Two Tails, she continued. If we find ourselves cornered, our lives will be in jeopardy. If we are truly surrounded, then revealing our trump card is the least of our worries. Moreover, the Hidden Cloud Village has always been prideful, with defenses that could be considered woefully inadequate. During a previous visit, I even managed to collect a horn from the Eight Tails to cultivate tailed beast chakra without attracting any attention. What a band of brutes, hardly a threat, Night Wind stated nonchalantly. The Hidden Cloud Village, one of the 5 most powerful ninja villages, lies within the Land of Lightning. Perched atop towering peaks, shrouded in mist, the land reverberates with the thunderous roars of the heavens. The villagers, predominantly of dark complexion, excel in swordsmanship and the art of lightning release, with a penchant for the ninja body technique. In essence, this is a realm characterized by its fierce and robust inhabitants, where brawn is abundant and intellect is a rare commodity. Teacher, the path to Cloud Hidden Village is truly arduous, Red Bean lamented. Below lies the vast ocean, while above, the mountains pierce the sky. For an ordinary person, a mere glance would likely induce sheer terror. Only ninjas could traverse such treacherous terrain. Yet, it is rather astonishing that not a single defensive ninja is in sight. As Night Wind remarked, the locals appear rather negligent. Throughout their journey, they encountered scant ninjas and faced little obstruction. As dusk descended, the expansive Cloud Hidden Village remained ablaze with light and bustling activity. Beneath the uniquely shaped rock dwellings, a throng of people surged forth. The villagers, predominantly tall and dark-skinned, boasted physiques more formidable than the last, each exhibiting an impressive display of muscularity, akin to the strength of bears. It is worth noting that even the women here possess a robust demeanor. In stark contrast, Night Wind's frail physique and pallid complexion appeared almost fragile, as if a mere gust could send him tumbling, rendering him a pitiful figure among these giants. As they proceeded, the crowd cast disdainful glances at Orochimaru. It must be said that the local aesthetic is indeed peculiar, valuing dark skin and muscularity above all else, rendering notions of fair skin and beauty utterly illusory. Lindayu? I could easily fell 10 of her with a single punch. Samui's head. Teacher, how do you feel? Hongdo inquired with a smile. In the past, many faced Orochimaru with nothing but fear. However, these individuals now regarded him as someone utterly inconsequential. It's nothing extraordinary. I have always maintained that this is a gathering of brash individuals, Yifeng replied calmly. Let us proceed. We need to inquire about the cemetery's location and Samwee's whereabouts. As Yifeng led the girl away, he employed the Jinjutsu capabilities of his Sharingan, effortlessly extracting 2 pieces of information that were hardly secrets. Whether it was the burial site of the ninjas or the renowned beauty Samwee, the locals were nearly all aware. Speaking of which, Samwee is quite the alluring figure. Yifeng mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. Alluring? A cow? Hongdo blushed, surprised that her teacher would utter such words. Indeed, she possesses a pair of extraordinary weapons. TSK. One wonders which perverse man would go to such lengths for someone else's head. Could it be a case of necrophilia? Yet, I have never heard of necrophiliacs having an affinity for heads, Yifeng chuckled once more. Hongdo remained silent, her face tinged with a faint blush. Let us first visit the grave of the third Reikage. The Edo Tensei is of utmost importance. Yifeng shook his head and guided Hongdo to the heart of the cemetery. After excavating several graves of previous Reikages, they ultimately discovered a few remnants of bone only in the grave of the third Reikage. To utilize the Edo Tensei, one must have the remains of the deceased. Even a fragment of bone would suffice, yet the other graves yielded no remnants whatsoever. Summoning technique, Edo Tensei. Yifeng retrieved a random male villager as a sacrifice and initiated the ninjutsu. He incorporated the third Reikage into his collection and departed from the site. Too apathetic to restore the disturbed graves. Unlike in the Hidden Mist village, this tomb raiding went unnoticed by anyone. Their next destination, Samwee. A few minutes later. Knock, knock. Knock. Yifeng rapped on a wooden door. Who is it? A cool female voice echoed from within. Soon, the rumored beauty of the Hidden Cloud village opened the door. At 19 years of age, she sported a clean and sharp golden bob, and her ample bosom rivaled Tsunade's. Her skin was fair, her figure enticing, with blue-green eyes and a strikingly beautiful face that also conveyed a sense of understanding. Who are you? Samwee asked, her curiosity mingling with caution. Given the late hour, she had anticipated that the village's ninjas might have a matter to discuss, but instead found herself confronted by 2 unfamiliar strangers. Particularly, the man exuded an aura of remarkable depth. Greetings, fair maiden. Farewell, fair maiden. A raspy and sinister voice emerged with the night wind. The 3-tomo Sharingan activated, momentarily ensnaring Samwee's consciousness in an illusion. Seizing the fleeting moment of her distraction, the Kusanagi sword materialized in hand, swiftly severing her neck and claiming the head worth millions. Samwee was now merely a chunin. Yet, even if she were a jonin, before the night wind, her chances of escape were non-existent. As for the delicate matter of taking a life, it was of little consequence to him. It was merely an act of killing, whether man or woman. The desire to slay remained unchanged. After all, this was his first endeavor assisting Akatsuki. Act natural, Night Wind commanded Red Bean. Yes, master. Red Bean produced a prepared cloth bag, placing Samwee's head within. Blood quickly saturated the bag, crimson droplets seeping forth. Night Wind maintained his heartless smile. To the underground bounty exchange. Yes, master. The duo strolled leisurely out of the Hidden Cloud village. Several minutes passed before the villagers noticed the unusual circumstances surrounding Samwee's residence. As for the impending wrath of the Hidden Cloud ninjas upon discovering the theft of the former Hokage's grave, Nightwind felt no inclination to concern himself. After all, he was now a rogue ninja. Their awareness would change little, save for perhaps elevating his notoriety as a renegade. Moments later, they departed the Hidden Cloud village, swiftly arriving at a desolate peak. After a brief search, they uncovered a cave entrance obstructed by massive stones. Though it appeared to lack a door, a narrow crevice nearby was just wide enough for a person to enter. This was an underground bounty exchange located near the Hidden Cloud village. Ninjas, aside from those affiliated with villages, also existed as independent bounty ninjas. They undertook various tasks for monetary gain, willing to risk everything for a paycheck. Wealthy individuals often sought to engage in unsavory activities, frequently posting their requests here, much like the assignment Nightwind held. Upon entering this space, it revealed itself to be remarkably vast, resembling a tavern rather than a cave. There were areas to post tasks, counters for task submissions staffed by personnel, and numerous dining tables, allowing patrons to eat and drink. The atmosphere bustled with over 100 individuals, creating a lively scene. As Nightwind entered with a young girl and a bloodied bag in hand, he inevitably attracted considerable attention. Yet, no one dared to provoke him. In this chaotic milieu, Where identities remained concealed, reckless actions could lead to dire consequences. Is this the place to submit tasks? Night Wind inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, sir. May I inquire what you possess? The female staff member responded courteously. In the village of Yunin, the head of the Chunin Samui was presented for verification. The Night Wind handed over the burlap sack. The staff member's expression changed in surprise, but he quickly opened the bag and examined the freshly severed head. After comparing it with the photograph of Samui on record, he confirmed the completion of the bounty task. Please hold on, my lord. I shall fetch your reward immediately, he stated with a slight bow, his demeanor exceptionally respectful. The audacity to execute a Chunin within the confines of Yunin village and then retreat unscathed commanded the admiration of many ninjas. This man, at the very least, possessed the prowess of an elite Jainin. To encounter you here is truly an honor, a middle-aged man remarked with great reverence, evidently recognizing the identity of the Night Wind. This is your bounty, totaling 10 million Rio. He presented a black box filled with a substantial amount of cash. Yes, let us arrange some appetizers, perhaps grilled meat or the like, the Night Wind replied, nodding in agreement. He made no effort to conceal his appearance. Discerning individuals would still recognize him. Of course, my lord, the middle-aged man responded respectfully. After submitting the task, the Night Wind and Akkad settled at a table, awaiting the bounty exchange staff to serve drinks and dishes. My friend, you actually completed that assassination mission in Yunin village. Impressive indeed. How about sharing a portion with your brothers? 3 burly men approached with ill intentions, their eyes fixated hungrily on the box of money beside the Night Wind. Aside from them, many others present were similarly tempted but lacked the courage to act. That was a staggering sum of 10 million Rio. Oh, is that so? The Night Wind narrowed his eyes. The audacity of these rogues to attempt robbery in his presence was truly reckless and devoid of reason. The perfect physique. The shadowy hand of the serpent. Before the Night Wind could make a move, Hongdo had already initiated her ninjutsu. The kaleidoscope pattern of her Sharingan manifested in her left eye, casting a powerful illusion that enveloped the 3 reckless bounty ninjas. Dozens of small serpents slithered from her sleeves, sinking their fangs into the necks of the 3 men. In the blink of an eye, they had ceased to breathe, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The onlookers felt a shiver run through them and hastily bowed their heads. Money? No matter how much wealth one possesses, it is of no use when life is extinguished. This was a formidable opponent. The young girl could dispatch 3 Chunin with ease, a testament to the man's immense strength. Clap, clap, clap. A man donned in a black mask stepped forward, applauding. The spectators soon realized he wore the same black robe adorned with red clouds as the 2 deceased. Truly, it was Akatsuki, indeed formidable. Who would have thought your experiments on human subjects had progressed to such a degree? The man laughed heartily as he approached the table where the Night Wind sat, unceremoniously taking a seat and snatching the box that the Night Wind had just claimed. You money-obsessed fool, I suspected you would be here, the Night Wind remarked with irritation. Given that Kakuzu had assigned him this task, he had a lingering suspicion that this fellow was actually lurking near the hidden cloud village. This man, who had lived for an extended period, had but one passion, wealth. However, he was equally protective of his own life. Hehehe, your reputation for escaping danger is legendary, making you the ideal candidate for this task, Kakuzu chuckled nonchalantly. Is that so? Am I only renowned for my escape techniques? Would you care to spar with me? The Night Wind replied with a peculiar smile, casting a mischievous gaze at Kakuzu. Perhaps not. I am no battle fanatic. I appreciate your efforts, so allow me to cover the cost of this meal. But I shall not be modest with the bounty. Kakuzu glanced at Orochimaru and Hongdo before departing with the black box. His entire being seemed consumed by the allure of wealth. Teacher, is he also a member of the Akatsuki organization? Hongdo inquired as she watched the man walk away. Indeed, he is responsible for handling finances. His name is Kakuzu, the Night Wind answered softly. Before long, the roasted meat and wine were brought to their table. To their surprise, the flavors were quite delightful. The Night Wind and Hongdo sat together, devouring succulent pieces of meat. After a long journey, they finally had a moment to relax, and the Night Wind indulged in a few cups of wine. Hongdo also bravely sampled a couple of drinks, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue, rendering her irresistibly cute. The Night Wind couldn't help but pinch the young girl's cheek. Once they had feasted and satisfied their appetites, they leisurely departed, seeking a modest inn nearby for the night. The following day, in the early morning, useless, worthless. All of you are worthless. As dawn broke, the thunderous roar of the fourth Reikage reverberated throughout the entirety of Kumogakure. The gravesite of the former leaders had been disturbed, and Samui met her demise in her own home, a blatant affront to the village. Such indignities are intolerable. Throughout the night, the subordinate ninjas were unable to uncover even a single strand of hair belonging to anyone. They only had a vague impression that two enigmatic figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds had once appeared in the village. The Akatsuki organization? Soon, one of the underlings unearthed information pertaining to those garments. Alas, the individuals had vanished without a trace. Master, where shall we proceed next? To another ninja village, perhaps? Asked Akatsuki. We need not hasten to a Wagakure or Sunagakure. Our first destination shall be the site of the second Hokage's demise. Why is that? The brothers Kin and Jin of Kumogakure once lay in ambush to slay the second Hokage. They possessed the chakra of the Nine Tails, along with various tools left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, 3 years had elapsed. After joining the Akatsuki, Yakumo gradually established connections with various members, including the puppet master Sasori, the enigmatic Jay, and the prospective member Tobi, as well as Kisame, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. As for Itachi, Haiden, and Deidara, they had yet to join the organization. In the 53rd year of the Leaf Village, at the Sound Village's base of Orochimaru, a weary girl spoke. At last, can we take a moment to rest? She was a blossoming young woman, caught between adolescence and maturity, her form exquisitely developed, clad in a black fishnet outfit. It was Akatsuki. Indeed. The organization has already informed me that I have matters to attend to, replied Yakumo. Despite the passing years, he retained his youthful appearance, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. Yet, he alone was aware that his body had grown old. It was time to employ the technique of impure world reincarnation to acquire a new vessel. To create a flawless container, he had dedicated considerable effort over the years. In total, he had enlisted the help of Orochimaru to conduct dozens of experiments, all aimed at crafting the perfect reincarnation vessel, not one born of any unique bloodline limit, nor from the Uchiha or Senju clans, but rather his own clone. Indeed, he had commissioned Orochimaru to create a clone using his own genetic material. Due to the changes in his bodily lineage, he even revisited an abandoned experiment, the study of natural chakra, which would grant the ability to wield sage techniques. Over the course of 3 years, he had subjected Orochimaru to over 1,000 trials, resulting in the creation of more than 2,000 newborn clones, all of whom were integrated into the study of natural chakra. A new body, naturally, must possess strength surpassing that of his current form. Despite enduring numerous hardships, fortune ultimately smiled upon them with success. In a scenario where the mortality rate approached 100%, a singular experimental subject emerged unscathed. This was the new vessel prepared by Yi Feng for himself. Cultivated with a unique elixir and nourished by Orochimaru's own blood, this body, though merely 3 years of age, bore the appearance of a child around 7 or 8. Its hair was a deep black, and its eyes glimmered with the golden hue of serpent pupils, reminiscent of Orochimaru's youthful visage. The technique of impure world reincarnation could only be employed once every 3 years, and each application resulted in a slight forfeiture of one's own soul. Thus, Yi Feng meticulously crafted the finest vessel. For only one's own body is truly suited to harbor one's soul. Bloodline limits could also be inherited through lineage, and he had additionally acquired the aptitude for senjutsu. Within the dim confines of the chamber, Kabuto and Enko observed from a distance, hesitant to approach Orochimaru. As the process of impure world reincarnation commenced, the man transformed entirely into a phosphorescent white serpent, adorned with a monstrous head resembling that of a human, cascading black hair framing its visage. This form represented one of the manifestations of his true self, though it did not epitomize the complete entity of the Yamada no Orochi. With a hiss, the serpent flicked its tongue, the golden eyes radiating a menacing glimmer. In the eyes of Kabuto and Enko, akin to fervent disciples, the white serpent melded seamlessly with the body of the young boy upon the experimental platform, rendering the extraordinary nature of this transformation almost unfathomable. Meanwhile, the corporeal form of Orochimaru remained, now a hollow shell devoid of soul. The boy gradually opened his eyes, his body visibly ascending in stature, transforming into a youth approximately 11 or 12 years of age. The once golden, perilous serpent eyes abruptly morphed into 4 eerie black pinwheels, set against a backdrop of chilling crimson. In the span of 3 years, the foremost concern of Yefeng has been the study of the Uchiha bloodline. Under the meticulous supervision of Orochimaru, a successful cultivation of over a dozen clones of Uchiha Shisui was achieved in the first year. Additionally, there were hundreds of newborns possessing the Uchiha bloodline. Although a method to restore Uchiha Shisui's eyes was not discovered, Yefeng found that consuming the eyes of those clones proved to be effective, coupled with the hundreds of Uchiha bloodline descendants. The formidable ocular power ultimately elevated the Sharingan to the level of the Meijiki, perhaps due to the absorption of an excess of Shisui's blood. Yefeng's left and right eye abilities manifested as different forms of Kodo Amatsukami. The left eye's Kodo Amatsukami is a fleeting illusion, akin to Itachi's Tsukuyami, capable of being activated multiple times, albeit with less devastating effects than the right eye. The right eye's Kodo Amatsukami, however, is the legendary ultimate illusion that directly alters a person's memories and will. While powerful, this technique has a lengthy cooldown period of 12 years. With the ocular power reaching the Meijiki level, Yefeng ceased further cultivation of the Sharingan, as ordinary eyes no longer held any benefit for him unless he could advance to cultivating the Meijiki. Thus, in the second year, Yefeng and Orochimaru focused on developing a new physical form. While assisting Akatsuki in their missions, they conducted experiments. Finally, after 2 years, they succeeded in creating a brand new youthful body endowed with the innate powers of a sage, capable of harnessing natural chakra to perform ninjutsu. While ordinary ninjas rely on the chakra cultivated within their bodies, natural chakra can only be wielded by those who have mastered sage mode. Both the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3, are esteemed practitioners of sage mode. Now, Orochimaru too has acquired this power. How fares the blood curse technique? Is it functioning as intended? Yefeng inquired. His achievements over the 3 years extend far beyond merely obtaining a pair of Meijiki. He has researched his own blood and fused it with the curse seal technique to create a novel form of cursed seal. Those who possess the blood curse seal do not transform into monsters nor gain overwhelming power. However, due to the presence of his blood within them, their vitality becomes exceptionally resilient. With continuous blood absorption, they could even achieve eternal youth, reminiscent of Tsunade's 100 healings technique. Master, there are no anomalies with the blood curse seal. The body is currently functioning without issue, Hongdo respectfully replied. Although the figure before her now appeared as a mere 11-year-old boy, she dared not let her guard down. This is Orochimaru. Regardless of his outward appearance, he remains Orochimaru. Very well, Yefeng nodded. Let us proceed. Take me to Uchiha Shisui. Of course, my lord. Uchiha Shisui, as a subject of experimentation, had not been discarded, but rather sustained by the personnel within the facility. As the night breeze sought to meet him, it was solely for the last vestige of value in Shisui. The door to the laboratory swung open with a resounding thud. A somewhat frail figure stepped inside, his youthful eyes glimmering with golden hues. Behind him were Kabuto and Red Bean, 2 subordinates who stood respectfully in the background. After all these years, your willpower remains remarkably resilient, sighed the night breeze. Shisui was confined in this laboratory like livestock, devoid of sight and unable to speak. The people of Konoha had long mourned his death. In truth, he was merely imprisoned here, cultivated as experimental material. The boy upon the experimental platform remained silent. He had matured significantly, yet each day was spent in this sunless abyss. Had he been capable of self-destruction, he likely would have done so long ago. After a moment, Kabuto spoke. Lord Orochimaru, here is the sacrifice you requested. 2 subordinates clad in protective gear presented a villager captured from the Sound Village. The night breeze nodded, signaling them to withdraw. Without hesitation, he picked up a scalpel from the side and swiftly pierced Shisui's throat, severing his head entirely. Deliver this to the gatekeepers of Konoha and inform them it is my gift, he remarked with a cold smile. After all, it had lost its value. Sending it to Konoha mattered little. One of the subordinates in white protective gear accepted the head. At that moment, the night breeze began to weave hand signs, summoning technique, impure world reincarnation, with the living body as a sacrifice and the bones of the deceased to guide the soul. He summoned the spirit of blissful paradise into the physical realm. The eerie essence of impure world began to coalesce around the living form, quickly taking on the appearance of Uchiha Shisui as he was before his death, a boy of approximately 12 years. Master, this individual had not awakened his Meijiki before he died. Even if resurrected, he would be. Kabuto's words trailed off, yet the implication was clear. Even if Shisui were brought back via impure world reincarnation, he would merely be a shell, devoid of the Meijiki. It matters not. I can still extract his worth. Besides, Itachi will likely appreciate this token upon seeing his former friend in such a state. The night breeze chuckled ominously. Will you be returning to Konoha, master? Red Bean inquired curiously. Considering the time, it had been several years since they had last visited. They had either been executing missions across various lands or conducting diverse research at the experimental base. Indeed, it seems now is a suitable opportunity. The night breeze affirmed with a nod. Only 2 years remained until the Uchiha clan's demise. In a year, Naruto and Sasuke would enter the Ninja Academy. He had numerous plans that needed to be realized in Konoha. Then, I wish to accompany you, master, Red Bean murmured softly. I intend to infiltrate the Hyuga clan by utilizing the Byakugan. What about you? Night Breeze smiled. The Rinnegan is also an immensely powerful ocular technique, and he has no intention of letting the Hyuga clan escape his grasp. Moreover, since he possesses the Byakugan, he can blend in without being easily detected. Red Bean hesitated for a moment. Ha ha ha, the teacher is merely teasing you. Come join us. You can simply assume the identity of a distant relative of an ordinary person, perhaps the niece of a fruit shop or grocery store owner. As long as you conceal your chakra, Konoha should not take notice of you. Night Breeze chuckled, gently patting the girl's head. His current form was still quite youthful, and he had to stand on tiptoe to reach Red Bean's head. Yet, Red Bean, understanding his intent, slightly bent down, resembling a kitten relishing its master's affection, a radiant smile gracing her youthful cheeks. It was then that Night Breeze realized how much Red Bean had matured, not only in thought but also in physical form. Akin to a ripe peach that beckoned to be bitten into. I entrust you with the matters regarding Kimimaro and those children. Although you and Honglin may not see eye to eye, if you find yourself overwhelmed, you may delegate some tasks to her, understood? Night Breeze instructed. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The young man replied respectfully, kneeling slightly. The woman Night Breeze referred to as Honglin possessed a unique bloodline limit, known as crystal release, and demonstrated commendable capabilities. However, due to the discord between her and she was not present in this base. A new identity, Hyuga Kaze, Konoha, year 53. It was an ordinary day, yet an extraordinary one. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage, with a cigarette clamped between his lips, wore an unusually grim expression. On his desk lay a blood-soaked cloth bag, from which a severed head of a young boy protruded. This was the head of Uchiha Shursui, who had mysteriously vanished years ago, now delivered to Konoha in a gruesome manner. Accompanying it was a simple note inscribed with 3 words, Orochimaru. Was he truly intent on opposing Konoha? The third let out a sigh, exhaling a puff of smoke. Several Umbu operatives knelt silently by his side, refraining from disturbing the Hokage's contemplation. The room was shrouded in a haze of white smoke. In the Hyuga clan, the main house received significant attention, while the branch family members often found themselves relegated to mere background figures. Despite possessing considerable talent, many were left to their own devices. Hyuga Kaze was just an ordinary boy from the branch family. Orphaned at a young age due to the Nine Tails incident, his abilities were rather mediocre. He was an unremarkable individual. To this day, he remained a genin, having abandoned his ninja training shortly after graduating from the academy. Another dull day, he mused. If only I possessed the talent of Niji, things might be different. Upon entering his small room, he was startled to find a golden-eyed figure within, seemingly of a similar age. Hyuga Kaze barely managed to utter before darkness enveloped him. From this day forth, I shall be Hyuga Kaze. A chilling voice echoed in the room, unknowingly morphing into Kaze's own tone. With a forceful tug, he tore the facial skin from the corpse on the ground. Employing the body double technique, a ninjutsu that utilized human skin for disguise. Even if Kaze's biological parents were to resurrect, they would find it utterly impossible to discern any signs from his appearance. Meanwhile, Akane, the niece of a fruit merchant, arrived in Konoha. Thus, the duo of Orochimaru and his apprentice had infiltrated the village. The following day, a furious voice echoed from the main house. Hinata, your training progress is utterly disappointing. The clan leader's ire filled the air early in the morning. Hinata, inherently gentle and overly kind, lacked the qualities of a true ninja. Yet, as the eldest daughter of the main house, she was compelled to undergo rigorous training. Alas, her efforts fell short of Hyuga Hizashi's expectations. Family ties felt more like a cage than a bond. Nightwind shook his head, dismissing thoughts of the Hyuga clan. He adjusted his attire and stepped out of his small room. The unremarkable black-haired boy, with only his Byakugan betraying his Hyuga lineage, possessed no other distinguishing features. In a crowd, he would easily become lost among the masses. Good morning. Please bring me 2 pounds of apples, Nightwind cheerfully requested as he approached a grocery store. Certainly, esteemed customer, the middle-aged shopkeeper replied respectfully, casting a deep glance at Hinata. At that moment, Red Bean emerged from the shop, smiling at Nightwind. Konoha is truly delightful. It is even more harmonious than I had envisioned. The ninjas here are remarkably kind, Red Bean remarked with a smile. She had donned a new appearance, rendering her unrecognizable as the previously missing girl. May I ask your name, sir? Red Bean inquired, blinking her eyes playfully. Hinata. Nightwind replied with a subtle smile. After exchanging pleasantries, he departed. Several minutes later, as Nightwind passed by the Ninja Academy, he noticed an unusual gathering of children. Ah, isn't that a child from the Hyuga clan? One boy exclaimed. Indeed, those eyes must belong to Niji's cousin. Humph, aren't they usually quite haughty? This one must have a dreadful disposition as well, another chimed in, as the group surrounded the scene. It turned out that little Hinata, feeling downcast, had dashed through the street too quickly and collided with someone's ice cream. The other children, upon noticing her Byakugan, had escalated the situation. I am not like that, Hinata murmured, lowering her head. The young heiress, now 5 years old, appeared adorably rosy-cheeked with her short hair neatly styled. How dare you try to escape without apologizing? That is utterly unacceptable, one boy declared as he seized her hair, emboldened by the absence of adults. Normally too timid to confront the arrogant Niji, they seized the opportunity to bully this seemingly vulnerable girl. Hey, apologize, the leader of the group commanded coldly. With a push, he knocked Hinata to her knees and gripped her hair. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Hinata, frightened, began to cry, lacking any will to resist. Sighing, Nightwind approached slowly. It was evident that with her Byakugan and gentle techniques, Hinata could easily subdue these children. Yet she remained oblivious to her own strength. True to the original narrative, her character was exceedingly timid. Hinata, I'm here, Nightwind called out emphatically. The 3 children froze in surprise, immediately releasing Hinata and preparing to flee. Not only did he possess the Byakugan, but he also wore a genin headband, indicating he was not a student they could easily confront. Humph. The night breeze let out a cold hum and swiftly pursued. Under Hinata's gaze, the night wind quickly dealt with the 3 little rascals, leaving their faces swollen and several teeth knocked out. Had it not been for the restrictions against taking lives in the Hidden Leaf Village, he would have dispatched the children without hesitation. Thank you, Hinata said, rising at some point, her curiosity directed towards the night wind. Her adorable face was slightly flushed, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. It is my duty, Lady Hinata. The night wind replied with a subtle smile, embodying the demeanor of a devoted bodyguard. What is your name? Hinata inquired once more. Hugakaze. It is an honor to assist you, Lady Hinata. I hope we shall meet again, he responded, leaving behind a graceful silhouette before vanishing from sight. With his intervention, it seemed unlikely that Hinata would ever develop feelings for the protagonist, Naruto. His chakra perception enveloped the hidden leaf, granting him intimate knowledge of everyone's whereabouts, ensuring that Hinata and Naruto would never have the chance to interact. As for his true intentions, they did not revolve around indulging in any nefarious games, but rather serve the convenience of future schemes. We do not create bloodline limits, we merely serve as their transporters. The following day at the Hyuga clan's residence, a middle-aged man with white eyes inquired, Are you certain you do not wish to accept the position of a guard? Given the sacrifice made by Hinata's parents for the village, the family had initially intended to offer him a more relaxed role. Although it was ostensibly a guard position, it essentially amounted to a security job with little to no responsibilities, involving 7 to 8 hours of work daily, accompanied by a generous salary. By all accounts, it seemed a rather appealing position. However, Hinata's aptitude for ninjutsu was rather lacking, rendering him merely the weakest of the genin. He ought to be grateful for such an opportunity. I appreciate your concern, uncle, but I prefer to seek employment elsewhere, Nightwind replied with a smile. The middle-aged man conceded, wishing him happiness in his endeavors. Although the family's rules were stringent, Hinata was not considered a particularly formidable descendant, and the ordinary families were loath to concern themselves with him. Unless one possessed talents akin to Niji's, few would take note of his pursuits. As noon approached, Nightwind returned to the fruit and grocery store, quickly finding a chair to sit. Welcome, my lord, greeted Red Bean with a smile. Since you enjoy desserts so much, why not transform this place into a dessert shop? Nightwind suggested. Yes, my lord, I shall prepare it immediately, the owner readily agreed. Recognizing the significance of the young boy before him, who was none other than the legendary Orochimaru, his superior's superior. The owner's ability to open this humble shop in Konoha was funded by Orochimaru's resources. "My lord, you are truly kind," Red Bean playfully winked and remarked. "Kind?" Night Wind chuckled softly, shaking his head. What does a cold-blooded creature know of kindness? Nevertheless, he refrained from elaborating further, allowing Red Bean her whims. The charming young girl certainly enjoyed certain privileges. The modifications will be entrusted to you, and regarding what to prepare in the dessert shop, defer to Red Bean. She is the expert in that domain. In a couple of days, I shall return as a worker, he instructed. Yes, my lord. Time passed swiftly. With wealth at his disposal, tasks became considerably easier. The original single-story building was promptly remodeled by a hired construction team, transforming it into a two-story structure. The first floor served as a reception hall, while the second floor was designated for living quarters. The sign was rather casual, reading Red Flower Dessert Shop. A name suggested whimsically by Red Bean. The dessert shop was completed in no time. Red Bean continued to occupy her position as the owner's niece, while in reality, the owner retired to a chilly basement each night, leaving the upstairs bedroom solely for Red Bean. The night breeze naturally applied for the position of a server and began learning the art of dessert making, due to the unique circumstances of the time. This matter found its way to the desk of the third Hokage. The reason was simple. The tension between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had been escalating. A single misstep could potentially ignite internal conflict within Konoha. Therefore, even matters such as home renovations or a junior member of the Hyuga clan taking a job at a dessert shop would be meticulously noted by the Umbu and presented to the third Hokage. However, Sarutobi, the elderly Hokage, seemingly did not dwell on it too much. Whether it was the boss's niece or the seemingly useless boy from the Hyuga family, Hinata, it did not strike him as anything of great significance. Life suddenly became exceedingly mundane, as bland as plain water, with no organizational missions or gruesome research to occupy him. Hinata found himself under the tutelage of a rather charming and mature woman who taught him the nuances of dessert crafting. It was unclear whether this arrangement was deliberate or simply a matter of chance, yet regardless, he appeared disinterested in women, apart from occasionally teasing the Red Bean. He showed little inclination towards others. A week later, in the afternoon at the Red Flower Dessert Shop, the establishment was rather empty, exuding a sense of desolation. At that moment, a figure, accompanied by two family guards, traversed the streets of Konoha. The young lady of the Hyuga clan, naturally, had her protectors in tow. Particularly after the recent incident where she had been bullied, the security surrounding Hinata had become even more stringent. "Hello, Miss Hinata. It is a pleasure to see you again," Hinata called out, waving. The little girl turned her head curiously, her gaze pausing as she recognized him. "It's that brother from the other day," Hinata thought to herself. "Oniai-chan," she said with a slight smile, her voice soft. Her adorable face bore a hint of baby fat, and her eyes squinted slightly when she smiled. "What brings you here?" The young lady looked inquisitively at the dessert shop. The guards behind her glanced at Hinata, but chose not to say anything further. "I am working here, Miss Hinata," he explained. "Would you like to sample my creations? The cake is quite sweet." The youth smiled as he retrieved a small dessert from the display case. "Thank you." Hinata replied politely, extending her hand to accept the gift. "Miss Hinata, if you return late, the clan leader may be displeased." One of the guards approached quietly from behind, offering a gentle reminder. He secretly wished he could accompany the young lady for a bit longer, but orders were orders. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, even her moments of leisure were brief, with most of her time devoted to training in gentle fist and physical techniques. "Goodbye, brother. Until next time," she said, reluctantly bidding farewell to the dessert shop. The quiet establishment swiftly returned to its tranquil state. As the night breeze returned, it found Hondo seated at a table, surrounded by an array of desserts. Each hand clutched a slice of cake, and her mouth was full. "Little Hong, if you continue to indulge in such a manner, I fear your consumption alone may surpass our daily earnings. Should you gain weight, I must confess, I would not wish to keep you. For I am not fond of plump young ladies," the night breeze remarked, wrinkling its nose. Hondo chuckled, playfully blinking her eyes. The following day, Hinata visited once more. Perhaps on her way out, she had passed this place and yearned for sweets. "Brother, why do you work here?" Hinata asked curiously. Although she was still naive about many matters, she was somewhat aware of the prominence of the Hyuga clan. With the Byakugan, it seemed unlikely that one would need to seek employment externally. "Because living this way brings me joy. There are lovely young ladies to behold. And making desserts is not particularly strenuous," the night breeze replied, unconsciously reaching out to tousle Hinata's short hair. Joy? Hinata gazed at the young man with confusion. For her, her father's commands and duties constituted the entirety of life. Indeed, Hinata will one day comprehend. Life is always lived for some purpose. If one drifts aimlessly, without understanding who they are or what they ought to do, they cannot truly be considered human. The night breeze spoke in a peculiar manner. Hinata nodded, somewhat bewildered, unsure of how much she truly understood. The bustling leaf village, the following day. Xiaohong, what are you daydreaming about? Shouldn't you be preparing bags for the customers? Night Wind urged. Ever since the young girl had entered, Hongdo appeared somewhat distracted. Approximately 19 or 20 years old. With long black hair and a pair of eyes as crimson as rubies, she possessed an admirable figure. It was Yuhi Kurenai, a ch Nin from the Leaf, whose father perished in the Nine Tails incident, thus considered a descendant of heroes. Proficient in illusion techniques, her strength was rather average. Oh. Hongdo finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly packaged the cake that Kurenai had ordered. Please visit again, dear customer. Night Wind smiled gently, watching Kurenai depart before turning back to Hongdo, awaiting an explanation from the girl. Speak up. No one is watching here, Night Wind said. Teacher, I used to have friends when I was in the Leaf, like Hong. Hongdo scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She was not originally from the Leaf but had come with Orochimaru. Due to Orochimaru's notorious reputation, she had not made many friends. Most people kept their distance from Hongdo. Hong was an exception, the only ninja with whom she had formed a good relationship. In the past, they often enjoyed desserts together. Oh, I see, Night Wind nodded. Is there anything you wish to express? If I were to take action against the Leaf, she could very well be in danger. After all, she was a ninja of the Leaf. Night Wind remarked casually. As long as one stands against the great man, they become my enemy, Hongdo replied. Night Wind nodded in satisfaction, gently ruffling the girl's hair. This is truly a subordinate worth cultivating. Over the years, my efforts in nurturing Hongdo have not been in vain. Her eyes are exquisite, indeed, a testament to the Yuhi lineage, with their resplendent crimson hue. Unfortunately, her talents do not rival those of her father, Yui Zhenhong. Night Wind continued. For some reason, Hongdo's delicate frame trembled slightly, yet she ultimately remained silent. Her gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy. Are my eyes truly beautiful? In a certain sense, this was not a compliment but rather a curse, bestowed by the most malevolent man in the world. Brother, will you train with me? A tender voice of a young boy echoed. Two children strolled down the street, their garments adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem. Sasuke, I have a mission today, so I cannot accompany you. Forgive me. This is the last time, said the older child, around 11 years of age, named Uchiha Itachi. The boy he referred to as his younger brother, Sasuke, was merely 5 years old. Humph. Sasuke cast a displeased glance aside, while Itachi, accustomed to the moment, gently tapped Sasuke's forehead with his finger. It was a warm and ordinary scene, clearly observed through the glass by the night breeze. Oh, the daily antics of sibling affection, perhaps? Would you two consider marrying on the spot? Ahem, would you care for some desserts? Our shop is having a grand promotion today, Red Bean cheerfully announced as he stepped outside. Itachi glanced at the newly opened dessert shop and promptly decided to purchase a small bag of treats for Sasuke before attending to his own mission. The night breeze watched as the brothers walked away, making no move. It was simply not the right moment to act. Oh, are you interested in the Uchiha clan, young lad? A voice chimed in. The night breeze snapped back to reality, noticing a young man with long silver hair standing nearby. Dressed in a black mask and the vest of a Konoha Jonin, it was Kakashi Hitaki, renowned for being able to match any adversary evenly. Oh wait, this fellow had lost his Sharingan, and thus did not bear the title of copy ninja. Instead, he had mastered the sword techniques of the Hitaki clan. As for techniques like Raikiri, they had evidently been abandoned midway through his studies. The Uchiha clan was responsible for the security of Konoha. Indeed, they were formidable figures. The night breeze mused. Pleasure to meet you. I am Kakashi Hitaki, the man introduced himself, unaware that the perpetrator who had once taken his eyes was now brazenly standing before him. I'm Hyuga Kaze. Just call me Kaze. You are indeed as dashing as the legends suggest, the night breeze replied with a smile. Kakashi, as a young jonin, held considerable renown in Konoha. Why would a member of the Hyuga clan take up work here? Surely, your family hasn't fallen to such depths, Kakashi remarked in a teasing tone. Not at all. My affairs are, of course, unrelated to my clan. Although I have a decent leisure job, I find I truly enjoy this work. There are lovely, charming young ladies here. If I could marry the boss's niece, I could live off her in the future. What do you think, senpai? The night breeze chuckled. Kakashi twitched the corner of his mouth, choosing not to pursue the topic further. This fellow seemed a bit lewd. One wouldn't expect such frivolity from a member of the Hyuga clan. I have some matters to attend to. Kaze, could you please assist me with the bill? Kakashi selected a few pieces of cake and handed them to the night breeze. That will be a total of 120 ryo. Thank you for your patronage. The night breeze replied. Kakashi seemed to smile slightly, though his expression remained largely impassive. After settling the payment, he swiftly departed from the place. Of course, the night breeze was indifferent to Kakashi. The most coveted Sharingan had already been acquired, and he could hardly muster the energy to glance at the esteemed techniques of the Hitaki clan, discarded carelessly on the ground. It appears I have established a preliminary sense of security. Konoha harbors no suspicions regarding my identity, Nightwind mused silently. The plan unfolded with greater ease than anticipated. Is anyone there? Another customer had entered the shop. Upon closer inspection, it was a middle-aged man adorned in merchant attire, accompanied by an elegantly dressed woman cradling a little girl with her hair styled in adorable buns. Tintin, one of the future members of the legendary Konoha 12, was already enrolled in the Ninja Academy this year and performed quite commendably, particularly excelling in kunai throwing and target practice. Daddy, I want to eat cake. The little girl whined sweetly. All right, Daddy will buy you some, the man replied, a smile gracing his face, clearly doting on his daughter. Welcome. Akane greeted with a warm smile. Observing this, Nightwind relinquished his intention to approach them. Gazing out the window, he spotted a golden-haired boy traversing the street. His hair slightly disheveled and his shirt stained. The boy gazed enviously at the cakes in the display window and the little girl being held by her father. Nightwind couldn't help but smile silently. Reality is invariably more fantastical than fiction. Those who sacrificed their lives to protect the village, like the children of the Hokage, were ostracized and discriminated against by the villagers, lacking even the means to purchase a cake. What right does Konoha have to proclaim itself as just? Or perhaps, does the concept of justice truly ever exist? Suddenly, rain began to pour outside, a cacophony of droplets. The golden-haired boy quickly fled from the rain, disappearing into the distance. The lively village of Konoha remained bustling, the streets teeming with people. Ninja Academy, Master. The night breeze gently opened his eyes, revealing a woman with blue hair styled in a bun standing before him, accompanied by a red-haired little girl. Honglin, how did you come to be with Xianglin? Night breeze inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. Xianglin was supposed to be under Orochimaru's tutelage, and what was Honglin doing in Konoha at this hour? Master, I understand you are collecting bloodline limits. Perhaps my crystal release could be of use? Honglin offered respectfully. Crystal release? Night breeze paused, then shook his head in mild disappointment. Crystal release was Honglin's bloodline limit, capable of creating unique red crystals, notable for their remarkable hardness, rivaling that of metal. However, it was not particularly powerful, bordering on being somewhat impractical. There was little potential for development. No, I prefer the abilities of the Uchiha clan. You may keep the power of crystal release to yourself. Night breeze replied. For both defense and offense, he had far superior options. Such abilities were of little use to him. Understood, Master. Honglin nodded respectfully. How did Xianglin end up with you? Night breeze questioned again. Master, Orochimaru is currently studying the cells of the first Hokage, and Xianglin was sent to me, Honglin explained. Orochimaru spent most of his days in the laboratory, leaving little time to assist in Xianglin's education. Very well, take responsibility for her upbringing. Although your medical skills may not match Orochimaru's, teaching a child should pose no problem, Night breeze stated. Xianglin, hiding behind Honglin, listened intently to the conversation between the two adults. Yes, Konoha was in a tense state recently. It would be best not to seek him out unnecessarily. Yes. A year later, Konoha remained tranquil and serene, much like any other day. Yet, the expressions of the ninjas appeared notably more serious than before. Even Hinata Kaze was instructed to return to the Hyuga clan's compound each night, forbidden from wandering outside after dark. Although no explanation was given, Night breeze understood that the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village had deteriorated. Since the passing of the first and second Hokage, the Uchiha had faced increasing ostracism from the village, once the most contributory clan to Konoha, now relegated to a security detail. With their compound situated far from the village center, with Danzo's covert sabotage and the third Hokage's waning strength, the clan found themselves in a dire predicament. The chaos of the Nine Tails incident, instigated by a masked man wielding the Sharingan, further intensified Konoha's distrust of the Uchiha. Night Breeze had also eliminated Shursui, exacerbating the already strained relations. A storm was brewing. Night Breeze stood on the second floor, gazing out the window. Certainly not within a confectionery, but rather in a secluded chamber belonging to the Hinata clan. The teacher, Akane, stifled a yawn and rose from her bed. Since the Night Breeze did not venture to the dessert shop, she simply decided to accompany it here. Today marks the commencement of the Ninja Academy. Shall we go together? Nightwind chuckled, ruffling the young girl's hair. He had grown somewhat accustomed to having this cushion by his side during his nightly slumber. Well, truth be told, it was Akane who regarded him as her pillow. The Ninja Academy? Akane paused, momentarily taken aback. Miss Hinata is also set to enroll, and should the opportunity arise, I would relish the chance to linger at the school, engaging in games with the children, basking in the sunlight, and enjoying afternoon naps. Nightwind smiled faintly. It was difficult to envision that this seemingly ordinary youth, with a sunlit smile, harbored the spirit of the notorious Orochimaru. Teacher, are you certain you do not intend to abduct children? Akane pouted. Once upon a time, she had fortuitously encountered Orochimaru and willingly followed him, thus embarking on her current path of no return. Abduction, you say? Such matters are mutual. How can it be termed abduction when I am, in fact, saving this world? Nightwind laughed insensitively. I still wish to sleep. You may go on your own, teacher. Akane sulked, pulling the covers over her once more. Sunlight had already begun to cascade outside, illuminating several potted plants. The room fell into a serene hush. In the wardrobe lay Akane's cherished garments, while the bookshelf held volumes on human anatomy and ocular vascular structures. A transparent glass jar occupied the first shelf of the bookcase, containing two blood-red gemstones resembling eyes. The gentle sunlight illuminated the jar, revealing the eye's extraordinary hues, beautiful collectibles. These eyes belonged to Yuhi Kurenai, a Konoha nin who had mysteriously vanished for 2 days 6 months prior, her orbs becoming the sinister artwork of an evil man. Of course, for Akane's sake. Nightwind had spared her life, merely replacing her exquisite eyes with a pair of ordinary black ones, akin to performing an ocular transplant. Although Konoha had received reports of her disappearance, capturing the perpetrator was, of course, impossible. The Ninja Academy. On this annual enrollment day, the school was teeming with people. As they passed through the school gates, Nightwind noticed a little boy with golden hair, idly swinging alone. Occasionally, villagers would point and whisper, their malice towards the child unmistakable. Neither adults nor children seemed inclined to engage with him. The host of the Nine Tails, sealed within that very boy. Dad, the thought of studying seems bothersome. Shall we return home? A young boy with braided hair ambled over, his hands languidly tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. That mischievous rascal. His father playfully tapped his son's head, ushering him towards the school. Shikamaru Nara, destined to be one of Konoha's legendary 12, possessed an intellect rivaling that of Kabuto, particularly adept at devising intricate strategies and discovering diverse paths to victory. However, his character flaw lay in his profound laziness, lacking the motivation to engage in any endeavor. Good morning, Naruto, called a plump boy approaching, clutching a bag of chips. Choji Akimichi, the heir to the Akimichi clan. Naruto Uzumaki had few friends, but Shikamaru and Choji were exceptions, willingly spending time with him. Damn it, having to register for school all by myself is infuriating. A golden-haired girl with a long ponytail appeared. Ino Yamanaka. The Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans were all esteemed families of ninjas in Konoha, maintaining amicable relations with one another. Humph, you old man. The little girl huffed in annoyance. She kicked a small stone, inadvertently sending it flying into the hand of a boy named Yura. Little one, perhaps you should pay more attention? Yura remarked with a gentle smile. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't notice, the little girl quickly apologized, realizing she had indeed acted thoughtlessly, failing to notice the presence of others before her. Let this be a lesson. I shall overlook it this time, young one, Yoru said, ruffling Ino's hair before he entered the school. His purpose today was to seek out Hinata. He held little interest in anyone else. He had acquired Naruto's cells long ago. And as for Sasuke, the opportune moment for action had yet to arrive. In the playground, despite it being the first day of school, several children were already engaged in training. Hinata, alone in a corner, was honing her skills in throwing shuriken and kunai. Perhaps it was her desire not to disappoint her stern father, or perhaps it was simply that she found herself at a loss for what to do alone. Hinata called a voice, and she turned to see her brother, What brings you to school today? A glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes, and she curiously inquired. I heard today marks the beginning of your school year, so I brought some treats, he replied with a smile. Thank you, brother, Hinata said, her face lighting up as she accepted the bag. She temporarily set aside her ninja tools and sat down with Hyuga Kaze. Now, as a member of the Hyuga clan, he was recognized as the loyal brother of the clan's distinguished heiress. Neither the Umbu nor the third Hokage could fathom his true intentions. Hinata, after your training, be sure to maintain a balanced diet. Exercising without eating is not good for your health, he advised with an innocent smile. After his transformation, he found himself quite fond of his somewhat youthful voice. Thank you, brother, Hinata replied, taking a sip of water before savoring a piece of cake. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, most regarded her position with mere respect, while a few held disdain for her, particularly a genius named Niji Hyuga. He believed himself the foremost among the younger generation of the clan and deemed Hinata unworthy of being a ninja. Hinata could also be considered a child in need of affection. She was particularly drawn to those like herself, for a mere morsel of kindness would compel them to follow you, willing to sacrifice their lives, crossing the boundaries of justice and evil, and casting aside the constraints of morality and humanity. Whether as test subjects or subordinates, these children would gladly lay down their lives for you. Are you not going to eat, brother? Hinata blinked and asked. I've already eaten, he replied, reclining on the soft grass. With the azure sky above and the sun's warmth just right, Hinata's face flushed from the exertion of her training. Hinata, why do you train so diligently? He inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata shook her head, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. After a while, she had consumed 2 pieces of cake and resumed retrieving her ninja tools. Brother, I'm going to train now. Are you heading back? She asked. By the way, you used to practice with kunai and shuriken quite often too, he reminisced, a hint of nostalgia appearing in his eyes. Years ago, when he first delved into these matters, it was a time long past, characterized by the youthful vigor of the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Tsunade as his mentors. During those days, Jiraiya often teased Tsunade, only to be met with her wrath, while the third Hokage embodied the spirit of justice in his youth. However, it is imperative to note that it is this present body that experiences these memories. He is not the one who lived through those events. Can you teach me, brother? Hinata implored. Of course, Nightwind responded with a smile, coming back to his senses. As evening fell, after attending a gathering for new students, Hinata spent the majority of her time on the playground. Nightwind, having ample leisure, took the opportunity to nurture their bond. Hinata, exhausted and flushed, eventually found herself being carried home by Nightwind. Her cheeks were rosy, seemingly relishing the sensation of resting on his back, remaining silent throughout the journey. Miss Hinata, we have arrived home. Goodbye, brother. Farewell. Thus, the day slipped away. Nightwind acted with impunity, knowing well that the third Hokage and the clan lacked the energy to monitor their affairs. Although they had grown slightly closer, it was of little consequence to anyone. The Uchiha clan continued to trouble the Hokage, while other families maintained a serious atmosphere, exercising strict control over their members. In the world of ninjas, the hierarchy is rigorously enforced. A genin is defined as a ninja who has passed the graduation examination from the academy. To ascend to chunin, one must undergo a more stringent examination conducted collaboratively by several ninja villages. As for jounin, it hinges on a ninja's capabilities, the tasks they have completed, and whether their background is unsullied. The Hokage serves as the leader of the village, selected from among the jounin. Typically, the Hokage is the strongest individual within the village. However, what occurs if someone possesses strength exceeding that of a standard jounin but does not attain the level of Hokage? In such cases, they are bestowed the title of elite jounin, a designation that often indicates a candidate for Hokage. A prime example of this would be Kakashi Hatake. Moreover, there are the Umbu, a covert ninja force directly under the Hokage's command, and Root, an organization led by Danzo. Konoha boasts numerous jounin, many of whom are renowned. Figures such as Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, Nara Shikaku, and Marino Ibiki stand out. However, in the impending Fourth Shinobi World War, even jounin are merely elevated cannon fodder. This is a realm where external influences run rampant. Without a bloodline limit, achieving true strength is nearly impossible, aside from the rare exceptions like Might Guy. The majority of formidable individuals owe their prowess to the legacy of Kagaya, the progenitor of chakra. Both Naruto and Sasuke, as reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, were destined for extraordinary paths from the moment of their birth. Ashura and Indra's father is the sage of six paths, who himself is the son of Kagaya. A figure of considerable disappointment. Across the expanse of over a millennium, countless formidable warriors and bloodline limits have emerged, concealing innumerable conspiracies and shadows, all of which can be encapsulated in a single phrase: the Chronicles of Kurizetsu's maternal rescue. Yet, Nightbreeze is presently endeavoring to rephrase this narrative as the gluttonous serpent's ascendancy over the world. Ramen, Ramen. Redbeam beamed radiantly, entwining her arm with Nightbreeze's. To the casual observer, they might appear as an affectionate pair of siblings, an adolescent boy of 12 and a strikingly beautiful girl in her blossoming youth. Ichiraku Ramen? Nightbreeze glanced at the sign of the ramen shop. Inhaling the rich aromas that wafted through the air, he discovered the scent indeed permeated the surroundings, befitting the renowned ramen establishment in Kanahagakure. Naturally, the prices here were astonishingly steep. Even the most basic bowl of ramen commanded several hundred yen. Fortunately, the village was home to many affluent individuals, and among ninjas, wealth was abundant. Pushing aside the Norin, he stepped inside, where the seating consisted of a series of adjacent counters. "Welcome. What would you two like to order?" Iam greeted them with a warm smile. The owner of the ramen shop was a burly man skilled in crafting noodles, and she was his daughter, assisting in the family business. "Deluxe seafood ramen." Red Bean unabashedly began to place her order. Nightbreeze, in contrast, spoke in a rather unassuming tone, his expression equally subdued. Gently, he patted Red Bean's head, as though he were the elder of the two, which, in truth, he was. "Please wait a moment." Iam responded with a cheerful demeanor as she made her way into the kitchen. The tree desires tranquility, yet the wind persists. What a coincidence. Kakashi, adorned with a mask, entered the ramen shop. "Good evening, Kakashi-senpai," greeted Night Wind with a cheerful smile. Kakashi merely nodded, retrieving a copy of Intimate Paradise from his pocket to peruse. Night Wind was momentarily speechless. That rogue Jiraiya, always indulging in such suggestive literature, and Kakashi seemed to have a peculiar taste for it as well. Truly, if one wishes to engage with women, why not do so directly? What is the point of reading novels? Who in their right mind reads novels? Do you? Doge, Tonkatsu Ramen. Kakashi called towards the back of the shop, continuing to engross himself in his book. "Ha ha ha, it's all right, Naruto. Let this meal be on your teacher," boomed a hearty voice. Nightwind and Red Bean turned to see Irika Umino leading Naruto Uzumaki into the shop. Kakashi cast a fleeting glance at Naruto before returning to his novel. "Thank you, Irika-sensei," Naruto exclaimed, nodding with delight. "Oh, Kakashi is here too. Who are these two?" Irika inquired. "Hello, Irika-sensei, I am Hyuga Fu," Nightwind replied with a smile. "This is Little Red," he added, gently patting the young girl's head. Irika observed this peculiar pair of youths, nodding in acknowledgement without further comment. The young members of the Hyuga clan appeared rather mature. However, with the third Hokage's directive to befriend Naruto, he paid little heed to others. "Tonight, the stars are visible," Red Bean remarked, gazing at the night sky. Beneath the soft moonlight, her dark and hazel eyes displayed an unusual beauty. The little girl sported an adorable bun hairstyle, her figure developing impressively, certain to catch the eye of any man. While Nightwind had little interest in women, he found delight in the presence of a lovely young girl beside him. "Look, that's Lord Orochimaru," someone remarked. As expected of Lord Orochimaru, even his young female subordinate possesses remarkable prowess. Having a beautiful and capable girl as a subordinate indeed adds to one's prestige. It felt as if they were living like commoners. Life was serene. Red Bean glanced at the boy beside her and surveyed the bustling crowd. Everything appeared so harmonious. "Perhaps," Nightwind replied languidly. The phrase "the tree desires tranquility." Yet the wind persists resonates with the notion that sometimes peace is not a matter of personal choice. Take, for instance, the current state of Konoha in the Uchiha clan. This esteemed clan, which co-founded Konoha alongside the Senju clan, has been systematically marginalized by the village's upper echelons for decades, distanced from the center of power and deprived of trust. In the words of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, it could be said that the young Uchiha is inherently malevolent. This notion is intolerable to the proud Uchiha clan, which finds itself devoid of power, mistrusted, and regarded as a significant threat to the village. Beneath the polished exterior of Konoha's foremost clan lies a reservoir of suppressed rage. Given the right catalyst, the Uchiha would not hesitate to declare war on Konoha, seeking retribution for their family through force. However, the timing is exceedingly delicate. Konoha, already in a state of recuperation, would never permit such a civil strife to erupt uncontrollably. Should that occur, Konoha would risk being ousted from the ranks of the 5 great shinobi nations. Thus, Itachi Uchiha emerged as a perfect pawn. For the sake of the village and the greater good, Konoha needed to resolve the Uchiha dilemma before an internal conflict could arise. Itachi was dispatched to deal with his own kin, including his enigmatic father, while the remaining Uchiha would be handled by a masked member of the Akatsuki organization. In return for shouldering the burden of blame, Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha, would be allowed to survive. Danzo insisted upon this plan, while the third Hokage hoped for a resolution through negotiation. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Tobirama's policies had long targeted the Uchiha clan, and for years, Konoha had indeed acted accordingly. Decades of pent-up frustration and fury could not be alleviated by mere words in negotiation. As the current head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha understood this fundamental truth. Yet, with the arrow knocked, it must be loosed. Even as clan leader, he could not overturn the sentiments of his people. After all, those who are intent on self-destruction are impervious to outside counsel. The title of clan leader held little weight. The resurrection of Madara Uchiha seemed a more pressing concern. Fugaku was acutely aware of the perspectives held by his clan members, Konoha and Itachi alike. Nevertheless, he respected Itachi's decision. Whether Itachi chose to lead his family toward annihilation or to bear the burden of blame to save Sasuke, it remained ultimately his choice. Days later, at noon, Yakup arrived at the Ninja Academy. Though he was neither a teacher nor possessed any particular reason for being there, his affiliation with the Hyuga clan sufficed. Merely stating that he was seeking the esteemed Hinata Hyuga would deter any attempt to impede him. The Hyuga clan, while not on par with the Uchiha, has been a prominent family since the village's inception. Hinata rested against a large tree, having just completed her first class on ninja tools, focusing on shuriken practice. Fortunately, she had previously studied this subject within her clan, and Yakup had also given her a few lessons, allowing her to perform commendably. Of course, she did not achieve the highest score. That honor belonged to a boy named Sasuke Uchiha, a cool and aloof child who had captured the affections of many girls in the class. Despite their tender age of 6 or 7, these young ninjas exhibited remarkable maturity. During times of war, children as young as 6 or 7 could find themselves on the battlefield, while those around 12 or 13 had already ascended to the ranks of elite shinobi. Notable figures such as Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui, and Orochimaru emerged from this tumultuous period. Despite their tender years, these children possessed profound understanding, especially regarding the intricate dynamics surrounding who was dating Sasuke. The intrigue rivaled that of a palace coup. Additionally, it is worth mentioning the underachiever in the class, a reclusive individual with golden hair known as Uzumaki Naruto. His family's guardians had specifically cautioned Hinata to maintain her distance from him. As the evening breeze swept across the playground, Hinata squinted with delight and waved her hand. "Brother," she greeted cheerfully, having brought along some red bean cakes. Night Breeze handed her a small bag. She exclaimed, her smile radiating innocence and purity. Her gentle and kind demeanor reflected in her Byakugan eyes. Unbeknownst to her, the boy harbored malicious thoughts of abduction. Hinata was not the only target. Her younger sister, Hinata Hanabi, a darling of just over a year old, was also in jeopardy. She was the true princess of the Byakugan, her lineage even more potent than Hinata's. Yet, this was a secret only Night Breeze was privy to, as the Hyuga clan remained unaware that the Byakugan could indeed evolve. Reflecting on this, Night Breeze mused that the prospect of abduction seemed remarkably effortless. Hinata's inherently gentle nature had led her to a life fraught with challenges, leaving her psychologically distorted. Unable to resist her family's predetermined path, she felt a constant sense of exhaustion and confusion, yet could not halt her compliance, passively accepting her fate. Much like the children he had previously abducted, a mere flicker of cunning could easily secure their return home, whether to be preserved as specimens or relegated to a laboratory. The moonlight was exquisitely beautiful at the ninja school. It was Friday. Whether by design or mere coincidence, the Night Breeze always arrived during physical education class. The activities varied between stamina training and the art of throwing shurikens. Occasionally, the students engaged in one-on-one duels, with the unwritten rule of prioritizing camaraderie over competition. Yet, a certain underachiever often found himself embroiled in fierce contests with the ostentatiously talented top student. Some girls, too, would get caught up in the heat of the moment, hurling playful insults at one another. Whoosh, a shuriken was launched. Nightwind slightly raised his head and deftly evaded the projectile. "Ah, my apologies," exclaimed the girl with a golden ponytail, Konoha. It seemed she had miscalculated her throw and failed to notice someone was nearby. "Little one, this is the second time you've nearly injured me with your careless throwing." Nightwind chuckled amiably. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Konoha quickly apologized. "Is Big Brother here to see Hinata today?" she inquired. Nightwind frequently visited the esteemed Hinata family, and as a result, his presence was well known among the classmates. "Yes, I brought some sweets for Lady Hinata." "Konoha, please be more careful next time. We wouldn't want anyone to get hurt," Nightwind replied thoughtfully. For some inexplicable reason. As Konoha drew closer, she found that this seemingly ordinary boy possessed a hint of charm. His Byakugan may not have been conventionally attractive, nor was his appearance remarkable. So why did she feel this way? Konoha pondered, somewhat perplexed. After a brief moment, Nightwind called out, "Lady Hinata, stop playing hide-and-seek. I possess the Byakugan, you know." Amidst the rustling sounds, a blushing Hinata appeared atop a branch. She glanced at Nightwind before gracefully leaping down. "Brother," she greeted with a sincere and warm smile. "Today, I made you some dango skewers." As Nightwind spoke, he skillfully handed her a bag, with a radiant and harmless smile. Even the third Hokage would find it hard to believe that this was once his most promising disciple, Orochimaru. "Lady Hinata, your Byakugan remains as lovely as ever. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. If any classmates trouble you, please inform me, and I shall ensure they face the consequences." Nightwind waved goodbye, quickly departing. Hinata, with a dango in her mouth, watched the boy's carefree silhouette disappear into the distance. This fellow is truly free-spirited and optimistic. Seemingly unlike any branch of the Hyuga clan. Nightwind Konoha. The Red Flower Dessert Shop. The young man lay languidly on a bench, resembling a lifeless figure. Occasionally, Hongdo engages in light conversation with her guests, while casting fleeting glances towards a figure in the distance. Is Orochimaru truly a villain? Undoubtedly. He is indeed a nefarious character, the epitome of a villain, possessing the potential to become the ultimate antagonist. Were Senju Tobarama still alive, he would likely scoff at the mischievous antics of this wicked little rascal. This man appears to harbor little interest in women, nor does he seem to be drawn to men. However, he does not seem to mind Hongdo drawing near, allowing her to indulge in a moment of whimsy, seeking affection in his presence, and readily welcoming her closeness. This has been the case in the past, and it remains so today. "Orochimaru-sama, it is time to clock out," Hongdo murmured, exhaling softly into the man's ear. The night breeze seemed to have succumbed to slumber, barely stirring beneath a tome titled The Clinical Applications of Chakra Blades. Authored by Tsunade. "Sama?" Hongdo gently lifted the book, noticing the man appeared to be in deep rest. She yearned to inch closer and perhaps steal a kiss. Yet the night breeze had already awakened. What shall we have for dinner?" Night breeze's voice remained tranquil, as it often did. "Barbecue? Pizza? Or perhaps ramen?" He gazed out at the dimming sky, speaking softly. He cherished this young girl, thus granting her the liberty to decide on such trivial matters. "I wish to see Orochimaru-sama in his true form," Hongdo ventured, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she summoned the courage to voice her desire. "Huh." Night breeze paused, momentarily taken aback, for she believed that Orochimaru-sama, in his youth, was undeniably handsome. Regardless of his appearance, he would always be Orochimaru-sama. Hongdo's words tumbled out in a shy, stammering manner, her voice dwindling with each syllable. By the end of her declaration, she had lowered her gaze, stealing glances at Night breeze's expression, ready to apologize should he show any displeasure. Honestly, this might lead readers to misunderstand. "I am, after all, the one in pursuit," Night breeze chuckled softly. He reached out to lift Hongdo's chin, subsequently restoring his usual demeanor. His long black hair cascaded, revealing golden serpentine eyes, finely sculpted features, and pallid skin, reminiscent of a patient in a psychiatric ward. Yet in Hongdo's eyes, he shimmered with countless twinkling golden stars. "Your eyes are truly beautiful," Night breeze murmured, leaning down to plant a kiss upon Hongdo's right eye, which bore a grayish-brown hue. The young girl felt her body flush with warmth, her gaze becoming dreamy. "I love you," or "I like you," at this moment, felt unnecessary. There was no need for confessions, their hearts were already intertwined in mutual understanding. Hongdo gently wrapped her arms around the man's neck, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her face radiating pure happiness. In this moment, she felt as if she could embrace death with a smile. Yet, the night breeze had other intentions. Sir Hongdo's voice held a hint of shyness, mingled with a touch of nervousness. Night Breeze swiftly redirected his focus, sealing her lips with a profound kiss. Whatever Hongdo had intended to say was now reduced to soft breaths. After what felt like an eternity, the lengthy kiss finally concluded. And Night Breeze cradled Hongdo in his arms. "Are you happy?" he asked with a wicked grin, clearly relishing her bashful demeanor. Hongdo replied softly. "How happy are you?" Night Breeze inquired, narrowing his eyes. "I feel as light as a feather, as if I could be devoured entirely. Sinking into the depths of the ocean, Lord Orochimaru, you are the most important person in my life, now and forever." Hongdo beamed with joy. "That's wonderful," Night Breeze remarked, gently patting the girl's soft cheek with satisfaction. Not long after, the pale-eyed youth and Hongdo strolled through the streets of Konoha. Their dinner destination was a barbecue restaurant. The moon tonight was full and radiant, the night sky devoid of a single cloud. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji were also dining on grilled meat, though Night Breeze chose not to greet them, perhaps out of indifference. The moonlight was exquisite. The streets outside were equally enchanting. Some gazed at the moon, while others admired those who were captivated by its beauty, whose dreams were graced by the moon, and whose dreams featured those who beheld it. The Uchiha clan massacre occurred in the 55th year of Konoha. Once a magnificent lineage, the Uchiha clan gradually approached its demise. Itachi Uchiha ultimately chose his brother, allowing that naive sibling to survive. He took it upon himself to obliterate their clan, bearing the burden of infamy and guilt while the Uchiha still appeared as part of Konoha. If he were alone, it would undoubtedly have been a formidable challenge, given the many formidable warriors within the Uchiha. Thus, Danzo would lend his assistance, and members of the Akatsuki would collaborate with him. "Teacher, will we act tomorrow?" Akane asked, a blend of excitement and anxiety evident in her voice. Indeed, Nightwind nodded. The third Hokage ultimately acquiesced to this plan, though he refrained from intervening. He would not obstruct the actions of Danzo and Itachi. He had promised Itachi that Sasuke would live. Meanwhile, Danzo contacted the Akatsuki, with Nightwind present in Konoha, while the operatives would be Tobi and Orochimaru, as per the leader Pain's directive. For the members of the Akatsuki, perhaps their awareness of Tobi was limited, yet Pain harbored considerable apprehension towards him, as he had been a presence since the inception of the organization. "Orochimaru, remember your promise to me." Danzo intoned coldly in the dimly lit basement, his body wrapped in white bandages and his right hand supported by a cane. "To ensure you bring me more Sharingan." Nightwind chuckled dismissively. That night, he revealed himself in Orochimaru's true form, conforming to the external perception of him. Utilizing transformation techniques, he concealed his current appearance. As for the transaction with Danzo, he would assist in implanting a Hashirama cell arm and several Sharingan as part of the exchange, which would also allow him to acquire some Sharingan for himself. Of course, Tobi would take some as well. In summary, everyone was quite pleased with this operation. As evening fell, Konoha was illuminated as always. However, the atmosphere surrounding the Uchiha clan's residence was eerily tense. Occasionally, crows flew overhead, as if drawn by the scent of death. This was destined to be a night of bloodshed. In a secluded location, a man spoke softly. "Is this truly your choice?" Itachi, a 13-year-old boy, tears streaming down his cheeks and his hand trembling with the knife, replied, "Father, I." It was his first time shedding tears since becoming a ninja. "You are my son, and I respect your decision. However, I entrust Sasuke to you," the man said, a faint smile gracing his lips. The woman beside him also revealed a slight smile. "I'm sorry," Itachi murmured, his tears flowing yet his gaze gradually firming. This was an unavoidable decision, a sacrifice made for the sake of family and village. He could endure everything, yet he could not bear the thought of his brother perishing. Thus, he chose to shoulder the weight of this darkness. Two lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the ground, their blood saturating the floor. The room fell into an utter silence. The youth's gaze filled with sorrow, but soon all emotions receded like the tide, transforming him into a cold, unfeeling man. Stepping out of that room, he was no longer Uchiha Itachi, the ninja of Konoha, but a rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi. The carnage had merely begun. If you wish to act, feel free. If not, that is entirely up to you, Akatsuki remarked softly, glancing at Orochimaru. "Oh." The Nightwind nodded in acknowledgement. The root ninjas had already surrounded the area, even erecting a barrier, intent on complete annihilation. As Akatsuki entered a humble dwelling, anguished screams heralded the commencement of battle. In less than a minute, he emerged from the residence. Within, men, women, and children had fallen victim. Whether they had awakened their eyes or not, none could escape the clutches of death this night. The man adorned with the swirling mask traversed from home to home. The night wind meandered leisurely down the streets. Soon, an alarm was raised as the Uchiha clan realized they were under siege, yet their resistance bore little fruit. The root had sealed the area tightly, preventing any knowledge of the events within from reaching the outside world. In the midst of chaos, the cries of despair and the explosive sounds of jutsu intertwined. Akatsuki was immune to physical attacks, swiftly reaping lives with his phasing ability. The scent of blood hung heavily in the air. Itachi! Itachi! I am here! A young girl cried, rushing forward in a flurry. Just behind her, several meters away, Akatsuki was engaged in combat with a few members of the Uchiha clan. Yet, she was oblivious to the blade in Itachi's hand, slick with blood. Uchiha Izumi. The night wind observed this scene with keen interest. This girl, a prodigy of the same era as Itachi, had also awakened the Sharingan, though she had not attained the Manjiki like him. Nevertheless, her prowess was commendable. Moreover, her relationship with Itachi was rather ambiguous. Had it not been for this betrayal, there might have been a chance for marriage and children in the future. Izumi. A flicker of reluctance crossed Itachi's eyes, swiftly vanishing. Did he not harbor feelings for Izumi? That was unequivocally false. However, tonight he was devoid of choices. He could either slay her himself or allow another to do so. Itachi? The girl then noticed his expression of profound anguish, starkly contrasting with his usual gentle demeanor. She had always placed her trust in him. Even as he wielded a bloody blade, she could not fathom that it bore the blood of their kin. Much like the night of the Nine Tails incident, when a collapsing house nearly crushed her, it was Itachi who had saved her. She believed he would once again resolve the turmoil and rescue her and their clan. Alas, a sigh echoed through the darkness. It was not the complexity of emotions that enveloped Itachi, but rather the nocturnal breeze. Indeed, his eyes transformed into kaleidoscopic shapes, signifying that he was about to commit a foolish act. Uchiha Izumi was caught unawares, ensnared by Itachi's illusion. Tsukuyami. This was an extraordinarily potent genjutsu, capable of subjecting a person to the sensation of being slashed by blades for 3 days and nights, while in reality, merely a second had elapsed. Such was the grotesque nature of this technique. Illusions are often enchanting. Even if fabricated, they ensnare the heart. Itachi remained silent, gazing intently at the young woman in his arms who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Within the realm of Tsukuyami he had crafted for Izumi, there existed a world of complete peace and unblemished happiness. The Uchiha clan in the village had amicably resolved their negotiations, and the couple enjoyed a blissful existence, marrying and raising children, witnessing the Uchiha clan's gradual prosperity. As time gracefully passed, they ultimately concluded their lives with smiles, having lived a splendid existence. This illusion was not merely 3 days. It spanned 60 years. Within the confines of the Tsukuyami, Itachi granted Izumi a life entirely unlike her own. Thus, even in her unconscious state, a subtle curve of contentment graced her lips, rendering her appearance blissfully serene. Was it truly worth it? For the sake of a woman? The night wind shook its head. Tobi, disguised as Akatsuki's Deidara, continued his relentless slaughter, indifferent to Itachi's plight. Yet, the night wind discerned that Itachi's body was on the brink of collapse. His eyes had been pushed beyond their limits, inflicting severe damage on him. Merely employing this genjutsu would cost Itachi several years of his life. Soon, Itachi drew his blade and severed Izumi's neck, leaving her at the corner of the street. As he turned, his face bore no expression, and he resumed his grim task of slaying his own kin. My foolish brother, this is yours. Danzo handed over more than 30 Sharingan eyes from the Uchiha clan, each resting within glass containers immersed in a verdant solution. 3 days hence, I shall perform the arm transplant for you, Night Breeze stated with unwavering assurance. As for Obito, he had acquired an even greater number of Sharingan, having exerted the most effort in this endeavor. The massacre had only commenced an hour prior, yet the Uchiha compound lay eerily silent. The ground stained with the blood of lifeless bodies, their eyes plundered. Danzo cast one final glance at Orochimaru before vanishing without a trace. Obito, devoid of any attachment, departed with the spoils. Night Breeze chose to inspect Fugaku's chamber, only to find the eyes had vanished, likely taken by Itachi, unwilling to let outsiders prevail. Whether to destroy them or keep them for himself, only Itachi knew. Thus, Night Breeze departed from the Uchiha compound. Another hour had passed when the young master of the Uchiha family finally returned home, having endured a particularly rigorous ninjutsu training session that day. However, as Sasuke stepped into the family residence, he was met with an unsettling silence. Typically, there would be some semblance of activity, Yet now there was nothing. What transpired here? The 7-year-old Sasuke pondered, sensing a dense aroma in the air, unsure if it was the scent of blood. What is happening? I felt a presence just moments ago. He glanced at a nearby utility pole, noting the absence of light. Darkness enveloped the compound, devoid of sound, although it was not yet time for slumber. As he traversed a narrow alley, realization dawned upon him that something was amiss. The ground was strewn with cold corpses, signs of a fierce battle evident. And numerous kunai lay abandoned, blood saturating the earth. The faces of the deceased bore expressions of either defiance or despair. Sasuke's mind went blank, thoughts nearly ceasing altogether. Instinctively, the young boy moved towards home, fearing for the safety of his parents and brother. He dared not contemplate further, hastening his steps. Indeed, along the way, he encountered not a single living soul. The ground was littered with bodies, some familiar, others unknown, most having had their eyes gouged out. The scene exceptionally gruesome. Father, mother, Sasuke called out as he ran, finally catching sight of his home. Trembling, he pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. An unsettling quiet enveloped the space, with no response to his calls. Yet, Sasuke set down his ninja tool pouch and removed his shoes before entering the room. He clung to a sliver of hope that perhaps his parents were safe, having escaped the horror, or that all he witnessed was merely a nightmarish vision. Father, mother, are you not here? Sasuke continued to cry out, but silence persisted. He approached the threshold of the room, yet hesitated to move, daunted by the prospect of opening the door. Move, move. Sasuke's breath quickened, his body trembling uncontrollably. Creak. The wooden door swung open. The worst had indeed come to pass. A man and a woman lay lifeless on the floor, the ground stained with blood. Father, mother. Sasuke rushed inside, yearning to draw near to them, only to see a figure emerge from the shadows, a man clad in ninja attire, wielding a long blade. Sasuke's countenance shifted in alarm, causing him to recoil. Yet, as the man stepped into the moonlight, Sasuke recognized him as his elder brother, Itachi Uchiha. This was the first living soul he encountered upon returning to his family, and it was none other than his brother, instantly bringing solace to his troubled heart. Brother, why? Why did father and mother have to? Why did this happen? Who could have done this? Sasuke's heart was a tumult of anxiety and despair. Suddenly, a shuriken was hurled, embedding itself in the wall, tearing through the fabric of Sasuke's left shoulder. Brother, what are you doing? Sasuke paused, bewildered. However, Itachi's expression remained cold and unyielding, a mask of icy detachment. What are you doing, brother? Sasuke's worry deepened. In an instant, all the clan members lay dead, and the only surviving brother exhibited such strange behavior. My foolish younger brother. Itachi spoke calmly. The three-tomo Sharingan began to transform, shifting into a form Sasuke had never witnessed. A powerful ocular technique erupted, ensnaring Sasuke within the realm of Tsukuyomi. This was a grotesque dimension, where Itachi would incessantly replay a harrowing scene, himself wielding a blade to slay their parents. The act of murdering each clan member unfolding before Sasuke's eyes. He intended to ensure his brother's transformation into a formidable warrior. Do not subject me to such horrors. Why must you do this, brother? Sasuke's psyche began to unravel within the genjutsu. The slaughter of clan members, the murder of their parents, all orchestrated by Itachi Uchiha. The gentle elderly, the siblings, the beloved parents, every single member of their clan. Sasuke collapsed to the ground. Itachi maintained his stoic facade, revealing no hint of vulnerability or fatigue. Do not kill me. You are not worth killing. My foolish brother. If you wish to end my life, harbor hatred towards me, despise me, and live on in your wretchedness, flee with all your might. Survive at all costs. The following day, news of the Uchiha clan's annihilation swiftly spread throughout the village. Uchiha Itachi annihilated his clan, earning the notorious title of S-rank renegade ninja. The sole survivor, Uchiha Sasuke, lay in a hospital bed, rumored to be in a state of mental disarray. The whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi remain a mystery, as does the rationale behind his actions. Meanwhile, numerous families have begun to eye the wealth and lands previously held by the Uchiha clan, and there are whispers about the fate of the Sharingan. Most merely express their sentiments briefly before resuming their mundane lives, feeling powerless to alter the events that have transpired. How frightening it is. Hinata rested beneath a tree, startled by the news. Fortunately, the Hyuga clan is safe, remarked Niji. Moreover, with the departure of the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga family could rightfully claim the title of the foremost clan in Konoha. This incident had yielded him several dozen three-tomo Sharingan, which was quite a boon. Lady Hinata, he continued, if one day I were to cease being Hyuga Niji and transform into another person, would you still consider me a friend? Huh? The suddenness of her brother's words perplexed her. For instance, if I were to commit a grave sin, such as murder, would you still regard me as a friend? Well, you are my brother, no matter the circumstances. If that were to happen, I would undoubtedly visit you in prison frequently, encouraging you to become a better person. Prison? Who in this world could possibly restrain the current me? Yet, such musings seem trivial in the grand scheme of things. The undercurrents are tumultuous. Time has a remarkable ability to heal many wounds. Akane often experiences nightmares, in which a faceless man expressionlessly removes her eyes, only to carefully place them back. In truth, she should feel elated to have her life restored, yet she remains engulfed in confusion and fear. What thoughts occupy her teacher's mind? I am gently tapped Akane, who is lost in thought. I am a petite girl with dark red hair, possesses an unusually muted hue, yet her features are charming, rendering her quite adorable. As a scion of the Arima family, she exhibits remarkable talent in illusionary arts and is a student of Akane. Regrettably, her health is frail, and she is often ill. Her family believes she is ill-suited to become a ninja. It's nothing, Akane shook her head. It would be best not to divulge her tragic experiences to her student, lest she frighten her. Hey, little girl, you're pinching me too hard. A youthful voice interjected. Akane glanced towards the two individuals strolling in the distance, a boy from the Hyuga clan, distinguished by his striking white eyes, with an appearance that was rather ordinary. Likely around 14 or 15 years of age. Beside him was a vibrant young woman, seemingly a few years his senior, with a curvaceous figure and a playful, endearing smile. No way, I like it this way, she said, tightly linking her arm with the boy's, her eyes narrowed in delight, as the setting sun cast its golden rays. Akane silently observed the couple depart, feeling a pang of envy at their evident happiness. She suddenly recalled a fellow named Asuma, the son of the third Hokage, who had persistently shown her affection since their school days. Yet, she had been preoccupied lately and found herself disinclined to engage with him. Should she reconsider? Or perhaps it would be best to let it go. Akane strolled with Ayam for a while. The morning rain had left the air refreshingly crisp, and the soft earth beneath her feet felt comforting. The Hidden Leaf Village was perpetually tranquil. However, beneath that tranquility lay a seething undercurrent. As night fell, Akane and Azuki exited a ramen shop. The air was infused with a tantalizing aroma, which successfully lured Azuki into a nearby flower shop. The establishment was modest in size, yet it boasted a variety of floral species. The shopkeeper, a somewhat stern middle-aged man with golden hair, seemed to be of the taciturn variety. After a perfunctory welcome, he fell silent. Are there any customers? Dad, you're always like this, sigh. A young girl emerged from a back room, her golden ponytail bouncing as she contrasted sharply with her reticent father. She exuded warmth and cheerfulness. Oh, is that Hinata's brother? What flowers do you wish for? Ino blinked curiously. She had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Previously, she had only encountered Hinata's brother at the Ninja Academy, where he was invariably accompanied by Lady Hinata. The middle-aged man showed no inclination to join the conversation, continuing to peruse his newspaper. Oh, let us take Little Red out to buy some flowers. The night breeze smiled gently. It wouldn't do to call her by the name Red Bean. It was far simpler to refer to her as Little Red or perhaps Little Red Red. Oh, are there pink roses as well? Red Bean's gaze swept around before finally resting on a few clusters of delicate pink blooms. Roses, whether red or pink, possess an immense allure for young maidens, and their combination is simply irresistible. The night breeze was indifferent, as long as Red Bean was happy. He was more than willing to spend a little money to bring her joy. Does your sister like them? How many would you like? Jingye maintained a cheerful demeanor. Let us take them all, the night breeze declared. Hee. Red Bean joyfully rushed over and planted a kiss on the youth's cheek. It was at this moment Jingye confirmed their relationship. They were indeed a couple. After a brief moment, goodbye, brother. Jingye expertly wrapped the pink roses and handed them to Red Bean. Goodbye, the night breeze replied lazily. He then embraced Red Bean as they meandered homeward. As night deepened, Red Bean fell into a deep slumber, while the night breeze transformed back into his former self. Clad in the attire of the Akatsuki organization, he utilized Earth-style jutsu to travel to a cold underground chamber on the outskirts of Konoha. Master Do awaited him, along with several ninjas from the Sound Village, who bore various experimental apparatuses on their backs. Let us proceed. The night breeze's golden serpent-like eyes shone vividly in the darkness, and his hoarse, chilling voice instilled a sense of urgency in all present. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the basement. A few Sound Village ninjas stood guard while Do and Orochimaru entered with the equipment. It's barely past 1 o'clock. You were quite punctual. Danzo's voice echoed coolly. Over 30 root ninjas stood at the ready behind him. With a mere gesture, countless jutsu could swiftly overwhelm Orochimaru. Such caution. It is befitting of the leader of Root, the night breeze remarked lightly. Do began to unpack the experimental materials, revealing prepared Hashirama cells, several Sharingan provided by Danzo, and surgical tools. Just to clarify, should these items be exposed, I want to concern myself with your fate, whether you are killed by Konoha or imprisoned. The night breeze stated, his expression impassive. You need not worry about that. I will safeguard this power myself, Danzo replied coolly. Within the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, he had discovered a formidable technique known as Izanagi, though each use required the sacrifice of a Sharingan. Thus, he sought to implant an arm to cultivate Sharingan. Let us begin. The night breeze signaled for Danzo to lie on the operating table. Danzo, unperturbed by any potential tricks from Orochimaru, knew that the 30 or more standing behind him were ready to act at any moment. Tobi administered a paralyzing agent to Danzo, while Yakumo swiftly severed Danzo's right hand and extracted his left eye. A white arm cultivated from Hashirama's cells, onto which a Sharingan was grafted, was then affixed to Danzo's right arm. Following this, a sealing technique was employed to suppress the vitality of the Hashirama cells. Ultimately, a Sharingan was transplanted into Danzo's left eye. With these procedures completed, the major work was essentially accomplished, leaving only the final touches. 3 hours later, Danzo adeptly tested his new right arm and left eye, expressing great satisfaction with his newfound abilities. Izanagi, a technique capable of altering reality, allowed him to shape events to his advantage, effectively granting him the semblance of multiple lives. Farewell. Yakumo departed with Tobi, vanishing from the underground base. The Sound Village ninjas returned to their headquarters with Tobi, while Yakumo made his way back to Konohagakure. Itachi Uchiha met with Pain and officially joined the Akatsuki organization, although the group had recently been rather idle, leaving him without any assigned missions. Furthermore, he was disinterested in being paired with Itachi. Itachi served as a spy for Konoha, a fact known only to the higher-ups of the village. As for Itachi's abilities, he held little regard for Tsukuyami, and Amaterasu would eventually be entrusted to Sasuke. At that point, he could simply take Sasuke's eyes. On a rainy day, the following morning at the Ninja Academy training grounds, Yakaze visited Miss Hinata as usual, while Sasuke remained as popular as ever. In fact, Sasuke seemed even more aloof than before, which only heightened his allure among the young ladies. With his striking features, exceptional prowess as the top of his class, and being the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan, he embodied the very essence of what young girls admired. Is something troubling you, Miss Hinata? Yakaze inquired, noting her distracted demeanor. I suspect it pertains to Lady Hanabi. A slight smile graced his lips. Hanabi Hyuga, Hinata's younger sister, had just turned 2. In a year or two, she would begin her training in gentle fist techniques and honing her Byakugan abilities. As a member of the Hyuga clan, this was her destined path. I truly hope Hanabi does not end up like me, Hinata murmured softly. Such thoughts were considered rebellious, and she only dared to voice them in Yakaze's presence. The notion of being predestined to a certain fate seemed fundamentally flawed. Yet it was a perspective that everyone around her accepted without question. If someone were to declare their intention to abandon the path of a ninja to sell ramen, that would indeed be peculiar. Was it not always thus? Hinata felt a profound sense of confusion, yet she dared not speak to her stern father, knowing such conversations would lead only to reprimand. Human potential has its limits. The more cunning one becomes, the more one realizes the boundaries of humanity. Humans are creatures of self-deception, unwilling to acknowledge the truth. Yakaze spoke, his tone reminiscent of an old man. Hinata found his words perplexing, and she viewed Hyuga Fu as equally baffling. After all, Fu was an enigma, forsaking the advantages of his family for the simplicity of working as a waiter, all the while relying on the kindness of young girls. Their inexplicable camaraderie was, perhaps, another mystery. On this rare weekend, the phrase sage mode, Rasengan escaped the lips of a youth. Though not truly sage mode, it had become an intrinsic part of him, utilizing natural chakra to perform ninjutsu. The Rasengan, a technique that condenses chakra into a rapidly spinning sphere to strike adversaries, was a ninjutsu invented by the 4th Hokage, taking years of research to perfect. While the basic Rasengan was relatively simple, incorporating the nature transformation of chakra significantly increased its complexity. The reason Naruto succeeded was due to his immense chakra reserves, which he tirelessly honed through shadow clones, thereby amassing considerable experience. Yukaze pondered silently. The ordinary Rasengan was quite common. Many ninjas could perform it. For instance, Jiraiya and Kakashi are somewhat evenly matched. However, to incorporate a change in chakra nature into the Rasengan requires an immense amount of practice, and regrettably, he does not possess such an abundance of chakra. Moreover, training such jutsu within the confines of Konoha while maintaining one's anonymity is utterly impossible. Are you leaving? Akamichi suddenly inquired. Perhaps, Nightwind replied softly, releasing the blue orb from his hand. Suddenly, rain poured down outside the window. Passers-by were drenched, scurrying back home like wet chickens. Among them was a golden-haired boy, who, having strayed too far from home, chose to seek refuge under an awning, unaware that two Umbu operatives were covertly watching him. Regardless of whether it rained or snowed, or whether the winds howled or the sun blazed, two masked figures remained discreetly vigilant over him. Of course, Naruto Uzumaki was oblivious to this fact. Hello there, little one. Would you care to come in? Akamichi stepped outside, offering a gentle smile. Huh? Oh, sure, thank you. Naruto stammered, his face lighting up with a goofy grin. It was rare for anyone in the village to offer him such a friendly smile. The third Hokage was one. Irika-sensei was another, alongside the owner of Ichiraku Ramen, Choji, and Shikamaru. His circle of friends was small, thus he remembered each of them distinctly. Would you like some cake? Nightwind glanced at Naruto, inquiring. I don't have any money. The boy scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No worries, consider it a treat, Nightwind replied calmly. Akamichi retrieved 2 slices of cake from the display case and placed them before Naruto. Thank you, big brother. Naruto's face beamed with joy. He was aware of the boy with white eyes, who often accompanied the quiet girl from his class, yet they had never exchanged greetings. Alas, it's raining. I had intended to buy a gift for Sasuke, a girl's voice chimed in. A little girl with short pink hair entered the cake shop, holding a small umbrella. Sakura, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, waving his arms. Oh, it's Naruto, Sakura said, momentarily taken aback before expressing her disappointment. Clearly, she was not particularly fond of this classmate, while Naruto seemed quite fond of her. 2 red bean cakes, Sakura said, disregarding Naruto as she selected her cake. After paying Akamichi, she quickly departed the cake shop, umbrella in hand, without bidding Naruto farewell or inviting him to share her umbrella. The young girl, her heart fluttering for Sasuke, had no spare thoughts to devote to Naruto. With an air of carefree exuberance, she often caused disruptions and inconveniences for others, and her academic performance was rather dismal. Who could possibly harbor affection for such a fool? However, Naruto did not dwell on these thoughts for long. The mere chance encounter with Sakura in this place brought him immense joy. Soon, having finished his cake, Naruto noticed that the heavy rain showed no signs of abating. Feeling somewhat awkward about lingering any longer, he ventured into the downpour and vanished into the streets. As Naruto departed, 2 hidden ninjas stealthily descended from the rooftop. Anko. Yes? What is it, sensei? Could you refrain from leaning on my back? It's rather exhausting. I can't help it. I've been afflicted with a peculiar ailment that renders me unhappy unless I'm resting on my teacher's back. Is that so? Indeed. Recently, Manda has been incessantly expressing his desire for a human maiden as a sacrifice and even yelled at me a couple of times. I believe I was wrong. Sensei. Achoo. Another feminine voice echoed, seemingly suffering from a cold. As the gentle night breeze mingled with Anko's presence, they turned to see a golden-haired little girl standing at the entrance, drenched, her golden locks clinging to her back. Upon entering, the little girl removed her shoes, which were also soaked with rainwater. Hello, twin brother and sister. Ino exclaimed cheerfully, her smile radiant like the sun on a clear day. Despite their unfamiliarity, it felt as though they were long-lost friends or distant relatives. Could you lend me a towel? My hair is wet, and I wish to dry it. Oh, and if I could change into a dry outfit, that would be splendid. By the way, is it possible to take a hot shower here? Please. Ino added with a beaming smile. Anko observed the boldness of the current generation with astonishment, while Yakumo, wearing an indifferent expression, continued gazing out the window. Follow me, Anko said, guiding the little girl upstairs. Not long after, Nightwind observed Hongdo with a warm smile. Isn't her name Ino? Quite adorable indeed. Charming young ladies deserve their privileges, he remarked. Hongdo replied calmly, I will prepare some medicinal soup for her. She seems to have caught a cold. With that, she headed towards the kitchen. As a disciple of Orochimaru, she was well versed in basic medical knowledge and could easily concoct a remedy for a cold. Ah, I don't have any smaller clothes, she mused. Ino emerged from a hot shower, clad in an outfit belonging to Hongdo. The trousers and jacket were considerably oversized, accentuating her petite frame. Little girl, are you always this friendly with everyone? Nightwind asked playfully. Isn't your brother often with Hinata? I figured, since we are classmates. We must be good friends too, Ino replied with a gentle smile, sitting across from Nightwind and mimicking his posture while gazing out at the rain. Good friends, you say? Nightwind chuckled. Your relationship with Hinata isn't that close, is it? That rounding up is quite absurd. Did a gym teacher teach you math? However, it mattered little. Hongdo was right. Charming girls always had their privileges. He wasn't the type to harbor ill will towards everyone. And occasionally teasing a young girl brought joy to life. Ino-chan, I've brewed some medicine for you. Drink this, and you'll feel better, Hongdo said, presenting a bowl before Ino. Thank you, sister, Ino replied, eyeing the seemingly bitter concoction with uncertainty. It looks quite bitter, she remarked, scrunching her face. But she persevered and finished the entire bowl. Would you like some cake? Nightwind asked cheerfully, though his tone was inquiring. Hongdo had already placed a slice of cake on the table, accompanied by a cup of warm water. I don't have any money, Ino said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After taking a shower here and borrowing little Hong's clothes, I thought you'd consider this place your home. Nightwind laughed. That makes sense. Ino soon began to relish the dessert. The rain outside showed no sign of letting up, and sitting here felt quite pleasant. Not to worry, there's an umbrella. You can just take it back when you leave, Hongdo added. Ino glanced at Nightwind, who lay on the bench seemingly asleep, and pouted. This guy is so warm towards Hinata, yet somewhat distant with me. Is it just my imagination? Thank you, she thought, but nonetheless accepted the umbrella from Hongdo. The rain continued to fall, though it had lessened in intensity. She decided to keep the clothes and umbrella for her next visit. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Ino delivered clothing and an umbrella while also ordering a cake here. Brother, Ino greeted warmly, clearly treating this place as her own home. Nightwind nodded in acknowledgement and continued reading. When discussing medical ninjutsu, one cannot overlook a certain woman, a familiar acquaintance of his, Tsunade. Her medical skills are truly remarkable, as evidenced by the book on spinal nerves in his hands. Big brother, another voice chimed in. Nightwind set down his book, only to discover that Sakura was also present and appeared quite close to Ino. What was going on? The young girls were not quarreling over Sasuke? Could it be that they had reconciled? Nightwind was somewhat astonished. Sakura, unlike Ino, was not as forthcoming or talkative. She simply greeted him and remained silent beside Ino. To be honest, Nightwind did not particularly care for Sakura. This was not to say that she had any faults. Rather, the issue lay with him. The young girl was quite ordinary, perhaps excessively infatuated with celebrities, but that was hardly a grave error. Nonetheless, he found her presence unappealing. Sasuke was his possession, after all. He despised the thought of anyone coveting what belonged to him, even if it was just a 7-year-old girl. As for love, she seemed to think that someone cold and handsome was the epitome of true affection. The current generation of young girls was indeed beyond redemption, however, more than that. Nightwind was curious about how these two girls had made amends. If I recall correctly, there is a fellow named Uchiha Sasuke in your class? Nightwind inquired. Oh, yes, Sakura stammered, caught off guard by Nightwind's mention of Sasuke. Yes, there is a Sasuke. Ino maintained her cheerful demeanor. Sasuke is quite popular, isn't he? Young girls your age should be enamored with that kind of type, Nightwind remarked with a light chuckle, sipping his tea. Indeed, Sakura immediately flushed at the comment. As for Ino, she appeared somewhat bashful. Sasuke is undeniably handsome, but recently, I have come to realize that friendship holds greater importance, Ino stated earnestly. To say I like him would be more akin to admiring a rebellious sort. That handsome visage is more akin to admiration than affection. It was hard to imagine such profundity coming from a 7-year-old. Nightwind smiled, choosing to remain silent. It seemed that Ino had already gained clarity about reality, a level of understanding typically reserved for after graduating from ninja school. Brother, do you have time to play with us today? Ino invited. I am here for work. I do not have time to join you, Nightwind replied. Work? Ino and Sakura looked at Nightwind curiously. The gentleman sat here with a book in hand, neglecting the guests, clearly embodying the essence of leisure, living off the fruits of others' labor. Do you grasp the meaning of such a life? The night breeze chuckled softly. Xiao Hong Hong, the niece of the proprietor, found herself in a peculiar position as her uncle, a solitary and aimless individual, rendered her almost the de facto owner of this establishment. Life here is so blissfully easy, far superior to the trials of a ninja, Night Wind remarked. The two young ladies fell into silence. Indeed, society can be insidiously indifferent. This seemingly harmless older brother turned out to be quite the cunning individual. However, the two girls had misjudged him. This was not merely a matter of cunning. This was a man devoid of moral scruples, capable of heinous acts without a flicker of remorse. Should he ever take a fancy, he might abduct them, gouge out their eyes, and confine them in a laboratory. Brother, you were just joking, weren't you? Ino could not help but interject. Ah, can't you see? I was merely jesting. In truth, the boss is a kind-hearted soul who has already come to regard me as a son-in-law, which is why he indulges my idleness, Nightwind replied with a smile. It seemed the time was drawing near. Drawing near for what? Oh, nothing much, just a sudden recollection of Miss Hinata's eyes, which are truly exquisite and gentle. Humph. A week later, at the residence of the Hyuga clan, it was quite uncommon for Night Wind to return to his small room. This time, however, he did not bring along Red Bean. He had come home to gather some belongings, while Red Bean was busy sorting items to take from the Red Flower dessert shop. With their departure from Konoha imminent, he had numerous matters to attend to, including the tasks assigned to him by the organization, the transformation of chakra for making meatballs, research on the first-generation cells, and the blood curse seal, among others. Fortunately, it was a holiday, and Hinata was at home practicing diligently. As for Hinata Hanabi, she was under the constant care of servants. He found caring for young children quite bothersome. Thankfully, he had enough subordinates. And since Kyun had handed Hanabi over to Hanga for training, he decided to leave her in her care as well, regardless of how many times he looked at it. It was indeed a valuable piece of art. Nightwind casually gathered a few belongings. Among them, besides some books, the most precious was a blood red, resplendent eye, the eye of Yuhi Kurenai. Before long, Nightwind arrived at the residence of the clan leader. His amicable relationship with Hinata meant that he faced no obstacles on his way. Brother Wind, Hinata greeted, her bare feet peeking out from her snug black taijutsu training uniform. In a wooden-floored room, she was practicing gentle fist against several training dummies, while Hyuga Hizashi observed her training with a serious demeanor. Indeed, he was a traditional and stern man. Clan leader, Night Wind said, bowing respectfully. Hizashi nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. As Hinata continued her training, Night Wind stood by, observing. As noon approached, the afternoon session began. After the clan leader uttered a parting remark, he departed from the small wooden house. Night Wind, feeling indifferent, believed that those from the branch family would not harbor any ill intentions, and it was beneficial for Hinata to make more friends. Miss Hinata, you look truly lovely today, Nightwind remarked with a gentle smile. After an intense workout, Hinata was glistening with sweat, her cheeks flushed. Although Nightwind had always considered the Byakugan an unattractive eye, it appeared unexpectedly harmonious on Hinata. Thank you, she replied, accustomed to his compliments but still a bit bashful. By the way, I have yet to meet Miss Hanabi. After lunch, would you mind taking me to see her? Night Wind inquired with a smile. Sure, Hinata nodded in agreement. Soon, the two stepped outside to enjoy a delightful lunch together. Hinata's afternoon training was scheduled to commence at 2 o'clock, leaving Night Wind with ample time to engage in pleasant conversation with the two young ladies. An hour later, Hinata changed into a comfortable home kimono, and she and Night Wind savored a lovely lunch together. The two individuals returned to the residence and approached Lady Hanabi's chamber. The 2-year-old Hanabi was peacefully asleep, while a woman in her 20s with white eyes patiently kept watch beside her. Miss Hinata, the servant spoke with deference. Hinata nodded and walked to her sister's bedside, a faint smile gracing her lips. She held a deep affection for her younger sibling. Nightbreeze glanced at the little girl, his expression revealing intrigue. This was the true princess of the Byakugan, the purest bloodline of the Hyuga clan in this generation, perhaps the most untainted of many generations. Regrettably, she was still quite young. This is Hanabi, isn't she adorable? Hinata remarked with a smile. Indeed, she is quite charming, Nightbreeze acknowledged with a nod. Hee. Hinata laughed joyfully. However, a sudden weariness crossed her features. Perhaps the earlier training had taken a toll on her? Miss Hinata, the servant exclaimed, rushing to support her. In that very moment, Nightbreeze offered a harmless smile. With a swift motion, he incapacitated the woman and cradled the unconscious Hinata in his arms. This girl placed an excessive amount of trust in him. A touch of sleeping medication had been added to her meal, and Hinata remained blissfully unaware throughout. Of course, even if she had sensed something amiss, it would have mattered little. Perhaps he would persuade Hinata to accompany him. If she resisted, he could simply resort to abduction. Hyugakaze? What a peculiar name. Merely an innocent bystander he had slain from the outset. Half an hour later, the Hyuga clan finally discerned something amiss. Both Miss Hinata and Miss Hanabi had vanished, along with Hyugakaze. At this juncture, Night Breeze had long since departed Konoha, utilizing Earth-style jutsu to escort several women away. The one responsible for the extraction was Kurenai. Kabuto was preoccupied with experiments and would not be disturbed this time. Instead, they would rest at another base. Lord Orochimaru? Kurenai gazed at the Hanabi in her arms, her expression a mixture of amusement and exasperation. What is going on? I'm practically becoming a dedicated nanny. One more or one less, it matters not. This child is entrusted to you, and so is Hinata, Night Breeze stated. Understood, Kurenai replied with a resigned nod. Night Breeze retained the appearance of Hyugakaze, while Akamaru reverted to her true form, donning her favorite black fishnet attire. 6 hours later, they arrived at the entrance of a cave nestled halfway up a mountain. This space, established within the cavern, was originally used for cursed seal experiments and housed numerous imprisoned test subjects. Naturally, most had lost their value. However, Orochimaru had not issued orders to eliminate them, allowing their survival to persist. In a particular room, Night Breeze sat at the edge of the bed, where the unconscious Hinata lay. This was his designated chamber, meticulously cleaned daily, regardless of his presence. Brother? More than half an hour had elapsed, and the sky outside had dimmed considerably when Hinata slowly awakened. As she opened her eyes, she found herself in an exceedingly unfamiliar enclosed room. Although the lighting was bright, the arrangement of objects was rather peculiar, with numerous books and strange glass containers that contained human eyeballs. Had it not been for the presence of Yakumo nearby, Hinata would have been too anxious to utter a word. I sincerely apologize, Miss Hinata, Yakumo said. Brother? Where are we? Hinata asked, still gripped by fear, clutching tightly onto one of Yakumo's hands. This is my home. We are no longer in Konoha, although we are still within the Land of Fire. The nearest place is a village called Otogakure. You and Hanabi will reside here from now on. Yakumo gently stroked Hinata's head as he spoke softly. HM? Aren't you not a member of the Hyuga clan? Why would you be outside the village? What is this place? Hinata's confusion deepened. Why would a member of the Hyuga family possess such a home outside the village? Moreover, she and Hanabi had been brought here without any prior knowledge. Because I have never been Hyuga Wind, Hinata. Hyuga Wind has long since been slain by me. Yakumo slowly peeled away the human skin mask from his face, revealing his pale skin, and his Byakugan reverted to its normal golden serpentine pupils. Stripped of his disguise, he appeared as a brooding youth. His lips curled into a malevolent smile. The welcome ceremony unfolded in silence as Hinata found herself at a loss for words. The boy before her, with his golden snake-like eyes, appeared utterly unfamiliar, his expression devoid of reverence or gentleness, instead radiating a cruel demeanor. Was this truly his authentic self? My name is Orochimaru, he stated calmly. Indeed, I am the rogue ninja sought by Konoha. Hinata remained silent, her gaze cast downward. Nightwind, anticipating her reaction, continued, Do not fret about Hanabi. She is thriving. Whenever you feel ready to speak, simply knock, and someone will escort you to me. With that, the youth exited the confined chamber. He had merely asserted that she was well, yet he did not guarantee her safety from other fates. Given Hanabi's youth, he would have swiftly taken her pure white eyes otherwise. Moreover, both Hanabi and Hinata were invaluable subjects for experimentation. The prospect of creating clones of the two could potentially yield a plethora of pure white-eyed beings. The thought of mass-producing the Rinnegan made Nightwind chuckle with delight. The power of the Rinnegan could even cleave the moon in two. With merely a handful of subordinates possessing the Rinnegan, the entire shinobi world would be at his command, capable of vanquishing gods and deities alike. As for Kaguya, that was a matter for another time, to be dealt with through alternative means. In the future, a wave of conflicting emotions washed over her, a pang of sadness intertwined with a flicker of joy. The sadness stemmed from the realization that she was indeed a powerless heir of the Hyuga clan, so easily taken away by another. Her father must be frantic with worry. The joy, however, lay in the possibility of escaping the arduous and tedious training that had consumed her life, though uncertainty loomed over her future and the chances of survival. Orochimaru had been hunted after allegedly abducting ninjas from the village, leading to a significant number of disappearances. He was indeed a terrifying figure. Meanwhile, in another corner of the laboratory, upon Orochimaru's arrival, Honglian promptly bowed in respect. "Lord Orochimaru," she addressed him dutifully. Kankuro mimicked the gesture, albeit with less conviction. She was not well versed in the past, but understood that this man was a formidable ninja with numerous underground bases, as his subordinates had informed her. In earlier times, Kabuto had occasionally taken the time to impart medical knowledge to her, but as he became increasingly occupied, he entrusted her to Honglian. Honglian, an enigmatic woman with a cold exterior but a warm heart, was a strong leader, meticulous in her tasks and execution of missions, while also displaying kindness and diligence towards Kankuro. "The test subjects here have become obsolete," Nightwind remarked. "I understand, my lord," Honglian replied with a respectful nod. With their lack of utility, their fates were sealed, either death or abandonment. Orochimaru once conducted human experiments utilizing animal genes, ultimately creating numerous monstrous hybrids of man and beast. These unfortunate beings typically bore animalistic traits, such as scales and claws, yet the genetic experiments ultimately failed, rendering the mutants feeble and ineffectual. While many experimental subjects were disposed of, a significant number were carelessly discarded, deemed worthless. By the way, summon Hinata, and let her witness this spectacle as a form of welcome. A smile played upon Nightwind's lips. At first glance, his clean smile appeared somewhat sunny. However, those who knew Orochimaru well would feel an increasing sense of dread and reverence. Indeed, Honglian respectfully withdrew. Xianglin bent slightly, trailing behind Honglian like a devoted acolyte. Was it not a touch too cruel for a 7-year-old child? Akkad suddenly spoke up. She felt the question to be foolish, yet it escaped her lips nonetheless. If one were to ponder the reason, it was that Hinata was undeniably adorable, a girl who naturally inspired affection and sympathy. Cruelty? This world is inherently harsh. Nightwind dismissed the notion. Akkad nodded, falling silent. He was indeed an unprecedented tyrant, merely indulging in games for amusement not long ago. A man who regarded life as mere playthings and justice as nothing more than refuse. Half an hour later, within the cave, the entire base was divided into 2 levels, with the lower level serving as the prison for various experimental subjects. Now, all the subjects had been released from their cells, brought to a plaza, their shackles removed. A throng of over 200 individuals gathered. Most bore a numb expression, having succumbed to madness after years of confinement. Some had been captured by ninjas, while others had sold themselves for money, yet all were now devoid of feeling, transformed into aberrations. Some harbored hatred for Orochimaru, while others had become fervent zealots, willing to do anything for him. Nightwind and Akkad stood on the second floor, while Honglian guided Xianglin and Hinata to the scene. Xianglin regarded the throng with curiosity, whereas Hinata remained silent, neither joyful nor sorrowful, merely engulfed in despair. "Let me elucidate what is about to transpire here." Nightwind smiled faintly. "Firstly, this is the domain of Lord Orochimaru, and those below are the remnants of a failed experiment, now stripped of their worth. Secondly, Lord Orochimaru has no need for worthless refuse." Honglian addressed the 2 young girls calmly. "Let the slaughter commence. The last one standing shall be granted the privilege to leave this base, with Lord Orochimaru himself as witness," Honglian proclaimed to the crowd below. As his words resonated, the throng erupted into chaos. They have long been tormented into madness, and now, with a glimmer of hope to escape this place, no one would willingly relinquish this opportunity. Moreover, the implications of Honglian's words are abundantly clear. The last survivor shall leave, which signifies that only one may endure. Those golden serpent-like eyes gaze upon the scene, and none dare defy the will of that esteemed figure. Roars erupt, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds below. Some collapse, spewing blood. Others gnash their teeth in desperation. Some wield blades, while others brandish iron rods. The air is thick with shouts of rage, cries of anguish, and howls of despair. Blood saturates the ground, severed heads fly, and chaos reigns in the square, with each passing second claiming another victim. They are strangers to one another, bearing no grudges. Yet today they unleash their full fury solely to slay one another, enacting a gruesome spectacle. Sister, Xianglin gasped in terror. Her complexion drained of color as she clutched tightly to Honglian's hand. Though she had witnessed murder before, it was her first encounter with such widespread carnage, akin to a hellish tableau. Hinata fared little better, propping herself against the railing as she retched, having never witnessed a killing. She was utterly unprepared for such a bloody scene. Heads and mangled flesh lay scattered, every manner of death unfolded before her. Even as a madman laughed manically while consuming the flesh and blood, her very soul seemed to tremble amidst the chilling winds. The slaughter persists, and the terror within Hinata intensifies. Is this the fate that befalls the worthless in such a place? An hour later, the cacophony of battle finally subsided. The sole survivor was a young man, whose frail physique belied a surprising strength and tenacity. What is his name? Nightwind inquired, glancing at Hong Lian. Huan Yuan. Hong Lian replied. The young man, drenched in blood, clutched a knife that dripped crimson droplets onto the ground. You may leave now, Nightwind stated indifferently. His words were resolute. An experimental subject lacking utility was of no consequence to him. As for revealing the location of the base, few dared to openly defy him in the ninja realm. I can accept death, but I beseech Lord Orochimaru to release my imprisoned kin, Huan Yuan implored. Kin? Nightwind expressed mild surprise. His entire clan has been captured, with a few confined in another base, Hong Lian elucidated. Nightwind nodded, acknowledging the young man's audacity. Despite the chance to escape, he chose to negotiate terms. Whether to call this foolishness or a display of profound love remained uncertain. Why should I acquiesce to your request? Nightwind retorted coldly. I am willing to pay any price, including this body and my life, merely to secure the release of my kin, Huan Yuan persisted. Kneeling on the ground in earnest supplication. Though youthful, it was evident he was a headstrong individual. Humph, Nightwind scoffed, as dozens of snakes emerged from his sleeves, dragging Huan Yuan across the ground and slamming him down with a heavy thud. Kill him, Nightwind commanded, tossing a shuriken to Hinata with an icy demeanor. Hinata stared blankly at the shuriken in her hand, then at the unfortunate young man ensnared by the serpents. He has no right to negotiate with me. Yet he dares to speak thus, Nightwind continued. An entity devoid of value. His death is inconsequential. Hinata remained in a daze, showing no inclination to act. Consider your own life, and that of your sister. Do you wish for death? It is simple, just kill him, Hong Lian urged, sensing the gravity of the situation. Gently patting the young girl's shoulder, Hinata seemed to awaken from her stupor. Failing to eliminate him might endanger both her and her sister. Brother, Lord Orochimaru, I implore you, please do not harm my sister. Hinata tightened her grip on the shuriken, her gaze a mixture of helplessness and a flicker of hope. Prove your worth to me. Here, I require obedient and useful subordinates, Nightwind replied. Having entered his domain, she must adhere to his rules. He had no patience for mere adornments. Yes, Hinata responded softly. There were no lengthy and tedious training sessions here, yet life seemed no easier than before. Or so it appeared. The man was utterly capricious, instilling only fear in those around him. A kunai pierced through the heart, and upon extraction, a torrent of crimson flowed forth. Hinata's hands trembled incessantly, yet she bit her lip and ended his life. Indeed. It seems you have begun to grasp the rules of this place, Hinata, said Nightwind, his voice light and carefree as if nothing had transpired. He always wore such a relaxed smile, yet it harbored a sinister madness. Take Hinata to rest, he commanded, laughing heartily as he walked away. Akkad did not follow suit. Instead, she gently patted Hinata's head. Come now, Hinata-chan, the Lord favors obedient and understanding children. As long as you do not defy his will, he shall not harm you or your sister, she reassured. Although they were also valuable experimental subjects, these sisters were entirely different from Uchiha Shursui. If they remained compliant, perhaps they could secure a favorable position. There was a boy named Kimimaro, a bearer of the Kagaya clan's bloodline limit. His unwavering loyalty to Orochimaru earned him a degree of respect, even from Kabuto, and his life was seldom affected, taking orders solely from Orochimaru. Of course, the likes of Honglian and Kabuto served as prime examples, as did Akkad. Many were abducted, yet ultimately became devoted to that man, willing to sacrifice everything for him. Even knowing he was a demon, the last one in the world to care for you and offer warmth is a demon. Will you assist justice in vanquishing the demon, or will you aid the demon in becoming even more malevolent? The answer is glaringly evident. Sister, were you once a ninja of Konoha? Hinata's numbed expression stirred slightly. Listening to Akkad recount her past, she felt a flicker of vitality return to her heart. Indeed, at that time, Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin, and as a student, everyone in the village would steer clear of me, Akkad replied with a smile. She had once been an orphan from a small town in the land of waves, her parents having passed away early in her life. With no relatives or means of support, she was often bullied and ridiculed by local children, with no one to lend her aid. The world seemed shrouded in darkness. devoid of light. Day after day, until that fateful day when she wept alone in an alley and encountered that cold man, clad in the garb of a Konoha ninja. With pale skin and bright golden eyes, he appeared tall and gaunt yet imposing. The man listened to her woes, took her out for a meal, understood her experiences and pain, and shared stories of the fascinating life of a ninja. He was the gentlest soul in existence. He invited her to Konoha to become his student and train in ninjutsu, promising to teach her how to become a formidable ninja. Without a moment's hesitation, she consented. Later, she discovered that her teacher was utterly devoid of conscience, a despicable trafficker of children who frequently abducted individuals for grotesque human experiments. Were there individuals in the world more malevolent than her teacher? She could not say. Yet one thing she was certain of, she cherished the moments spent with her instructor. "Dear sister, have you truly not been brainwashed?" Hinata inquired cautiously. This sister, known as Hondo, often appeared somewhat dim-witted. In truth, Hinata was not foolish at all. She was merely soft-hearted, reluctant to retaliate or voice her dissent, and consequently, she dared not question anything. What was she pondering? Surely, her sister was aware of her own misdeeds, and her teacher was hardly a paragon of virtue. But what did it matter? Why strive to be good? What reward would goodness yield? Hondo shrugged her shoulders. Assist others in dealing with Orochimaru? That is simply out of the question. In reality, Lord Orochimaru held a certain fondness for you. He simply wished for you to evolve beyond your former self, hence his seemingly indifferent demeanor. A girl who trembles even at the thought of taking a life is not the kind of subordinate Lord Orochimaru would favor. If you wish to regain his affection and survive in this place, you must endeavor to enhance your own worth. Hondo leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Hinata's forehead. The hour was late, and it was time to rest. If Hinata were to comprehend Nightwind's affections for Hondo, she would realize how fortunate she truly was. It was a rare privilege to have Hondo assigned to accompany her. Few could claim such an honor. A month later, the movements of Shao. It has been quite some time since our last encounter, though. The night wind swept in as a solitary figure arrived at the base. Lord Orochimaru, Do bowed respectfully. Despite his youthful appearance, resembling a boy of 15 or 16, he was indeed the esteemed Orochimaru. The blood curse seal of Hondo has proven to be remarkably successful. Thus far, it exhibits no adverse effects, aiding in healing while also preventing aging. You have been tirelessly busy, and this will undoubtedly relieve your burdens, Night Wind remarked. Do was his most cherished subordinate, excelling in both medical expertise and strategic intellect, an exceptionally rare find. Thank you, my lord, Do replied without hesitation, fully aware of the experiment's implications and benefits. With a hiss, Nightwind transformed his right hand into a small white snake, which bit Do's neck. This was not a sanguine extraction, but rather an infusion of Orochimaru's blood. Moments later, a vivid crimson mark materialized, 3 blood-red tomo. Unlike ordinary curse seals, this technique bore no soul imprint. It was solely designed to extend life and promote healing, devoid of any negative repercussions. Such techniques were reserved for his most esteemed subordinates. I shall go to the organization. The base is in your capable hands. Understood, Do affirmed. A reliable aide, along with Honglian, who served as an excellent caretaker. After arranging for Hinata and Hanabi, Nightwind set forth once more, donning the garb of Shao as he traversed the ninja world. The responsibility of creating clone bodies was entrusted to Do. One day, the members of the Shao organization gathered. An uncommon assembly. Pain, Konin, Orochimaru, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, Haiden, Kakazu, Sasori, and Zetsu. 9 individuals coalesced through their rings, manifesting a spectral projection for communication. Is this the rogue ninja from Konoha, Itachi Uchiha? He truly is youthful, Kisame remarked, is lifeless. Fish-like eyes fixated upon Itachi, as if seeking to glean hidden truths from his gaze. There is a target in Awagakure, Deidara. The task of recruitment shall fall to Itachi Uchiha. Do you have any objections? Pain stated coolly, his eyes unique, with white pupils swirling in black ripples and tinged with a hint of purple, exuding an aura of authority and enigma that overshadowed all present. In the coming years, the organization's activities will intensify, aimed at amassing bounties and collecting Jinchuriki from various villages, inevitably drawing the attention of the outside world. Members shall operate in pairs. There is no need to engage the Jinchuriki for now, as I shall handle the 4 tails and 5 tails. Pain continued. As for the pairings, Orochimaru shall team with Sasori, Itachi with Kisame, Haiden with Kakazu, and for the time being, Deidara is not mentioned. Zetsu will be responsible for clandestinely gathering intelligence. Is that clear? The leader finished speaking, and the expressions of the others varied. What? This individual, reeking of coin, dares to join me? Such an affront to our revered deity. Haydn remarked with evident displeasure. Although his brute strength was lacking, his unique techniques had earned him a place as a formal member of the Akatsuki. A dullard, only fixated on slaughter, devoid of any intellect, Kakuzu scoffed. This man was nothing more than a brute. He had no desire for such a companion. Itachi, I look forward to your guidance, Kasame chuckled softly. Indeed. Itachi responded with a subtle nod, his expression remaining impassive throughout. Are you Orochimaru? They say you delve into forbidden human techniques. It seems you have succeeded. Sasori scrutinized Orochimaru, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Orochimaru appeared to be in his 50s, yet this body exuded an aura of youth, appearing no older than a mere teenager. However, compared to my artistry, your methods are insignificant, Sasori remarked dismissively. Perhaps, who can say? Yugura shrugged, indifferent. Sasori was also a madman, having transformed his own body into a puppet. Every inch of him was mechanized, save for his heart, which remained a human organ, achieving a form of immortality in a sense. As long as the heart's vitality endures, he shall never perish, akin to his puppets that never decay, eternally retaining their beauty. A year later, the land of wind, the vast desert, strewn with yellow sands, held nothing but the scorching sun and endless dunes. Not a single white cloud adorned the sky, only the relentless heat. In this harsh environment, 3 figures traversed the desert. That fellow certainly has stamina. Attempting to seek refuge in such a desolate place to escape, too bad his head is worth 20 million ryo. The man's voice was dark and brooding. He possessed a corpulent physique, dragging a long metallic tail behind him, reminiscent of a scorpion's sting. His black robe was adorned with patterns of red clouds, signifying his status. Beside him were 2 others clad in similar attire, appearing considerably more composed. One was a slender youth with long black hair and golden eyes, his complexion pale. The other was a petite girl with short purple hair, her form curvaceous and well-developed, her features exquisitely delicate, and her visage strikingly beautiful. Notably, her right eye was a hazel brown, while her left shimmered a deep crimson, displaying 3 tomo. Tsuchigomo, a rogue ninja from Iwagakure, once responsible for the assassination of 11 jonin from his village, had gone missing 2 years prior. Recently, the bounty had escalated from 15 million to 20 million, prompting the organization to send someone to claim his head. As for the information, as long as a person remains alive, traces will inevitably be left behind. The Akatsuki organization possessed knowledge of this individual. There were few secrets unknown to them. Ahead lay a quaint little town, which took Hongdo by surprise. In such an environment, the establishment of a human settlement seemed rather astonishing. Let us proceed. The objective of our mission must lie within. I sense a formidable chakra, distinct from that of ordinary individuals. Tu Xian is undoubtedly inside, Nightwind remarked softly. With the power of the sage body coupled with the bloodline of Xianglin, he could discern the chakra signatures of everyone within a radius of several dozen miles with remarkable clarity. Take the heads for the bounty, and leave the corpses to me for puppet making. Is that acceptable? Scorpion inquired, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Whatever you wish. I have no interest in jonin. Nightwind replied nonchalantly. Unless they possess a unique bloodline limit, I see no reason to act against ordinary people. In my hands. Even a jonin can become a fearsome weapon, more powerful than in life, and eternally immortal, Scorpion declared with pride. In the realm of puppeteering, he claimed the second position, with no one in the entire ninja world daring to assert they were first. After the demise of shadow-level powerhouses, they would transform into formidable weapons under his command. He could manipulate hundreds of puppets simultaneously, obliterating an entire small nation with ease. This exemplified the strength of a formal member of the Akatsuki organization. The tailed beast chakra, do not flaunt your puppets before me. Have we not already tested this? I summoned the 3rd Kazekage through Edo Tensei, while you fought me with your handcrafted puppet of the same. Ultimately, I emerged victorious, proving that a corpse is merely a corpse. Spoke Nightwind with a hint of disdain. TCH, Scorpion replied, somewhat displeased but refrained from further comment. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru possessed the Edo Tensei technique, capable of resurrecting the deceased in their prime. The chakra was unhindered, imbued with self-awareness, and the being was immortal, only to be contained through sealing methods. In comparison, puppets indeed seemed inferior. 2 days later, the trio exchanged the head of token for a bounty and sought an opportunity to hand over the funds to Kakuzu, who was responsible for the organization's finances. Following this, They enjoyed a brief respite. Nightwind returned to the base with Red Bean to check on Hinata and Hanabi, as well as the progress of Kabuto's experiments. At the base, the atmosphere was tense as Nightwind entered a heavily secured laboratory. Within, they cultivated a horn from the Eight Tails, naturally possessing a substantial amount of tailed beast chakra, alongside some chakra collected during the Nine Tails rampage. However, the quantity of Nine Tails chakra paled in comparison to that of the Eight Tails. What volatile power, Red Bean remarked. The tailed beasts, remnants of the Sage of Six Paths, are unique entities. Their massive forms resemble small mountains, wielding tremendous destructive capabilities, and the tailed beast balls are biological constructs formed from the aggregation of countless chakra. Even if a tailed beast were slain, it would eventually revive. The 5 great ninja villages each possess their own tailed beast weaponry, although it may be perilous. I wish to attempt it, Nightwind mused with a smile. His physique had an absorptive quality. Should he succeed in harnessing the tailed beast chakra for himself, his strength would increase at an even swifter pace. Be cautious, Lord Orochimaru. If it proves unsuccessful, cease immediately, Kabuto advised. The tailed beast chakra is not something an ordinary individual can endure. It could easily lead to explosive death or madness. I am the immortal Orochimaru. Nothing can kill me. As the Akatsuki robes fell to the ground, the man transformed into a colossal white-scaled serpent, though not yet in the complete form of the Yamata no Orochi. His presence was nonetheless formidable. The chakra of the Nine Tails was swiftly consumed, and Orochimaru reverted to human form, his eyes flickering between gold and red. The potent chakra of the Nine Tails causing Nightwind's body to heat rapidly, appearing as if he were being boiled, his entire form turning crimson and emitting steam. Is everything all right, Lord Orochimaru? Teacher? Both Kabuto and Red Bean expressed their concern. Yet, Nightwind did not halt his absorption. Instead, he sealed his eyes shut. His blood boiled with increased velocity, yet he distinctly felt the power of absorption taking effect, despite the sluggish pace. The tailed beast chakra was gradually transforming into his own power, becoming his chakra and enhancing its potency. This notion indeed proved to be feasible. 1 week later, at the base of Honglian, Hanabi, upon seeing the girl with Byakugan, Hondo was the first to rush over. Sister, Hinata felt a twinge of shyness. She glanced toward Orochimaru, her eyes reflecting a mix of fear and inexplicable anticipation. Very well, your gaze has grown considerably resolute, Nightwind remarked with satisfaction. Although merely a year had passed, Hinata now exuded an aura of lethal intent, one formed only by taking lives or frequently engaging in such acts. If handed a knife now, she would likely not even flinch while harming another. Truly, Honglian had a distinct method of cultivation. This time, regarding the blood curse mark, aside from Hinata and Hanabi's share. You two, Honglian, will receive one, Nightwind stated with a smile. Hondo approached, cradling Hinata, and gently patted the girl's head. Brother, big brother. Hinata whispered softly. Were it not for Nightwind's acute hearing, her words would have gone unheard. You mustn't call him brother. You should refer to him as Lord Orochimaru. Hondo said with a beaming smile. It matters not, for it is merely a title. Let Hinata call him as she wishes, Nightwind responded with a chuckle. Hinata's appearance was somewhat disheveled, her hair long and cascading to her shoulders. Her Byakugan no longer held the softness of naivety. She was no longer the innocent girl oblivious to the world around her. For herself and her sister, to survive in such a place, her hands were stained with blood, having slain many innocents. And this was merely training. When she was called upon in the future, she would undoubtedly take more lives. Perhaps even those of the Leaf Village ninjas. I favor obedient little girls, Nightwind whispered into Hinata's ear. With that, he bit into the nape of her neck, infusing her with blood and bestowing the blood curse mark upon her. Hinata likely understood the significance of this mark, a reward granted only to those subordinates favored by their master. Her body felt warm, and she sensed that if danger were to arise, the mark would bestow upon her formidable strength. Protect yourself, for you are mine. Without my permission, you must not allow yourself to be harmed. Especially those precious eyes of yours. Do you understand? Nightwind kissed Hinata's forehead softly. His smile was both peculiar and sinister. Yet it evoked a sense of happiness within Hinata that she could not reject. Hinata replied softly. The phenomenon of victims developing affection for their captors is commonly referred to as Stockholm Syndrome. Yet, there exists a saying, love is love, devoid of all that lies beyond its essence. Perspectives may vary, and indeed, there are no absolutes in this world. Some murderers, upon capture, may incite a sense of loathing in their victims, who perceive the authorities as the architects of their shattered happiness. Indeed, such is the nature of Yakumo, a wretch devoid of ethics and morality, a man willing to forsake all for the sake of ambition. Hinata is undeniably charming. Yet his true concern lies in when those eyes may be cultivated into the Rinnegan, only to be consumed thereafter. The same applies to Hanabi. Should his mood be favorable, he may grant these two maidens a delightful conclusion, perhaps akin to that of Tsunade. However, on a day when his spirits are low, the outcomes become entirely unpredictable. Humanity cherishes most that which remains unattained. Once acquired, it often breeds indifference. If one possesses the means to procure an identical replacement at any moment, they may scarcely spare it a glance, even forgetting its very name. Yet, Yakumo differs. He has not yet descended to such callousness. He does not indulge in the whims of novelty. Rather, he remains preoccupied with the utility of his possessions, regarding all else as inconsequential. The sun had just risen over Konoha, marking the 60th year since its establishment. The village was alive with commotion as several Chunin pursued a young boy with golden hair. "Stop right there, Naruto. This time, I will not let you escape," they shouted, leaping from rooftop to rooftop in hot pursuit. "You're too slow." Naruto laughed heartily. Clutching a bucket of paint, he had defaced the Hokage rock with his graffiti, prompting the Chunin to chase after him. "You guys wouldn't dare do what I just did, but I can. Aren't I impressive?" he boasted with a mischievous grin. "Trouble, Lord Third. That rascal Naruto is vandalizing the statues of the past Hokages." The village buzzed with alarm early in the morning. "Hey, Naruto." Just as he thought he had evaded his pursuers, a voice called out from behind. "Iruka-sensei, what are you doing here?" Naruto exclaimed, startled. "I should be the one asking. It's class time. What are you doing here?" Iruka replied, exasperated. Moments later, in the classroom of the Ninja Academy, Iruka admonished, "Listen up, Naruto. You failed the last 2 exams. This is not the time for pranks, you fool." He swiftly bound Naruto with a rope. "Humph." Naruto turned away defiantly. "Today's lesson is the transformation technique. Those who have passed, step forward," Iruka declared irritably. Oh, the students rose from their seats. "Sakura Haruno, you're first. Transform." The pink-haired girl formed hand seals and promptly transformed into Iruka, looking nearly identical to him. "Excellent." Iruka nodded in approval. "Did you see that, Sasuke?" Sakura beamed at the boy at the back of the line, but he remained indifferent, uninterested in her antics. "Next, Uchiha Sasuke," Iruka called. Sasuke stepped forward and performed the transformation flawlessly, appearing as Iruka himself, albeit with a colder demeanor. "Perfect score." "Next, Uzumaki Naruto," Iruka announced. "This is so troublesome." Shikamaru muttered from behind. "It's all your fault," Ino chimed in. "Why is this my problem?" Naruto retorted, rolling his eyes as he stepped out of line. "Transform," he exclaimed, but instead of becoming Iruka, he transformed into a voluptuous woman with golden pigtails, appearing before everyone in the classroom. Iruka froze in shock, blood gushing from his nose. "Haha, what do you think? I call this the seductive technique." Naruto laughed heartily, reverting to his original form. "You idiot. Do not create such tedious ninjutsu," Iruka exclaimed. While he was not adept at the proper transformation technique, he certainly excelled in these dubious practices. "Humph. After school. Damn it, Naruto grumbled, one hand clutching a cloth while the other was occupied with cleaning supplies. The graffiti he had created in the morning ultimately fell to him to erase. However, Naruto had resorted to such antics primarily because he longed for attention from those around him. His objective had been achieved. "I shall not allow you to return home until you have completed your cleaning," Iruka supervised nearby. "It matters not. There is no one waiting for me at home anyway," Naruto muttered. "Naruto, what seems to be the trouble this time?" Iruka inquired. "Once you finish tidying up, how about I treat you to ramen tonight?" Yay. As evening fell, they found themselves at Ichiraku Ramen. "Naruto, why do you engage in such reckless doodling? You should understand what a Hokage represents," Iruka remarked. "Of course. To put it simply, the one who inherits the title of Hokage is the strongest ninja in the village," Naruto responded after slurping the last of his soup. "Then why do you continue to scribble?" Iruka pressed. "Because one day, I shall inherit the title of Hokage and surpass all my predecessors, earning the recognition of everyone in the village," Naruto declared with fervor. His ambition was fueled by the desire to be respected and loved, just like the Hokage. "Teacher, I have a request." Naruto's expression shifted to seriousness. "Another bowl, perhaps?" Iruka speculated. "No. Could you give me your ninja headband?" Naruto pleaded, hands clasped together. This. Irika touched the headband resting on his forehead. Absolutely not. This is only awarded after graduating from ninja school. It signifies that one has become a capable ninja. You must wait for tomorrow's graduation exam, Irika replied. How stingy. Another bowl. Naruto huffed. Meanwhile, at the gates of Konoha. Are you from the Sound Village? A merchant. I see. Well, come in. 2 guards examined the visitor's scroll and permitted entry into the village. Thank you. The young man smiled slightly, exuding an aristocratic grace. In his 20s, he was slender yet tall, with long hair cascading down to his waist, clad in a black outfit that was both ancient and solemn. His eyes were unremarkable shades of black. What stood out was his pale complexion, suggesting a possible ailment. Additionally, his voice was somewhat hoarse and notably unique. Beside the man stood a young woman, a vibrant and mature figure in her 20s with striking purple hair. She wore exceptionally short shorts and a crop top that boldly accentuated her alluring curves. Her eyes, a common shade of black, sparkled with mischief. Teacher, what shall we have for dinner tonight? She giggled, her arm playfully linked with the man's. Teacher, aren't they a couple? The 2 guards exchanged bemused glances. Whatever makes you happy, the man replied with a casual tone. Their laughter echoed as they strolled away, reveling in their jovial exchange. The pair were, of course, Yefeng and Hongdo. With no significant missions from the organization recently, he leisurely returned to Konohagakure. It had been 5 years since his last visit to this bustling village, which remained as vibrant as ever. Throughout this extended absence, he had amassed a considerable collection of treasures, significantly enhancing his arsenal. Firstly, he had delved into the ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan. Collaborating with Orochimaru, they ultimately succeeded in creating a pair of Mangekyou Sharingan. A feat that had been fraught with low probabilities of success. Rather than utilizing them for himself, he chose to implant the eyes into Hongdo. As for the eye in her left socket, imbued with the power of Kimui, he had consumed it. Next, he explored the Byakugan. The cultivation of clones had progressed exceptionally well. He had ingested many Byakugan from Hinata's clone, alongside essential blood samples. The Rinnegan had initially awakened 6 months prior, and he was now uncovering its capabilities. As for Hinata and Hanabi, they too had consumed a fair share of materials, though with less impressive results. Hanabi had barely achieved evolution, with snowflake patterns emerging in her Byakugan, while Hinata had only just begun to form her patterns. At this rate, it might take another 6 months for them to fully develop. Additionally, he had absorbed the tailed beast chakra he had acquired, a commendable achievement. His Senjutsu physique had also been refined. He had perfected the nature transformation of wind and fire chakra into the Rasengan, a process that took him 2 years to master. The tale of the ninja world was only just beginning. The day after graduation, at the Ninja Academy, the much-anticipated graduation examination commenced. Those summoned by name were directed to a nearby classroom, where the challenge at hand was the art of shadow clone technique. Irika, holding a small booklet, announced the details. Alas, how unfortunate, for this was the technique in which Naruto had the least proficiency. His expression darkened, and he hung his head in despair. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. Before long, Naruto found himself in a room facing 2 examiners, Irika and Mizuki. Shadow clone technique, Naruto shouted with fervor. A puff of white smoke enveloped him, and in its wake appeared a distorted version of Naruto, collapsing to the ground like a plush toy. Fail, Irika remarked, frowning. Irika-sensei, his agility and perseverance are commendable. This, albeit imperfect, could be considered a rudimentary grasp of the shadow clone technique. Perhaps we could allow him to pass. Mizuki suggested. Mizuki, everyone else can produce at least 3 clones that perfectly mimic their original selves, yet Naruto has conjured but one, lacking any semblance of deception. I cannot permit him to pass, Irika countered firmly. Rules are rules. There can be no exceptions for Naruto. 2 hours later, brimming with newfound confidence, he exclaimed. I can stand on my own now. Well done, my son. His mother congratulated him, promising a delicious meal upon his return home. The school gates were thronged with jubilant crowds, young boys and girls proudly donning their freshly acquired ninja headbands. Yet, amidst the celebration, Naruto swung alone on a swing, his gaze forlorn. At that moment, Mizuki approached him, appearing at his side. Not far away, the 3rd Hokage and Irika observed the unfolding scene. Irika, I have something to discuss with you, the 3rd Hokage said calmly. Yes, Irika replied with a serious nod. Mizuki, harboring ulterior motives, was intrigued by the village's forbidden scrolls. He intended to persuade Naruto to retrieve one of those scrolls for him, promising nothing more than a ninja headband in return. Given Naruto's unique status, He indeed had the potential to access the Hokage's building to procure the item. Unbeknownst to Mizuki, however, he had already been exposed and had unwittingly become a pawn in the third Hokage's scheme. The third Hokage intended to use this incident as an opportunity for Irika to educate Naruto. As for the Forbidden Scroll, it would serve as a gift to Naruto, containing the foundational technique that would be transformed into the Shadow Clone technique, perfectly suited for him. The Shadow Clone technique creates tangible clones, ideal for those with an abundance of chakra. Cunning as ever, the third Hokage had meticulously orchestrated everything. Meanwhile, on the other side, a figure in a bar mused about the sealing book, chuckling to himself. The third truly knows how to put on a show. The true Book of Seals could never be entrusted to Naruto. The one that was stolen was merely a counterfeit, containing only the original Shadow Clone technique. However, this was of little consequence, as Naruto had no genuine interest in the Book of Seals. Having been a disciple of the third Hokage, he possessed considerable knowledge of various forbidden techniques and had already mastered many useful jutsu. For instance, the Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage was indeed formidable, but it required an individual with exceptional spatial aptitude to master it. The following day, as anticipated by the third Hokage, Naruto successfully grasped the Shadow Clone technique. Irika also put on a commendable performance, allowing Naruto to graduate and receive his ninja headband. On the streets, Sakura reflected silently, indeed. I am no longer a student of the Ninja Academy, I am now a kunoichi of Konoha. Dressed in a striking red outfit, she was soon greeted by Ino, who emerged from her family's flower shop. Good morning, Sakura. Good morning, Sakura replied, and the two young women made their way to the Ninja Academy. This day marked the graduation class placement, wherein the newly minted genin would embark on missions under the guidance of their new instructors. In the classroom, Naruto greeted Sakura enthusiastically upon her arrival. Good morning, Sakura. Move aside, Sakura said, pushing past him to approach the boy sitting by the window. Good morning, Sasuke. May I sit next to you? Her cheeks flushed. She exhibited a gentle demeanor, unperturbed by Naruto's rudeness. Sasuke merely glanced at the girl from his class, showing little interest in engaging with her. Sakura remains unchanged, Ino observed, shaking her head as she found her own seat. I believe that seat next to Sasuke is mine. Another girl from the class approached, entering into a dispute with Sakura. Soon, a cacophony of voices arose amongst 7 or 8 girls. Ugh, how annoying. Sasuke appeared detached from the surrounding chaos. Why does everyone fawn over this guy? Naruto glared at Sasuke with discontent. It was precisely this individual who attracted everyone's attention. Pondering this, Naruto decided to stand on the desk before Sasuke, crouching to meet his gaze. Hey, Naruto, don't get so close to Sasuke, Sakura exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Why is it always about Sasuke? Naruto retorted, fixated on Sasuke, whose icy stare met his in a tense standoff. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, almost palpable. Suddenly, a student in the front row leaned back slightly, causing Naruto to stumble forward just as he and Sasuke were locked in their gaze. In an unforeseen twist of fate, the two boys ended up kissing. Naruto had inadvertently stolen Sasuke's first kiss. Ah! In an instant, Sakura let out a furious roar. How infuriating. Sasuke's first kiss should have rightfully belonged to her. The other girls glared at Naruto as if he were a bitter enemy. Ugh! Both Naruto and Sasuke were jolted back to reality, feeling a wave of nausea wash over them. Naruto, I swear I will kill you. Sasuke seethed, his anger threatening to explode within him. How dare this wretched underachiever commit such an offense? Ah, the air was thick with murderous intent. Naruto sensed the malicious glares behind him as 7 or 8 girls approached, encircling him. This was unexpected, completely unforeseen. Naruto wished to explain, but all that awaited him were the girls' fists. The classroom descended into chaos. Naruto was left battered and bruised, while Sakura successfully seized the opportunity to sit beside Sasuke. At last, the moment had come. Sasuke, allow me to witness the extent of your growth. If you wish to grow stronger and harbor the power of vengeance, then you will inevitably find your way to my side. From afar, the night breeze observed this scene. The ninja school's playground remained as it had been in his memories, a cool respite beneath a tree, the gentle breeze just right. What guy shall I assume for this game? Have we met somewhere before? Congratulations to you all. From this day forth, you have become genin. The real hardships are just beginning. You 3 will be assigned to a team under the guidance of a Jonin teacher, Irika announced. Now introducing Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. Their expressions varied. Naruto harbored a fondness for Sakura, who in turn admired Sasuke. while Sasuke regarded his teammates as mere burdens, believing himself to be the top of the class. Hey, Iruka-sensei, why must someone as exceptional as I be grouped with these guys? Naruto exclaimed loudly, standing up. Naruto, your grades are at the bottom, while Sasuke is the top of the entire grade. Perhaps you should refrain from causing trouble, Iruka replied with a sigh. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Don't drag me down, you deadweight, Sasuke remarked disdainfully, glancing at Naruto. What does deadweight mean? Do you want to fight, you punk? Naruto retorted defiantly. Bring it on, Sasuke replied, unflinching. This afternoon, I will introduce the Jonin teacher to everyone. For now, you are dismissed. Understood. On the streets, Sakura walked alone, pondering, where has Sasuke gone? After finally being placed in the same class, I wanted to have lunch together. Hey, Sakura, since we're in the same class, let's have lunch together. Naruto approached her with a smile. Why would I want to have lunch with you? Sakura responded, exasperated. But we're in the same class. Naruto insisted. You're so annoying, Sakura said, turning away to seek out Sasuke. A few minutes later, at a tall building, Ino declared, listen up. Since we're in the same class, you must follow my instructions. Sure, Shikamaru replied lazily, while Choji's thoughts were entirely consumed by the rice ball in his hand. The three of them were childhood friends, their fathers having been close companions in the previous generation. It seems something interesting is about to unfold. A stranger's voice resonated. Turning their heads, they spotted two figures on a nearby balcony, two young individuals in their 20s, one male and one female. They appeared ordinary yet carried an air of peculiarity. Oh. Shikamaru followed the man's gaze and observed Naruto acting suspiciously near Sasuke's window. What is Naruto up to? Ino and Choji also noticed. Suddenly, Naruto leaped through the window, engaging in a scuffle with Sasuke, inadvertently closing the window behind him. 2 minutes later, the commotion seemed to subside, and Sasuke emerged from the window. It appeared that Sasuke had emerged victorious. Shikamaru wore an expression devoid of surprise. Sasuke was formidable, after all, being the sole survivor of his clan, while Naruto remained the underachiever. He chuckled softly. By the way, big brother over there, haven't we crossed paths before? Ino's gaze shifted towards the two unfamiliar figures beside her. Although their faces were strange, she felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Perhaps you are mistaken, the night breeze whispered, glancing at Ino with a hint of indifference. Years had passed since they last met. The little girl had grown considerably, donning a violet ninja attire and sporting a long ponytail of golden hair. The two soon departed, their appearance inexplicable, and their exit equally enigmatic. Had peculiar individuals arrived in the village? Shikamaru sighed inwardly, sensing an unsettling atmosphere. His instincts were remarkably sharp. Those two seemingly ordinary individuals could not possibly be just that. Meanwhile, was Sasuke observing from afar? His gaze was fervent. Sakura sat upon a bench, while Naruto, having transformed into Sasuke, fixated on her. In a sudden move, he utilized the shadow clone technique, catching the real Sasuke off guard as he slipped out the window disguised as him. Your most charming feature is undoubtedly your broad forehead. It compels one to lean in for a kiss. Naruto, in Sasuke's form, spoke with newfound confidence. Eh? Sakura's cheeks flushed as she gazed incredulously at the figure before her. It was surely a jest. If it were Naruto, perhaps such a remark would be expected. Sasuke then took a seat beside Sakura. I have something to ask you. What do you think of Naruto? He inquired. Isn't he notorious for ruining others' romantic endeavors? He always finds amusement in my anxieties. Failing to understand me, he is merely an annoyance. All I need is your acknowledgement, Sasuke, Sakura murmured softly. Only my acknowledgement. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. For that, I would do anything. Blushing, Sakura leaned closer, eyes closed, signaling for Sasuke to kiss her. How could Sasuke resist? Although it felt somewhat inappropriate, Naruto would never hold back. Just as Naruto prepared to act, his stomach audibly protested, having consumed expired milk that morning. I'm serious, Sakura declared, still with her eyes shut. Be right back. Naruto clutched his abdomen and fled. Sasuke is truly shy. Does he need to brace himself? Sakura mused, touching her lips. Moments later, the genuine Sasuke broke free from Naruto's binds and made his appearance. Sasuke is indeed quite shy. Are you prepared? I'm ready, she said, but wait a moment, Sasuke. Sakura gazed at him with a hint of confusion. What about Naruto? Sasuke replied coldly. Here we go again, deliberately evading my topic. Let's not concern ourselves with that guy Naruto. He always clings to you, clearly lacking proper guidance. Just look at him. Doesn't he have parents? He wanders aimlessly, free-spirited. If I were to act like that, my parents would definitely be upset. He is all alone, unrestrained by parental guidance, which explains his capriciousness in many matters. Sakura couldn't help but express her thoughts at length, oblivious to the increasingly frigid demeanor of Sasuke. Children are just children. How could such a person be his teammate? That would merely be a liability, a burden. Not only is he weak in strength, but his mindset is also juvenile. Loneliness. That is not merely the sorrow of being scolded by parents. Sasuke's voice was icy. What is wrong with you all of a sudden? Sakura asked, perplexed. You're annoying. With that, Sasuke dismissed her and continued his search for Naruto. That guy had transformed into his current self. One could only wonder what he was up to. Moreover, it was indeed surprising that someone who struggled to master the shadow clone technique had now learned to perform the shadow clone jutsu. 1 week later, driven by a thirst for vengeance, Night Wind meticulously arranged his plans around the village of Konoha before departing with Red Bean. Their next destination was the Land of Waves, a modest island nation devoid of its own hidden village and thus lacking in strength. The local populace often found themselves at the mercy of a wealthy tyrant named Gat, who exploited them relentlessly. In a bid to foster prosperity, a master bridge builder named Dasna endeavored to construct a grand bridge. However, Gat would not allow such an undertaking to proceed unchallenged. He sought formidable ninjas to covertly eliminate the bridge builder. Aware of the imminent danger to his life, Dasna traveled to Konoha to enlist the protection of ninjas. The task fell to Team 7, consisting of Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi. The formidable adversaries Dasna had encountered were none other than rogue ninjas from the hidden Mist Village, including the infamous Abusa Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, along with his subordinate, Haku. As the group traversed a narrow path through the forest, they came upon a mysterious puddle on the ground. Strangely, in the absence of rain for several days, such accumulation seemed inexplicable. Kakashi noticed this anomaly but chose to remain silent, opting instead to allow the inexperienced children to develop their skills. Indeed, as they passed the puddle, 2 shadowy figures emerged from beneath, ensnaring Kakashi with spiked iron chains. What? Kakashi appeared taken aback. What's wrong? Naruto and Sasuke soon realized their teacher was ensnared. The first assailant twisted the chains, reducing Kakashi to a bloody pulp. The scene turned gruesome. Ah, Kakashi-sensei. Both Sakura and Naruto cried out in alarm. The second assailant appeared beside Naruto, wrapping chains around him. Overwhelmed with fear, Naruto found himself paralyzed until Sasuke sprang into action, deftly throwing shurikens and kunai, pinning the attacker's weapons to a nearby tree. His precision, strength, and composure showcased the brilliance of the Uchiha clan. With a dismissive scoff, the 2 assailants abandoned their weapons and charged towards the primary target, Dasna. Sakura clutched her kunai tightly, while Sasuke prepared to intervene. At that moment, however, a seemingly slain Kakashi re-emerged, swiftly seizing the necks of the 2 ambushers and incapacitating them in an instant. The earlier victim was merely a substitute. Such ambushes posed no challenge for him. Kakashi-sensei, you're alive, exclaimed Sakura, filled with excitement. Stop stealing the spotlight, Sasuke muttered, confident in his own ability to handle the 2 minions. Naruto gazed upon the lifeless body that had been strangled, now reduced to a mere heap of splintered wood upon the ground. I apologize for not being able to save you sooner, but I never anticipated that you would remain so still, Kakashi remarked with a hint of regret. In any case, Sasuke performed admirably, and Sakura did well too. He continued, at least Sakura managed to produce kunai and stood defiantly before Tazuna, which is a significant improvement over Naruto. Naruto, filled with a sense of dissatisfaction, pondered, is it possible that Sasuke, despite this being his first real battle, felt no fear at all? I accomplished nothing this time. Hey, you're not injured. Are you coward? Sasuke couldn't resist taunting. Sasuke. Before long, after dealing with the 2 nin from the Land of Mist, Kakashi and his companions conferred with Tazuna before resuming their journey. Although this man had concealed vital information, merely stating that someone would threaten him without mentioning the presence of ninja, the mission was classified as C rank. With the emergence of nin assassins, however, the task's difficulty had escalated to at least B rank. Yet Tazuna lacked the funds to compensate for such a perilous assignment. Should they abandon him, his fate would be sealed. After deliberation, Team 7 resolved to uphold their integrity and complete the mission. You've been watching from the sidelines for quite some time. It is time for you to emerge, Kakashi suddenly declared. He had sensed a faint chakra presence lurking nearby since their earlier journey. It seemed as though this presence was deliberately allowing itself to be discovered while simultaneously remaining elusive. Kakashi, you remain as perceptive as ever, a raspy voice echoed. A young man clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds appeared, accompanied by another figure, a young woman. They appeared exceedingly youthful, seemingly even younger than Kakashi. This attire. Kakashi furrowed his brow, recalling having heard of such peculiar garments, but unable to place them immediately. After so many years. Have you forgotten who I am? By the way, how's the third Hokage holding up? If he were to perish before I make my move, I would be rather displeased, the man said, casually brushing his face and reverting to the appearance of Orochimaru. Kakashi's pupils constricted slightly as his expression shifted dramatically beneath his mask. Recognizing the two individuals before him, he finally recalled their identities, the rogue ninja of Konoha, Orochimaru, and the woman beside him, presumably his long-lost student, Anko Mitarashi. Orochimaru, what brings you here? Kakashi inquired in a low tone, drawing two short blades from his arsenal. Having lost his Sharingan, he had resumed training in the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan, which had become his means of navigating the ninja world over the years. Allow me to observe, the nine-tailed imp, Itachi's younger brother, and a rather inconsequential young girl. This combination is rather intriguing, Nightwind remarked with a sly smile. To him, Kakashi held no value. Whether he lived or died was of little consequence. His interest lay more with these children. Itachi? Do you know where he is? Sasuke's eyes ignited with the Sharingan, and he nearly roared in desperation. What of it? Itachi is now part of my organization, clad in this attire. Perhaps he is currently engaged in a mission. But tell me, do you truly believe you can kill him now? Nightwind inquired with evident curiosity. I will surely kill that man. Sasuke's body trembled with rage. Ah, so you have indeed joined that organization over the years. Kakashi's expression grew increasingly grave. The organization was shrouded in mystery, rumored to be composed of formidable rogue ninjas, with its leader remaining an enigma. Uchiha Sasuke, we shall meet again, and soon. For the sake of vengeance, you will undoubtedly require my strength. In Konoha, it is akin to playing a child's game of ninjas. Do you truly think you can defeat Itachi in your current state? In an instant, the two vanished. Yet, the atmosphere among the others grew heavy. Kakashi wore a worried expression, while Sasuke's demeanor was complex. Sakura and Naruto, unfamiliar with Orochimaru, exhibited little reaction. I anticipated your anticipation of my anticipation. The following day. In the morning, we were nearing the bridge. By following it, we could enter the land of waves, the ferryman remarked. Please remain silent. I only ventured out due to the heavy fog. If those ruffians discover us, it would spell disaster. The ferryman continued. The wealthy magnate of the shipping company, Kato, has long terrorized the land of waves. Ostensibly the proprietor of a shipping enterprise, in reality, he engages in illicit dealings, trafficking drugs and contraband through thugs and ninjas. A year prior, Kato set his sights on the land of waves, monopolizing maritime transport and trade here. I can only take you this far. Farewell. The ferryman accepted his payment and departed swiftly. Upon reaching the shore, Nightwind and Hongdo surveyed the impoverished town, predominantly composed of small wooden houses by the sea. Lush greenery surrounded them, and the shoreline was dotted with small boats that appeared long abandoned. Let us proceed. That chakra is not far from here. Likely lying in wait for Kakashi, Nightwind stated calmly. Yes, sensei, Hongdo nodded obediently. After a brief moment, the two arrived in a forest. What is the point of hiding here? How about conducting some business? Nightwind remarked nonchalantly. Escaping is not an option. Of course, you wouldn't run either. Being a rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi. No sooner had he spoken than a figure leapt down from the trees. The man bore an exceptionally long sword. His lower face and neck wrapped in white bandages, with short black hair. The forehead protector of the village hidden in the mist bore a cut. Worn askew, an emblem of a rogue ninja, marked by a slash across the metal. Who are you? Do not disrupt my plans, Zabuza scowled, recognizing the potential threat. He noted that this person must possess considerable skill, at least a Jainin. He intended to confront Kakashi soon and did not wish to expend excessive chakra at this moment. You may not recognize me, which is understandable, given my long absence from the ninja world and my changed appearance. Hand over the boy. I am quite intrigued by his ice release. Otherwise, I shall kill you. What do you think of this proposition? Nightwind stated with an indifferent tone. Huh, are you jesting with me? Zabuza's brow furrowed tightly. His voice laced with fury. He resolved to eliminate this individual, reasoning he could afford to rest for a day and confront Kakashi when he was in better condition. Mr. Zabuza, A masked figure emerged upon hearing his name. White. This was a figure shrouded in controversy, not for their prowess, but for the ambiguity surrounding their gender. Indeed, she is female. The night breeze scrutinized Bai's figure closely. There was no Adam's apple, and she had deliberately wrapped her chest tightly, likely to avoid being discovered by Zai Bujan as a woman. Zai Bujan sought formidable tools, not women. You watch from the sidelines while I eliminate this individual. Zai Bujan remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Bai. This inexplicable character must learn today what the prowess of a mist-hidden ghost truly entails. Red Bean. The languid voice of Yifeng emerged. This opponent was far too trivial for him to engage personally. The beheading sword possessed the ability to absorb an enemy's blood, thereby repairing its own damage, a rather lackluster capability. It was neither sharp nor resilient, and even felt somewhat cumbersome in hand. As for Zai Bujan himself, he was merely an ordinary upper ninja, devoid of any remarkable traits. Leave it to me, teacher, Red Bean replied earnestly. Her pair of black eyes transformed into a deep crimson, with 3 black tomo orbiting her pupils. Should Sasuke be present, he would undoubtedly be astounded. This was the bloodline ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, now inexplicably wielded by an outsider. When Kakashi had transplanted Obito's eyes, he could barely utilize them. And the Sharingan remained perpetually active, placing a tremendous burden on his body. Now, Red Bean could freely activate and deactivate the Sharingan, clearly demonstrating her complete mastery over its power. How could such eyes manifest in a woman? Zai Bujan, well-versed in the renowned 3 great ocular techniques of the ninja world, certainly recognized the Sharingan. However, the Uchiha clan had been annihilated 5 years prior. The sole possessors of such eyes were the renegade Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. How could they possibly appear in a woman? Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to meet your demise, Red Bean sneered, directing a disdainful gaze at Zai Bujan. Ninjutsu, misconcealment technique. Zai Bujan leapt to the side, standing upon the surface of the river. Initiating water release techniques in the presence of water significantly conserved chakra and enhanced the effects of the ninjutsu. The same principle applied to fire release techniques in fiery environments. Navi, Yifeng assessed coolly. A thick mist began to rise from the water's surface, quickly enveloping the area, rendering visibility nearly impossible beyond a few meters. This encapsulated the essence of the silent killing technique of mist concealment. The dense fog obscured the enemy's line of sight while allowing for stealthy movement, often leading to a blade poised at the enemy's throat before they even sensed the impending attack. For an ordinary ninja, this technique was indeed a formidable challenge, both offensive and defensive. Yet Red Bean was no ordinary ninja. She bore Orochimaru's cursed seal and had transplanted a pair of Mangekyou Sharingan. Even if her view was obscured and silence enveloped her actions, the flow of air altered when a ninja moved. Merely based on this, one can deduce the location of Zabuza. The throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which vital point should one choose? It is truly a pity to perish at such a tender age. Zabuza's voice echoed from all directions. This was a unique technique, capable of concealing the source of his voice. It was over. Zabuza's voice abruptly materialized behind Hongdo. A swift, decapitating strike came forth, yet Hongdo's reflexes were swifter, her gaze unwavering. She deftly seized Zabuza, and the kunai in her hand pierced the man's chest. A splash erupted from his torso, not blood, but water. It was a water clone. Perish. Another Zabuza appeared behind Hongdo. This time the attack was inescapable, and Hongdo was cleaved in 2. Yet, astonishingly, this too was a mere clone, instantly transforming into a puddle. Zabuza employed the mist concealment technique, allowing him only to vaguely ascertain the enemy's position without confirming any ulterior motives. A clone? Zabuza was evidently taken aback. It was over. Another Hongdo emerged behind Zabuza. The kunai firmly pressed against the man's throat. You anticipated my anticipation, yet I foresaw your anticipation of my anticipation. You are on the 3rd layer, while I reside on the 4th. The battles of ninjas often resemble this intricate, multi-layered game of nested dolls. The corpulent and unattractive figure chuckled, declaring that such trivial tricks could never defeat him. However, he acknowledged the impressive feat of replicating his water clone technique using the Sharingan. Yet, he warned, he was not easily outmatched. The second clone in the hands of the Red Bean was still a water clone, and a 3rd clone appeared behind her. You believed I was at the 3rd layer, but in truth, I am at the 5th. Now, the true end begins. With a swift swing of his decapitating blade, the Red Bean ducked and leaped into the adjacent river. To her surprise, the water felt exceedingly heavy. as if she were ensnared in a quagmire. It was indeed the water prison technique. He leapt into the river, grasping with his right hand to conjure a massive water sphere, trapping her within. With another swing of his blade, he could eliminate this woman, followed by the spectator. Both were fated to perish today. A sigh escaped him as he grew weary of the repetitive game. He needn't watch to foresee the ensuing events. From the moment he beheld the red bean's Sharingan, he had already sealed his fate. The kaleidoscopic illusion was inescapable. Farewell. He remained oblivious to the impending reality. His blade swung downwards, but instead of severing the red bean's head, his vision dimmed. In a daze, he perceived a headless corpse floating upon the river's surface. The true red bean emerged from behind a nearby tree, her Sharingan now closed. Quite the adept use of illusion, he mused, recognizing that even in death, the man believed he had orchestrated a successful scheme. The earlier steps had been correct. Yet the water prison that ensnared him had also captured a clone of the red bean, due to the illusion's interference. His blade had not struck the clone, but rather severed his own head. Zabuza. A sudden realization struck as Bai recognized the dire situation and attempted to intervene. But Nightwind swiftly incapacitated the young girl. A survivor of the Yuki clan from the Hidden Mist village, she possessed the ice-release bloodline limit. Failing to harness her potential would be a grievous waste of resources. Bring her back to Tobi's base. Ensuring she remains silent and restrained, Nightwind commanded. Summoning a coffin from which emerged a man adorned in garments bearing the title of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Minato's expression conveyed a sense of resignation. Yet he complied with the summoner's orders, donning a black cloak to assume the role of an instrument. Soon, he departed with the unconscious Bai. As for the decapitating blade, it was nothing more than a heap of scrap iron to him. Nightfall. In the island town of the Land of Waves, chaos erupted as cries of "Catch the Thief" echoed through the streets. Numerous impoverished, neglected children roamed about, often famished and compelled to resort to theft. Such occurrences were commonplace. Not only the children, but many adults also regarded the duo, Red Bean and Nightwind, with keen interest, perceiving their affluence. "Do you have any food? Sister, could you spare me a morsel?" A little boy, barely over 5, pleaded pitifully before Red Bean. His disheveled hair and tattered clothes suggested he hadn't changed attire in months. "Don't give him money. It will only be snatched away by other children or taken by the local shopkeepers. If you wish to help, offer him some dry rations." Nightwind advised, merely observing the scene without emotional involvement. "Here you go," Red Bean said, rummaging through her small bag and producing 2 pieces of dry food. "Thank you, sister." The boy beamed and scampered off into the distance. Thus concluded the journey in the Land of Waves. A week later, in the Hidden Leaf Village. As the Chunin exams drew near, many ninja villages dispatched their genin to participate. In the third round, both the 4th Kazekage and the 3rd Hokage would be present, alongside nobles from the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. The village was bustling with unfamiliar ninjas, including Nightwind and Red Bean. "What's this? A rock disguise?" Naruto observed as he noticed a gaggle following him. A box masquerading as a boulder, with several small figures crouched inside, brazenly trailed behind him. "What kind of rock is perfectly square with 2 little holes?" Naruto scoffed. "Truly, a man of discerning taste. No wonder he is my rival." Konohamaru emerged from beneath the box, accompanied by his 2 companions, Udon and Moegi, collectively branding themselves as the Konohamaru Corps. All were around 6 years old. With Konohamaru being the grandson of the 3rd Hokage, having trained under Naruto in the art of seduction techniques. Do you need something?" Naruto inquired. "Boss, didn't you promise to play ninja games with us?" Konohamaru reminded him. "Was that a thing?" Naruto scratched his head, perplexed. "Ugh, ninja games." Sakura approached, her demeanor forlorn. She had just sought out Sasuke, only to be told that she was inferior to Naruto, that she was lacking. "Am I really that much worse than Naruto?" Sakura pondered. "Sakura?" Naruto, caught off guard by her gaze, felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks. "Hee. Could this lady be the boss's girlfriend?" Konohamaru remarked mischievously. "Huh. I never expected you to be so young, yet so perceptive." Naruto burst into laughter. "No." Sakura delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying, and in the terrified eyes of Konohamaru's group, Naruto quickly transformed into a visage resembling that of a pig. "You ugly monster. What on earth have you done?" Konohamaru exclaimed, his frustration palpable. "Oh." Sakura, already in a foul mood, decided to unleash her wrath upon Konohamaru as well. Soon, both Naruto and his apprentice lay on the ground, battered and bruised, their faces swollen and marked. "Ouch, it hurts, it really hurts." Naruto groaned as he slowly attempted to rise. That fat and hideous creature. Can she even be considered a woman? Konohamaru grumbled, his indignation evident. As a young master of the village, he was unaccustomed to such treatment. Sakura, poised to depart, turned back upon hearing his words, her gaze sharp and menacing. In an instant, Naruto and Konohamaru's group fled, with Sakura hot on their heels. In their haste, Konohamaru failed to notice a man ahead and collided with him. The man, clad in black attire and wearing a headband that did not belong to Konoha, bore a large, bandage-wrapped object on his back, the contents of which remained a mystery. That hurt, Kanjiro frowned, expressing his displeasure. In the midst of the Chunin exams, the mischievous Kanjiro squinted his eyes as he hoisted Konohamaru by his collar, lifting him into the air. Cease this at once, or you may find yourself in trouble, Temari remarked coolly. Her concern did not stem from a fear of conflict, but rather from a worry about Gaara's potential ire. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, Sakura observed cautiously, watching the two ninjas. They appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, exuding an aura of menace distinct from the freshly graduated ninjas. Hey, let him go, Naruto shouted, not contemplating the consequences as he pointed angrily at Kanjiro. Before that bothersome brat arrives, let us have some fun. Kanjiro retorted dismissively, tightening his grip on Konohamaru. Temari, witnessing this, chose not to intervene further. Bastard. Naruto charged forward, but was swiftly ensnared by an almost imperceptible thread of chakra, causing him to stumble to the ground. What a pathetic genin from Konoha, Kanjiro sneered. If you don't release him, you'll regret it, you fool. Naruto continued defiantly. You're the fool for provoking your opponent. Sakura interjected, realizing that a confrontation would be futile. You're infuriating. I absolutely despise this obnoxious brat, and his arrogance is maddening. Especially considering he is so much younger than I am, Kanjiro stated coldly. Naruto and Sakura were left bewildered, while Udon and Moegi began to weep. Sigh. I couldn't care less, Temari observed, uninterested in Kanjiro's antics. Let us deal with this brat first, then we'll move on to the other one. Kanjiro clenched his fist, poised to strike Konohamaru. Suddenly, a small stone flew from the side, leaving a scratch on Kanjiro's hand. Konohamaru seized the opportunity to flee. It was then that everyone noticed a boy perched on a nearby tree. What do you intend to do in another's village? Sasuke spoke coolly, still holding a few stones in his hand, ready for action. Quite impressive, Temari admired, observing Sasuke. Although he often indulged in arrogance, it was undeniable that he possessed a significant charm, particularly in the eyes of the girls. Another irritating brat has arrived, Kanjiro grumbled. Get lost. Sasuke crushed the stone in his hand, issuing a silent threat. Wow, so cool. Sakura swooned, while Udon and Moegi's admiration for Sasuke became evident, their eyes sparkling with awe. Naruto, you're so pathetic, Konohamaru lamented, feeling overshadowed by Sasuke's charisma. That guy? I could easily take care of him too, Naruto insisted, attempting to defend his pride. Naruto chuckled softly. Humph, Konohamaru turned his head away. Hey, get down here, brat. I can't stand little punks who only know how to talk big, Kankuro remarked coldly. Reaching for the object strapped to his back, seemingly intent on employing a puppet technique. Are you going to use the crow? Temari asked, somewhat surprised. Kankuro, cease this at once, you disgraceful fool. Another figure emerged, positioned behind Sasuke in a tree, with a large gourd made of sand at his back. A boy with short red hair and a character for love on his forehead stated, I am Gaara. Kankuro's expression shifted dramatically. When did this guy appear behind me? Sasuke's face grew serious, startled. You, who only brings shame to your village, do you think we came to Konoha for what? Gaara spoke calmly. Listen, Gaara. It was these guys who started causing trouble first, Kankuro said, cold sweat forming on his brow as he hurried to explain. Shut up, or I'll kill you. Gaara's expression darkened, showing no mercy. I understand. I'm truly sorry, Kankuro forced a smile. My apologies. Gaara glanced at Sasuke and said nonchalantly, let us go. We did not come here for leisure. Gaara commanded. Despite being the youngest, Kankuro and Temari appeared quite restrained. Wait, you are ninjas from Sunagakure, right? Although the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind are allied, the treaty prohibits ninjas from entering each other's territories without reason. What brings you to Konoha? Sakura inquired. There's only 1 week left until July 1st, when the Chunin exams officially begin. As a ninja of Konoha, you didn't know this? A voice interjected, answering on behalf of Gaara and his companions. Everyone turned to see 3 ninjas adorned with Sound Village headbands. It was a combination of 1 man and 2 women. all dressed in oversized black cloaks. One woman appeared quite small, likely around 12 years old, her eyes concealed by a black mask, adding to her mysterious demeanor. The other man and woman appeared to be about 20. Gaara observed the Sound Village ninjas before turning to leave. The Sound Village was merely an obscure small ninja village, lacking formidable ninjas. His target remained Uchiha Sasuke. This guy seemed quite powerful, having accurately struck Kankuro with a small stone. Chunin exams? What is that? Naruto asked in confusion. Dude, passing that exam allows you to advance from a Jin into a Chunin, Konohamaru explained. Is that so? Then I want to give it a try. Naruto laughed heartily. Hey there, what is your name? Sasuke called out as he leaped down from the trees, addressing Gaara and his companions. Me? Temari turned around. Her cheeks slightly flushed. No, I mean the one with the gourd on his back, Sasuke replied coldly. Gaara, I am somewhat intrigued by you. What is your name? Gaara responded in a calm manner. Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke answered. What about me? Aren't you going to ask for my name? Naruto interjected. Not interested, Gaara replied, turning away. Konohamaru, do I appear weak? Well, significantly weaker than Sasuke and I, he replied. Suddenly, another trio of Sound Village ninjas appeared, 2 boys and a girl. They appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, dressed far more normally compared to the previous group, though they seemed to hold a lower status. TOS, SAC. In Kin, ninjas trained in the Sound Village, certainly modified by Orochimaru's enhancements. TOS possessed an arm apparatus capable of emitting sound wave attacks, while SAC's arm could utilize wind techniques. As for Kin, her ability to cast illusions was triggered by the sound of her bells. There's no need for formalities, let's go, Night Breeze said nonchalantly. The 6 of them quickly departed. The number of peculiar individuals in the village is increasing. I wonder if the Chunin exam will be dangerous. Will I hold everyone back? That individual feared, even by Kakashi. Surely he would not appear at a time like this during the Chunin exam? The thoughts of the 3 members of Team 7 diverged. As long as I am in the mood, a week later, the Chunin exam will take place in the examination hall. Is this how you wish to participate in the Chunin exam? Just a bunch of inexperienced youngsters. 2 boys blocked a throng of candidates, adorned with the Leaf Village headbands. Rock Lee feigned weakness, only to be swiftly kicked away. By presenting himself as feeble now, he aimed to catch others off guard later, allowing them to underestimate his true abilities. Please, let us pass, he implored. Tintin also began to act, yet was soon knocked down with a punch. Listen well. This is our gentle side. The Chunin exam is no trifling matter, for many have abandoned the path of a ninja or succumbed to despair. The 2 continued. In truth, the proctor had transformed using a transformation jutsu to deliberately test the candidate's perceptive skills. The registration area was room 301. Yet they were actually on the 2nd floor in room 201. This tedious illusion could surely be dispelled. Sasuke emerged, exuding arrogance. Oh, you managed to see through it? The proctor expressed mild surprise. In the next moment, the 2 charged forward, ready to engage in combat. Just then, boom. A figure clad in a green jumpsuit dashed out, intercepting the proctor's flying kick aimed at Sasuke. You managed to block my attack? Sasuke observed, startled. The chakra emanating from this individual seemed vastly different from when he had been struck earlier. Sasuke regarded Lee with trepidation. Hey, this isn't how it was supposed to go. Weren't you trying to appear unthreatening by feigning weakness? Niji remarked dryly. Lee offered no response, his gaze fixed intently on Sakura. Here it comes again. Tintin closed her eyes, already foreseeing the impending events. My name is Rock Lee, and yours is Sakura, correct? Lee smiled, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Sakura was bewildered. Why was this fellow approaching her? Please go out with me. I will protect you until my dying breath. Lee proclaimed confidently, giving a thumbs up. Absolutely not, your eyebrows are too thick, Sakura retorted, her lips twitching. This fellow certainly appeared rather peculiar. Hey, you over there, state your name. Niji Hyuga approached, directing his gaze at Sasuke. When asking for someone's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Sasuke replied with a smirk. You're a newcomer, aren't you? How old are you this year? Niji inquired. I am under no obligation to answer you, Sasuke stated. Let us go, Sasuke, Naruto. We can head to the examination hall now, Sakura urged. This Chunin exam truly is filled with many peculiar characters. The night breeze concealed itself among the crowd, remarkably ordinary. Teacher, you are being too hard on the youth, whispered Hondo softly. Niji, murmured the girl with the black eye patch. Do not cause a stir. You cannot reveal yourself just yet, Night Breeze gently patted the girl's head. Yes, brother, she replied obediently, nodding her head. Before long, Rock Lee caught up with Team 7. Intent on facing Sasuke. That fierce-eyed fellow. Shall we settle this here and now? Lee inquired. Huh, you mean here right now? Sasuke's expression darkened. Uchiha Sasuke. I wish to duel you. Descendant of the Uchiha clan, known as the genius of ninjas. I want to test my techniques and see how far they can take me against you, Lee stated earnestly, having faced the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, which Neji had defeated him countless times. He had yet to contend with a member of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Sakura, love? Lee's tone shifted abruptly, becoming overly sentimental. No, that guy with droopy eyelashes, the poor hairstyle, the prickly eyebrows, he is not appealing in any way, Sakura retorted. You are an angel, Lee stated with utmost seriousness. Once again, Sasuke stole the spotlight. It was infuriating, Naruto thought to himself. Knowing I am of the Uchiha clan and still challenging me, truly. Such ignorance. Do you even comprehend what this name signifies? Sasuke proclaimed, confidence radiating from him. Please, engage me in battle. Lee struck a pose. Wait a moment. I shall handle this fellow with the thick eyebrows. Just give me 5 minutes, and I will take care of him, Naruto interjected. I am not looking to fight you. It is Uchiha Sasuke I wish to confront, Lee replied. Everyone is only concerned about Sasuke. This is truly exasperating, Naruto exclaimed as he charged forward, delivering a punch towards Lee. Smack. Lee dodged to the side, while simultaneously deflecting Naruto's fist, causing Naruto to lose his balance. Damn it. Naruto quickly adjusted his stance, supporting himself with his hands before launching a kick. Seeing this, Lee's expression became even more dismissive. Canola Gale. Lee crouched low and executed a sweeping kick that knocked Naruto's hands away. Naruto spun through the air like a top, completely losing his balance. This straightforward, direct approach seemed utterly foolish in the face of a ninja as skilled in taijutsu as Lee. This guy is indeed formidable, Sakura and Sasuke observed, their expressions unusually grave. I hereby declare that it is utterly impossible for you to surpass me, for I am the most formidable among the genin of Konohagakure, remarked Lee coldly. Perhaps it would be wise to reconsider, Sasuke, suggested Sakura. Sasuke, however, paid no heed to her words, his gaze fixated on Lee. How intriguing. Allow me to engage you, he replied. This encounter shall not take long, at most 5 minutes to conclude. With unwavering focus, Sasuke advanced directly toward Lee. Canola Whirlwind. Lee leaped, executing a sweeping kick. Sasuke, quick to react, attempted to evade the incoming strike. Yet, Lee's speed was unparalleled. Thud. A shoe print marked Sasuke's face, the tremendous force propelling him into the air, before crashing back to the ground. Should I feel so inclined, I could easily flaunt my prowess and then be humbled. From a distance, Yi Feng observed the scene, unable to suppress a chuckle. The top student of the Ninja Academy had rendered Sasuke's years somewhat insipid. Little did he know that by this age, Itachi was already on the verge of awakening his Manjiki Sharingan, boasting several years of experience as an Umbu ninja, while he remained merely a one-tomo, having been bested in the Ch-Nin exams. With the defeat of Zabuza and Haku from the Land of Waves, both Sasuke and Naruto had gained little from their recent expedition, having merely learned tree climbing and walking on water. Thus, Sasuke's eyes remained in a one-tomo state. Do you seek vengeance? You shall undoubtedly require my strength. In a moment of reverie, Sasuke recalled the peculiar man he had encountered that day. A rogue ninja from Konoha known as Orochimaru. Very well then, let us indulge in this encounter. Rising to his feet, Sasuke activated his one-tomo Sharingan. Is that the Sharingan? Lee's expression grew serious as he attentively monitored the movements of Uchiha Sasuke. The Sharingan, a dojutsu more powerful than the Byakugan. Cheating, whether through illusion or ninjutsu, is merely a form of deception. I shall see through it all with these eyes, Sasuke declared with confidence. He had been careless earlier, but he did not believe he would lose again. Bang! This time, Lee's speed was even more astonishing. With a swift kick, he struck Sasuke's chin from below, leaving Sasuke unable to comprehend the movement or react in time. Could it be that this fellow? Sasuke fell to the ground for the second time, his expression exceedingly grim. Indeed, this is neither ninjutsu nor illusion, but pure physical prowess. Lee charged forward. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Sasuke was left battered and bruised, his physical abilities clearly inferior, and even the Sharingan was insufficient to discern his opponent's movements. Do you know? Powerful individuals are classified as either geniuses or hard workers. If your Sharingan is a testament to the Uchiha bloodline, then I represent the diligent type. and I shall demonstrate that those who strive can surpass the gifted. Bang! Sasuke was sent flying for the third time. This time, Lee followed suit, appearing directly beneath Sasuke. His bandages beginning to unravel. That is enough, Lee. Suddenly, a red-shelled tortoise appeared. Lee promptly halted his technique and respectfully approached, kneeling partially. Are you alright, Sasuke? Sakura inquired with concern. She had never anticipated that Sasuke would lose, and so decisively at that. Sasuke did not respond, his gaze fixed on Lee, colder than ever. Excellent. Just that kind of gaze. Let us proceed to the examination hall. Yes, sir. A little while later, after completing the registration process, over 100 ninjas gathered in the examination arena. There are indeed a great many here, but regrettably, none of them seem particularly noteworthy. Nightwind shook his head. Ino has become even cuter. Akamichi observed the girl with the golden hair tied in a single ponytail from a distance. Do not reveal your identity. Do you think you are still the niece of that dessert shop owner? Nightwind patted Akamichi on the head. Hee, I want to go over there. Akamichi smiled. So, how does it feel to be in Konoha? Akamichi asked the girl with the black eye mask, smiling. Well, not much has changed, Hinata replied softly. Once her eyes appeared, they would reveal her identity, hence the need for the mask. There was no helping it. The Byakugan was simply too conspicuous, with its ice blue, snowflake-like appearance, exuding a powerful aura even without activating any techniques. As for those eyes, they did not belong to Hinata herself, but rather to Hinata Hanabi. The night breeze intertwined the gazes of two sisters, allowing the essence of Hanabi's eyes to flourish within Hinata's own. Should they encounter the ninjas of Konoha, I shall show no mercy, Night Breeze remarked nonchalantly. Yes, brother, Hinata's voice barely rose above a whisper. Although the inhabitants of this place had likely forgotten the whereabouts of the missing Hyuga heiress, she remained vigilant. Revealing her identity could create unnecessary trouble for everyone. Silence. You bunch of useless fools. Mori no Abiki abruptly appeared, accompanied by a throng of examiners in the examination hall. The cacophony of the crowd fell into an immediate hush. Thank you for your patience. The first round of the Chunin exams is about to commence. I am Mori no Abiki, the person in charge here. The scarred man introduced himself. A renowned jonin of the Konoha interrogation department, he was infamous for his ruthlessness among the jonin ranks. From this point forward, maintain silence until the conclusion of the first assessment. Each of you will receive a number tag and be seated according to your assigned number. After which we will distribute the written examination papers. Ibiki continued. A written exam? A written exam? Naruto's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Unfortunately, this was precisely the area where he struggled the most, theoretical knowledge. Before long, every candidate had settled into their seats, clutching their papers and pens. There are several crucial rules regarding the first exam that must be conveyed to you. I will not entertain any questions thereafter, so listen carefully. First, each participant begins with 10 points. There will be 10 questions in the written exam, each worth 1 point. A mistake will result in a deduction of 1 point. Secondly, a ninja's qualification is determined by the cumulative score of their three-man team. Thirdly, should any instances of cheating be discovered, 2 points will be deducted for each offense. And after 5 offenses, the entire team must vacate the examination hall. Lastly, if anyone receives a score of 0, the entire team is deemed unqualified, Ibiki stated. Now that the rules are established, there are 9 questions on the exam paper. The final question will be presented after 45 minutes. The examination begins now. As time ticked by, each candidate focused intently on their exam papers. 4 talented individuals like Sakura and Sasuke, completing most of the problems was a breeze. However, many others would inevitably resort to dishonest means. I have faced life and death situations countless times. How could I be intimidated now? In moments like this, one must remain humble and composed, first reviewing all the questions, then exerting all effort on those I can tackle, Naruto reassured himself, and turned his attention to the exam paper. The first question concerned the ninja code. Next, the second question is, in the illustration, the parabolic arc of Ninja B is situated atop a 7-meter-high tree, and it requests the depiction of Ninja A's shuriken's maximum range. The third question, the fourth question. Naruto quickly succumbed to despair. 9 questions, each seemingly designed to antagonize him, were utterly incomprehensible. Although Sasuke was equally perplexed, he swiftly discerned the fundamental purpose of this examination. Discovering that there were as many as 5 opportunities to cheat indicated an implicit encouragement for dishonesty. As long as one's methods were sufficiently astute and remained undetected by the proctors, success was attainable. Upon realizing this, Sasuke employed his Sharingan to replicate a fellow examinee's right-hand movements, meticulously transcribing the answers onto his own paper. Gaara, using sand, coalesced it into an eye that stealthily traversed the examination hall. Kankuro mimicked the appearance of a Konoha examiner with his puppets, employing them to assist him. Niji, with his Byakugan, possessed the ability to see into the distance, directly observing others as they cheated. Kiba allowed Akamaru to perch atop his head, relaying information only he could comprehend from the small dog-ass barks. In their quest to succeed in the first round of the competition, each ninja employed resourceful tactics and diverse methods. However, the 6 ninjas from the Sound Village remained idle, having received prior intelligence regarding the nature of the 10th question, rendering them disinclined to engage with the exam paper. Meanwhile, Naruto remained ensnared in panic, unable to solve the problems and reluctant to resort to cheating, his anxiety reaching an unbearable level. In the Death Forest, numbers 35 and 62 were eliminated. One by one, candidates were caught cheating, leading to their dismissal along with their teammates. Soon, from the initial 100 participants, only a small fraction of ninjas remained. Those employing particularly crude methods of deceit were thoroughly expelled. Well, 45 minutes have elapsed, declared Ibiki Marino. I shall now elucidate the rules for the 10th question. First, you must decide whether or not to answer it. Should you choose to forego responding, you will be immediately deemed unqualified, resulting in the elimination of your entire ninja squad. Conversely, if you opt to answer but provide an incorrect response, regrettably, you shall be permanently stripped of your eligibility to partake in the CH9 exams, destined to remain a genin for eternity. How can such a rule exist? Exclaimed Kiba, unable to restrain himself. Many of these ninjas have been candidates in previous years. That is because I was not the examiner in prior years. Your misfortune lies in the fact that this year, I am the architect of the rules. Ibiki retorted with a cold smirk. There was no denying the formidable presence he commanded as the captain of Konoha's interrogation force. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and gradually, some could no longer withstand the pressure. 1 team, 2 teams, 3. The number of candidates dwindled to less than half, with many opting to abandon the examination. After all, if they failed this year, they could always try again the next. However, to be permanently barred from future examinations would mean a lifetime of being a mere genin, a fate too stifling to bear. At that moment, Naruto hesitantly raised his hand, seemingly ready to concede. But with a resounding thud, he slammed his palm onto the table. Do not underestimate me. I refuse to back down. I will participate. Even if it means being a genin for life, I will still strive to become Hokage. I am not afraid, he proclaimed loudly. This was a pivotal choice that could determine the course of his life. If one were to give up, now would be the time. Ibiki furrowed his brow, perturbed that this raucous individual had caused many of the mentally weak to reconsider their resolve, thus reducing the number of eliminations. I will uphold my convictions. This is my ninja way, Naruto asserted defiantly. At this juncture, no one else chose to forfeit their qualification. 78 remain? How intriguing, Ibiki remarked, shaking his head. 26 teams. It seems the second examination will not lack excitement. 2 minutes later, Ibiki announced, to all who remain, I declare that you have successfully passed the first assessment. The prior focus on catching those employing immature cheating tactics, followed by the 10th question, was a test of the ninja's mental fortitude, willpower, adaptability, and ability to gather intelligence. Academic scores were of little consequence. 78 individuals remain. There are still quite a number left. A voice resonated. The candidates turned to see a woman with cascading black hair, clad in a striking red and white ninja attire, appearing to be in her 20s. She was Tsunade, a newly appointed Jonin of Konohagakure and the chief examiner for the second stage of the Chunin exams. Not to worry, after this second stage, that number will be halved. Another voice chimed in. It belonged to a seemingly ordinary-looking man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, Asuma Saratobi, a Jonin of Konohagakure and a contemporary of Tsunade. Notably the son of the third Hokage. He too was an examiner for this stage. This here presents quite an array of interesting characters, remarked Ibiki, casting a glance at Naruto. We shall discuss the particulars tomorrow. For now, consult your Jonin instructors regarding the assembly point. You are dismissed. The following day, in the afternoon, the stage for the second examination was set at the 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. Each ninja was required to sign a waiver acknowledging the peril of death before entering, although they could also opt to withdraw. Tsunade spoke with a calm demeanor. This forest, spanning 10 meters in diameter, harbors numerous perilous creatures and venomous insects, and killing is permitted here. Every year, many candidates meet their demise within these woods. Each team was allocated a scroll, totaling 26 teams, 13 possessing the Heaven Scroll and 13 with the Earth Scroll. The examination would span 5 days. Within this time frame, if your ninja squad could procure a complete set of Heaven and Earth Scrolls and reach the tower at the heart of the forest, you would pass the second assessment. Moreover, should any member of a team perish, the entire team would be disqualified. A friendly reminder: absolutely refrain from inspecting the contents of the scrolls before reaching the central tower. Now, team leaders, please step forward to collect your scrolls and enter the training ground through the designated entrances, as Suma instructed. He had not intended to come to such a place, but since Tsunade was present, he decided to join the festivities. After all, as a man, one must take the initiative in pursuing women. Although he had actively pursued for many years, he had not yet surrendered his efforts. Sir, T.S. and his companions respectfully bowed before proceeding towards one of the entrances. "Let us enter as well," Night Wind declared, licking his lips and affectionately ruffling the hair of the 2 women beside him. Their status and prowess made participating in such an examination akin to adults competing in a kindergarten contest. Sasuke. The thought of that youth's eyes brought a broader smile to Night Wind's face. Despite having awakened the rebirth eye technique, the Rinnegan remained his ultimate aspiration. Several minutes later, within the Forest of Death, the sky gradually darkened. The trio of Team 7 was gathered beneath a tree, unaware that someone was using Earth Release to eavesdrop on their conversation, to prevent any potential impersonation of teammates through transformation techniques after becoming separated. We shall first establish a secret signal. Should there be any error in the signal, regardless of how closely one resembles a comrade, they must be treated as an adversary. Listen carefully. I will only say this once, Sasuke stated earnestly. When confronted with the question of a ninja song or technique, the response should be as follows. The moment of chaos among a multitude of enemies is precisely the opportune time to strike. One cannot conceal oneself in silence. The essence of a ninja lies in the mastery of timing, specifically when the enemy is fatigued and complacent. That is the crux of it. Sasuke remarked with a hint of indifference. Understood. Sakura nodded affirmatively. Could you please repeat that? Naruto's countenance drooped in dismay. Did I not mention that I would only say it once? Sasuke feigned a smile. Have you truly failed to remember? You dolt. I recalled it the first time. Sakura retorted. I memorized it as well. I merely wished to hear it once more for the sake of certainty. Naruto pouted. Ouch. Naruto winced. A gust of wind slicing across his cheek, akin to a blade's edge. What's wrong? The trio turned their attention toward the direction from which the wind emanated. 50 meters away, Night Wind formed hand signs and unleashed a torrent of wind, announcing the arrival of Team 7. He particularly directed the fierce gust toward Naruto, whisking him away amidst a swarm of colossal serpents summoned by his summoning technique. The Avengers. The tempest howled ferociously, obliterating vast expanses of forest. Is this truly a novice? Sasuke furrowed his brow tightly. The winds were so fierce that Naruto and the others were scattered. He sensed that this technique was specifically targeting Team 7. Wait here. I shall provoke those little rascals, Night Wind mischievously declared as he approached. Hinata and Red Bean remained in place. Hey, everyone, are you all right? Night Wind emerged, transforming into Naruto's likeness. Hold on, let us first exchange the secret code. Ninja Song, Ninja Machine. Sasuke drew his kunai, scrutinizing this version of Naruto. As a multitude of enemies stirred, it was the perfect moment to ambush. A quiet place cannot serve as a refuge. The essence of a ninja lies in mastering the timing, particularly when the enemy is fatigued and lax. Night Wind revealed the answer. However, Sasuke merely chuckled coldly, tossing his kunai. Hey, what are you doing, Sasuke? Night Wind and Sakura were taken aback. The likes of Naruto could never remember such a lengthy code. If asked about it, he would undoubtedly claim to have forgotten. Sasuke smiled with confidence. If you know he would forget, why then select such an elaborate code? Night Wind dispelled his transformation, revealing his true form. Because I am aware that someone is eavesdropping underground. Sasuke squinted. Haha, you are even more capable than I had imagined. Truly a member of the Uchiha clan, Night Wind chuckled softly. What you possess is the Heaven Scroll, correct? Therefore, you must be in dire need of the Earth Scroll I hold. As he spoke, Night Wind produced an Earth Scroll. Allow me to see. Where lies the limit of your power? The technique of Naruto was activated, and a wave of murderous intent surged towards Sasuke and Sakura, momentarily revealing the specters of 2 slain individuals. In an instant, The two collapsed to the ground, their fighting spirit extinguished. What kind of terrifying aura is this? Is this genuinely the CH9 exams? Sasuke trembled internally. Observing the man leisurely approaching, each step felt as though it were crushing his heart. Move, move, move. Sasuke's mind screamed, yet even his grip on the kunai trembled. Is this all you are capable of? Sasuke heard the man's voice. A flash of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. With a sudden thrust, Sasuke plunged the kunai into his right leg, using the pain to forcibly awaken his senses. He swiftly led Sakura to flee, disappearing to a tree several dozen meters away. Sasuke. Sakura's face was etched with concern. It was the first time she had witnessed Sasuke so distraught, leaving her pale with fear. A snake? Is there a snake? Sasuke only realized the gravity of the situation at the last moment. With great effort, he managed to evade the strike of a colossal serpent alongside Sakura, and then swiftly dispatched the beast with a shuriken. There was no escaping this peril. A haunting voice echoed through the air. As Sasuke and Sakura turned around, they beheld a man emerging from the depths of the trees. In that fleeting moment, several kunai whizzed past, narrowly missing them. Apologies, Sasuke. I seem to have forgotten the code, Naruto exclaimed as he finally shook off the giant snake and arrived at the scene. Naruto, regardless of whether you're trying to look impressive by rescuing me, stop showing off and let us flee. This guy is far more powerful than us, Sasuke declared, activating his Sharingan. The aura of this man felt even stronger than Kakashi's. He was not an adversary they could hope to defeat. Hey. You seem to be quite the bully, Naruto retorted confidently. Since I, Naruto Uzumaki, have arrived, let me teach you a lesson today. He was undeterred by the enemy's strength, convinced that escape was not an option. Wait, take the scroll and go. After much contemplation, Sasuke ultimately devised this plan. Sasuke? What are you doing? Naruto shouted in anger. Shut up. This is the only way we can survive. Sasuke insisted. It appears you have failed to grasp the reality of the situation, kid. A mere scroll is of no consequence. You think I came for something so trivial? The man chuckled darkly, in the midst of Sasuke's terrified and helpless gaze. The earth scroll was torn asunder. As for the heavenly scroll in Sasuke's possession, it held no allure for the man. Sasuke. This isn't the Sasuke I know. You're a fraud. The Sasuke I know isn't this cowardly. Naruto was utterly enraged. The nine tails within him resonated, and a crimson chakra began to seep forth, transforming his eyes to a shade of red. The nine tails, huh? Yet, you remain too inexperienced. You hold no value to me, the man stated, and in the blink of an eye, he seized Naruto, lifting him effortlessly into the air. 5 elements seal. The man struck Naruto's abdomen, rendering him unconscious. Sasuke, save Naruto. Sakura cried out, though she had not been particularly fond of Naruto. She had come to regard him as a friend and could not bear the thought of him being harmed. My foolish brother, if you wish to kill me, then hate me, loathe me, and live on in your wretchedness. Sasuke's pupils dilated as he recalled Itachi's words from that fateful night. Indeed, he was an avenger, willing to do anything and pay any price for revenge. Your gaze has sharpened, little boy, the man observed with a smile. In Sasuke's eyes, the tomo is evolving from 1 to 2, indicating that he has reached a critical juncture, thereby awakening his latent potential. Sakura interjects, Sasuke. Although Naruto is unlike you, clumsy and often a hindrance, at least he is not a coward, right? Isn't that so, Sasuke? Nightwind silently contemplates the situation, finding it somewhat absurd. From the very beginning, she was merely a spectator, and now she dares to comment on Sasuke. Indeed, it seems the Uchiha bloodline is stirring within him. I am eager to witness the extent of your prowess. Nightwind observes Sasuke's transformation, unable to suppress a smile. To defeat Itachi Uchiha, I must survive, Sasuke declares, gripping a kunai with unprecedented focus in his Sharingan. Is he daring to initiate an attack? Wind release. Great breakthrough. Nightwind exhales a tempestuous gust. Sasuke remains unfazed. Leaping onto a higher branch, several kunai are hurled forth, entangled with nearly invisible threads. Nightwind evades the kunai, but Sasuke closes in, leveraging the observational prowess of his Sharingan for close combat. As Nightwind is merely testing the waters, Sasuke does not find himself at a disadvantage. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A torrent of flames is unleashed, yet that individual emerges unscathed from the inferno. Indeed, this is quite troublesome, Sasuke thinks, his expression grave. The kaleidoscope of red beams at last. Sasuke seized upon a flaw in his opponent and forcefully struck down. Yet, the captured individual swiftly transformed into mud. It was merely a clay clone. Was it over? The true body of Nightwind emerged from behind, delivering two powerful punches to Sasuke's face, causing the young man to cough up blood and collapse to the ground. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from a detonating tag positioned behind Nightwind. At that moment, the fallen Sasuke rose, hurling another string of shurikens, ensnaring Nightwind and binding him to a tree. With the Sharingan activated, he executed the windmill technique, 3 blades. Manipulating dozens of threads simultaneously, he restrained his adversary, rendering him immobile. Fire style, dragon flame technique. A torrent of flames erupted, spreading along the specially crafted threads towards Nightwind, piercing the trees behind him and creating a massive hole. The high-temperature flames wielded formidable destructive power, qualifying as an advanced ninjutsu. Success. A sigh of relief escaped Sasuke's lips. After countless calculations, he had finally uncovered a weakness in this foe. Even an elite ninja, caught off guard by the dragon flame technique, would undoubtedly suffer severe injury or even death. 2 minutes later, the trees lay charred and blackened, and the man appeared lifeless, utterly still. Sasuke, you did it. Sakura rushed over, supporting him with one hand. Sasuke panted heavily. Both his chakra and mental stamina had been severely depleted. Suddenly, the man began to laugh. He casually ripped off the human skin mask adorning his face, revealing his true identity, the very individual from the land of waves who had instilled fear in Kakashi, Orochimaru. Sasuke, I told you we would meet again soon, Nightwind grinned. For him, such ninjutsu was child's play. You, how can this be? Sasuke's body trembled. Indeed, this man was not someone they could defeat. If you wish to see me again. Oh no, we shall meet again, for you will surely require my strength, Nightwind declared, his right hand gradually morphing into a white serpent, slithering along the branches towards Sasuke. Sasuke could only watch helplessly. Stay away. Sakura interjected, brandishing a kunai in front of Sasuke. Don't be a hindrance, Nightwind waved dismissively. And the white snake coiled around Sakura, flinging her aside. The one meant to sever the ties by killing Sakura was Sasuke. Otherwise, he would have eliminated this bothersome woman long ago. He had never been a patient man. The white serpent bit into Sasuke's neck, leaving 3 black tomo marks. Curse mark technique. If he could endure and survive, he would attain the heavenly curse mark. This is a small gift. I hope you find joy in it. We shall soon meet again, and next time, it will be you who seeks me out, Sasuke. The man vanished with a smile. Darkness enveloped Sasuke, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ultimately, only Sakura remained awake, exerting considerable effort to transport the 2 young men into a hollow of a tree. Teacher, brother, greeted Hondo and Hinata. They followed Nightwind's instructions, patiently awaiting here. Guests have arrived. Are you not inviting them out for a chat? How impolite. Nightwind remarked with a grin. Oh dear, it's rather embarrassing. Teacher, you know how it is with acquaintances around. It's a bit disheartening, Hondo murmured softly. She had implanted the Manjiki Sharingan, while Hinata possessed the Byakugan. Discovering those lurking in the shadows would not prove difficult for them. Oh no, we've been discovered. The 2 hidden ninjas felt a weight in their hearts. Kurenai Yuvi and Asuma. A powerful surge of chakra erupted during the Ch-Nin exams, an occurrence unbecoming of a mere genin match. Hence, the pair had come to investigate. Hondo, since you are here, then this must be Orochimaru. Kurenai's expression was complex. Their bond had once been strong, and even after years apart, she recognized him immediately. If Hondo was present, then the man beside her was undoubtedly Orochimaru. Red, prepare to retreat and seek help from the village. We are no match for them. I will hold them off. Asuma declared with determination. Truly, he was the son of the Hokage, not lacking in intellect or courage, planning to stay behind to cover their escape. However, such noble intentions often clash with the harshness of reality. What did I hear? You wish to stay and confront the 3 of us? Nightwind erupted in laughter. Asuma was overly optimistic about his own capabilities. Even Kakashi would not dare to be so audacious. Perhaps Might Guy, with his ability to open the 8 gates, would stand a chance. Orochimaru, why have you returned here after so long? Kurenai could not restrain her curiosity. The presence of Orochimaru at the Ch-Nin exam site was utterly shocking. Prepare to retreat. I will risk my life to hold them back, Asuma stated seriously. Hondo, if anyone dares to underestimate you, act swiftly and eliminate him. I do not wish to hear such foolishness, Nightwind commanded. Understood, teacher. Hondo's eyes gleamed momentarily. If given the chance, she would have liked to spare Kurenai's life, but against Asuma, she felt no pressure to act. After all, he was not someone she held any familiarity with. What of the Hokage's son? Should Nightwind issue the command, the Hokage would not hesitate to enact a deadly reprisal. Getsu's left eye shimmered with a newfound brilliance. The crimson three-tomo pattern emerged, gradually merging into the delicate shape of a three-petaled flower, exuding an aura of gentleness. Having consumed the blood of Orochimaru, she is considered a half-blood member of the Uchiha clan. The ability of her left eye, known as H-Jin, is a form of illusionary technique that can obscure the senses of her adversaries, plunging those ensnared into a state of stupor. Although it lacks the devastating psychological destruction of Tsukuyomi, its minimal energy consumption allows for repeated use. The ability of her right eye, named Blood Prison, grants her dominion over her own blood, enabling her bodily fluids to transform entirely into blood. As long as not all of her blood is expunged, she can resurrect herself using the remaining essence, serving as a life-preserving skill. While both ocular techniques may seem rather ordinary, they are still within the realm of the Mangekyou Sharingan, rendering her significantly more formidable than an average ninja. Faced with H-Jin, Asuma succumbed without resistance, falling into a state of stupor. With a swift motion, H-Getsu severed his head, which tumbled to the ground. Blood Prison not only facilitates escape but also allows for the creation of unique blood clones, which can be utilized for offense or concealment. Asuma remained oblivious to the unfolding events until he was swiftly dispatched. The setting sun cast a crimson hue as the teacher pondered her course of action. Hongdo clapped her hands, her expression a blend of complexity as she regarded Yuhi Kurenai. While she felt no pressure in dealing with Asuma's fate, the thought of eliminating Kurenai caused her to hesitate. Once she was gone, the woman would hold no further value for her. "Prove your resolve to me, Hongdo," said Yifeng coolly. "Choosing to stand by my side, you should have anticipated this day." "Yes, sensei." Hongdo's Sharingan flickered momentarily before settling into calm composure. Indeed, the teacher was of utmost importance. For the sake of her mentor's goals, she would do anything to remain by his side. At this point, "Is there no turning back for you? Why follow such a man?" Kurenai exclaimed. Unlike Hongdo, she had been raised under the doctrine of the will of fire, trained to sacrifice her life for the village. She could not fathom why Hongdo would choose to follow a madman. "What can I gain from the village?" Hongdo replied, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. "As a child, I was neglected, bullied, and ostracized. Upon arriving in Konoha, I was distanced by my peers simply for being a teacher's disciple. This world is inherently flawed. Yet, what of it? But what does it matter if I embrace villainy? I find joy in my existence." Kurenai fell silent, her eyes gradually closing as her body slumped to the ground. Those lacking sufficient mental fortitude succumbed to illusions. And the outcome was inevitable. A kunai pierced her heart, and her lifeless form quickly grew cold. "Excellent," Yifeng remarked, patting Hongdo on the shoulder, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He then retrieved a container and collected a portion of Asuma's blood and flesh. While his strength was not particularly useful, resurrecting him through the impure world reincarnation would serve to vex the third Hokage. The following day, Sasuke appeared to be suffering from a high fever. His face contorted in pain. Naruto, too, had fallen victim to the five-element seal and remained unconscious. Within the hollow of a tree, only Sakura was awake. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the distance. Sakura turned nervously, only to find an adorable squirrel. Seeing the creature approach her trap, her expression shifted, and she hurled a kunai, scaring the little animal away. TCH, was the squirrel with explosive tags detected? Sakura wondered, surprised. No, she likely didn't notice, but it matters not. Let us proceed. Tosa said nonchalantly. Not far from here, Hinata Niji remarked. Stop hiding and come out. Honestly, we hurriedly concealed ourselves, yet we were still discovered, Ino whispered. Damn it. We've encountered a troublesome opponent, Shikamaru's expression shifted. Niji, who had graduated from the previous year with the highest scores in his class, was indeed a formidable adversary. Let us execute Plan A. Wait for him to walk by, Ino suggested, raising her hand. That plan has already failed, Shikamaru replied, shaking his head. Then we must proceed with Plan B. Are we really going to do that? Ino questioned. There is no other choice. This plan is bound to succeed. With a decisive resolve, the trio swiftly emerged from the underbrush. Ah, ISNT at the first-year standout, Lord Niji Hinata? They flattered, eager for his autograph. However, Niji remained unfazed, his expression devoid of emotion. So it's you lot, he stated calmly. Next, I shall employ my beauty to bewitch him, Ino thought confidently. I've long wished to meet you, she declared, releasing her long hair and extending her hand with a smile. Get lost, Niji replied, turning away with an impassive demeanor. Why has my charm failed? Ino protested, shaking her small fists in frustration. Are you raising your fist to challenge me? Niji halted, his voice icy. No. Of course not. Ino laughed nervously. Then get lost. Taking the scroll from you useless individuals would only make us the laughingstock of the village, Niji scoffed. All right. We're leaving. Shikamaru's team quickly retreated. Shikamaru's shadow manipulation technique only allowed him to control others, while Ino's mind transfer jutsu also served a similar purpose. As for Choji, while his expansion jutsu possessed offensive capabilities, it was still rather ordinary, primarily functioning as a means of control. Their team's combat prowess was not particularly strong. They had previously seized a scroll through ambush. As I suspected, as long as we don't initiate an attack, that guy won't target us weaklings. Shikamaru sighed in relief. Let us seek out someone weaker, ha ha ha. Ino laughed heartily. In familiar company, Ino rarely displayed her demure side, a habit of hers. Though the villagers praised the Yamanaka girl for her grace and beauty, those who knew her understood the mischief she was capable of. Where can we find a team weaker than us? Shikamaru shook his head. Meanwhile, a voice echoed. Aren't you supposed to be guarding them all night? Sakura turned to see 3 ninjas from the Sound Village appearing not far away. Awaken Sasuke, we wish to engage him in battle, TOS remarked nonchalantly. What are you talking about? What is your true intention? Sakura retorted, her grip tightening around her kunai as she fixed her gaze upon the 3 Sound Village ninjas. What is that on the back of Sasuke's neck? You've reduced him to this state, and now speak of challenging him? What does it mean? Sakura demanded. What the esteemed lord is contemplating, we cannot say. However, your demise is assured, Sak declared. Hold on, Sak, TOS interjected, stepping forward to halt Sak's impulsive actions. The disturbance in this earth is too conspicuous, and this grass would not flourish in such a location, TOS stated, discerning the trap Sakura had laid. It was not merely the explosive tags on the squirrel that concerned her, but the fear that the creature might trigger the trap she had set. I shall end you this instant, TOS and her 2 companions leapt, avoiding the tainted ground. Yet Sakura, with a confident smile, severed a rope with her kunai, causing a wooden block to plummet from above, hurtling towards the airborne Sound ninjas. Is there a trap above as well? TOS queried, using her right hand to strike the wood, shattering it into splinters. Sakura's expression shifted dramatically as she could only watch the 3 adversaries charge towards her. In the critical moment, the winds of Konoha swirled as Lee made a sudden appearance, executing a sweeping kick that forced the 3 Sound shinobi to retreat, landing gracefully before Sakura. Who are you? Tosu furrowed his brow. The beautiful azure beast of Konoha, Rock Lee, he replied with confidence. Despite the ongoing exam, his instinct to protect Sakura surged forth. What are you doing here? To you. I must be your enemy now, Sakura inquired. I told you before. I will protect you until my last breath, Lee smiled. Thank you. Sakura's expression revealed a tangle of emotions. Given the peculiar circumstances, she had no choice but to accept Lee's assistance. This thick-browed fellow seems adept in taijutsu. Perhaps I can toy with him a bit, Tosu remarked nonchalantly. The lotus of the blooming lotus. Lee unleashed his technique to ensnare Tosu, but Sak's jutsu softened the ground, preventing any harm. Instead, Lee found himself at a disadvantage. His condition deteriorating while Tosu's sonic assault left him nearly deafened. With a thud, Lee could no longer withstand Tosu's pressure and fell. Ultimately, only Sakura remained, valiantly defending the unconscious duo. At that moment, Shikamaru's team sprang into action. Choji's expansion technique, Shikamaru's shadow possession, and Ino's mind transfer technique temporarily stabilized the battlefield. Sakura, who has inflicted such harm upon you? A haunting voice echoed. Uchiha Sasuke awakened, his body adorned with a black curse mark, violet chakra surging forth, exuding a formidable presence. Niji had intended to assist Lee but abandoned the thought upon witnessing this transformation. Sasuke, are you all right? Sakura expressed her concern. Do not worry. Not only am I unscathed, but my power continues to swell. This gift from that man I have finally come to understand. I am a vessel of vengeance. Willing to barter my soul to the demon in pursuit of strength, Sasuke spoke with a chilling calmness. The curse mark continued to spread, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Uchiha Sasuke die? Sak raised his hands. Stop, Sak. Even now, you fail to comprehend. Tosa bellowed. With Sasuke harnessing the curse mark's power, his strength had transcended to a level beyond their capability to defeat. Any reckless action would be tantamount to courting death. Void slash. Sak's arms unleashed a tempest. Yet, Sasuke vanished from sight, appearing behind Sak with a ghostly swiftness, subduing him in mere seconds. Crack. Sasuke effortlessly snapped Sak's arm. You intend to unleash wind from that device in your hand? That will only lead to your own destruction. It appears you take great pride in these hands, Sasuke scoffed. Stop. Sakurako collapsed, unconscious. Seeing Sasuke still intent on confronting the sound shinobi, Sakura could no longer restrain herself and rushed over, embracing him from behind. Sasuke, please. This isn't the Sasuke I know, she wept. The ruthless killer before her was not the Sasuke she wished to see. TCH, troublesome woman. Perhaps I should have eliminated that guy long ago, Nightwind observed from a distance, frowning. Yet, he soon relaxed. Sasuke had already savored the allure of power. No one could deter him from pursuing it. Meanwhile, on another front, a small child from Sunagakure dared to challenge them, an act of sheer folly. The trio from the Rain Village encountered Gaara's group. It appeared that Gaara had initiated the confrontation, but these individuals showed him no respect. Hey kid, you ought to choose your opponents wisely. Otherwise, you might meet your demise, a scarred man with a single eye remarked. Enough with the chatter, let us begin. Gaara replied coolly. Hey, Gaara, shouldn't we first track them down and ascertain where their scrolls are hidden before we fight? If the scrolls are the same, there is no need for battle. Stop your prattling. Gaara interrupted Kankuro, his voice growing increasingly frigid. I will annihilate everyone I see. He spoke with urgency. Only through slaughter could he validate his existence, for it was through bloodshed that he realized he was alive. Then let it commence, the scarred man sneered, tossing 4 black umbrellas into the sky while swiftly forming hand seals. Die brat. Ninja art, 1,000 black needles. The black umbrellas swirled in the air, unleashing countless black needles from all directions, nearly enveloping Gaara without a vulnerable spot. With a resounding crash, the dust settled, revealing a wall of sand erected around Gaara. Impenetrable by any needle. Is this all you can muster? Gaara remarked with an increasingly dangerous smile. Quicksand, like a flowing river, encircled the scarred man, wrapping him like a zongzi. Sand-binding coffin, Gaara commanded, controlling the sand to float into the air. The immense pressure crushed him, reducing his body to a gruesome amalgamation of flesh, blood, and sand, causing a rain of blackened blood to fall from the sky. The blood of the deceased mingles with the flowing sand, granting me even greater power, Gaara stated calmly. The 2 other Rain shinobi were already paralyzed with fear. Alas, there was no escape. Soon, another downpour of black blood fell. Only after this did Gaara manage to quell some of his murderous intent. Days swiftly passed. At last, Nightwind relinquished his identity as a participant, choosing not to continue in the forthcoming competition. The curse mark had already been planted, and it seemed rather unamusing to bully the younger ones. However, both Red Bean and Hinata were determined not to relinquish their qualifications and intended to carry on with the festivities. Besides them, there were 7 groups of contenders. The Gaara Trio, a team from the Sound Village, Team 7, a group led by Shikamu, a team of Niji, and a group of Shino, totaling 20 individuals. Notably, Shino's group did not include Hinata, but rather an unfamiliar boy with Byakugan. It was surprising to see so many remain. The 3rd Hokage, puffing on a cigarette, wore a weathered expression. Initially, it seemed that only a handful would qualify, yet this year brought unexpected results. Furthermore, Asuma and Red Bean had been slain. Just yesterday, an Umbu ninja discovered 2 corpses within the Forest of Death. There were minimal signs of resistance, suggesting their adversaries far surpassed them in strength. He could not help but think of that rascal Orochimaru. Nonetheless, certain duties must still be fulfilled. Now, we shall commence the 3rd examination. Before we proceed with the introductions, there is something imperative I must clarify. The 3rd spoke slowly. Once again, it was a matter of prestige among the nations and battles fought at the expense of the ninjas' lives, all presented with an air of righteous solemnity. Inept at everything else, yet a master of brainwashing, Nightwind scoffed. Ultimately, it was all about binding the ninjas to their village, pledging their loyalty and service to Konoha, turning a blind eye to the darkness within the village and allowing Danzo to run amok. Beneath the seemingly prosperous facade lay a festering rot. The 1st Hokage, Hashirama, founded Konoha through sheer strength, proclaiming that anyone with high support could become a ninja. In theory, those with capability could ascend to the Hokage position. But in reality, the 2nd Hokage was the biological brother of the 1st, the 3rd was the student of the 2nd, the 4th was the student of the 3rd student, and the 5th was the granddaughter of the 1st and a student of the 3rd, if following the original storyline. The 6th would be the student of the 4th, the seventh the son of the fourth and a student of the sixth. Konoha indeed prides itself on fairness and justice. The preliminary rounds. Is it possible that Konoha lacks formidable and seasoned ninjas? Are all powerful ninjas merely members of the Hokage family? Certainly not. A prime example is the legendary Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, who was the father of Kakashi. This man wielded an unparalleled mastery of swordsmanship, earning a fearsome reputation on the battlefield, nearly rivaling that of Minato. Under normal circumstances, he possessed both the capability and renown to inherit the position of Hokage, at least contending for the role of the fourth Hokage alongside Minato. However, an absurd incident transpired. It is said that during a mission, Tsukumo chose to abandon his task to save his comrades, only to return to the village and be met with disdain. This led him to take his own life. How could such a seasoned shinobi, who had survived the atrocities of war, succumb to despair over mere scorn? Is this truly the fortitude expected of a Genin? In reality, the higher-ups in Konoha had already predestined the fourth Hokage's position for Minato, planning for him to assume the mantle. Given the rising acclaim for Konoha White Fang, they resolved to eliminate him discreetly to avert any unforeseen complications. Brainwashed by the will of fire since childhood, White Fang dutifully accepted his fate. Such hypocrisy raises questions about the very nature of justice. I apologize, Lord Third. It is now my duty as the referee, Kaze no Suki, to clarify. A pale figure, marked by deep dark circles under his eyes, emerged to interrupt the Third's speech. Kaze no Suki, the notorious scion of Konoha. Given such an obedient partner as Yaka, it is only natural that he appeared gaunt. However, his frail constitution suggested a life precariously close to its end. Now, before the commencement of the third exam, the third Hokage began. There is a matter that requires everyone's attention. Kaze no Suki gazed at the contestants, his sickly appearance eliciting a mixture of sympathy and bewilderment among them. This pertains to the preliminary rounds that will determine eligibility for the third exam. Wait, what is a preliminary round? One contestant queried. Teacher, I fail to grasp the significance of these preliminaries. Why can't those remaining here proceed directly to the third exam? Perhaps the previous two rounds had been too simplistic, resulting in an excess of participants. Therefore, to adhere to the regulations of the CHNIN exams, a preliminary round is necessary to reduce the number of candidates for the third exam. Finally, after elucidating the rules, the preliminary rounds commenced. Contestants were randomly selected to determine the matchups. Let the first preliminary match begin. Sound Village's Karen versus Konoha's Sasuke Uchiha, Kaze no Suki announced. Ugh, I concede, Karen replied, shaking her head in frustration. She had not anticipated drawing such a formidable opponent as Sasuke Uchiha. It is futile to confront this individual. We must not allow the young to lose their motivation. The victor of the first match is Uchiha Sasuke. The swift wind spoke little, merely announcing the outcome. In the second match, Saku faced off against Yamanaka Shino. Given Saku's already severe hand injuries, coupled with Shino's insect manipulation, the battle concluded within mere minutes, resulting in Shino's victory. In the third match, the boy with the Byakugan from Shino's team contended against Kankuro, with Kankuro ultimately emerging triumphant. The fourth match featured Haruno Sakura against Yamanaka Ino. I never expected to face you, Sakura. I assure you, I shall show no mercy, Ino chuckled. Their camaraderie was evident. Yet neither would relinquish their chance of advancement. Sakura, give it your all. Don't let her defeat you, Naruto shouted. On the sidelines, the two young women swiftly engaged in taijutsu, occasionally throwing kunai, which their opponent deftly evaded. In the midst of the skirmish, Sakura appeared momentarily distracted, allowing Ino to land a slap. Both girls paused in surprise. Sakura was taken aback by the strike, while Ino was astonished that Sakura had failed to evade it. Strangely enough, I find a sense of satisfaction in witnessing that little girl being struck. Red Bean, am I psychologically unwell? Night Breeze remarked with a grin. Teacher, when have you ever been normal? Red Bean retorted. Night Breeze chuckled again. Do not hold back. I shall take this match seriously, Sakura stated, seemingly regaining her focus. Soon, the two resumed their taijutsu clash, both enduring bruises yet refusing to concede. Ninjutsu, body replacement technique. Ino resorted to this technique. If she could manipulate Sakura's body to utter the words I forfeit, it would signify her victory. Release my body, Ino. I will not surrender. Sakura's resistance was fervent. Consequently, Ino was compelled to dispel the jutsu, leaving both combatants depleted of chakra. It resulted in a draw. As no victor emerged, neither advanced. Both were eliminated. Moonlight Gale declares. He announced. In the fifth match, Temari faced off against Tenten. The wind-style ninja held a natural advantage over the weapon specialist. Despite Tenten's best efforts, Temari secured a comfortable victory. After all, no matter how formidable the tools, one must connect with the opponent, and with a gust of wind, Tenten's weapons were scattered, leaving her no opportunity to approach. In the sixth match, Nara Shikamaru confronted Kin. With Shikamaru's intellect, victory was assured, and he prevailed effortlessly. The seventh match featured Uzumaki Naruto against Inazuka Kiba. Originally, Naruto was thoroughly dominated throughout the match, yet in a surprising turn of events, he released a flatulent sound that caused Kiba, whose sense of smell was magnified thousands of times beyond that of an ordinary person, to utterly falter. Thus, Uzumaki Naruto emerged victorious. In the eighth bout, Hinata faced Niji. However, the Hinata of the present was not the Hinata Hugo of old, but rather a peculiar girl from the Sound Ninja village, adorned with a black eye mask. Who is this strange individual? For someone as lacking in strength and renown as you, it would be wise to concede swiftly if you possess no hidden cards. Otherwise, should I injure you? Niji threatened, as he disliked the sensation of preying upon the weak. I shall be the victor, Hinata replied calmly. Over the years, she had undergone significant trials and was no longer the timid girl she once was. Use that one, the announcer, Yukase, suddenly interjected. Yes, I understand. Hinata momentarily paused before slowly removing her black eye mask. Her eyes, an icy blue adorned with snowflake patterns, emanated an immense pressure upon a mere glance. Is that a bloodline limit? Gasps of astonishment echoed in the hearts of all present. A faint green chakra materialized, coalescing into a protective layer around Hinata's form. The aura continued to intensify, causing Niji to furrow his brow. Clearly, the strength of his opponent was formidable, far from the weakling he had anticipated. Excellent. Now you possess the worth to be defeated, Niji remarked, his expression grave, as the veins around his eyes became prominent, signaling the activation of his Byakugan. The battle of the cheaters in an instant. Niji felt a blur before his eyes. Hinata had vanished from sight, and a swift palm was already at his side. This was still under Hinata's restraint. Although her Tensigen had not been fully developed, she was capable of unleashing power close to that of a Kage. Defeating Niji did not require her to reveal too much of her strength. Heavenly Spin. Niji spun rapidly, forming a protective barrier of chakra that enveloped him in a 360-degree defense, effectively blocking Hinata's strike. Thanks to the chakra cloak surrounding Hinata's body, she was merely pushed back, untouched by the force of the spinning defense. It seemed it was time to take this seriously. Gentle Fist Technique. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji assumed a peculiar stance. This was the Gentle Fist technique of the Hyuga clan, which he had mastered to an extraordinary level. A strange expression appeared on Hinata's face. Indeed, Niji was a prodigy, having mastered the 64 palms at such a young age, even developing the Heavenly Spin technique on his own. However, all of this was futile. Against her eyes, the Tensigen cultivated by her sister Hanabi, any resistance was in vain. Can you evade the second palm after dodging the first? The girl's voice was light and ethereal. Yet to Niji, it felt like a profound insult. With Heavenly Spin in play, it was impossible to breach his defenses. Niji replied coolly, acknowledging the strength and speed of his opponent, yet asserting that his defense was formidable. Go ahead and try, Hinata replied, narrowing her eyes. She now followed the commands of Yakumo unconditionally. Even if it meant eliminating Niji, she would comply. With a fierce cry, Hinata transformed into a green specter, darting forward. Despite activating his Byakugan, Niji found it exceedingly difficult to discern her attack patterns. As he executed the 8 trigrams 64 palms, he struck only air, unable to land a blow. In the moment before sensing imminent danger, he activated Heavenly Spin again. Heavenly Spin. A second blue vortex appeared. However, this time, Hinata intended to hold nothing back. Absorb. Hinata's hand plunged into the vortex of Heavenly Spin, forcibly unraveling Ninji's chakra. The Tensigen possessed the ability to absorb chakra, capable of neutralizing virtually any ninjutsu, unless confronted with an overwhelming amount of chakra. With a loud crash, Niji was hurled through the air. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. It appears I have won, the genius of the Hyuga clan, Hinata stated calmly. Victory for Hinata, announced Moonlight Shifeng. In the 9th match, Gaara faced Rock Lee. Is he using sand for defense? Lee began his probing moves, but the sand surrounding Gaara was impenetrable, showcasing formidable defensive capabilities. As a Jinchuriki, and under the guardianship of Mate, Lee found himself perpetually on the run, pursued by sand. Lee, It's time to shed your weights. Mate called from the second floor, giving a thumbs up and flashing a bright smile. But, Teacher Kai, you said that I can only remove them when protecting someone important. Lee hesitated momentarily. No worries, I hereby grant you permission. Kai chuckled, brimming with pride for his disciple. Ah ha ha ha, Lee exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. Finally free to unleash his full potential. Humph, removing weights is trivial. Kankuro and Temari exchanged disdainful glances. Being from Sunagakure, they were all too aware of Gaara's terrifying prowess. Boom. The weights fell away from Lee's legs. The heavy metal plummeted from a height of 5 or 6 meters, stirring up a cloud of dust. The onlookers murmured, "That was a bit excessive, Kai." Kakashi couldn't help but comment, "Is this really a human training method?" "You don't understand that, child," Kai sighed, his gaze deep with understanding. Lee possessed no talent for ninjutsu or genjutsu, hence his relentless focus on taijutsu. Yet, even with only taijutsu, he could defeat those who were naturally gifted and become a formidable ninja. This was Lee's unwavering belief. How swift! The Sand's defensive maneuvers were gradually unable to keep pace with Lee's movements. Boom! At last, Lee's fist connected with Gaara's face, knocking him to the ground. This marked the first time Gaara had been struck since the Chunin exams. Sand. Lee furrowed his brow. A layer of sand had formed around Gaara's body, meaning his punch had merely struck the sand. Ha ha ha. Gaara, incensed, wore an exceedingly cold and cruel smile. He was intent on eliminating this adversary. With such formidable defense, I must unleash an even more powerful attack to breach it, Lee contemplated. He realized that even if he managed to hit Gaara, a standard punch would not suffice to bring him down. Without hesitation, Lee tore off the bandages from his arms and began to sprint circles around Gaara. "Stop running and attack," Gaara commanded coldly. "As you wish," Lee replied, delivering a powerful kick from below that sent Gaara airborne. With 2 or 3 successive kicks, he propelled Gaara high into the air, the Sand's defenses completely outmatched. "Receive this, primary lotus." The bandages wrapped around Gaara as Lee spun him, descending from the sky. They landed headfirst with a thunderous crash, creating a massive crater in the ground. However, Lee's strike had impacted Gaara's sand clone. During the execution of the primary lotus, the overwhelming burden of his body caused Lee a fleeting moment of pain and disorientation. At that moment, Gaara unleashed the ability of sand clones, resulting in a solitary strike from the lotus of the abyss. The cascading sand surged forth. Gaara manipulated the flowing sand to send Rock Lee soaring through the air. Having utilized the lotus, Lee was now burdened with immense strain, causing his speed to plummet by 70 to 80%, leaving him at the mercy of Gaara's relentless assault. "This cannot continue. Lee, you will perish," Sakura cried out. Yet, astonishingly, Lee's speed surged back to its former glory, once again surpassing the encroaching sands. The 8 gates technique is indeed a formidable art, though regrettably, it can only bloom once. The night breeze shook its head. By unlocking the body's limitations, one forces chakra to overflow within. Should the 8th gate, the death gate, be opened, it could even pose a threat to individuals of the sage level. However, it is a one-time maneuver, and using it is nearly guaranteed to be fatal. "I misjudged you, Guy," Kakashi remarked. "What do you truly know about that boy?" "He possesses something he wishes to prove, even at the cost of his life," Guy replied. "First gate, the opening gate, open. Second gate, the healing gate, open. Third gate, the life gate, open." As he successively unlocked 3 forbidden gates, Lee's skin transformed to a deep crimson hue. Vibrant green chakra surged and overflowed from his body, even causing his hair to stand on end as the air around him subtly warped. Illusion. Is it yet again the armor of sand? How about experiencing this? Xiaoli's body moved with incredible speed. Boom. A single punch sent Gaara flying, shattering the sand. The new sand was unable to form a defensive barrier in time, and Xiaoli's second and third punches came raining down like a torrential storm. Gaara, caught in midair, managed to retaliate with a punch, but in the blink of an eye, Xiaoli reappeared behind him, delivering yet another blow. This relentless cycle continued, with Gaara enduring the onslaught while his defensive sand could not keep up. Ririnua, a devastating kick was unleashed. Gaara plummeted like a meteor, shattering the arena beneath him. The gourd of sand behind him also shattered, forming a buffer at the very last moment. The exhilaration of a temporary advantage was fleeting as the dawn of destiny approached. The night wind was not in favor of Xiaoli. Gaara possessed 2 formidable advantages, even though the sand of his mother could not be summoned. The tenacity of the Jinchuriki's life force was remarkable. As long as he did not suffer instant death, the tailed beast chakra would rapidly heal his injuries. Huff, huff, Gaara lay on the ground, utterly drained, lacking even the strength to rise, yet he had not been defeated. Not far away, Xiaoli had completely exhausted his trump cards. Ririnua had failed to incapacitate Gaara, leaving Xiao Li as the only one facing defeat. How could this be? Xiao Li watched in despair as Gaara still wielded the power to manipulate sand. Sand binding coffin. A colossal hand of quicksand reached out, crushing one of Xiao Li's hands and a foot. Bang! Guy appeared just in time to shatter the sand and rescue Xiao Li. In the 9th match, Gaara emerged victorious. The final match, Toss versus Akimichi Choji. Choji's meat tank was instantaneously obliterated by a sound wave attack. Toss triumphed. Thus, the preliminary round concluded. With the official 3rd match commencing in a month, the moonlit wind proclaimed the results. The 9 who advanced were Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, Kankuro, Shino, Hinata, Shikamaru, Temari, and Toss. Soon after, the 9 contenders drew their numbers to determine their opponents. Uzumaki Naruto faced off against Otori Hinata. Uchiha Sasuke was set to battle Gaara. Narashino was pitted against Kankuro. Nara Shikamaru was to confront Toss. Temari had a bye. Kakashi, that bothersome fellow, Nightwind muttered. After discovering the curse seal, Kakashi placed a seal on Sasuke's. Unless Sasuke himself chose to harness the power of the curse, it would not encroach upon his body. Soon, Jiraiya should return to the village. At that time, Naruto will train under him, while Sasuke will realize that his progress is painfully slow. Eventually, he will seek me out. 2 days later, in Konoha, the preliminary rounds have concluded. As soon as the 3rd match of the Chunin exams commences, we can take action. Deku knelt respectfully before the man. Indeed, Nightwind nodded. He had covertly eliminated the 4th Kazekage and could assume that identity at will. Thus, Sunagakure had allied with Oto Gakure to clandestinely plot the annihilation of Konoha, having meticulously laid the groundwork long in advance. Eliminating the 3rd Hokage will ensure our victory. Yet there is no immediate need to obliterate Konoha. Merely weakening their combat capabilities will suffice, Nightwind articulated. Yes, my lord, I shall cooperate with you to execute this operation. Deku replied with unwavering reverence. And we, Lord Orochimaru, emerged 4 figures from the shadows. Jainin, Gaitemaru, Mei, and Jirbi. As for Kimimaro, his frail health rendered him unfit for battle, and Nightwind deemed it unnecessary to deploy a sickly warrior. A month is neither excessively long nor exceedingly brief. Kakashi personally instructed Sasuke in the mastery of the Chidori technique. Although he himself could not wield it, Sasuke's Sharingan enabled him to amplify its potential. As for Naruto, Kakashi had assigned him to Ebisu as a mentor. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, Naruto encountered Jiraiya and subsequently began training in the summoning technique under him. Is Lee's condition beyond recovery? Many were saddened to learn this news. After opening the 5th gate and suffering devastating injuries at the hands of Gaara, the internal state of his bones was catastrophic. Such wounds left the medical ninjas of all Konoha powerless. It was a miracle if he could avoid disability, let alone continue as a taijutsu practitioner. Sakura visited Lee today, bringing a bouquet of flowers, accompanied by several other ninjas. Ino joined her, and as they approached the hospital room, they found it empty. Upon venturing into the courtyard, they discovered Lee in his hospital attire, astonishingly performing push-ups. 91-92. Lee was drenched in sweat, yet he persevered. Just as Sakura and Ino arrived, he collapsed from exhaustion. Keep an eye on him. I'll fetch a stretcher. A nurse exclaimed upon noticing the situation. This patient was not supposed to engage in strenuous activity, yet he had taken such a perilous risk. Why are boys so prone to showing off? Sakura lamented. Ino remained silent, unsure how to comfort her friend. Alas, Sakura remains infatuated with Sasuke, that rebellious and extraordinary individual. She suddenly recalls a dessert shop she visited during her childhood, where there was a boy named Hinata Kaze. Eventually, that boy vanished, along with the heiress of the Hyuga family. Such is the whimsical nature of the world, playing tricks on the hearts of people. One moment, you find certain individuals amusing, some genuinely kind, and the next, they are simply gone from your life. This is the fate of a ninja. One day, Ino was wandering the streets. Be careful not to overindulge, little girl. If you grow too plump, I shall no longer want you. I have no fondness for chubby girls, a youthful voice lazily remarked. Humph, I certainly want to grow fat, she retorted. The woman, possessing an alluring figure, donned a daring fishnet outfit, her thighs encased in black stockings. which caused Ino to glance back more than once. A young couple, evidently in love. For some inexplicable reason, Ino felt an odd sense of familiarity towards them. Hey, why are you staring at me? You wouldn't be coveting the dango in my hand, would you? The woman's smile turned cautious. Ino smirked. If you want some, just ask. Given your charming demeanor, I shall grant you a skewer. Red Bean, lost in her own thoughts, offered a skewer of dango without waiting for Ino's response, even planting a kiss on Ino's forehead, as if they were old friends sharing an affectionate moment. You. Ino's eyes widened in surprise, but the young couple had already vanished. Was it an illusion? Perhaps it was not merely a figment of her imagination. A month passed swiftly by, the third round of the CHNIN exams. And indeed the final round has finally arrived. The venue is teeming with spectators, a sea of humanity, pulsating with excitement. The fourth Kazekage and the third Hokage occupy the central viewing platform, flanked by influential nobles and affluent merchants. This event transcends the mere CHNIN exams. It is intricately tied to the plan for the destruction of Konoha. Today is destined to witness the demise of many. Now, stand tall and behold the audience above, spoke Nara Shikaku, the judge for the day, in a subdued tone. The participants standing in the arena include Naruto, Shikamaru, Hinata, Temari, Kankuro, Gaara, and Shino. Sasuke and TS are notably absent. Sasuke is engaged in training with Kakashi, while TS met his fate in an early confrontation with Gaara, thus unable to attend. So many people, murmured Naruto. The venue for the CHNIN exams is expansive, and the stands are alive with chatter, housing no fewer than 20,000 spectators. Here, the ninjas who shine brightly have the opportunity to ascend to CHNIN status. One does not need to secure first place to achieve this honor. You are the protagonists of this contest, Shikaku remarked, a wooden stick held casually in his mouth. As Naruto ruminated on the situation, he noted, I almost arrived late. But where on earth is Sasuke? In response, Ino interjected, Sakura, you should at least show some enthusiasm. Naruto is here, after all, and you are in the same class. Sakura's expression remained sullen, clearly affected by Sasuke's absence. Upon hearing Ino's words, she finally glanced down at Naruto. With a slight nod, she acknowledged him, though her mind seemed elsewhere. Ino, sensing the mood, chose not to press further. Meanwhile, on another side, the third Hokage inquired, has Sasuke still not arrived? A ninja whispered, we've dispatched several teams of Umbu to locate him, but to no avail. He may have fallen into Orochimaru's clutches. The third Hokage nodded in understanding. At that moment, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, Nightwind approached slowly. Ah, what a rare visitor we have, Lord Kazekage, the third Hokage greeted politely. Although Sunagakure is considerably weaker than Konoha, it remains one of the 5 great ninja villages and the closest to Konoha. Cultivating a positive relationship between the two villages is imperative. You must be weary from your journey, the third Hokage continued as Nightwind settled in. Not at all. Being in Konoha is quite refreshing. Although you still possess youth. Having summoned you here must be quite taxing for the Hokage. I trust you are nearing a decision on your successor. Nightwind replied in a tone imbued with the coldness of a calculating politician, laced with a hint of irony. Ha ha ha. Do not regard me as an elderly person. I still intend to work for another 5 years. The 3 generations exchanged smiles. Well then, let us commence. Below the stage, I said. What should we do since Sasuke has yet to arrive? Naruto inquired anxiously. It is quite unfortunate that Sasuke is late for this crucial third round of the CHNIN exams. Has he been influenced by Kakashi's habitual tardiness? If he does not arrive by the time his match begins, it would amount to a forfeiture. Xianjian remarked calmly. First, let me clarify the rules of the competition. There are no rules. The match concludes only when one side surrenders or is rendered incapable of fighting. Any injuries or fatalities are to be borne by those involved. The first round features Naruto Uzumaki versus Otogakure's Koda, while the rest await above. Xianjian continued. Soon, only the 2 competitors and the referee remained in the arena. I will emerge victorious, Hinata stated with serene confidence. Although this exam holds little significance in Orochimaru's grand design. Since she has chosen to participate, she intends to win. Today, I shall demonstrate that even those at the bottom can achieve first place through diligence, Naruto declared earnestly. Begin, Xianjian announced. Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan, her form enveloped in a green chakra cloak. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed his signature jutsu, the shadow clone technique. Victory cannot be achieved through mere numbers alone. To swiftly conclude the battle, Hinata promptly eliminated the clones and incapacitated Naruto with a decisive strike. The victor of the first match is Hinata. The next match features Uchiha Sasuke against Gaara. Most participants are here to witness the prowess of the Uchiha clan. However, due to Sasuke's absence, we shall proceed with the subsequent matches. Kankuro vs Shino Aburame. I forfeit. Kankuro raised his hand and declared. To avoid revealing the capabilities of his puppet, he chose to concede. With Tobi absent, Temari faced Nara Shikamaru. Temari did not opt for forfeiture. Rather, she gracefully descended into the arena with her fan. Now it is my turn, Temari stated coolly. You certainly possess a fighting spirit, Xianjin observed nonchalantly. Hey, why are you so eager? Shikamaru couldn't help but retort. Perhaps I should forfeit as well. Go for it, Shikamaru. Naruto interrupted Shikamaru's contemplation, giving him a gentle push into the arena. Thus, the first match commences. Xianjin remarked casually. Troublesome, troublesome. I detest such bothersome matters, Shikamaru sighed. Everyone is quite focused on Sasuke's match, leaving little interest in Shikamaru. Ninjutsu, Kamaitachi. With a flick of her fan, Temari summoned a tempest that swept through the grove within the examination hall. Shikamaru concealed himself behind a tree, employing the shadow imitation technique. Upon witnessing the emergence of his shadow, Temari promptly retreated, aware that should her own shadow intersect with his, her actions would fall under his control. Fortunately, shadows possess limitations. After retreating a certain distance, Shikamaru's shadow could no longer ensnare her. How enlightening, Temari remarked coolly. I have discerned the intricacies of your shadow technique. As long as I maintain this distance, your shadow cannot reach me. 15 meters and 32 centimeters. This was the maximum range of Shikamaru's technique. Concealment proved futile. With renewed resolve, Temari unleashed another gust of wind. Shikamaru evaded for a time before casting 2 shuriken as a means of testing her defenses. Temari deftly deflected the shuriken with her fan. However, Shikamaru's shadow began to creep towards her once more. The delay in their confrontation had altered the angle of the sunlight, elongating the shadows further. Temari hastily retreated, narrowly avoiding capture by the encroaching shadow. Was this delay merely a strategy for that? Temari pondered, her expression grave. At that delicate moment, a circular shadow gradually manifested on the ground. Shikamaru had fashioned his clothing into a makeshift parasol, elevating it to create an extended shadow. The shadow technique could augment its range by interacting with new shadows. A solitary tale, the Sand Guardian. Temari immediately retreated, though Shikamaru's shadow relentlessly pursued her. It seems this is the end, she mused. I shall employ the shadow clone technique to attack him, while my true self waits for the opportune moment to secure victory. But the shadow clone. Impossible. Why can I not move? Temari was taken aback. She had clearly escaped the range, yet somehow fell victim to that technique. This position should have been secure. You fled too swiftly, drawing near to the wall. My shadow can extend through the shadows. Shikamaru stated calmly. Temari found herself positioned close to the wall behind her, allowing him to inject his shadow into the shadows at the wall's edge, thereby immobilizing her through the shadow behind. All the previous attacks and strategies were designed to force Temari to the wall's confines. How infuriating. Temari glared at Shikamaru. I concede defeat. Yet Shikamaru raised his hand, declaring, my chakra is nearly depleted. I cannot defeat you even if I hold you in place. He shrugged indifferently and departed the scene. Temari's expression was complex. Temari is victorious, announced Genma. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Sasuke has yet to arrive. Genma frowned. Since he is absent, let us declare his forfeiture. The third Hokage spoke calmly. Wait, Hokage-sama. The majority of the audience came for the Uchiha name. Let us grant Sasuke an additional 10 minutes. If he does not appear after that, we shall declare him the loser. The disguised fourth Kazekage stated coolly. Since it is the will of the Kazekage, we shall proceed thus, nodded the third. The command was swiftly relayed, granting Uchiha Sasuke 10 more minutes. Sasuke, what on earth are you doing? Naruto could not help but exclaim. 10 minutes later. Just as everyone assumed Sasuke would not appear, he and Kakashi materialized in the arena. Apologies for the delay, we hope we aren't disqualified. Kakashi remarked. No. You just made it in time, Genma replied. Sasuke, do not lose to that guy. Naruto shouted. Humph, do you think I'm like you? A straggler. Sasuke scoffed. Soon enough, with the referee announcing the commencement of the match, Sasuke's form instantaneously vanished from sight. After a month of rigorous training, he had not only mastered Chidori but also enhanced his body with lightning, making significant strides in taijutsu. Sand. A disdainful smile crept across Sasuke's face as he delivered a punch that effortlessly bypassed the sand's defenses, sending Gaara crashing to the ground. Is this the sand armor? Bring it on, Sasuke taunted. Gaara's expression was chilling, reminiscent of the earlier days of the taijutsu ninja, Lee. Presently, Sasuke resembled that very Lee, exhibiting extraordinary speed. If you do not attack, I shall strike first. Sasuke's figure flickered once more. Gaara frowned, his sand forming a protective barrier. Yet he could not even graze the hem of Sasuke's clothing. Bang! Sasuke delivered a kick from below, striking Gaara's chin and propelling him into the air. Sasuke! Sasuke! Numerous enamored girls shrieked from the stands. Is this truly all your strength? Sasuke mocked coldly. Gaara, unable to endure any further, resolved to employ that jutsu plans had become irrelevant. He was determined to eliminate this man today. The sand coalesced into an impenetrable sphere, enveloping Gaara within. He sought to buy time to enter the state of manifestation and harness the power of the One Tail. This tortoise shell Sasuke activated his Sharingan, attempting to assault the sand sphere. However, the hardness and density of the sphere were formidable, and any approach would result in the formation of spikes, rendering conventional taijutsu attacks utterly ineffective. I am uncertain of your intentions, but fortuitously, my technique also requires some preparation time. Sasuke smiled confidently. A blue electrical surge emanated from his left hand, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of chirping birds. Ah, Chidori! Sasuke charged down from a wall several meters high, hurtling towards the sand sphere with thunderous force. Such a display astonished countless spectators, while Kakashi and Temari exchanged anxious glances. Their concern lay not in Gaara's potential demise, but rather in the fear that his fury might provoke a transformation into a tailed beast, which was contrary to their plans. How impressive, Sasuke! The Night Breeze admired the current Sasuke. Although Chidori was not the most formidable technique, it undeniably exuded an air of sophistication, despite his brash demeanor. Sasuke possessed a charisma that endeared him to many, especially the ladies. Boom! A resounding crash echoed. Sasuke evaded several spikes protruding from the sand sphere, and the lightning from his left hand sliced into the sphere, injuring Gaara within. What is this warmth blood? I am bleeding again. Mother Gaara's expression twisted in rage, his eyes ablaze as he clutched his head tightly, teetering on the brink of insanity. Why? Why? How can you hurt me? Little brat. Do you seek my power? If so, surrender your body to me, and sleep peacefully. I shall exact your vengeance. The malevolent laughter of the cat's spirit echoed in his mind. Seizing the opportunity, Shikaku gradually began to erode Gaara's sanity. Kill. Kill. Only through slaughter can I validate my existence. I, Gaara, have ultimately succumbed to that seductive temptation. This unsettling aura, could it truly be me? Gaara? Temari's voice trembles in fear. Flee. Kankuro hastily grasped Temari's hand, escaping towards the outskirts of the Chunin exam venue. In this moment, it was not a time to worry about me, but rather a concern for their own safety from the uncontrollable Gaara. Such formidable chakra. Sasuke had already distanced himself, casting a suspicious gaze upon the sand sphere. The chakra emanated a palpable sense of unease. Lord Kazekage, the third Hokage, furrowed his brow tightly, sensing the impending danger. Could that youth be the Jinchuriki of Tsunagakure? The Jinchuriki has been brought to participate in the Chunin exam, and judging by this scenario, I have finally emerged into the light. A piercing, monstrous laugh echoed as a colossal form appeared on the battlefield of the Chunin exam. It was a creature sculpted from yellow sand, adorned with purple runes and sporting a long tail. The sheer size of its body nearly overwhelmed the exam grounds. Kakashi, in a moment of urgency, utilized the body flicker technique to whisk Sasuke away. The third Hokage's expression darkened. The One Tail, Shikaku of the Sand, has made its entrance. The plan for the destruction of Konoha, the technique of Nirvana in a hushed tone, the disguised Umbu member Kabuto murmured as countless white feathers descended upon the battlefield. It was precisely the moment when Shikaku unleashed its fury, and this illusion ensnared the majority in a deep slumber. Among the Umbu present, many were operatives secretly placed by Orochimaru, and immediately, the two factions of ninjas clashed. Lord Gaara, might I request an explanation? Intoned the third Hokage gravely. An explanation? Nightwind licked his lips, brandishing a kunai at the third Hokage's throat before leaping to the rooftop with him. The Four Sound ninjas, who had long disguised themselves as Konoha Umbu, positioned themselves at the corners of the roof. Ninjutsu, for purple flames formation. A violet barrier unfolded, isolating the battlefield of the third Hokage and Nightwind, preventing outsiders from intruding and trapping those within. Two Konoha Umbu inadvertently touched the barrier's purple flames and were reduced to ashes within mere seconds. At the venue, Shikaka roared with excitement, effortlessly claiming the lives of hundreds with a mere swipe of its paw. At that moment, a figure stood atop Shikaku's head. "Ah, little raccoon. Your release was for a purpose, not for play," Red Bean said with a smile. "Man, that wretched Uchiha brat," Shikaku exclaimed in surprise. Yet it was utterly defenseless against Red Bean's Sharingan. The eye of the tailed beast took on the shape of the Mangeki and then fell silent. "Go forth. Wreak havoc outside," commanded Red Bean. Indeed, Shikaku's form tore through the walls of the Nin exam venue, entering the village of Konoha. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A powerful gust erupted, obliterating Konoha's structures. "Kakashi, we cannot ignore the tailed beast." Guy charged toward Shikaku. "Guy, you cannot rush in directly, it will be fatal," Kakashi warned, intercepting the impassioned Guy. "Even against a tailed beast, if I unleash the 8 gates. No, you would perish. How could a Konoha ninja retreat? 1% search." "Kakashi." Nonetheless, Guy dashed forth. Numerous ninjas attempted to intercept the tailed beast, with almost every minute witnessing a ninja being swatted down by Shikaku, yet they pressed on. Outside the village, the infiltrated sound ninjas and sand ninjas finally chose to engage. Furthermore, Nightwind had strategically placed summoning scrolls long before. Except for that ill-tempered serpent, Manda. 3 colossal snakes emerged, each formidable in stature, rivaling that of the tailed beasts. Konoha was in chaos both within and without. The Hokage faced peril. And with the tailed beast wreaking havoc in the village, war erupted in an instant. "Sensei Sarutobi, you have grown old." Nightwind's raspy voice echoed as he tore away his human mask. Today marks a reunion of teachers and students, prompting him to adopt his former appearance and voice. He initially intended to seize the opportunity to abscond with Sasuke amidst Gaara's chaos, yet it seems that not all plans can be realized. "Is your objective Konoha and Sasuke?" The third Hokage remained composed, his voice exuding tranquility. In times of crisis, maintaining calm is paramount. Is Konoha truly of such significance? Compared to this, the disturbances caused by Shikaku in the village could reveal far more intriguing spectacles. Your folly has plunged Konoha into disarray. Thus, I emerge victorious. Nightwind mused with a soft chuckle. "Humph, one cannot discern the outcome until the very end. Have I not taught you this, Orochimaru?" The third maintained his composure. "As for the tailed beasts, Konoha is not devoid of means to contend with them, and the attacking ninjas are insufficient to match our forces. Even should I perish today, there will always be someone to succeed the position of Hokage. What a pity my true goal has long been achieved," Nightwind sighed, releasing the kunai from his grasp. Orochimaru's original aim was not to obliterate the Hidden Leaf Village, but to eliminate the third Hokage, thereby securing him a commendable legacy. He understood his mentor all too well. The third Hokage, in his twilight years, had become a mere shadow of his former self. To ensure that the third would be remembered favorably and not reviled posthumously, he resolved to end his mentor's life, allowing him to die a hero. This was not Nightwind's intention, it was Orochimaru's obsession. Did Jiraiya not have the chance to return to the village and save his teacher? It was precisely this realization that kept Jiraiya from appearing. In the eyes of the world, the third Hokage would eternally remain a hero. What could be a more fitting conclusion than this? Nightwind now felt an unexpected lightness in his body. From this moment forth, there would be no more Orochimaru, only the soul of Nightwind. I knew this day would eventually come, yet taking my head will not be so simple, the third mused slowly. I warned you to decide on the 5th Hokage's successor sooner, for today is the day you shall meet your end, Nightwind replied calmly, unwittingly allowing a few tears to fall. Are you so joyous that you weep? Or is it that, despite your intent to slay your mentor, you harbor a tinge of sorrow? The third chuckled softly. The one crying is not I. Nightwind rubbed his eyes, his expression serene. I know you are not a man who acts out of hatred. You possess neither purpose nor motive, the third remarked again. Who knows? Nightwind replied with a cold demeanor. It seems there is no easy way out. The third narrowed his eyes. To be insincere, allowing those individuals to partake in this battle will only serve as a burden to you, Nightwind concluded. Ninjutsu, tile shuriken. As the third Hokage formed hand seals, tiles from the rooftop suddenly shot forth. Shadow Snake Hand. Nightwind leaped into the air, simultaneously extending his sleeves like a swarm of serpents. Is this the extent of your attack? Have you truly grown old? Nightwind chuckled softly. The Shadow Snake Hand ensnared a clay clone. Earth style, Earth Flow River. The third Hokage materialized beside Night Wind, as the ground beneath Night Wind transformed into a quagmire. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Two A-rank ninjutsu were unleashed simultaneously, nearly engulfing Nightwind's form. You have underestimated me, believing such techniques could vanquish me? Nightwind emerged unscathed from the ground. It's time to take this seriously. This is not a mere academy lesson, he remarked. Indeed, the third Hokage removed his Hokage cloak and hat, revealing a battle costume beneath. Wearing such attire, did you anticipate my attempt on your life? I shall not show mercy simply because age has clouded your judgment, Nightwind asserted. Perfectly agreeable. Based on the proficiency of your ninjutsu, I shall determine whether to escort you back to the Ninja Academy for a refresher course. On the battlefield, the Shadow Shuriken and the Art of Shadow Clones. The third Hokage hurled a shuriken, which transformed mid-air into dozens of replicas. Summoning technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Nightwind showed no mercy. Since he was serious, he would unveil his trump card right from the start. This technique is. The third's brow furrowed. For coffins rose from the ground, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the third son, Asuma. How will you handle this, third Hokage? Nightwind remarked calmly. This is a nearly flawless technique, not the flawed Impure World Reincarnation. Those he resurrects can wield their pre-death strength, possessing limitless chakra and immortality. Long time no see, monkey. Hashirama spoke serenely. Oh, it's you. You've aged as well, Sarutobi. Tobirama greeted him too. Tobirama, the creator of the Impure World Reincarnation technique, had died before he could complete it, rendering him unable to dispel the jutsu. Minato remained silent, his expression one of resignation. As for Asuma, he was merely a tool for Nightwind's amusement, devoid of any rationality. I never expected to meet you all in this manner. The third's expression was heavy as he gazed upon the resurrected Hokages. Let us cease the pleasantries for now. First, deal with that man. And then he can join in your conversation. Nightwind commanded. To toy with time and insult the deceased, you shall meet a grim fate, Orochimaru. The third's voice brimmed with fury. This forbidden technique has been completed by Orochimaru, and he has summoned the deceased Hokages. It seems today I must resort to that jutsu. Only that technique can eradicate Orochimaru in one blow. Meanwhile, after Guy and Kakashi joined the fray, the casualties among the ninjas lessened somewhat. Yet some were still slain by Shikaku. Day Tiger. After the 8th gate was opened, Guy's power finally posed a threat to the tailed beast. Shikaku's legs were reduced to mere fragments, unable to recover in a short span. TCH, I cannot allow you to disrupt my teacher's plan. Akatsuki's expression was cold. It is essential not only to eliminate the Hokage, but also to inflict severe damage on Konoha. Little Raccoon, you're rather weak, aren't you? Akatsuki scoffed. Although she recognized Guy's taijutsu prowess, she couldn't resist the urge to mock. After all, it is a tailed beast. How could it lose its strength so easily? Wind release, air bullet. Shikaku continued his assault. Though immobile, it could still unleash this technique to wreak havoc upon Konoha. How infuriating. Our chakra pales in comparison to that of the tailed beasts. Kakashi was drenched in sweat. The chakra of the tailed beast is boundless, and they cannot be killed. They can only be sealed away. Kaleidoscope. Who are you, really? Kakashi noticed Hondo and spoke in a grave tone. The Uchiha clan was annihilated 5 years ago. How could there possibly be any survivors? Aside from Itachi and Sasuke, how could anyone else possess such eyes? An enemy? It seems I have no choice but to open the 8 gates and decisively eliminate the threat posed by Shikaku, Kai gasped. If I do not take action, who knows how many lives Shikaku will claim? Open the 8 gates? Hondo's expression was somewhat peculiar. Oh no, it's an illusion, Kakashi exclaimed. From the moment he and Kai beheld that woman's eyes, they had already fallen victim to her genjutsu. Illusionary mist, Hondo intoned softly. 3 black petals spun gracefully. And by the time Kai and Kakashi realized what was happening, it was too late to escape the illusion. Truth-seeking orb, penetrate. Hinata, cloaked in a green chakra aura, emerged. The gravitational pull of the Tensigen activated, drawing Kai's body towards it, the green truth-seeking orb piercing through him. There was no time to open the 8 gates. Kai had already met his demise. Kakashi fell unconscious, while the surrounding ninjas were sent into chaos, fleeing from Shikaku's devastating attacks. The entire Hidden Leaf was in disarray, with countless civilians and ninjas suffering casualties. Daddy! In the midst of the turmoil, a young Kunoichi fled alongside her parents. Three enormous serpents clashed with the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf, as the Sound and Sand Village's ninjas fought fiercely against them. Tintin, merely a low-ranking ninja, felt utterly powerless. Her father was a formidable merchant, but in this chaos, he was no different from an ordinary person. Shikaku unleashed a devastating attack that obliterated numerous buildings, and her parents vanished amidst the rubble. Ah, the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf. Honglian stepped forward slowly, her attire stained with the blood of many, clearly having taken numerous lives. It's all your fault. All of you. In a frenzy, Tintin lost her sanity and confronted Honglian, disregarding the insurmountable gap between them. Hey. Honglian sneered, unleashing her Kekiai Jinkai, crystal release. Tintin's weapons met their nemesis, unable to breach Honglian's crystalline defenses. Die. Crystal release. Crystal dragon descent. Honglian shouted. Summoning a magnificent dragon crafted from red crystals, its lifelike presence and immense power evident. While crystal release may not be the strongest, it was certainly formidable enough to handle a girl like Tintin with ease. Exhausted of chakra, Tintin was inevitably crushed into a pulp beneath the colossal dragon. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hyuga Niji rushed forward, his target set on Honglian. Even he, upon witnessing Tintin's death, was engulfed in fury. It seemed he too was capable of feeling. Memories flooded back to him of Tintin's years as a ninja, executing missions alongside their comrades. The young girl had strived so diligently to become an exceptional ninja. Her kindness was undeniable, yet now she lay lifeless, her body nowhere to be found. Niji could not comprehend the depths of his fury, but he knew that he must eliminate that detestable woman today. Niji, Hinata Hyuga emerged onto the battlefield. The circumstances were dire, unlike any before, with the specter of death looming at every moment. He cast aside his dignity, prioritizing the safety of his nephew. He had already failed Hizashi. He could not allow Niji to perish here as well. How infuriating. Guren was besieged by a throng of the Hyuga clan. Quickly finding herself at a disadvantage in the fray, she struggled to hold on, aware that death could strike at any instant. Sister. Hinata had dealt with the situation involving Shikaku, eliminating the ninja who obstructed him with ruthless efficiency. However, her respite was short-lived as she sensed Guren's chakra waning rapidly. And those attacking her were none other than the Hyuga clan. Let me go, Kurenai murmured softly upon witnessing Hinata's anguished expression. She entrusted the battle against Shikaku to Hinata and rushed towards Guren's side. She hoped that there was still time for her blood curse seal to sustain her until she arrived. Guren was a valuable piece on the chessboard. Her demise would be a significant loss to their master. In the aftermath of the war, Honglian has been raising Xianglin, Hinata, and Hanabi over the years. Although Hinata remained silent, she has always held deep respect for her elder sister. Suddenly, Honglian coughed up a significant amount of blood, her breath growing increasingly feeble. At that moment, Hongdo hurriedly arrived at the battlefield, lacking the time for vengeance, and quickly took Honglian to seek Xianglin. Xianglin, hurry, she shouted from several meters away. Sister? What happened to you? Drink my blood to heal. Xianglin's expression changed dramatically, shocked to discover that Honglian had sustained severe injuries during this mission. Witnessing Honglian's frailty, she swiftly drew a kunai across her arm and fed her blood to Honglian. The woman's condition appeared slightly improved, yet she remained exceedingly weak. Sister, Hinata approached, lost in despair. Would the outcome have been different if she had acted sooner to save her? Hesitation lingered, for the people there belonged to the Hyuga clan, and her father was among them. Sister. Xianglin was desperate to offer all her blood to Honglian. If Do was her teacher, then Honglian was akin to a mother figure, stern yet filled with love. Is this where it ends? Honglian slowly closed her eyes. The Hyuga clan was renowned for their expertise in pressure points and the power of their gentle fist. Outwardly unscathed, they could shatter internal organs. Silence enveloped them. The atmosphere suddenly heavy. The battle raged on, Konoha resisting fiercely. At the venue of the Chunin exams, fire style, fire dragon flame bomb. The third Hokage unleashed a torrent of flames. Water style, water formation wall. Tobarama bellowed, summoning a vast amount of water in a place devoid of it, instantaneously extinguishing the flames. Water style, water surge wave. While the third was still in shock, a deluge surged toward him. Earth style, earth flow wall. The third raised a high wall to shield himself from the oncoming flood. Engaging in taijutsu with several Hokage, he found himself breathless within minutes. To compound his struggles, the fourth Hokage, skilled in flying thunder god, lurked in the shadows, seeking opportunities, leaving the third with silent grievances. He was indeed aging. Both his physical responses and chakra reserves could not compare to his youth, making battles with these formidable figures exceedingly taxing. Wood style, birth of the deep forest. The first Hokage clasped his hands together, filling the entire barrier with trees. With no escape left, the third was ensnared by vines. This was the wood style of the first Hokage at its peak, a technique not easily broken free from. Rasengan. Just then, the waiting Minato seized his chance. Using shuriken to discreetly mark various positions, he swiftly approached as soon as the third revealed an opening, launching his Rasengan. Boom. The third Hokage was struck with tremendous force, causing his abdomen to cave in, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he broke free from the vines. Though his vision had begun to blur, it appeared that he had no choice but to employ that technique, Shiki F Jin, since only this jutsu could thwart Orochimaru. The third contemplated silently, summoning. Just as he intended to conjure the Monkey King to buy himself some time, his movements suddenly froze. Kotoame Tsukumi. Nightwind's eyes transformed into 4 spinning black pinwheels, a manifestation of Uchiha Shursue's ability, ensnaring him in the illusion of Kotoame Tsukumi, one that was short-term and another long-term. At that moment, he was ensnared by the ordinary Kotoame Tsukumi, plunging the third into a realm of illusion. With a swift motion, Asuma, who had refrained from intervening until now, approached and severed the third's head, extinguishing his life. Despite Nightwind possessing the Death God mask that could unravel Shiki F Jin, he preferred to conserve effort. Eliminating the third outright was far more efficient. It is over, Nightwind spoke calmly, finally feeling a sense of relief. His plan had come to fruition. From this day forward, the village of Konoha, once heralded as the strongest in the ninja world, would be reduced to mere ruins. Summoning technique. Naruto called forth Gamabunta, who dealt with the guarding crane effortlessly. Gaara reverted to his human form, quickly whisked away by Temari and Kankuro. Meanwhile, a group of girls began their retreat. Though burdened with a corpse, the formidable abilities of Hinata and Akamaru prevented any significant complications. How could this be? Naruto, that guy, how could he be so powerful? Sasuke was rendered speechless, stunned by the revelation. He had mastered Chidori and trained his physique, yet that Naruto had managed to summon a colossal toad and vanquish the beast. Was this truly Naruto? How could a once weakling exhibit such strength? Had he truly been outperformed by someone who once trailed behind? What had he been doing all these years? Master, teacher, the expressions of those present turned complex upon witnessing Orochimaru's arrival. Has Holian perished? Nightwind was taken aback, his brow furrowing. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. My blood couldn't save my sister, Karine lamented, her eyes reddening. No, it's my inadequacy. If I had rushed to support her immediately, Sister Holian would not have. Hinata reproached herself. Her hesitation stemmed from the presence of the Hyuga clan members. Enough. This is how it must be. In war, there are no guarantees of survival. Let us ensure her body is taken care of. Nightwind shot a glance at the women before turning and entering the laboratory. Master. 2 more ninjas approached. One was Kabuto, and the other was Kimimaro. My lord, are you unhurt? I am incompetent and unable to participate in this operation, Komari said. It is of no consequence, replied Night Breeze. Komari possesses a bloodline limit associated with bones, enabling him to manipulate and extend his own skeletal structure in combat. His combat prowess is commendable, yet it is not without its flaws. He often extracts his bones into the external environment and then returns them to his body, resulting in a plethora of infections that have rendered him quite frail. Though merely 15 years of age, his body teeters on the brink of collapse. My lord, this is the cultivation from this period. Do respectfully presented a glass vial. Inside the vial, a verdant solution enveloped several white eyeballs, and upon closer inspection, one could discern glimmers of blue light. These were the eyes of Hinata Hanabi's clones, and the experiment is still ongoing. Very well. Night Breeze promptly instructed Komari to take his rest before returning to his chamber, where he summoned the Hyuga sisters. Brother, the 2 sisters greeted with a respectful bow. Hanabi, now approaching 8 years of age, has matured into an understanding young girl who holds great respect for Orochimaru within the base. Unlike her sister in their youth, Hanabi possesses a healthy wheat-colored complexion and exhibits a bolder demeanor, being both obedient and courageous. Just as before, let us partake. Night Breeze poured out the eyeballs from the glass vial. There were 12 in total, perfectly divisible among the 3, with each receiving 4. These 2 girls are being cultivated as instruments of war, and naturally, Their ocular prowess must not be lacking. With the presence of the cursed seal, they can indeed gain strength through this method, albeit at a relatively slower pace. 2 days later, in the Hidden Leaf Village, the sky was overcast, shrouded in dark clouds. Today marked the funeral of the third Hokage. Ninjas and villagers donned somber black attire as they took to the streets, mourning the heroes and innocents lost in the war. The crowd gradually presented white flowers in remembrance. Why must the grandfather Hokage be gone? Naruto stood in silence, while Konohamaru wept beside him. Are you here to pay your respects to Obito, Kakashi-sensei? Yukimura stepped forward. Hurry along. The memorial for the third Hokage has already begun. Kakashi replied calmly. Rather than ponder excuses for tardiness, it is wiser to arrive early. Yukimura noted, clearly aware of Kakashi's notorious habit of being late. I arrived quite early, however. Every visit to Obito forces me to confront my foolish past, Kakashi admitted. The rain continued to pour down. Jiraiya appeared in the village, while in the distance, two strange figures emerged within the confines of the Hidden Leaf. Although the village avoided destruction, it had suffered grievously. Such a once prosperous place was now pitiable, remarked Kisame softly. Beside him, Itachi remained silent, offering no response. How uncharacteristic of you. It seems you harbor nostalgia for your homeland, Kisame observed. No, not at all, Itachi replied, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. Half an hour later, in the Hidden Leaf. You do not belong to this village. What brings you here? 3 figures blocked Kisame and Itachi's path. Noara Kakashi, Marino Ibiki, and Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Upon seeing Itachi remove his hat, the 3 were momentarily taken aback. Are you acquainted with Mr. Itachi? Allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Kisame Hashigaki. I look forward to our future interactions. Kisame slowly removed his hat as well. There will be no future. You shall perish here and now, Ibiki retorted coldly. They had already summoned support from the village, and the 3 needed only to delay these 2 intruders. It seems the villagers harbor a strong disdain for you, Mr. Itachi, Kisame jested. He was a former ninja from the village hidden in the mist, wanted across nations for the assassination of a feudal lord, a rogue ninja of S rank. Kakashi tightened his grip on his weapon. How dare you return to the village so brazenly? Itachi, your audacity is remarkable. Ibiki glared at Itachi, aware that only a select few understood the true nature of Itachi's past, while most believed him to be a genuine traitor. Do not concern yourself with my affairs. I do not wish to kill you, Itachi stated coldly. What is your purpose in returning here? Kakashi inquired, fully alert and prepared for combat. It seems we can no longer depart from here in tranquility, yet do not overextend yourself. Your techniques are exceedingly conspicuous, Itachi remarked. Kisame immediately swung his sword, Samahata, engaging in battle with Ibiki and Kiba. Kakashi, you cannot impede me, Itachi stated, gazing steadfastly at Kakashi before him. How would you know unless you try? Kakashi readied himself for combat. It is over, Tsukuyami. The pattern of Itachi's Sharingan shifted abruptly, ensnaring Kakashi within the realm of Tsukuyami. To the outside world, merely a second elapsed. Yet within the confines of the mental realm, 3 days and nights transpired, during which Kakashi was repeatedly pierced by Itachi's blade, experiencing the sensation of death innumerable times. Kakashi's psyche shattered in an instant, and he collapsed, unconscious. Let us proceed. We must not linger too long. The ninjas of Konoha are hastening towards us, Itachi urged. Kisame, uninclined to linger in battle, swiftly departed with Itachi from Konoha. Days later, Jiraiya took Naruto out for training. Firstly, to teach Naruto the Rasengan. Secondly, for the sake of Naruto's safety. And thirdly, to seek out Tsunade, in hopes of persuading her to assume the mantle of the 5th Hokage. Should Tsunade remain elusive, Konoha would publicly declare Jiraiya as the 5th Hokage, thus he felt compelled to find her. On that day, within Kakashi's hospital room, I have heard that Itachi has returned and is searching for Naruto. Aoba Yamashiro suddenly entered. Consequently, Sasuke learned of Itachi Uchiha's presence in the village. Itachi and Kisame lay in wait, seeking an opportunity to abduct Naruto, while Sasuke, consumed by rage and hatred, sought to eliminate Itachi. Is there a blonde imbecile of my age around here, along with a white-haired elder? Sasuke inquired at various inns. After several hours, he finally discovered their whereabouts. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door. Upon opening it, Naruto found not Jiraiya, but rather a man clad in peculiar attire. Come with us, Itachi stated nonchalantly. These 2 individuals were undoubtedly no ordinary foes. Upon seeing their missing ninja headbands, Naruto realized they were in grave danger. It would be troublesome if this brat escapes. Let us first sever one of his legs, Kisame suggested, preparing to draw his blade. It has been a while, Sasuke, Itachi suddenly interjected, causing Kisame to halt his movement. Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke seethed, emerging from the corridor. Itachi Uchiha? Is he the man Sasuke has longed to kill? Naruto swallowed hard. Ah, the Sharingan. And he bears a striking resemblance to you. Who is that? Kisame inquired with curiosity. My brother, Itachi replied calmly. I have heard that the Uchiha clan was completely exterminated. All by your hand, yet there are indeed survivors. Kisame chuckled ominously. Over the years, I have followed your words, harboring hatred and animosity towards you. And it is this very desire to eliminate you that has sustained my existence until now. Sasuke found himself utterly consumed by rage, his reason eclipsed. The Sharingan in his brother's eyes glimmered with the 3 tomo, while his own bore the 2. A crackling blue lightning surged forth, resonating in Sasuke's hand. Reminiscent of 1,000 birds in song. I shall slay you. Perish. Sasuke roared as he charged forward. A lightning release technique, is it? Itachi's expression remained impassive as he effortlessly struck Sasuke's left hand against the wall, leaving naught but a gaping hole. With a decisive crunch, Itachi crushed Sasuke's left hand, instantly fracturing the bones. No, I must devise a strategy. Ninja art, summoning. Naruto was forming the seals, but Kisame's Samahata lunged forward, draining Naruto's chakra in an instant. It's troublesome to unleash your techniques. Rather than severing your feet, it would be prudent to first cut off that hand. Kisame swung Samahata once more. Just at that critical moment, a frog appeared before Naruto, its armored hand shielding him from the blade. Jiraiya approached from behind, cradling an unconscious woman in his arms. You truly underestimate me. As a man, how could I be swayed by mere beauty? Jiraiya grinned lewdly. Sasuke's nightmare to distract Jiraiya from Naruto. Itachi had employed an illusion, sending a woman to seduce him. However, it appeared that Jiraiya had noticed and arrived just in time. Indeed, your objective is Naruto, Jiraiya remarked gravely. The adversaries were 2 members of the Akatsuki organization, both S-rank rogue ninjas, and he could not guarantee their lives would be spared. To take Naruto away is the highest order bestowed upon us by the Akatsuki, Itachi stated calmly. Upon hearing this, both Naruto and Sasuke were taken aback. I will not hand Naruto over to you, Jiraiya declared sternly. Today, I shall put an end to you. No, the one who will kill this man can only be me. Sasuke slowly rose to his feet, fixing a fierce gaze upon Uchiha Itachi. Revenge? I'm not interested in you at this moment, Itachi replied coldly. What nonsense! Sasuke launched another attack, only to be sent crashing into the wall with a powerful kick. Kisame intercepted the 2, preventing Jiraiya from intervening in the battle. Sasuke, with a fractured left arm, was incapable of forming hand seals. And after enduring a brutal beating from Itachi, he coughed up blood, nearly losing consciousness. Itachi was indeed merciless, Kisame remarked with a smirk. This relentless thrashing would likely confine Sasuke to the hospital for at least half a month. If the force had been any greater, Sasuke's internal organs could have been shattered. Sasuke lay on the ground, his expression vacant, utterly motionless, until Itachi seized him by the collar, lifting him into the air. Why am I so weak? Because your hatred and loathing are insufficient, Itachi whispered in Sasuke's ear. Simultaneously, Tsukuyomi activated once more. The night of the massacre began to repeat itself, and Sasuke found himself ensnared in that illusionary realm once again after 5 years, engulfed by profound despair. He had accomplished nothing, still being swiftly defeated by Itachi. His nightmare had returned. Thud. Sasuke was unceremoniously cast aside like refuse, his gaze vacant, unable to utter a single word. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, Itachi was desperately battling against his own fatigue. His body was on the verge of collapse. The strain of using the Mangekyou Sharingan was immense. Over the years, he had tirelessly assisted the organization in their tasks, repeatedly employing Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, far exceeding his limits. Moreover, the prolonged illusion he had cast upon Izumi had already taken a grave toll on his health. Were it not for his reliance on medication to sustain his body, he would have succumbed long ago. Nonetheless, even with these measures, his lifespan would not exceed 5 years. Thus, he needed Sasuke to grow stronger at an accelerated pace. At present, Sasuke was far too weak as an ant. Summoning technique. Jiraiya bellowed. The walls began to transform into a shade of pink, resembling the insides of some creature's intestine. This is the intestinal tract of the great toad of Miyaboka Mountain, a place from which no one can emerge alive. Jiraiya declared with unwavering confidence. Let's hurry. Itachi, without casting a glance at Sasuke, swiftly commenced his escape with Kisame. Shortly thereafter, a trail of black flames was left upon a wall, and Itachi along with Kisame managed to evade capture. Such peculiar flames. Jiraiya mused as he utilized a sealing technique to collect a small portion of the black fire. Thus, the events of the day were laid to rest. Kakashi and Sasuke were hospitalized, while Naruto and Jiraiya persisted in their training outdoors. 2 weeks later, a group of 5 shinobi from the Sound Village knelt partially on the ground, accompanied by 2 particularly young girls nearby. Your task is to retrieve Sasuke. The Night Wind stated calmly. Initially, the mission was intended for the 5 Sound Shinobi, but Hinata, wishing to atone for her previous misdeeds, insisted on joining. As for Karen, she also sought vengeance for Honglien, thus volunteering for the undertaking. In the Leaf Village, Tsunade successfully ascended to the position of the 5th Hokage. Likely persuaded by Naruto's relentless optimism, Tsunade's brother and boyfriend had both aspired to be Hokage, yet both perished in the throes of war, leading her to harbor disdain for the role. However, due to Naruto's foolish ambition to become Hokage, she made a wager with him. If he could master the Rasengan, she would assume the mantle of Hokage. The outcome, as one might expect, resulted in Naruto indeed mastering that exceptionally difficult ninjutsu. I have no interest in you anymore. Sasuke lay on his hospital bed, his mind plagued by memories of Itachi from that fateful day. He felt utterly powerless, unable to accomplish anything. Meanwhile, a group of individuals indulged in a feast of grilled meat. Don't overindulge, CHG, or you'll find yourself back in the hospital, Ino remarked with exasperation. CHG had previously been injured by TS and had spent some time in the hospital as well. No worries, even if I eat to my heart's content, I can still savor the flavors, CHG laughed heartily. Sigh, it feels a bit lonely, Shikamaru lamented. Asuma had unexpectedly passed away, despite his aversion to complications. Shikamaru held great respect for that teacher. The one who had slain Asuma was rumored to be Orochimaru. Shikamaru yearned for revenge. Yet he lacked the strength and had no knowledge of Orochimaru's whereabouts. In recent days, Shikamaru's spirits had remained low. Sakura, come join us for some grilled meat, Ino cheerfully called out as Sakura happened to stroll past the street outside. Thank you, but perhaps another time. I'm not feeling quite myself, Sakura replied, shaking her head in refusal. She had been avoiding everyone at home lately, worried about Sasuke, and had little appetite for grilled meat. Hey, CHG. That was the last piece of grilled meat I prepared. Ino could not help but exclaim, the last piece is the finale, no matter what food it is. The final morsel must belong to me. Shikamaru, with a serious demeanor, remarked before consuming the grilled meat. Despite receiving a slap, he wore a joyful smile. It's precisely your gluttony that leads everyone to regard you as a fool. Ino interjected, you hefty. Ino, that is a forbidden phrase, Shikamaru quickly interrupted. And you too, CHG, dining is not a battle. Can't you eat at a more leisurely pace? It's truly exhausting. CHG despised being called a fat pig, and the mere mention of the term would send him into a rage. Ino, why are you eating so little? CHG continued. I'm trying to lose weight. Honestly, Ino retorted, rolling her eyes. What if the boy you like in the future prefers slim girls? CHG queried. Most boys tend to favor slender girls, and girls feel the same. Perhaps you should be mindful of your physique, CHG, otherwise you might find yourself lacking in romantic prospects, Ino said with a cheerful smile. The following day, Sasuke, would you like an apple? Sakura asked as she peeled the fruit, deliberately cutting a piece and presenting it on a plate. Naruto, having come to visit Sasuke, stood nearby. However, Sasuke ignored both of them, remaining notably silent. Suddenly, with a shove, Sasuke sent the plate crashing to the floor, scattering apple pieces everywhere. Sasuke? Sakura exclaimed, her face marked by helplessness. What happened? Naruto turned to observe the scene. Abandon revenge? Hey, Naruto. Sasuke's cold gaze fixed upon Naruto. What do you want? Naruto replied, visibly annoyed. Sakura cares for this guy, yet he fails to appreciate it at all. Let us have a match, Sasuke said slowly. Huh? Your injuries have barely healed. What are you talking about? Naruto retorted, baffled. Don't question me, just fight, Sasuke shouted. Naruto fell silent for a moment, staring back at Sasuke. Sasuke? What has gotten into you too? Sakura could no longer contain herself and stood up. This is perfect. I have longed to battle you, Naruto declared. Sasuke had always surpassed him. and now Naruto sought to defeat him to prove his worth. Soon, they found themselves atop the rooftop, with Sakura watching from a distance as the two clashed. Their physical skills were evenly matched, and their ninjutsu was comparable as well. Sasuke possessed two Tomo in his Sharingan, while Naruto wielded the Shadow Clone technique as his advantage. Ultimately, Naruto unleashed the Rasengan, while Sasuke employed the Chidori taught by Kakashi. The two youths, one forming a blue sphere with his hand, and the other crackling with lightning, seemed poised for a monumental clash. Stop! Sakura finally rushed forward. At this rate, she would find herself at the epicenter of their jutsu collision. However, both boys were unable to halt their attacks, and could only watch as Sakura dashed toward them. Boom! At that moment, Kakashi arrived, gripping Naruto with one hand and Sasuke with the other, casting them aside as the Rasengan and Chidori collided against a metal canister. Are you two taking this fight a bit too far? Kakashi remarked casually. Naruto's Rasengan scraped an arc into the canister, while Sasuke's Chidori pierced through its surface, intertwining in a chaotic display. Do you intend to kill Naruto, Sasuke? You should not revel in your sense of superiority, Kakashi chided. TCH, Sasuke scoffed, descending from the rooftop. Yet, as he reached the ground below, he discovered that the canister Naruto had attacked had exploded behind him. It turned out that his technique had been bested by Naruto. Damn it! Sasuke's gaze grew even colder. If Kakashi had not intervened, he might have faced dire consequences from Naruto's jutsu, an outcome he could never accept. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura could not help but weep. Is it too soon for Naruto to use that technique? If things went awry, Naruto could have killed Sasuke. Kakashi replied calmly. Well? At some point, Jiraiya appeared beside them. It's a double-edged sword. The Chidori is a dangerous technique as well. If you cannot master it, why impart it to Sasuke? I never anticipated that Sasuke would employ such techniques against his comrades. What is the nature of their relationship? Is there some profound enmity between them? Jiraiya remarked. It is a lengthy tale, akin to the relationship you once had with Orochimaru, Kakashi sighed. For Naruto, Sasuke is both a companion and a rival. From the inception of their Ninja Academy days, Naruto has been resolutely striving to surpass Sasuke, yearning for his acknowledgement above all else. Sasuke, sensing the transformation in Naruto, almost believed he had not progressed at all, only to find himself overtaken by someone he deemed inferior. As a seeker of vengeance, he found this intolerable. Do not worry, Sakura. Everything will return to how it once was, Kakashi reassured her before vanishing from sight. What are you doing? Sasuke exclaimed, bound by ropes while perched atop a tree. If I did not do this, you would surely escape, wouldn't you? Sasuke, relinquish your quest for vengeance. I have encountered numerous individuals like you, who incessantly speak of revenge. They often meet with dismal fates, ultimately inflicting harm upon themselves and suffering further. Even if vengeance is achieved, all that remains is an abyss of emptiness, Kakashi admonished. Silence. What do you know? Do not spout such nonsense. Sasuke roared. Calm down, Kakashi sighed. Now, how would it feel to eliminate your most cherished person? You would then truly comprehend the absurdity of your own words. Sasuke retorted bitterly. Well, that is a possibility, regrettably. All my most treasured individuals are no longer with me. They were long since slain, Kakashi responded with a calm smile. Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically. I have lived longer than you and have endured far harsher times. I have experienced the agony of losing those I hold dear countless times. In truth, neither of us is particularly fortunate, Kakashi spoke softly. Sasuke fell into silence. However, we are not the most unfortunate either. Both you and I have found new companions. And it is precisely because we have known loss that we understand such pain. Chidori is a power granted to you after discovering valuable allies. It is not meant to be wielded for revenge or to harm your comrades. Reflect on my words, he urged. If that kind of individual is swaying about, we may find it difficult to strike, Zoken frowned. Let us await the opportune moment, Jintoki suggested. You lot are worthless. I could easily defeat him alone, Mayu coldly asserted. Oh really? I suspect you would be the one to be utterly dismantled, Zoken chuckled. Kakashi has inherited the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan, making him exceptionally formidable among the Jonin, casting a shadow reminiscent of Konoha's white fang. Please, everyone, quiet down, Hinata remarked. Her demeanor unusually aloof today as she was present to fulfill a mission. Yes, ma'am, the group of Doyu fell silent. They were merely experimental subjects under Orochimaru's cursed seal, essentially ordinary subordinates. Yet Hinata was different. Her power was immense, and she was a favored individual of Orochimaru. Within the base, none dared to show her anything but respect. To avoid alerting their adversaries, the cover of night was deemed the most opportune moment to act. Meanwhile, Sakura? Naruto had been lost in thought for quite some time. Upon exiting the hospital, he noticed Sakura seemed to be waiting for him. Naruto, there are a few things I wish to discuss with you. Consider it a date. Just keep me company for a while, she said, her expression forlorn. Although Kakashi had assured her that everything was fine, thoughts of Orochimaru's ominous words lingered, preventing her from feeling at ease. Sasuke's gaze today was eerily transformed. His thirst for power had intensified, rendering him capable of unpredictable actions. Soon, Naruto and Sakura arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, where it was Sakura's first time treating Naruto to a meal. Sakura, hurry and eat. The chashu ramen here is the best, Naruto exclaimed, as carefree as ever. My utmost favorite is Sasuke. Please treat your girlfriend to a meal. Naruto is truly remarkable, chuckled the middle-aged man. No, that is not it. What are you saying? Sakura merely has something to discuss with me. She is not my girlfriend, Naruto replied, his cheeks flushing. Let us enjoy our noodles while we converse about Sasuke. Naruto, not a fool, naturally comprehended what Sakura wished to convey. It all began with that Orochimaru. Sasuke's demeanor has changed. Although Kakashi-sensei advised not to worry, I cannot help but feel. Sakura spoke in fragments. That Orochimaru fellow. Even without relying on him, Sasuke has grown remarkably strong. I assure you, he will not be lured by such a person, Naruto declared resolutely. Nightfall. On the other side. Who are you? I'm not in a good mood right now. Sasuke frowned at the group of individuals who had appeared beside him. To think that at this hour, ninjas from another village would infiltrate Konoha, and they are here for him. Do you wish to acquire Lord Orochimaru's power? If so, you must come with us willingly, Hinata remarked nonchalantly. TCH, Sasuke scoffed disdainfully. It is an honor for you to be sought after by Lord Orochimaru. Although you possess the heavenly curse mark, you cannot utilize it, rendering you utterly useless. Hinata's Rinnegan began to shimmer, its crystalline ice-blue glow striking against the night. The Sharingan? Do you truly believe you possess any strength at this moment? Hinata pointed, effortlessly drawing Sasuke's resisting form towards her. Gravity and repulsion are not exclusive to the Rinnegan. The rebirth I can wield those powers as well. Boom. Sasuke was forcefully slammed against a branch, landing clumsily on the ground. How could this be? This person. Why is he so powerful? Blood trickled from the corner of Sasuke's mouth, his heart brimming with resentment. Is this all? I was hoping to hear the music played by your bones. Zoka stepped on Sasuke's face, speaking coldly. Playing trivial ninja games will only lead to your decay. Was the third Hokage not slain? Join us in following Lord Orochimaru. He will grant you strength, Meiyo added. You scoundrels! Sasuke roared in fury. The cursed mark sealed upon his back began to spread. His body was enveloped in dark patterns, and Sasuke's chakra surged to a new level. The curse mark? You cannot even wield it. Entering the cursed state recklessly will lead to being consumed by that chakra, ultimately transforming you into a mindless monster driven solely by the desire to kill. Zoka too was marked by darkness. Sasuke charged forward, only to be effortlessly flung back. I shall accompany you. After a moment of silence, Sasuke eventually consented. Indeed, his growth in Konoha had been painfully slow, and he feared he might not be able to defeat Itachi. Orochimaru was affiliated with that enigmatic Akatsuki organization, of which Itachi was also a member. Orochimaru had the power to eliminate the three legendary Hokage, and Itachi's strength was undoubtedly formidable as well. Presently, Hinata and several sound ninjas emerged from Konoha, awaiting Sasuke outside. Karen and Maru were also present, showing due respect to Sasuke. What are you doing here so late? Sasuke ventured down a narrow path, unexpectedly encountering Sakura. He carried a small backpack, while Sakura appeared to be waiting for him. To leave the village, one must traverse this path, she murmured. Go back to sleep. Sasuke replied coolly, continuing his stride without a glance back. Why? Why do you always keep everything to yourself? Why do you remain silent, refusing to speak to me? Sakura could no longer contain her tears. Why should I confide in you? Thus, I declare you overly sentimental. Mind your own business, Sasuke responded indifferently. All I seem to do is annoy you. Do you remember the day we became Genin? Our first moment alone was right here, and I ended up angering you. I don't recall, Sasuke replied, showing no hint of compassion as Sakura's mood soured. Indeed, that was long ago. Yet it was from that day forward that I, alongside Sasuke, Naruto, and Kakashi-sensei, became part of a team. Although our missions were arduous and exhausting, they brought an unparalleled joy. I am aware of the circumstances surrounding Sasuke's family, but vengeance will not yield happiness, Sakura continued. Indeed, I am different from you. Walking together as four, I once believed that was my path. Yet I remain resolute in my quest for vengeance. It is the sole reason I endure. I shall never be like you or Naruto, Sasuke stated coldly. Are you truly willing to render yourself alone once more? I have family and friends, yet without you, I would be no different than solitary. I cherish you deeply. More than anything, if you were to be with me, I would ensure you never regret it, bringing you joy each day. I would do anything for you. So I implore you, do not leave, Sakura exclaimed, her emotions in turmoil. I will find a way to assist you with your vengeance. If it is not possible, please take me with you. Upon hearing this, Sasuke remained silent, abruptly turning around with the same indifferent expression. You are indeed quite bothersome. He remarked calmly. Do not leave. Should you choose to leave, I will scream. Sakura exclaimed urgently. Upon hearing her words, Sasuke swiftly appeared behind her. Thank you, Sakura, he said, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. In truth, he was not entirely unaffected by her plea. Did he not also yearn for a life of tranquility and peace? Yet, he was an avenger, destined since the tender age of 7 to pursue a singular purpose. Until he eliminated that man, he could not find solace, even for a fleeting moment. Do you truly possess the resolve to betray your village? To become a rogue ninja and serve Lord Orochimaru? A chilling voice interjected. Who are you? Sasuke furrowed his brow. Karen, the girl replied with a sly smile. Adorned with the headband of the Sound Village. Eliminate this woman to prove your commitment to betrayal. I possess the authority to utter these words. Karen hurled a kunai, before continuing to scrutinize Sasuke. What a peculiar demand. Orochimaru's subordinates are far more intriguing than I anticipated. A cryptic glint flickered in Sasuke's eyes. Gripping the kunai tightly, he hesitated to strike down Sakura. She is but a woman, and one of little worth. Has our Sasuke grown soft? Are you truly prepared for this mental shift? Karen taunted once more. Very well. Sasuke's gaze shifted, darkening with malevolence. From this day forth, there shall no longer be Uchiha Sasuke, the ninja of Konoha, only Uchiha Sasuke, the rogue and the avenger. Thud. A pink-haired head rolled to the ground. A few minutes later, Sasuke and Karen stealthily exited the Hidden Leaf Village. Lord Sasuke, the four individuals from the Sound Village knelt before him, devoid of their previous arrogance. Save for Hinata and Kimimaro. What kind of trick is this? Sasuke furrowed his brow. From the moment you stepped out of the Hidden Leaf Village, you became our leader. You possess the same heavenly curse mark as Lord Kimimaro, the highest level of cursed seal technique, explained Zoken. Let us commence, commanded Kimimaro. To unlock Sasuke's curse seal power, a special technique was required. They would place Sasuke in a jar, consume the awakening pill, seal the jar with the 4 black mist formation, and wait for him to awaken. Morning arrived. At 4 o'clock, the 5th Hokage truly knows how to delegate. We must retrieve the documents she forgot. 2 ninjas traversed a narrow path. What is this? They gasped, their eyes widening. Beside the path lay a headless corpse, appearing to be that of a young girl. With a recent time of death, a head with pink hair lay on the ground, the scene grotesquely bloody. Quickly, inform the Hokage. Moments later, at the Hokage's office. What? Sakura has been killed? Tsunade slammed her palm onto her desk, shattering it. She had been fond of the girl and had intended to take her as a disciple. Soon, the village's elite ninjas were alerted. The murder of a leaf ninja was no trivial matter. After discussions and investigations, it was discovered that Uchiha Sasuke was missing, and Sakura's death was likely connected to this. Was it the doing of Orochimaru's subordinates? Immediately, they dispatched ninjas to track down and ensure the capture of both the perpetrator and Uchiha Sasuke. Yes, Hokage. The Leaf Village sprang into action. Sakura, 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 Sakura. Naruto's face fell in despair upon hearing the news, struggling to comprehend it. Just the night before, they had shared a meal and conversed, and now she was dead, entangled in matters concerning Sasuke. No, I must bring Sasuke back and demand answers. Sasuke, why didn't you protect Sakura? With the recent death of the 3rd Hokage, the village was under immense pressure regarding security and mission assignments, leaving few ninjas available. Naruto, Kiba, Shikamaru, Choji, and Neji were the first 5 to pursue, with reinforcements expected to arrive shortly. With Kiba and Akamaru's keen senses, complemented by Neji's Byakugan and Shikamaru's intellect, tracking them down should not prove overly challenging. I'm exhausted. I never anticipated this mission would drag on for so long. Several leaf ninjas found themselves in the forest. Stay quiet, said Shizen, alongside Nara Shikamaru, both among the group. Did you hear anything unusual? Let us go and take a look, murmured Hyuga Jinin. Sensing the presence of someone nearby in the forest, their identity shrouded in mystery. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Moya furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. Both Hyuga Jinin and Rado were elite shinobi from Konohagakure. Could it be a rogue ninja from the Sound Village? Rado pondered, noting the direction of their approach, which seemed to emanate from the Leaf Village. They positioned themselves to intercept the newcomers. Do not delay. Eliminate them, Hinata commanded. Understood. The four closest individuals momentarily set aside their pursuit of Sasuke and engaged the two elite shinobi in battle. Half an hour later, the group resumed their journey. While the Konohagakure ninjas had caught up, Byakugan, Neji activated his ocular ability to its fullest extent, quickly discerning the presence of individuals several hundred meters away. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he recognized members of the Hyuga clan among the pursuers. Hinata's heart skipped a beat. Recalling the events surrounding that fateful day with Honglian, her eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. Over the years, as a weapon cultivated by Orochimaru, the lives claimed by her hand could be counted in the thousands. Jirubu, you stay behind to hold them off. The rest of us will continue onward, Kimimaro commanded. Sasuke is a prized asset of Lord Orochimaru. We cannot afford any mistakes. If it were another mission, I might entertain a playful skirmish with the Konoha ninjas. But our priority now is to ensure Sasuke's safe extraction. Understood. Jirubu accepted the orders, activating his curse seal to confront the 5 pursuing ninjas. Earth-style, Earth Prison. A formidable wall rose from the ground, encircling the pursuing Konohagakure ninjas. This earthen barrier was not only incredibly resilient, but also absorbed the chakra of any ninja that came into contact with it. The more they resisted, the weaker they became. Tooth for a tooth. Kiba and Akamaru attempted to shatter the wall with their ninjutsu, but their efforts were in vain, although the wall sustained some damage. It swiftly repaired itself. Our chakra is being drained, Neji remarked with a grave expression. The wall was siphoning their chakra continuously. No matter. Let's try again. Kiba launched another tooth for a tooth, yet the outcome remained unchanged. They could not breach the wall. We surrender. Please, let us out. Shikamaru devised a plan and spoke up. Oh, you seem to be the leader of this team. How disgraceful for a Konoha ninja to propose surrender. Jirubu retorted without a second thought. Is this what it means to be a Chunin? A weakling like you deserves to perish. The location from which his voice emanated was where the wall repaired itself most rapidly, while the farthest points sustained damage at a slower rate, making them the most vulnerable. Shikamaru contemplated quickly, analyzing the wall's weaknesses. I beg of you, Choji. Shikamaru smiled with confidence. Ha ha ha, just as expected of you, Shikamaru. Behold my meat tank. Choji invoked the expansion technique, enlarging his body, then began to spin rapidly, transforming into a colossal sphere. With a resounding crash, he struck the wall with all his might, successfully breaching the earth-style barrier. Although this ninjutsu appeared insurmountable, with a little ingenuity and strategic thinking, one could always uncover its vulnerabilities. Leave this hefty opponent to me to delay. You all continue to pursue Sasuke, Choji volunteered. The enemy had already departed, leaving one behind to cover their retreat. They could not afford to linger here for long. Sending one person to engage in battle sufficed. Half an hour later, that Jirubu fellow is truly incompetent. Kimimaro remarked with a frown. Those bothersome leaf ninjas had relentlessly pursued them, akin to flies that one could not swat away. Gitaru, Kimimaro commanded. Yes. Gitaru replied with a mischievous grin, pausing his advance to hand over Sasuke's container to Sakan for carrying. Unlike Jirubu, he was no fool and would not be bested by these young leaf ninjas. If you wish to proceed, you must break through my web of traps, he declared. Shikamaru, Choji, and the others found themselves compelled to halt, as the area was ensnared with an intricate web. Let me handle him. We cannot afford to waste time. You 3 continue to pursue Sasuke, Neji Hyuga declared. I appreciate your assistance. Shikamaru, Naruto, and Kiba pressed on in their pursuit of Sasuke. Repetitive skirmishes unfolded. And Maki was also retained by Kimimaro, who showed no mercy. These individuals were subordinates of Lord Orochimaru, and thus, they must contribute their worth for him. To attain formidable power, one must first barter their body and soul. Maki's adversary was Shikamaru. Meanwhile, Naruto and Kiba advanced further. Zaka remained behind, his opponent being Kiba, leaving Naruto as the sole pursuer. By now, it was midday. Half a day had passed since Sasuke's defection. Continue to escort Sasuke away. He is about to awaken. My life is nearing its end, So I shall assist Lord Orochimaru in intercepting the Leaf Ninja here, Kimimaro stated unequivocally. His purpose for emerging this time was to accomplish something of value before his demise. If death is inevitable, it is preferable to die with purpose. I can walk on my own. Sasuke's voice suddenly resonated. The jar shattered, and Sasuke leisurely stepped out, feeling as though he had been reborn with newfound strength. Let us proceed, Hinata said calmly. Karen followed closely behind, and Sasuke trailed after her. Sasuke, Naruto's voice rang out. Exiting the forest, they found themselves on a plain. And Naruto, having just arrived, spotted Sasuke. Sasuke, Sakura, what on earth is going on? Explain yourself. Naruto shouted, his eyes reddened with fury. Huh, you're lagging behind. You truly understand nothing, Sasuke replied dismissively. You brat. Naruto angrily charged forward but was intercepted by Kimimaro. If you wish to pass, you must first step over my corpse. Kimimaro calmly stated. Shadow clone technique. Naruto bellowed, and thousands of Narutos materialized on the plain, encircling Kimimaro in the center. Relying solely on numbers will not secure victory. Allow me to demonstrate my Tsubaki dance, Kimimaro remarked nonchalantly. I will slay you. Naruto's eyes turned crimson, influenced by the chakra of the Nine Tails. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Naruto to summon thousands of shadow clones on his own. Although Orochimaru had sealed away the Nine Tails chakra influence with the 5-element seal, Jiraiya had dispelled that sealing technique. Naruto was once again able to harness the Nine Tails power. Kill me? I advise you not to utter threats that you cannot fulfill. Kimimaro replied indifferently. Extracting his own bones from within, he fashioned a razor-sharp bone dagger. This was Kimimaro's bloodline limit, the Shikatsu Miyaku, a remarkably aggressive ability. With each passing moment, Naruto's shadow clones were relentlessly cleaved by the bone blade, dissipating into nothingness. As Kimimaro had stated, mere numbers held no value. Within 3 minutes, 1,000 shadow clones were completely eradicated by him. Bang! A green figure appeared, sending Kimimaro flying. Who could it be? Kimimaro furrowed his brow. It was Rock Lee, the beautiful azure beast of Konoha. Lee struck a pose, his voice cold and resolute. After Tsunade became Hokage, he had undergone surgery to heal his body and could continue as a taijutsu ninja. Although the success rate of that surgery was low, and failure could lead to death, he was fortunate to have succeeded. Leave this guy to me, Naruto. You continue your pursuit of Sasuke. I've also heard about Sakura. We cannot disregard such matters. Lee stated seriously. Not only did Naruto harbor feelings for Sakura, but Lee himself did as well. The news struck him like a thunderbolt. However, this opponent was terrifyingly strong. Naruto hesitated. Kimimaro felt vastly different from the previous foes. He was an unimaginably powerful ninja. Naruto feared that Lee might be slain in a one-on-one confrontation with such an adversary. This is a man's promise. I will handle him, and you must ensure Sasuke's return. Good luck, Lee. Then I shall proceed. An hour passed. At the Valley of the End, where it is said the first Hokage, Hashirama, battled Uchiha Madara. 2 monumental statues of these legendary ninjas were erected. Sasuke had arrived at this fateful location. Sasuke, you have indeed survived, a figure emerged from the shadows, seemingly having awaited his arrival. TCH, what are you doing here? Sasuke replied coldly. Mind your tone when addressing your elders. The figure, Akatsuki, smiled dangerously. Nothing to worry about. Rebellious youths often speak this way. By the way, Konoha ninjas are as resilient as ever, managing to chase all the way to such a place. Oh, it seems you have an old acquaintance here, Sasuke, Nightwind chuckled. Sasuke's allies stood atop Madara's statue, while Naruto was at Hashirama's side, separated by a wide river, with a waterfall cascading below the statues. It was a fated meeting, a destined duel. Naruto? Sasuke turned his head, seemingly unfazed. That fool has such a personality. It's no surprise he managed to follow me here. Sasuke! Naruto roared from a distance, his eyes burning crimson. What shall we do, brother? Hinata inquired calmly. Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki presents an opportunity for capture, which is a viable choice, for the Akatsuki will inevitably take action. However, now is not the moment to act. Naruto is a crucial pawn, capable of causing considerable trouble for those adversaries. Yefeng shook his head. Sasuke, this matter is entrusted to you. If you cannot handle even this underachiever, then you need not return to my presence. Yefeng spoke with a detached tone. As his words faded, he stood aside with Akatsuki, Karen, and Hinata, who had no intention of participating in this confrontation. If you can defeat the current Sasuke, I shall permit you to bring him back to Konoha. Observing Naruto, Yefeng began to incite discord. Lord Orochimaru, previously taking advantage of this moment, Karen recounted the events, including her impulsive decision to have Sasuke eliminate Sakura. Sakura is dead? It matters not. Her demise holds no significance, as she was a woman devoid of value. Yefeng stated calmly. His sole concern lay with Sasuke, or more precisely, with Sasuke's eyes. The subordinate ninjas of the Sound Village, their sacrifice was inconsequential and nothing to lament. Such cursed seals are mere failures, utterly devoid of worth. If one were to speak candidly, the death of Kimimaro is somewhat regrettable, had that individual lived longer. He could have become a formidable weapon. Alas, the restrictions of that bloodline limit were too great, and Kimimaro was deprived of the opportunity to grow. Edo Tensei merely summons the deceased in their prime state. Once summoned, they cannot strengthen or evolve. Naruto versus Sasuke. Sasuke, are you avoiding me? Naruto bellowed. Heh, are you here to stop me this time? Sasuke replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he recalled last night's encounter with Sakura, whose head he had severed. Why have you changed so much? Sasuke, come back with me and explain what happened to Sakura. Why didn't you protect her? Naruto's voice was laced with fury. It was his assumption that Sakura had attempted to intervene with Sasuke, only to be slain by the Sound Ninja, leaving Sasuke oblivious to his own involvement in her demise. What I have become is of no concern to you. I have my own path, and no one has the right to judge my choices, Sasuke replied coldly. The curse seal's markings appeared upon his body. He was no longer the person he had been the previous night. The Sound Ninja, aside from Kimimaro, were no match for him. This was the power of the heavenly curse seal. In simpler terms, my game with you Dole Leaf Village ninjas has come to an end. Return, Sasuke stated indifferently. Despite this, he still considered Naruto a rival and, in some regard, a friend. He had no desire to kill Naruto here. Everyone has fought hard to catch up to you, and now their lives hang in the balance. Naruto gritted his teeth. That sounds truly exhausting, Sasuke shrugged. Turning to walk away. Hey! Naruto roared, charging at Sasuke and pinning him down with a flurry of punches, leaving Sasuke's mouth bleeding and his own fist aching. Ugh! Sasuke spat blood onto Naruto's face, his expression one of disdain. You talk of comrades, but can I truly grow stronger alongside what you call friends? I seek the power of vengeance from Orochimaru. That man is the one who destroyed Konoha. Do you think he will grant you power for free? Naruto shouted. Do you think I am naive? I am an avenger. I would do anything for revenge, even if it means selling my body and soul. All I desire is to kill Itachi, Sasuke stated calmly. This resolve had been set since he was 7 years old and would never waver. As Orochimaru said, defeat me here, or do not even think about persuading me, Sasuke declared coldly. Suddenly, he rose, grasping Naruto by his collar and lifting him into the air. With all his might, he delivered a powerful punch to Naruto's abdomen, then hurled him into the waterfall below. What is this power? Is this what it means to grow stronger? Sasuke clenched his fists, his gaze sharper than ever before. Naruto's blows had caused no real damage. He quickly recovered. A flurry of shuriken, entwined with threads, was hurled forth, ensnaring Naruto. Sasuke, are you serious? Naruto said with a tone of resentment. He still harbored a glimmer of hope that Sasuke would refrain from attacking him. I have long asserted that I do not desire a future alongside you. Sakura was killed by my hand. This was a prerequisite for joining Orochimaru. Yet that woman, stubbornly, chose to emerge and utter nonsensical, self-righteous words. Or else she would not have met her demise at my hands. Farewell, Naruto, fire release, dragon fire technique. Sasuke unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth. The blaze struck Naruto, swiftly evoking the sensation of the night wind he once experienced. However, unlike the night wind, Naruto's defensive capabilities were lacking. He merely possessed resilient flesh and a robust recovery, yet the pain he was destined to endure was inescapable. Sasuke, what did you say? You killed Sakura. You killed Sakura. Naruto was utterly shattered. He could have severed the threads before the flames reached him, but upon hearing Sasuke's words, his heart was consumed entirely by fury. How about now? Perhaps you have awakened to reality? Sasuke kicked the charred Naruto down, sending him crashing to the ground, creating a significant crater. Even if he could not slay Naruto, he would undoubtedly render him incapable of resistance. This was calculated based on Naruto's ability to withstand damage. A mere ordinary person would have been reduced to shattered remains on the spot. Oh, Sasuke suddenly furrowed his brow. Naruto, who should have succumbed to unconsciousness or severe injury, exhibited a remarkable recovery of his surface wounds. This astonishing rate of healing was certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. The Akatsuki's interest in capturing Naruto evidently stemmed from his unusual physical condition. The Crimson Chakra, a foamy, red chakra, enveloped Naruto's body, and although he remained unconscious, this power astonishingly sustained him upright. His teeth sharpened, his fingernails elongated, and a tail began to form. This potent chakra radiated an ominous and malevolent aura, utterly bizarre. Was this the reason the Akatsuki sought to capture Naruto? Sasuke's expression turned grave. Naruto, at this juncture, it is far too late. You cannot thwart my ambitions. Sasuke shouted fiercely. Forming hand seals, blue lightning erupted, emitting a shrill sound akin to the cries of 1,000 birds. Seizing the opportunity while Naruto remained in a daze, the Chidori pierced through Naruto's left chest, breaching the Nine-Tails chakra cloak. Blood flowed from the wound, and the unconscious Naruto furrowed his brow. Yet even so, Naruto astonishingly did not collapse. This chakra was more terrifying than Sasuke had anticipated. It hurts. Suddenly, Naruto grasped Sasuke's hand with an extraordinary strength that threatened to crush it. Sasuke swiftly evaded, and at that moment, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were blood-red, brimming with wrath, resonating with the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Sasuke, even if I were to shatter your limbs, I would never surrender you to someone like Orochimaru. And regarding Sakura, I have come to settle the score with you now. Naruto roared as he charged forward. Even though Sasuke activated his Sharingan, he could not discern the movements of Naruto, who was moving with astonishing speed. Swift. Too swift. Is this truly Naruto? He has transformed into an entirely different being. Bang! The two collided, and Sasuke was unceremoniously thrown into the lake. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. As Naruto barreled towards him again, Sasuke unleashed a massive fireball. Yet, Naruto braved the flames and collided with him, and together they submerged into the depths below. The battlefield was once again divided. I considered you a friend. My only friend. Now, I must eliminate you and sever this bond with my own hands. Sasuke steeled himself. The double Tomo had finally evolved into the triple Tomo, enhancing the power of his Sharingan. At last, he could clearly perceive Naruto's movements. Put on your leaf headband. This is a legitimate duel, and in my eyes, you remain a leaf ninja. Naruto's voice was somewhat hoarse. Do you think you can injure my forehead? Sasuke scoffed. Put it on. Naruto merely bellowed. Very well. Sasuke retrieved the leaf headband and donned it, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto. With his triple Tomo Sharingan and the ability to utilize cursed seals, he was certain he would not be bested by Naruto. 72. Severing bonds in an instant, everything changed. The movements were entirely different from before. Naruto furrowed his brow tightly. Sasuke, who had previously struggled to respond to his attacks, was now not only able to evade them, but also counterattack effectively. Crash! Naruto was sent plummeting into the lake. Is he relying on the shadow clone technique again? Has that kid not mastered any other jutsu? Kankuro remarked. Even that single technique was sufficient to give Sasuke considerable trouble. Indeed, Naruto's numerous shadow clones were creating a significant nuisance for Sasuke. Not enough, not enough. You're too weak, kid. I shall grant you more chakra. The Nine-Tails within Naruto stirred. In that fleeting moment, Naruto's aura surged dramatically, seemingly boundless. What on earth is this chakra? Sasuke was filled with dread. Even with a clear view of Naruto's movements, it was utterly meaningless. His strength could not rival Naruto's current power. A single punch would send him flying. And escape was simply impossible. Their speeds were not even comparable. There was no choice left, Naruto. You have forced me to unleash this power. Sasuke crawled out from a hole created by a previous strike. The black, cursed seal spread across his body, gradually enveloping his skin in a hue of dark purple. His hair lengthening. In this state, Sasuke's strength surged to nearly dozens of times its usual capacity. Boom. As Naruto unleashed a punch, he found it blocked by an enormous, strange hand. The force of the hand rebounded Naruto, smashing him into the opposite wall, creating a large hole. What is this? Upon seeing the wings sprouting from Sasuke's back, Naruto's eyes widened in shock. These were massive, dark purple hands, resembling wings, emerging from Sasuke's back. Sasuke has transformed into a monster. This thought began to take root in Naruto's mind. Your chakra, too, evidently carries risks, Sasuke spoke. He could not maintain the cursed seal state for long, lest he lose his sanity. Naruto appeared to be in a similar predicament. That chakra was adversely affecting his body. His left hand had stiffened and was rendered immobile. The Nine-Tails chakra was shielding Naruto, yet simultaneously eroding his physical form. Do you know? This place is referred to as the Valley of the End, a fitting locale. Wouldn't you agree, Naruto? Here, I shall sever our bonds and put an end to everything. Sasuke glanced up at the two colossal stone statues and spoke calmly. Ugly, rabbit, monkey, Chidori. A blue lightning bolt crackled in Sasuke's left hand, transformed into a dark hue due to the enhancement of the curse seal, more formidable than ever. The lightning buzzed ominously, radiating a blinding glow. Rasengan. Naruto harnessed the tailed beast chakra, forming his own jutsu, utilizing the Nine Tails chakra to condense the Rasengan. Its hue transformed from the ordinary blue to a striking purple. The clash of black lightning Chidori against the crimson Rasengan erupted with resounding explosions, shaking the very foundations of the Valley of the End, as the two techniques even intercepted the cascading waterfall above. In the midst of this tumultuous collision, Sasuke clenched his fist, ultimately sparing Naruto's life. Meanwhile, in a hurried attempt, Naruto's strike merely grazed Sasuke's forehead protector. Had it not been for Naruto's foresight in having Sasuke wear the protector, the latter might have sustained grievous injuries. In the aftermath of the battle, Naruto lay gravely injured and unconscious, while Sasuke was utterly exhausted. As dark clouds gathered, rain began to descend from the sky. Kakashi is almost here. We should leave now. Sasuke, Night Wind stated calmly. Sasuke responded faintly, stumbling as if he might collapse at any moment. You go support him. Everyone else, return to the base. Night Wind instructed Karen. Yes, Karen obediently replied. Despite her fondness for the one known as Uchiha Sasuke, she dared not defy any command from Lord Orochimaru. The pursuit operation from Konoha had failed. This guy is quite heavy, Karen complained as Sasuke, fatigued, quickly succumbed to sleep on her back. Just as they were about to depart, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground. How intriguing, you abducted his brother, yet you fear Itachi's wrath. A man, half black and half white, draped in the Akatsuki cloak appeared. Itachi Uchiha? I hardly consider him a threat. Night Wind narrowed his eyes. Sasuke was the finest pawn, and with him, Itachi would merely serve as a tool for manipulation. A sinister laugh echoed from the figure before he vanished from sight. As matters settled, Konoha emerged relatively unscathed. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro from Sunagakure happened to be nearby and came to the aid of Konoha's ninjas. The rationale behind their intervention was believed to be a command from the fourth Kazekage, yet in truth, it was Orochimaru who had slain the fourth and masqueraded as their leader to orchestrate this plan. Thus, both ninja villages were unwitting victims, manipulated by Orochimaru's schemes. Currently, Konoha and Sunagakure maintained their alliance, which was why Gaara chose to assist Konoha. The Sound Five had been entirely vanquished, while Konoha's dispatched ninjas suffered minimal losses, with only the deaths of Shiranui Gunma and Yamanaka Inoichi. Of course, the innocent Sakura was also caught in the crossfire. Yet, to be frank, what value did such a woman hold? Ultimately, her demise would elicit little more than sorrow from someone like Naruto. Returning to the topic of Sasuke, Yifeng has prepared numerous resources to cultivate this young man. In addition to essential training and guidance in ninjutsu, he has also gifted Sasuke several subordinates, such as Karen, Yugo, and Suigetsu. What he seeks are Sasuke's eyes. Once he acquires them, he intends to bestow upon Sasuke another pair of Mangekyou Sharingan, allowing him to continue serving under his command. However, should Sasuke prove unwilling, he harbors no qualms about eliminating him once he has outlived his usefulness. He is no longer Orochimaru, he is Yifeng. Nevertheless, to his subordinates, there is little change, for Yifeng is a man driven by selfish ambition, willing to resort to any means necessary to gain strength, devoid of principles or moral boundaries. Such a man, upon obtaining power and authority, inevitably transforms into a tyrant. Sasuke has been settled in the base. A sensation emanated from the ring. Yifeng swiftly channeled chakra into it. Everyone is present, Pain remarked calmly. The plan will commence in 3 years. During this time, maintain a low profile. Aside from bounty missions, do not alert the 5 great shinobi countries, especially you, Orochimaru. Pain instructed. Rest assured, Konoha has not been entirely exterminated, has it? I cannot bear to obliterate Itachi's homeland. It could provoke retaliation, Yifeng retorted with a sardonic tone. Itachi merely cast a glance at Orochimaru, saying nothing. In the Hidden Star Ninja Village, Sasuke rose from his sickbed, his voice resonating with fervor as he implored, "Grant me strength, Orochimaru." He continued, "If you wish to avoid losing an arm or a leg, it would be wise to comply. I shall provide you with several training adversaries, also your subordinates, from whom you can glean a wealth of combat techniques. If utilized effectively, they could become formidable allies in your quest for vengeance. With a snap of his fingers, 3 figures emerged: Karen, Jugo, and Suigetsu. Among them, Karen exhibited a degree of obedience, while Jugo and Suigetsu were altogether unruly. Karen possessed exceptional reconnaissance abilities and the unique skill to heal through her blood. Jugo, as the first bearer of the curse seal, wielded natural chakra and harbored 2 distinct personalities, one serene, the other bloodthirsty. Once a close companion of Kimimaro, Jugo became uncontrollable following Kimimaro's demise, thus he was entrusted to Sasuke. After all, Kimimaro had perished in pursuit of a mission to seize Sasuke, and Jugo was likely to embrace Kimimaro's dying wish. As for Suigetsu, he hailed from the Hozuki clan and wielded the secret art of liquefying his body. He bore little loyalty to Orochimaru, having been captured and confined here, and was now handed over to Sasuke. TCH, is this the kind of person we are to follow? Suigetsu scoffed disdainfully. Haven't you noticed how handsome Sasuke is? Karen instinctively retorted, as her relationship with Suigetsu had always been tenuous. Is this the child Kimimaro brought back from his mission? Jugo observed Sasuke silently, his eyes glimmering with a paternal warmth. Let us fight. I shall demonstrate through strength who truly deserves to be the leader, Sasuke declared, casting a glance at Orochimaru before addressing Suigetsu. Although he was entrusted with these 3 individuals, he viewed this as an opportunity to test and hone his own abilities. Should he remain weak, he would merely become a target for their bullying. Sasuke was astute enough to grasp this reality swiftly. Let the fighting commence. Onward. Suigetsu chuckled as the group quickly departed. Shortly thereafter, Hinata Hanabi burst into the room, throwing herself into Hinata's embrace. This place exuded an eerie atmosphere, and Hinata was Hanabi's sole pillar of support. Hanabi, let me see your eyes. Night Wind remarked with a gentle smile. Yes, brother, Hanabi replied cautiously as she approached. To survive in this realm, she must heed the expressions of this man. And thus she held a deep respect, even fear, for him. Since Hinata referred to him as brother, she did the same. Such beauty. Alas, you are still too young. Perhaps when you mature, that battle will. Night Wind sighed. In 3 years, the Akatsuki would commence their machinations, igniting the 4th Great Ninja War, with various puppet masters emerging from the shadows. At that time, Hanabi was merely 10 years old. No, do not abandon me, brother. I will surely become a useful person. Please do not forsake me. Hanabi appeared startled, tears welling up in her eyes. Rest assured, you are the princess of Byakugan. I shall never give up on you, Night Wind reassured as he gently patted little Hanabi's head. Take her to rest. Tomorrow I will be going out with Akane. And you too may enjoy some fresh air, but do not stray beyond the borders of Sound Ninja Village, Night Wind instructed Hinata. Where is brother going? Do you not need me? Hinata quickly took hold of Hanabi and respectfully inquired. Though she possessed the power of the reincarnation eye, her spirit for rebellion was minimal. For years, she had been indoctrinated with the notion of obedience and no longer dared to resist. The consequences of failure in any attempt to escape were unimaginable. Moreover, they both bore Orochimaru's cursed seal within them. Although Orochimaru claimed it bore no ill effects, who could truly know? Should a conflict arise and something within them detonated, the reincarnation eye would be of no use. Furthermore, Hinata possessed only the reincarnation eye, while Orochimaru wielded far more than that. This operation is manageable. Akane and I will suffice. But do you not wish to spend time with your sister? Night Wind remarked casually. Please take me with you, brother. Hinata contemplated for a moment before resolutely declaring. I have stated that no one bears responsibility for the matters concerning Honglian. You need not feel such guilt. Do you understand? Night Wind scrutinized Hinata with a serious gaze. I wish to grow stronger, Hinata asserted with determination. Very well, then accompany me, Night Wind conceded without further discussion. Although Hinata was merely 12, her reincarnation eye had unlocked considerable power, barely qualifying her as possessing strength akin to that of a Kage. Perhaps she resembled the early days of Uchiha Itachi? No, in strict terms, the reincarnation eye was far superior to the Sharingan. A night passed in silence. The star-hidden ninja village, situated in the Land of Bears, is led by a chief who arrogantly claims the title of Star Shadow, despite lacking significant strength. The village is named after a meteorite that fell 2 centuries ago, as ninjas train beside it to enhance their abilities and acquire a technique known as Peacock Mystique, which allows their chakra to assume various forms for attack, even flight. However, training near the meteorite has adverse effects on the body, consuming one's lifespan. Yet, Outsiders remain oblivious to this fact and yearn for the meteorite. A pale yellow mist? Are they using toxic gas to protect the village? Spoke a petite girl with dark blue hair, clad in a clean, simple white outfit, radiating youthful energy, her face adorably charming. Beside him stood a woman with her hair styled in a bun, her figure exuding a mature allure. Her top revealed a glimpse of her navel, while her long legs were elegantly encased in black stockings. In the center walked a young man, silent and composed. His long hair cascaded down to his waist, his complexion somewhat pallid, and his slender frame appeared lacking in strength. Although he possessed a certain attractiveness, an aura of cold malevolence emanated from him, akin to a venomous serpent fixating its gaze upon you. Such antics were truly juvenile. Nightwind squinted against the breeze. The territory of the Hidden Star Ninja Village was separated from the outside world by a precipice, where a toxic, pale yellow mist lingered in the crevice. This defensive measure seemed effective only against children. Whoosh, 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 a flurry of arrows shot forth. Nightwind deftly evaded these projectiles with ease. The assailant was a ninja from the opposite bank, clad in a gas mask and equipped with a plethora of gear. Shadow Snake Technique. Red Bean unleashed her attack without mercy, her sleeves revealing dozens of serpents. What? The adversaries across the way were clearly unprepared for the prowess of the ninja facing them, able to retaliate despite the nearly 20-meter distance. The serpentine horde moved with remarkable speed, leaving the ninja no time to mount a defense before being ensnared. The summer sun shone brightly as the peacock technique unfolded. Despite being captured, the ninja refused to surrender. A pale violet chakra enveloped him, allowing him to forcibly break free from the serpentine grasp. Behave yourself, Red Bean grumbled irritably. As the kaleidoscope of the Sharingan activated, it transformed into 3 black petals. Jinjutsu. The ninja's chakra immediately froze, and the pale violet energy settled into stillness. By the time he regained his senses, he was thoroughly bound by Red Bean's ropes, rendered a prisoner of war. Curse you! Who are you people? The young boy shouted. Beneath the mask was not a seasoned ninja, but a mere lad, likely no more than 15 years old. With short black hair and brown eyes, he appeared rather handsome. What is your name? Red Bean continued to gaze through the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Aang, the boy instinctively replied, slipping into a trance-like state. Is the star-hidden ninja village ahead? Yes. Tell me everything about that village. I am Aang, a genin from the village. My mother's name is Summer, a jounin. The acting star shadow is Lord Akahoshi. A year ago, the 3rd star shadow passed away unexpectedly. Aang quickly divulged all he knew. Due to an urgent need for a successor to the star shadow position, many were relentlessly training, practicing the peacock technique beside the fallen meteorites. This relentless pursuit came at a cost, as numerous individuals faced physical ailments, often collapsing from exhaustion during their training. What have you done to me? After several minutes, Aang gradually awoke, regaining his senses. Isn't it only the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages who are called shadows? This little village is quite audacious, Red Bean scoffed. What do you know? Though we are still a small village, we will one day stand alongside the 5 great ninja villages. At that time, I too shall become a true star shadow. Aang shouted defiantly, disregarding his bindings. Who do you think you are? Naruto? Nightwind retorted, unimpressed. Not everyone possesses the protagonist halo. Katsuyu, Tsunade's boyfriend, and his brother, Senju Tree, often boast about becoming Hokage, yet they ultimately met their demise. You've come here for the star, Haven Tiu? Any foreign ninja who arrives here seeks our village's star. I will not divulge any information. Aang shouted once more. Unbeknownst to him, he had already revealed all he needed to say. With a swift chop, Nightwind rendered the boy unconscious. Are we not to kill him? Hinata asked. Surprised. He has lost his value, Nightwind replied. In Orochimaru's way of doing things, there's no need to keep someone who no longer serves a purpose. Someone acted before us and recently took the meteorite. That formidable chakra, if my guess is correct, must belong to this individual's mother, Summer. So let us spare him for now, Nightwind calmly remarked. The sage physique had unknowingly activated, and his eyes transformed into a brilliant gold. Different cultivation methods awakened different sage physiques. Jiraiya trained in the sage mode of Mount Myaboku. Thus his eyes would resemble those of a toad, with an orange hue appearing on his eyelids. Conversely, SH-Go utilized natural chakra, which is also a form of sage mode, rendering his body akin to that of a monster. Nightwind's physique bore resemblance to SH-Go's. However, it was not a result of acquired training, but rather an innate constitution. Yet, he did not morph into a monster, Only his eyes would turn golden during activation. In this state, he could perceive the chakra of everyone within an extensive range. Moments later, near a cave not far from Star Ninja Village, the meteorite was finally in hand. As long as this object was disposed of, the figure donned a gas mask, but her physique easily revealed her as a woman, Summer. She was Ong's mother and a high-ranking ninja in the village, a master of the peacock mystical art. Her theft of the meteorite was not for personal gain, but rather out of despair for the village's condition. Under the encouragement of Red Star, all the youth were pushing themselves to cultivate, which would inevitably lead to severe physical repercussions. Star Ninja Village had risen due to this meteorite, but it would soon meet its demise because of it. While the peacock mystical art was formidable, it was insufficient to bridge the gap between a small village and the 5 great ninja villages. To believe that they could ascend solely by this meteorite was nothing short of delusional. Summer grasped this truth, yet the villagers would never comprehend it. Thus, she resolved to steal the meteorite and dispose of it. "Where's the meteorite? Hand that over," a voice suddenly echoed. Inside the cave, Summer furrowed her brow and turned back, only to find 3 unfamiliar figures had appeared. Her expression changed under the mask as she realized they had captured Ong, her son. "Hand over the meteorite obediently, or I will kill him," Night Wind threatened. "Which ninja clan do you belong to? I advise you not to covet that meteorite. It will only bring destruction, not hope," Summer proclaimed loudly, observing her adversaries for any signs of weakness. "You have 10 seconds. If you do not surrender the meteorite, I will kill him now and then eliminate everyone in Star Ninja Village," Night Wind continued. "You." Summer's masked face momentarily faltered. 10, 9, 8 I will retrieve it now." Summer finally relented, producing the meteorite she had just stolen from behind her. She intended to bury the stone within the cavern, thereby obliterating the cave so that no one would discover the meteorite concealed within. Those who discern the tides of the world are indeed wise. With a mischievous smile, Hongdo accepted the package containing the meteorite. Though wrapped, it emanated a peculiar resonance, seemingly capable of harmonizing with the chakras of the human body. Undoubtedly, this was the meteorite in question. "Can we release him now?" Xiaori inquired cautiously. "Ong is her son. For him, relinquishing the meteorite is a small price to pay. Of course, it can be returned to you," Hongdo replied. "Hand this fellow back to her." Yifeng chuckled softly. "Yes, master." Hongdo exchanged a knowing smile, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Suddenly, a kunai pierced through the heart, twisting mercilessly within. After executing this act, Hongdo discarded the lifeless form of the youth onto the ground. "Ong, you actually," Xiaori gasped in horror, realizing these individuals had betrayed her, murdering Ong right before her eyes. "The master merely stated he would be returned to you. Never did he imply he would be returned alive. It is rather naive of you to trust your adversaries so readily," Hongdo remarked, delivering a final blow. "So pitiful, truly devoid of the will to survive. Eliminate her," she directed towards Hinata. "Since you chose to accompany us, you cannot simply stand by and observe." "Indeed," Hinata replied, her expression devoid of excess emotion. Activating her Byakugan, she swiftly dispatched the distraught Xiaori. Boom. The cave was ultimately obliterated, the bodies of 2 shinobi from Star Ninja Village entombed within. Under the cover of night, the trio departed from the scene. Once again encountering Ino, her curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Brother, what shall we do with this meteorite? Such an object may hold a lure for ordinary ninjas, yet it bears no significance for Orochimaru. While I have no use for it, there are others who covet this item. Within the underground bounty market of the Star Hidden Village, it is valued at a staggering 50 million ryo. Many from the 5 great nations and various smaller countries would gladly part with their coin for it. By handing this over to Kaku, I could easily enjoy a leisurely period," Nightwind replied. "Ah, so this was merely for the sake of idleness," Ino mused, a smile gracing her features. "Even I, at times, yearn for a respite. Spending my days jesting and frolicking with beautiful maidens makes the hours slip away pleasantly." Nightwind chuckled, tousling the hair of the 2 girls as they strolled leisurely. A week later, in the Land of Fire. "To be direct, your current mission is a commission from a princess of the daimyo, to act as her body double. I am unsure how this princess learned of you, but your resemblance to her is striking, hence the request for you to fulfill this role," Tsunade explained, unfurling a scroll. "A body double? Has the princess attracted unwanted attention?" Ino queried, intrigued. "Generally, one would only resort to impersonation when their safety is at stake. If one were to speculate, it might be others who have drawn attention." Coughing lightly, Tsunade reassured, "Do not fret. You are now a competent leaf ninja. Go and complete this mission. Ino, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from further inquiry and prepared for departure. Heh. I never expected to receive a commission from a daimyo princess myself, Naruto exclaimed, an unusual cheerfulness radiating from him. To undertake such a task is a testament to the village's recognition of his strength, albeit his role was merely to protect Ino and prevent any unforeseen incidents. Don't get too carried away, or you might stir up trouble, Ino cautioned, adjusting her forehead protector. If given a choice, she would prefer not to have Naruto as her companion. His boisterous nature might inadvertently complicate matters. Rest assured, this matter is in the capable hands of Lord Naruto, he declared confidently. 2 days later, as they entered the capital of the Land of Fire, they encountered an unexpected group in a tea house. I never anticipated running into you here. It has been quite some time, Naruto, Night Wind said, licking his lips. It is said that the capital is replete with culinary delights, so I brought Akamichi along for a respite. Who would have thought we'd cross paths here? Orochimaru, it is your fault that Sasuke defected, and Sakura. It's all you're doing. Naruto bellowed in fury. The pupils transformed into blood-red slits in an instant, resonating with the fury of the nine-tailed beast within. The onlookers, witnessing a confrontation between ninjas, promptly fled the scene. Naruto, don't go, Ino shouted. With the destruction wrought upon Konoha and the deaths of 2 prominent figures from rival villages, Orochimaru was a threat far beyond what they could confront. Yet, in his frenzy, Naruto was wholly unresponsive to Ino's pleas. You little rascal, I had intended to reserve this technique for Sasuke, but since fate has brought you here first, consider it yours. Night Wind remarked, his expression darkening slightly. His eyes shifted from ebony to a chilling crimson, with 4 shurikens spinning ominously. Kodo Amatsukami, the most formidable genjutsu, capable of altering memories and wills. In an instant, Naruto succumbed to unconsciousness. Only Night Wind knew the extent of the alterations made to Naruto's will and memories. What have you done to Naruto? Ino asked, drawing out a kunai, her hands trembling. Faced with such a terrifying adversary, hope for survival seemed utterly bleak. Ah, Ino-chan. What a pleasure to see you again, Akamichi greeted with a smile as she approached. Contrary to Ino's expectations, Orochimaru showed no inclination to attack, nor did the 2 women beside him. This unfamiliar woman greeted her with unexpected familiarity. Ino-chan, you've grown up. Akamichi's laughter was oddly unsettling, even somewhat lewd. As she embraced Ino, her hands wandering provocatively. Hey, please don't do that, Ino exclaimed, perplexed by the bizarre turn of events. Don't you remember me? The sweet shop with the red flowers? You used to visit quite often for a treat, yet you've forgotten your sister. Akamichi chuckled, pinching Ino's cheek playfully. The sweet shop. You are that Akamichi? Ino stammered, memories flooding back. A peculiar boy with white eyes, a girl affectionately called Little Red or Akamichi, and Hinata, the vanished heiress of the Hyuga clan. Glancing at the girl beside her with icy blue eyes, Ino realized she bore a striking resemblance to Hinata. They had encountered each other during the Chunin exams, yet she had failed to recognize her then. Are you Brother Wind? Is this really Hinata? Ino swallowed hard, disbelief evident in her voice. Brother Wind is merely a facade, Night Wind shrugged. Hee, this is Lord Orochimaru, my teacher. Back then, Ino-chan was rather naive. Had luck been less favorable, she might have been captured for experiments, Akamichi said with a mischievous grin. A woman without utility? Why would we bother to capture her? Night Wind shook his head dismissively. Do not speak in such a manner, dear teacher. Ino-chan is quite adorable, is she not? Red Bean gently caressed Ino's face. The night breeze was too lethargic to utter a word. Brother, Lord Orochimaru, you wouldn't harm me or Naruto, would you? Ino cautiously inquired. Although she had reunited with an old acquaintance, joy eluded her grasp. The Night Wind was an adversary of Konoha, a man notorious for his ruthless disposition. Encountering such a figure while on a mission with Naruto, who was rather unique, left her uncertain of what fate awaited them. I have no intention of killing that boy, the Night Wind remarked, sipping his tea leisurely. As for you, I bear no reason to take your life. Even if Konoha were to learn of past events, nothing would change, and besides, Little Red Bean seems quite fond of you. The Night Wind spoke nonchalantly. Hinata and Hanabi had long since become his. Never to return to Konoha. To slay Ino? That was entirely unnecessary. He was not a madman, one who would indiscriminately kill upon sight. Ino-chan Red Bean clung tightly to Ino, who wore a complex expression, smiling wryly, unsure of what to say. Should she feel fortunate? Or was it a sense of helplessness? The realization that Hinata was, in fact, Orochimaru was unsettling, casting a shadow over her childhood with an eerie and terrifying twist. Surviving to this point truly felt like a stroke of luck. In lieu of matchmaking, how did Ino come to the royal capital? Akamami inquired with a cheerful smile. Well, you see, I'm actually on a mission to assist the princess as her shadow warrior, Ino replied, patting her chest with a noticeably lighter tone. Oh, that's rather intriguing, Nightwind remarked, setting down his teacup with a smile. Shall we leave this fellow here and go have some fun with Ino? Is that permissible, sensei? Akamami asked. Let us go, Nightwind nodded. Rising, he reached out to touzle Ino's hair, who lowered her head in silence. Is it truly all right to frolic with enemies from such a village? Naruto will be fine. He won't recall what happened, Nightwind reassured. 3 hours later, Naruto, ensnared by the trickery of the heavenly deity, was abandoned by someone, while Nightwind and his companions disguised themselves as leaf ninjas and followed Ino to the princess's residence. You have traveled a great distance. It must have been arduous for you. The princess, adorned in a pale lavender kimono, smiled warmly. Indeed. She resembled Ino with her golden hair and azure eyes, her features undeniably exquisite, or at least they once were. However, in terms of weight, could this princess be 200 pounds? 300? Unthinkable. How could Ino possibly serve as her shadow warrior? Would she need to employ transformation techniques? Akamami shook her head slightly. Ino also quirked her lips, inwardly exclaiming, Am I truly that overweight? How do I resemble you in any way? Hee hee. I know what you're all thinking. Seeing me so plump, you must be questioning our resemblance, but the princess, clearly prepared, handed over a photograph. Nightwind and the others glanced at it, discovering a slender woman garbed similarly to the princess, resembling an adult Ino by at least 70%. My transformation began after matchmaking. My partner was the esteemed young master Kianjiali from the neighboring land of Udon. When I first saw his photograph, it felt like an electric jolt to my heart. And from that moment, my feelings intensified day by day. As the date of the matchmaking drew nearer, I became increasingly anxious, my cheeks flushed and heart racing. Unable to sleep at night. To relieve the pressure, I inadvertently overindulged in food, resulting in my current state. The princess admitted bashfully, You'll surely gain weight from overeating. Akamami retorted. Of course, I had prepared myself as well, possessing a miraculous weight loss pill capable of intercepting all fats and sugars, the princess proclaimed, producing a vial. But it seems the pill failed to yield results, right? Ino remarked with an incredulous smile, observing the princess's photograph. It was evident that she had once borne a striking resemblance to her. However, the dramatic weight gain was undeniable. Alas, in this state, how am I to face the one I admired during the matchmaking? The princess sighed. Thus, returning to the main topic, I sincerely wish for you to attend the blind date on my behalf, ensuring its success. Upon hearing this, both Hongdo and Yifeng were left in a state of helplessness. Typically, shadow warriors are sought only in life-threatening situations, yet the princess, as ever, remains impervious to such concerns, wielding her wealth and influence. This matter significantly pertains to the princess's happiness and life. It is of utmost importance, remarked Jingyi. Can you fathom the depths of my infatuation? Indeed, young women yearn for their beloved to witness their most exquisite selves. For what can be done when men are drawn to slender figures? After conversing for a while, Jingyi and the princess reached a consensus. Jingyi would take charge of the blind date, employing a transformation technique to resemble the princess as depicted in the photograph. Subsequently, the princess merely needed to slim down before the wedding. The plan appeared flawless. In any case, let me utilize my charm to ensure the success of this endeavor. Jingyi was brimming with enthusiasm. Indeed, we shall assist you, Jingyi, Hongdo chimed in. Although the princess would not be participating directly in the blind date, she would be discreetly monitoring from an adjacent room to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The following day, in the afternoon, within the reception room of the princess's residence, Jingyi assumed the guise of the slender princess, donning an identical kimono. Hongdo, serving as her guard, was primarily eager for amusement. Oh, why did the lights suddenly go out? Jingyi exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, the room was illuminated again, revealing the colorful lights of the ballroom. The sound of instruments gradually approached. In this world, there are countless handsome men, and among them, I stand out. From the land of Udon, a singular plum blossom. With eyes that resemble autumn waters, the renowned Qian Jiaoliang has arrived. As two maidservants scattered petals, a young man appeared, a rose clenched between his teeth. Dressed in formal white attire, His expression betrayed a hint of narcissism, and most notably, he was quite portly, resembling a sumo wrestler. "I apologize for the wait, dear princess," Qian Jiaoliang said with a slight smile. "You must be young Master Qin Jiaoliang," Jingyi gulped, unable to comprehend the princess's taste. "This fellow has neither a commendable figure nor a handsome face. What is the appeal? If he were to change his attire and blend into a crowd, he would surely be lost." As more servants emerged, scattering petals from all directions, they endeavored to create a romantic ambience. Despite this, Jing Ye's gaze remained somewhat astonished. The handsome men she envisioned were certainly not of this ilk. As for Hongdo, she was suppressing the urge to lash out. Is this really what qualifies as a handsome man? The princess's standards have truly diminished. "I apologize, enchanting young lady, but I am afflicted with chronic low blood pressure." Qian Jiaoliang settled down, placing the rose in his hand aside, and spoke. "Do you always scatter petals in such a manner?" Jingyi forced a smile. Although it was meant to enhance the ambience, continuously scattering petals was rather impractical. Flowers are wonderful. They can heal the fatigue of both body and mind. "Don't you find it relaxing?" Qian Jiaoliang remarked with a light chuckle, with a discreet glance at the servant beside him. The latter promptly ceased scattering petals and exited the room. "Ahem, this fellow is rather different from what I had heard. He resembles a corpulent." Hongdo murmured softly. "Corpulent? Ahem, this dessert is truly delectable." Jingyi's expression shifted, swiftly covering Hongdo's mouth. "How could you utter the term fat pig in front of others? It might ruin this matchmaking opportunity. We should step outside for a moment." Jingyi smiled and then guided Hongdo out of the room. "Based on my intuition, this fellow is undoubtedly of the same ilk as Ding Xiai. Hongdo, the word you were about to utter is absolutely a taboo. However, it is curious. Having been informed he was a handsome young master, how is it that upon meeting, he presents such a strikingly rotund figure? Speaking of which, their physiques seem rather compatible. Indeed, how charming. There must be some misunderstanding. How could a woman possibly be attracted to such a person?" Ino shook her head. "Perhaps the princess simply has peculiar tastes," Red Bean retorted. "Impossible. Just imagine, he is ostentatious, vain, and resembles a rotund pig. He is nothing but a rare beast. There must be a mistake." Ino and Red Bean ventured into the adjacent room, where they encountered the true princess. "What nonsense are you spouting? That individual is undeniably my beloved, Master Chica," the princess said with a hint of grievance. "What a dashing gentleman. Alas, I cannot witness his splendor up close." As she spoke, the princess fell into a reverie. Red Bean shrugged, while Ino began to question her own perceptions. "How infuriating. Could it be that my taste is flawed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Listen, you must assist me in fulfilling this matchmaking task." "Understood." Ino's response was lackluster. Back in the room. "Are you still anxious?" "Music can indeed be soothing," Chica smiled. With a clap of his hands, a band promptly entered, evidently well prepared. No, there is no need for you to trouble yourself." Ino quickly waved her hand. "Princess Aftiu, do you fancy roses?" Chica inquired once more. "Yes, I adore them," Ino nodded. "Splendid. I too have a great fondness for roses. Their language signifies love." Chica continued smoothly. "However, it seems that the meaning varies with color. Yellow roses signify let us part ways. To differentiate them by color is absurd, for flowers are innocent." Ino, whose family owns a flower shop, felt an urge to curse under her breath. This man, oblivious as he is, presumes to engage in such romantic discourse. Surely, there can't be any woman who would genuinely be drawn to such a fellow. Yet, recalling her task, Ino resolved to endure. Suddenly, the man began to dance. A yellow rose clutched in his mouth, his steps confident, his movements composed, and his smile brimming with self-satisfied affection. Ah! Ino could no longer contain herself and bolted from the room. Meanwhile, on the other side, Night Wind sat by the pond, leisurely equipped with a fishing rod. "Brother, are there really fish here?" Hinata inquired, watching intently. The purpose of fishing is not merely to catch fish. It is rather the act of sitting idly and contemplating. Much like many individuals who pursue fame and material wealth not for the sake of enjoyment, but rather to engage in comparison with others, showcasing their prowess. Thus, I hold the fishing rod, indifferent to whether there are fish in the pond. The night breeze wears a serious expression, yet its words are oddly whimsical. Is there any significance in this? Hinata pouted. The act of fishing itself is difficult to define in terms of meaning, whether one catches a fish. Whether one is truly there to fish, or simply to daydream, is ultimately inconsequential. Bang, 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 bang. In a fit of anger, Ino pounded her fist against the wall. venting her frustrations not far away. You see, the princess is indeed fishing. That charming young man, Chika, is the fish she desires to catch, while Ino serves as her fishing rod. Yet the princess has evidently misconstrued a crucial aspect. She is only aware of the fish's beauty, devoid of any understanding of its habits, its preferred bait, or the quality of the fishing rod. The princess wishes to fish, yet she lacks the skill to do so. Whereas I remain indifferent to the act of fishing itself, merely sitting here in a stupor, the rod serving as mere ornamentation. Nay, the night breeze squinted, casually setting the fishing rod down. He reclined gently, resting his head upon Hinata's lap, gazing at the drifting clouds above. In that moment, he appeared not as an ambitious experimenter or a dangerous man, but rather as a wandering, destitute poet. After all this, you still haven't made your point. Hinata shook her head, expressing her confusion. Thus, the princess anxiously awaited in her chamber, while I could lazily rest upon the lap of the adorable young girl. The princess was fixated on her fishing, while I was attached to nothing. Therein lies the distinction. The night breeze closed his eyes. Most of the necessary tasks had been accomplished, and future plans were all arranged. After traversing through the years, he felt that this recent period was the most leisurely. However, the elder brother must be more burdened than the princess, for she is merely a princess enamored with a man she wishes to marry, while his ambitions are far more profound. The elder brother would inevitably lead a more arduous, solitary, and challenging existence. For the first time, Hinata felt a pang of sympathy for this man. Apart from a handful of loyal subordinates, perhaps there was no one else in the world who cherished this man. Such thoughts, while normal, carried an inherent sadness. There is nothing to lament. I am simply the man I am. The night breeze gradually succumbed to sleep. Hinata attentively shielded him from the sunlight with her body, leaning in slightly, listening to the man's long and tranquil breaths. Time flowed gently, and the pond remained eerily serene. Not far away, 2 exquisite lotus flowers bloomed, while an unattended fishing rod lay idle. Hinata suddenly focused her gaze and noticed that the rod was devoid of bait. This man was certainly not here to fish. He merely sought to daydream and nap. As he had mentioned, while enjoying playful banter with beautiful maidens as the days slipped by. However, perhaps a few hours later, or merely a few minutes, upon awakening, the man would revert to the ruthless, ambitious character he truly was. The world is rife with contradictions, and humanity itself embodies profound contradictions. 2 hours later. Hey, what are you doing? Chika nearly stumbled in the room, only to be instinctively caught by Ino. Then, the genuine princess could no longer contain herself and rushed out. I'm sorry for deceiving you. I am the real princess, Afu. Black Tiger Afu, meow? The princess's face was filled with remorse. Yet, upon witnessing the true princess's appearance, Chika displayed an excited smile. As for Ino, she was completely disregarded by Chika, who couldn't be bothered to acknowledge her. Ah, the superlative figure of my dreams. You are the princess I envision, exclaimed Chika with exuberance. Large red petals cascaded down amidst the cheers of the servants, heralding the emergence of a loving couple. Ino, Red Bean. I pursued someone I do not fancy, striving to cater to his interests, only to be met with disdain. With this thought, Ino's expression darkened. The heart of a young girl lay shattered. No, men must prefer slender girls. Ino cried in frustration. Hey, brother, do you like slender girls? You like me, don't you? Surely, you wouldn't even spare a glance at a plump princess like her. Ino shouted, rushing over and throwing herself into Night Wind's embrace. After 5 years, she once again referred to him as brother. However, Ino was no longer that mischievous little girl, and Night Wind was no longer the idle undercover youth. Well, Ino, indeed, you are quite adorable. The man squinted, refraining from commenting on his preferences, merely patting the girl's head. Let us go. I've had enough rest. Yes, teacher. Yes, brother. The Temple of Fire, the following day. Farewell, Ino. Akamichi gently kissed the little girl on her forehead and waved goodbye. Naruto, having fallen under the influence of the Ketsurigan, now served as a strategic card for Orochimaru. Outwardly, everything remained as usual, yet he had become a pawn of the serpent. Farewell. Nightwind's expression was calm, perhaps even amused. Goodbye, brother and sister Honglien. Ino spoke somewhat nervously, yet with determination. This mission had led her to encounter many unexpected individuals. 3 days later, near the Temple of Fire in the Land of Fire. Nightfall. Teacher, what brings us here? Akamichi inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. The Temple of Fire is renowned as the most illustrious ninja temple in the Land of Fire, as well as the most powerful. It is home to a formidable monk named Jill, who was once one of the 12 guardian ninja, protectors of the feudal lord. Asuma had also been among the 12 guardian ninja. The Temple of Fire holds what I seek. Nightwind replied nonchalantly. Who is it? Jill? Akamichi asked. It is said that Jill practices a peculiar and powerful ninjutsu that allows him to strike at foes invisibly, with formidable defenses. No, I have little interest in Jill. Although his head is valued at 30 million ryo, he is not my primary target. Nightwind shook his head. Then who is it? Minutes later. The trio arrived at the temple's entrance, donned in their usual attire, having not changed into Akatsuki robes. Boom. The sealed iron gate of the Temple of Fire was shattered. The high walls and gates here were specially crafted, making them difficult to breach even for ninjas, yet Nightwind obliterated them effortlessly. The power of the Rinnegan is truly remarkable. Nightwind mused quietly. The ability to manipulate attraction and repulsion is akin to wielding the Rinnegan Shinra Tensei and Banch Tenin. The gate has been destroyed. Quickly, inform Lord Jill. The monks hurriedly rushed to act. Soon, a multitude of monks gathered behind, and Jill stepped forth. Why have you come to disturb the Temple of Fire? Jill frowned. Perceiving the unfamiliar faces before him, unable to discern their identities. With a different appearance, no one recognizes me anymore. It truly saddens this elder. Hand over K. Unless you wish to face total annihilation. Nightwind threatened. 12 years ago, during the Nine Tails turmoil, a significant portion of the Nine Tails chakra overflowed. Some within the Temple of Fire collected this chakra and deliberately nurtured it, subsequently sealing it within the body of a child. That child is K, a youth who possesses a fragment of the Nine Tails chakra. Nightwind's primary objective in coming here is that very individual. If a fight is what you seek, then so be it. I will ensure you regret coming here to cause chaos. Jill retorted coldly. Although the void is not particularly welcomed within the temple, it is nonetheless an integral part of it. How could it simply be relinquished? I shall retrieve it myself, Nightwind declared. His eyes transformed to a frosty azure, akin to Hinata's, adorned with patterns of snowflakes, as a cloak of chakra coalesced around him. Perhaps due to the intricate blend of his bloodline, or for some other reason. Nightwind's Rinnegan chakra cloak manifested in a deep violet hue, rather than the customary green. Such peculiar chakra, and those eyes. Who exactly is this individual? Despite appearing calm, Jill's heart raced with trepidation. The enemy, daring to enter this sanctum, evidently possessed considerable confidence in their abilities. Today, the Temple of Fire was in peril. Hurry, K. Jill commanded. No, I cannot flee like this. I must protect this place. K exclaimed, struggling to break free. Indeed, he harbored disdain for this location. Yet with the Temple of Fire engulfed in crisis, he could not simply abandon it at Jill's behest. What a touching scene this is, Nightwind remarked calmly. The Black Seeker's orb materialized, swiftly hurtling towards Jill. Redbean and Hinata stood ready, tasked with eliminating the less formidable monks. Since he had chosen to strike, Nightwind had no intention of allowing any survivors. Welcome, Thousand Hands Kill. Jill's expression turned grave. In a fleeting moment, golden light flickered behind him, coalescing into a towering golden Buddha statue. The statue remained motionless, yet an invisible force radiated outward. How intriguing. It can slightly impede the Seeker's orb. Nightwind mused with a smile. Seizing this moment of reprieve, Jill narrowly evaded the two orbs launched his way, demonstrating commendable prowess. Such a troublesome adversary. Even my techniques cannot shatter them. Jill's heart sank into despair. He had exerted his utmost, yet those two black orbs remained unscathed. But what of that? Nightwind narrowed his eyes. A formidable gravitational pull erupted suddenly, drawing Jill uncontrollably towards him. A violet-black chakra vortex materialized in his left hand. Infused with the transformative properties of lightning, one of the fruits of his years of training. The Rasengan, originally an A-rank ninjutsu inspired by the tailed beast bomb, would ascend to S-rank upon the infusion of chakra nature transformation. The lightning-infused chakra wielded tremendous offensive power, though it was not without its drawbacks. Without a robust physique to support it, one could easily meet their demise before even striking their foe. Furthermore, the control required was exceedingly high. A moment's inattention could lead to an explosion in one's grasp. Lightning release. Rasengan. Nightwind bellowed. The lightning coalesced into a whirling vortex, racing with ferocity and resounding thunder. Drawn inexorably towards Nightwind, Jill's complexion turned ashen. Suddenly, a figure burst forth, standing resolutely before Dilu. It was none other than Kong. His form radiated with the chakra of the Nine Tails, the crimson energy having already manifested into 3 distinct tails. Boom. The sound of an explosion reverberated through the temple, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. After a considerable pause, Dilu found himself miraculously alive, yet struck by lightning, leaving him unable to command his own body, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Eliminate those foes, but ensure to keep one head intact. I will handle this little rascal, commanded Yefeng. Understood. Immediately, Hinata and Akatsuki set off, circumventing Kong. At this moment, the young boy bore the brunt of the earlier explosion's devastation, yet thanks to the protective shield of the tailed beast chakra, he had not yet succumbed. Truly, the Nine Tails demonstrated remarkable vitality. Yefeng sighed. Behind Kong, a fourth tail began to take shape. The chakra of the Nine Tails resonated profoundly with the boy, even tearing the skin of his body as it forcefully healed him, forming a new layer of dark red skin upon the surface. Kong's aura grew significantly stronger, roaring and howling with intensity. This is the Jinchuriki, or rather, a pseudo-Jinchuriki. Before death, a profound enlightenment. The atmosphere was charged with an intense, overwhelming chakra, a tangible force despite its counterfeit nature. Do you harbor hatred towards me? Alas, I have no time to engage in your games. Every ounce of chakra you expend is a squander of what rightfully belongs to me. The night breeze spoke coldly. Allowing this individual to unleash his techniques would merely deplete his chakra reserves, in essence, wasting his own power. Hiss, the blue and purple chakra began to merge, forming a small orb of deep violet in the air. A tailed beast bomb? You truly are consumed by rage, but will I grant you the opportunity to use it? Scatter. An immense repulsive force erupted, sending the four-tailed form of K directly crashing into the structures behind the Temple of Fire. As for the tailed beast bomb that was just taking shape, it dissipated into nothingness. Boom. The ground suddenly exploded, revealing two enormous hands of red chakra, seemingly intent on crushing Orochimaru. Futile. Nightwind scoffed. The repulsive force surged again, preventing the massive hands from encroaching upon his form. Come here. The battle concluded. In less than 10 minutes, the entire Temple of Fire was left in ruins, littered with corpses and flowing rivers of blood. Red Bean collected the severed head of Delu, while Hinata, having finished the slaughter, remained expressionless. Nightwind extracted the tailed beast chakra from K, absorbing it before ending his life. A great fire engulfed the temple, and the three killers vanished within the flames. The journey to the Temple of Fire had reached its end. A day later, in the underground bounty exchange, Nightwind left Red Bean and Hinata at a hotel to rest, venturing here alone. He was not yet ready to expose Hinata. Concealed weapons often prove more effective than those displayed openly. Long time no see, Orochimaru. I did not expect to find you in the land of fire. Kakuzu approached with a sly grin. Here's the bounty for the head of Delu from the Temple of Fire. Nightwind produced a large black box, casually handing it to Kakuzu. Hehehe, it has been quite a while since you last teamed up with Sasori, hasn't it? The organization is not particularly pleased with you, but considering your generous contribution, I shall refrain from mentioning it. Kakuzu smiled contentedly, accepting the box filled with riches. What does it matter? After all, teaming up is merely a precaution against being killed alone. Let Deidara and Sasori form a team. I hardly believe anyone can take my life. Nightwind asserted confidently. Talking to you is pointless. You must speak to the leader for it to be of any significance. Kakuzu chuckled softly. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave for now. Should there be a task, do summon me. Otherwise, kindly refrain from disturbing my rest. Nightwind rose and departed from the bounty exchange. Kakuzu nodded nonchalantly, his focus firmly fixed on the wealth at hand. Orochimaru could leave if he wished. Even within the Akatsuki, these individuals all possess vulnerabilities. Nightwind mused silently. Although Kakuzu harbored 5 hearts, should they all be destroyed, he too would meet his demise. Furthermore, Kakuzu's avarice for riches serves as a significant weakness. As for Haiden, he is merely a practitioner of repugnant techniques. His combat prowess is notably feeble and relies heavily on the cooperation of others. Moreover, Haiden is a quintessential fool, rendering him even less formidable. As for Sasori, his puppet mastery, while commendable, has its limitations, and his ceiling of potential is not exceedingly high. Deidara boasts commendable offensive capabilities. However, his defensive measures are lacking, making him prone to self-detonation when cornered. Itachi Uchiha, frail and ailing, would have long been consigned to the grave had he not been sustained by medication. This fate is fitting for one who sought to ensnare Uchiha Izumi in a flawless Tsukuyomi. Kisame, the so-called human-tailed beast, is commendable in various respects, yet regrettably, he is rather straightforward, remaining steadfast in performing hand seals and utilizing ninjutsu while others hastily react. Truly, Kisame is rather lackluster. Conan, the spendthrift, wielded the paper jutsu to manipulate 600 billion explosive tags, ultimately obliterating Obito's Sharingan. Kakuzu, please activate voice communication. Then, he was outmaneuvered by Naruto's verbal prowess, achieving enlightenment just before his demise. Pain was but a pawn led by Obito and Kagaya's will. Again, he fell victim to Naruto's rhetoric, gaining clarity before his end. Obito, too, was a mere tool guided by Madara and Kagaya's designs, meeting a similar fate. Madara Uchiha was merely a pawn led by Kagaya's machinations. Naruto, however, rendered his words ineffective against him. Kagaya's son, Black Zetsu, merely sought to save his mother, harboring no ill intentions. It is worth noting that he is but a fragment of Kagaya's chakra, possessing a unique consciousness and persona. Nevertheless, referring to her as mother seems entirely appropriate. In the Sound Village, within the subterranean base, "Master, you have returned," Kabuto greeted respectfully, kneeling partially. Nightwind acknowledged with a nod, stepping into the familiar basement. This is the blood collected from the woman known as White, which has been preserved all along. Kabuto promptly presented the items. Had it not been for his reminder, Nightwind might have forgotten that he had taken this individual with him. Ice release? It is of minimal significance. Nightwind gazed at the blood bags on the plate, then skillfully consumed them. The temperature of the blood slightly elevated, and within the span of less than an hour, he mastered the newly acquired bloodline limit. The ice release is merely an ordinary form of ice. No matter how flamboyant the display, it remains simply a block of ice. Thus, he swiftly relinquished this newly acquired ability after indulging in it momentarily. Eliminate him. Nightwind stated softly. Understood. Obito complied with the command, his scalpel plunging into White's heart. The lifeless body was carried out of the laboratory by two subordinates. Sister. Sister. Hanabi rushed over, leaping into Hinata's embrace, nuzzling affectionately against her. Perhaps due to her prolonged stay in the underground base, Hanabi's complexion had lightened significantly. Nevertheless, her long hair gave her a somewhat distinct appearance from the Hinata of your brother. Upon seeing Nightwind, Hanabi greeted him with respect. Nightwind gently ruffled the little girl's hair in acknowledgement. It feels a bit lonely with one less person, Akamaru murmured softly. It's a pity that Honglian is not here. Otherwise, it would be even livelier. Sasuke, please pay attention to me. A melodramatic voice echoed from the corridor, belonging to Karen. Be quiet. I'm going to challenge Jugo to a duel. Annoying woman. It was evident that Suigetsu's attitude towards women remained unchanged. Despite this, Karen continued to cling to Sasuke, who, while cursing under his breath, refrained from resorting to violence. The enigmatic girl from Konoha, what purpose does she serve? In pursuit of transcending the boundaries of life and science, she delves into the mysteries of ninjutsu and the human form, dedicating herself to the realms of art and beauty, traversing the edges of flames and blades. After the passing of the third Hokage, Tsunade ascended as the fifth Hokage. And nearly half a year has elapsed since then. The earth continues its rotation, indifferent to the absence of any individual. Konoha remains as it has always been. Recently, Naruto embarked on a journey of training with Jiraiya, while the remaining members of Team 7 are each preoccupied with their own pursuits of growth. Were it not for the chaos, it would be said that Konoha is graced by four blossoms: Hinata Hyuga, Ino Yamanaka, Sakura Haruno, and Tenten, acknowledged as beauties by the villagers. Alas, Lady Hinata was abducted long ago. Tenten perished amidst the turmoil of the Chunin exams, and Sakura met her demise at the hands of Sasuke. Consequently, Ino has emerged as the undisputed beauty among them. Recently, a smile has frequently adorned Ino's face, likely due to these circumstances. Good morning, Miss Yamanaka. Good morning, Ino. Early in the morning, as Ino strolled outside, the uncles and aunties she encountered greeted her warmly. This is the privilege of a beautiful maiden. Her captivating presence invites greetings and smiles from all. In contrast, the likes of Naruto Uzumaki, even if absent, would scarcely be noticed by the common folk. What? You mentioned Uzumaki Naruto? Oh, is he the boy with the nine tails? I had almost forgotten he had that name. So what? What relevance does his whereabouts hold for me? Such would likely be the response of a passerby. Good morning, Ino. Another voice chimed in. Good morning. Ino replied, a piece of bread delicately held between her lips. Oh? Do you recall how many pieces of bread you've consumed in the past? Ino truly is beautiful, the voice continued, sounding familiar and distinctly feminine. Indeed, Ino possesses remarkable beauty, her golden locks, pure and profound azure eyes reminiscent of the sea, exquisite features, and a sculpted figure that captivates all who gaze upon her, evoking exclamations of adorableness and allure. Those acquainted with Ino perceive her as a little enchantress. She is often headstrong and somewhat spoiled. Ino-chan, someone elongated her name, even adding the affectionate suffix. Ino, suddenly aware of something, whirled around. What? She exclaimed, observing the attire. A crisp, cool crop top adorned her upper body, while her lower half was clad in black, ultra-short shorts, topped off with a bun hairstyle. Despite minor changes in her appearance, Ino recognized her effortlessly, having spent ample time in her company. Her nickname is Little Red, and her real name is Hongdo. Ah, what a troublesome woman. Hey, don't just come over and rub my face without permission. That's quite rude. The young girl protested, her voice slightly altered due to the face rubbing. We meet again. Young lady, said the young man with a smile. He bore a resemblance to Hongdo, though his appearance had changed somewhat. Nevertheless, his voice remained familiar. As for his attire, he consistently donned a simple black or gray coat, quite unremarkable. Brother, what brings you to Konoha? Ino cautiously inquired, glancing around. Although these two individuals did not match the descriptions on the wanted posters, there was still a risk of exposure. Well, to save the world, Nightwind replied with a grin. Are you treating me like a child? Don't offer me such a casual excuse. Ino retorted with a pout. I created peace. Isn't that tantamount to saving the world? Thus, those who perished before I established peace were contributors to world harmony, though no one would remember their names, the man continued. Quite peculiar, Ino observed suspiciously. Yet she dared not voice her thoughts. After all, it was already a stroke of luck that she had survived this long. She was hesitant to involve herself in the affairs of these two. Come on, Hongdo, we still have a walk to take, Nightwind said. Yes, Hongdo nodded. The two quickly bid farewell to Ino and vanished into the streets of Konoha. The young girl pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided against notifying Konoha. Regardless of these two's intentions, what could Konoha do even if they were aware of this information? If that man were to become enraged, Konoha might not even ensure Ino's safety. The air in the forest was refreshingly crisp. A light rain had fallen the previous night, leaving the earth beneath her feet feeling soft. From atop a small hill, one could gaze far and wide at the Hokage Rock, the bustling town. In the iconic Hokage building, a brown-haired girl was painting there. She wore a simple blue garment and appeared to be around 15 years of age. In the bloom of youth, a subtle sadness graced her delicate features as her brown eyes remained fixated on the canvas before her. When someone approached to admire her work, she remained silent. The scenery of Konoha? It truly is beautifully rendered, but isn't the sky devoid of clouds today? Hongdo couldn't help but comment. The girl painted well. Yet the skies in her artwork were overcast, inconsistent with the clear skies of Konoha at that moment. Pat, pat, pat. Indeed, dark clouds began to gather, and light rain fell from the heavens. Huh? Red Bean gasped in astonishment, while the night breeze chuckled silently, wearing an expression that suggested, as expected. The girl, named Onma Yakumo, was the heir of the Onma clan in Konoha. Despite Yakumo's remarkable talent for illusion techniques, her frail and ailing physique rendered her unable to become a ninja. Her former mentor was none other than the esteemed Yuhi Kurenai. With a swift motion, the girl dipped her brush into a generous amount of white paint, which then descended upon the canvas. A brilliant white lightning bolt struck down from the stormy clouds, crashing directly onto the Hokage building. Boom. Indeed, a bolt of thunder descended, producing an earth-shattering explosion. Flames erupted from the uppermost level of the Hokage building, igniting in an instant. What on earth is happening? Red Bean was bewildered. What a stunning painting, the night breeze marveled. Yet, the girl remained absorbed in her artwork, indifferent to the two strangers and unperturbed by the havoc wreaked upon the Hokage building, her expression remaining notably placid throughout. After a brief moment, having gathered her belongings, the girl prepared to leave this place. However, midway through her departure, two medical ninjas clad in white coats emerged. Before she could utter a word, they swiftly injected her with a paralytic agent and forcibly took her away. It was evident that the Konoha authorities were well aware of this girl's enigmatic abilities. Yagumo witnessed everything unfold, her expression rather intricate. Teacher, what sort of ability is that? Red Bean inquired. To draw what one wishes to see on a canvas, and then have it materialize in reality? It is utterly incomprehensible. The clan of the Arima, it is said, produces a genius every few generations. It appears that the rumors are not entirely unfounded. However, this young girl is rather terrifying, Red Bean could not help but exclaim. That bloodline limit can conjure an illusionary world that closely resembles reality. If she so desires, she can manifest anything her imagination conjures, Night Wind remarked. Are there no limitations? Red Bean asked. Of course there are. For example, if she wishes for someone to perish, she must envision that person being struck by lightning or slashed by a blade. In reality, lightning may indeed strike, or a knife may inexplicably fall from the sky, but whether that person actually dies depends on their own strength. It is not guaranteed to be fatal, Night Wind elucidated. Why would she choose to strike the Hokage building with lightning? Red Bean further questioned. Even in a rebellious phase, there seems to be no need for such animosity towards the Hokage. A single misstep leads to further errors. You can see, can't you, that the child is not in good health? Night Wind replied. Red Bean nodded in agreement. As Yagumo packed away her easel and tools, she struggled under the burden. Subsequently, she encountered Konoha's medical ninjas, lacking even the strength to resist, and was swiftly administered a paralyzing agent before being taken away. Her health had never been robust as a child, making the path of a ninja nearly impossible. Even attending Ninja Academy was a challenge. And then, if you wish to know, go meet her. The following day at the Ritamiyama Manor. In an effort to control Yagumo's powers, Konoha placed her under house arrest in this manner, monitored by 2 medical ninjas and a member of the Umbu. However, the opposite effect ensued. As Yagumo grew increasingly resentful of Konoha, her act of striking the Hokage building with lightning yesterday stemmed from an uncontrollable surge of hatred. Once, she had visits from Kurenai Yuhi, but now, no one came to see her. Little girl, do you really intend to reside in such a place? 2 strangers entered the room. Yagumo cast a glance and recognized them as the 2 strangers she had encountered while painting on the mountain the previous day. What is this? This room is far too dim. Those Konoha folks are truly inconsiderate, Red Bean remarked with irritation. The entire room was shrouded in a sinister darkness, devoid of light. The illumination dim and dreary. Yagumo remained silent. You were once a student of Kurenai Yuhi, correct? And you belong to the Arima clan. Why did you attack the Hokage building yesterday? Red Bean asked directly. Are you ninjas? Indeed. You have managed to evade the watchful eyes of the darker forces and arrived here. Yakumo finally uttered her first words. Your physique appears frail. It seems unlikely you could ever become a ninja, yet I am still curious as to why you would act against Konoha, Red Bean continued. Are you affiliated with Konoha? The young girl glanced at the 2 of them and remarked indifferently. No, we are merely intrigued by you, Red Bean replied. The 3rd Hokage, it was during his tenure. He dispatched individuals to slay my parents and sought to eliminate me as well. Konoha has long regarded me as a monster, Yakumo sighed. When she recounted the events of the past, her countenance visibly shifted. It was during her childhood when her entire family perished in flames. Her parents succumbed to that calamity, and she alone survived. Surely, it was due to the former Hokage's trepidation regarding her bloodline limit that he desired her demise. This was Yakumo's conviction. They claimed it was merely an ordinary fire, yet concealed the autopsy reports and even denied me the chance to view the bodies. I harbor a deep disdain for this village, Yakumo lamented. Ultimately, do you not also lack evidence? How can you be certain that a ninja from Konoha was responsible for the killings? Yifeng interjected unexpectedly. At that time, I was frail and ailing, unable to train and become a competent ninja. However, my bloodline limit and abilities had undoubtedly been discovered, and Konoha was certainly aware of my existence, Yakumo asserted with conviction. In truth, I too hold little fondness for that old man. However, this matter is genuinely not his concern. During that period, he was likely preoccupied with the Uchiha issue. Having no time to meddle with the Kurama clan, Yifeng remarked. Are you deliberately stating this to provoke me into ending your lives? Yakumo's anger flared. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in her eyes as she fixed her gaze upon the 2 before her. An illusionary realm that governs the 5 senses, is it? I have long wished to experience it, Yifeng taunted. Observing this, Red Bean remained silent, merely shrugging her shoulders. Then perish within the illusion. Yakumo gritted her teeth and activated her bloodline limit. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed entirely into a fragmented, surreal world of illusion. Countless paintings adorned the ground, surrounded by a distorted space. Brushes and paints floated in midair, and everything here was under Yakumo's dominion. Pain, smell, sight, hearing, taste. Should one die here, the body in reality would also perceive it as death. One day, I shall exact vengeance upon Konoha. Individuals like you cannot waver my resolve. Do you have any final words before your demise? Yakumo spoke coldly. Little did she know that the two individuals before her were entirely impervious to the influence of this illusory realm. After all, the kaleidoscope Sharingan was renowned for its formidable prowess and illusionary techniques. Is that truly the case? Does this domain genuinely belong to you? Or is it possible that the true master here is not you at all? Hongdo chuckled softly. With the activation of the kaleidoscope, she rendered herself immune to the sensory distortions imposed by this illusionary space. Is reality truly as you envision it? You frequently employ illusions, yet remain blind to the truth. I once pondered what the reality was, but upon being brought into this space, the truth became clear to me in an instant. Hongdo smiled. Humph, perish. A portrait of Hongdo materialized in Yakumo's hand, and with paint, she effaced Hongdo's head. This individual would experience the excruciating agony of decapitation, and their corporeal form in the real world would ultimately perish as well. Futile, you cannot control my senses. Hongdo's form remained unaltered, wholly intact. Such illusions may intimidate ordinary ninjas, but they are ineffective against masters of illusion. Without the ability to dominate an opponent's senses, one cannot extinguish their spirit. You linger in this realm of illusion, yet remain oblivious to the true monstrosities that surround you, Hongdo remarked once more. In her mind, a monstrous entity stirred. Yagumo furrowed her brow in contemplation, when suddenly, the paints around her began to animate. The colors on the canvas, along with the unused pigments, coalesced into a gargantuan figure. The creature resembled a humanoid form, yet its skin was as dark as night, with a visage akin to that of a malevolent spirit, crowned with two horns. As the monster emerged, forgotten memories flooded Yagumo's consciousness. At that time, Yagumo's health was frail, and both her parents and teachers urged her to abandon her aspirations of becoming a ninja, advocating instead for a life of normalcy. Pursuing the path of a ninja would likely exacerbate her already precarious health. Thus, a monster took residence within her heart, birthing an alternate persona filled with a thirst for vengeance and rage, the very embodiment of the creature that now loomed before her. It was this malevolent spirit that escaped and caused the fire that claimed Yagumo's parents, possessing the power to influence the tangible world. After that incident, she buried the truth, mistakenly believing that assassins from the village had targeted her family. This was the reality of her existence. How could it have been like this? Yagumo snapped back to the present, her face stained with tears. Regret, resentment, and shame surged within her. A kunai materialized out of thin air, poised to strike her own throat. She no longer wished to endure in this world. Why would you choose to end your own life? The monster voiced, intercepting the kunai with its words. It was a fragment of Yagumo's psyche, the darkest and most vengeful aspect of her being. It is you, the source of this girl-esque tragedy. Hongdo emerged, her gaze icy as she regarded the creature. Ha! What nonsense are you uttering? I am Yagumo. I am also a part of Arima Yagumo. I am the one who killed those two. What difference does it make? The monster cackled with abandon. Yagumo, clutching her head in despair, sank helplessly to the ground, tears flowing uncontrollably. Indeed, it was the monster within her that had slain her parents. A creation born of her own hatred and fury. Obstructionist. Die. The monster roared, and suddenly, a corrosive blue liquid manifested in the surroundings. If killed in this realm, death would follow in the real world. Who do you take me for? You think such tactics can defeat me? A formless barrier arose before Hongdo, absorbing the assault. Eliminate it. Destroy this monster within your heart. It is, in truth, your genuine adversary, is it not? Yukari, this is not the time for weakness, Hongdo exclaimed. The monster itself originated from Yukari. Only she could truly eradicate this persona, although she and the night breeze could forcibly invade this space with illusions. Controlling the degree of their power proved to be a formidable challenge. If they exerted too much force, it might adversely affect Yukari's own psyche. Please, disappear. Another me, please vanish. Yukari sobbed as she grasped a kunai. The monster did not evade. It was pierced directly in the head by Yukari's true self. Why? I have done so much for you. Your hatred, your anger. I assisted you in eliminating those individuals. Why must you seek to destroy me? The monster was perplexed. Born from hatred and rage, it was inherently incapable of comprehending other emotions or understanding what it truly meant to be human. Ultimately, it was merely a distorted creation. Night Breeze shook his head. If this creature possessed sufficient intelligence, it would have long since usurped control of Yukari's body. Yet, it was incomplete and lacked the necessary wisdom. Yukari wished to obliterate it, and it did not even attempt to evade. Release. The illusionary world collapsed, returning the surroundings to their normal state. In Yukari's studio, 3 individuals slowly opened their eyes. What a good child. You have triumphed over the monster within your heart. Hongdo smiled with satisfaction, gently patting Yukari's head. Thank you. The girl remained silent for 2 minutes before finally speaking. She had uncovered the truth of the past and eliminated the original perpetrator, yet she felt no joy. What path lay ahead? Her family would hardly accept her as a monster. Teacher Akane had long since passed away, and Konoha would not nurture her. They would only assign people to monitor her 24 hours a day. Come with us. Only by following us can you become a formidable ninja, Hongdo asserted. Who are you? Yukari lifted her head, scrutinizing the 2 individuals before her. They had not previously specified who they were, only stating that they were not ninjas from Konoha. Had they come for her? You must have heard this name. What? Orochimaru? You are among those who destroyed Konoha? You are the villains, aren't you? Yukari was taken aback. The infamous Orochimaru had appeared before her. No wonder her illusionary space had no effect on these 2. When Orochimaru was still a ninja of Konoha, her parents were probably still children. One of the legendary Sannin, a contemporary of the 5th Hokage. What is wrong with being a villain? Come with us. Only by staying by Lord Orochimaru's side can your body receive healing. And then you can cultivate to become a formidable ninja, continued Hongdo. My resolute ambition is to restore my clan. I will not accompany you. The young girl hesitated momentarily before asserting her stance. To join the ranks of the rogue ninjas of Konoha for the sake of power contradicted her original intentions. If that were the case, she would rather forego such strength altogether. Is that so? It seems you have misjudged the situation. If you do not leave with us, I assure you that the members of the Onma clan will not survive beyond 2 days, Yefeng stated calmly. This young girl's bloodline limit, while not particularly strong, possessed a remarkable ability to alter reality, aside from the manipulation of her 5 senses. It may not rival Izanagi in its formidable capabilities, but it excelled in its minimal consumption and lack of significant cost. Ayakumo's complexion turned pale. Her already fair skin appeared even more ghostly. If you do not obediently submit to Lord Orochimaru's service, your kin will indeed be slaughtered, and it is even possible that your parents' graves will be disturbed, Hongdo whispered. Leaning closer, she held a favorable impression of the young girl and did not wish to witness her demise. Then, will you guarantee that no harm will come to my clan? Ayakumo ultimately relented. With the 3rd Hokage having fallen at Orochimaru's hands, she found herself devoid of any means or opportunity for resistance. Of course, the following day, at the dessert shop on Maple Leaf Street, 2 young individuals indulged in delectable treats. The man appeared somewhat languid, while the woman wore a radiant smile. Opposite them sat a young girl, her expression devoid of emotion. The bloodline limit of the Arima family was not particularly formidable. The ability to control the 5 senses to slay through illusions was hardly a power to boast about. Yet, the capacity to alter reality was rather impressive. Although the extent of modification was limited, one could simply draw an apple on a canvas, and lo and behold, an apple would truly materialize. Such a notion resembled that of a perpetual motion machine. If one could dine without incurring any expense, wouldn't that be splendid? It was difficult not to concur with the musings of Red Bean, who savored red bean cake. A perfect match. Red Bean beamed with joy. Fate, however, is often enigmatic. For instance, the flower shop belonging to the Ino family was not far from this street, perhaps a mere 20 meters away. One might imagine Ino, on a whim, desiring to sample the desserts at this establishment. And then, perhaps, Ino would be caught by Red Bean. Ino-chan. Red Bean's excited voice rang out. Night Wind suddenly found himself pondering a question. Was Red Bean, in fact, bisexual? There was something suspicious about the glint in her eyes, as if she were intent on devouring the golden-haired girl before her. Who is she? Ino inquired cautiously. Oh, her name is Arima Yakumo. She was abducted by us. Red Bean replied nonchalantly. Hey, sister, you truly are a dangerous individual, aren't you? Were you really drawing closer to me with the intent of abducting me as well? Ino quivered slightly. Well, that is not exactly the case. The primary objective is this child's blood. After all, our teacher does not keep idlers, only lab rats. However, if Ino-chan wishes to live with me, sister would be more than delighted to welcome you, Red Bean responded, flashing a dazzling smile. Regardless of the perspective, there was something unsettling about that grin. Sister, please don't speak so loudly. You might be perceived as a suspicious character, Ino remarked, gradually losing her ability to critique. As for the current state of Konoha, oh right, the fifth Hokage is that curvaceous figure, Isntishi. I've seen her photograph before, Red Bean exclaimed, seemingly lost in thought. Teacher, do you fancy such a curvaceous form? No, it can't be. Surely you prefer women with a more balanced physique, Red Bean speculated aloud. I am drawn to beautiful eyes. A girl with captivating eyes appears to me as particularly charming. However, that does not impede my willingness to eliminate those who are necessary to vanquish, Nightwind mused after a moment as contemplation. In truth, physique and appearance are not matters of great significance. After all, he is a doctor, whether it be facial cosmetic surgery or body sculpting. Such feats are merely within his grasp. Is it not said that the eyes are the windows to the soul? Through them, one can behold the vastness of the universe and countless brilliant stars. Beautiful eyes possess a unique allure, some resembling sparkling gemstones, others adorned with rare and exquisite colors worthy of collection, and some embodying a pure and gentle beauty that evokes warmth. However, such enchanting eyes are a rarity. Most individuals possess eyes that reflect nothing but numbness, as if the very word could be etched upon them. But yes, Red Bean has transplanted a kaleidoscope. These eyes no longer belong to her. Red Bean's original eyes remain preserved in a laboratory. Should the day come when she is no longer needed as a formidable and useful subordinate, he will perform surgery to restore those eyes. The gray-brown hue of her irises is exceedingly rare. Inoue, your eyes are also quite lovely. The man emerged from his reverie, casting a gaze upon the young girl. Oh dear. Inoue felt a chill in her heart, as if she were being scrutinized by some primordial beast. Indeed, golden hair must be complemented by such deep blue eyes reminiscent of the ocean, with a slender and proportionate figure and legs that boast artistic curves. Her fair, delicate skin glistens beneath the sunlight, and though she is the spoiled daughter of a noble family, her gaze embodies the vastness and depth of the sea, infused with tenderness and mystery. This is what constitutes a beautiful girl. A mere glance is enough to bring delight. Though I am neither enamored with blonde hair nor infatuated with Lolas, Nightwind mused to himself. Suddenly, his gaze drifted away from Inoue, and after sipping his juice, he resumed staring blankly out the window. What does it mean to be neither fond of blonde hair nor Lolas? Surely, it indicates a more dubious form of perversion. Inoue thought silently, restraining herself from voicing such sentiments. Teacher, I have finished. Red Bean set down her plate and embraced Inoue, playfully squishing the girl's soft cheeks. Nightwind acknowledged with a sound, his gaze traversing the bustling streets outside, observing the unknown. Yagumo had an almost imperceptible presence. Unlike Nightwind, Yagumo merely bowed her head, her expression resembling that of a marionette in a stupor. Yet, no one paid her any mind. A month later, at the base, Chitos, blue electric sparks flickered, and on the other side of the youth stood a monster transformed by a curse mark. Too slow, too slow. Raigu's body moved with a ghostly swiftness, nearly invisible to the naked eye, leaving only his afterimages in the arena. The two battled for 5 minutes, rather than a fight. It seemed as though Sasuke was merely on the receiving end of a relentless beating. Though the situation appears dire, it is evident that Sasuke has made considerable progress. After all, there was a time when he could be subdued with but a single hand by Jugo. Then it escalated to 2 hands. And now it necessitates the use of cursed seals. This evolution is rather conspicuous, is it not? With a resounding crash, Sasuke coughed up blood, creating a substantial dent in the wall. Jugo's ability to wield natural chakra renders him exceptionally formidable, making it exceedingly challenging to inflict injury upon him, let alone defeat him. Sasuke, perhaps you should take a moment to rest, Karen suggested from the sidelines. Yet, Sasuke remained unchanged, preferring silence unless absolutely necessary. You infatuated fool, Mizuki remarked with a smirk. What? Mizuki, do you wish to fight? You scoundrel. Well, I shall no longer require blood. Nightwind stated calmly as he consumed the blood from the pouch. Indeed, my lord, Ayakumo replied, her expression devoid of emotion. After spending a month in this place, she had come to grasp its essence. Orochimaru had kept his promise, granting her a blood curse seal that fortified her frail physique. In exchange, she had provided blood to this man throughout the month. I am in need of a maid, Akane had declared. Consequently, Nightwind relinquished his intentions of violence and entrusted Ayakumo to Akane's care from that day forth. As time passed, another week slipped by. I shall train my little maid, Akane announced. Nightwind nodded in agreement, deciding not to bring Akane along this time. Brother, I want to join too. Hinata suddenly emerged. Oh, Nightwind acknowledged with a nod. In the land of the ghosts, the time has finally come. With the dark medical ninjutsu developed specifically for tonight, I shall awaken the malevolent spirits and unify the realm. A middle-aged man with long hair stands upon a towering cliff, gazing down at the heavily guarded seal below. He channels his chakra into the four figures clad in white before him, and under the cover of night, they commence their assault. This is the place where the consciousness of the malevolent spirits is sealed. To return to this world is truly nostalgic. It has been long since we last met. Lord Morio, who are you? Do you not remember? I am Huang Quan. The ghostly army has been resurrected. An army devoid of life has risen. These battle puppets feel no pain and will regenerate even when destroyed, functioning entirely as machines of war. The last time Morio commanded these forces to attack the entire ninja realm, he was ultimately sealed by the priestess of the ghost country. The souls and bodies were sealed separately within the underground shrine of the ghost country and the shrine of the swamp country. Brother, where are we going? Hinata inquired curiously. The ninja realm has begun to stir, and many have taken notice of that army. Huang Quan clearly intends to eliminate the current priestess of the sealing technique and retrieve Morio's physical form from the swamp country. To the ghost country, replied Nightwind. Isn't that place engulfed in turmoil? It seems many ninjas are heading there as well, Hinata remarked. To protect Priestess Cheyenne, the ghost country has made numerous preparations, such as recruiting many soldiers, seeking assistance from various nations, and hiring ninjas for her protection. Precisely because it is so bustling, we must go there. Nightwind gently said, patting Hinata's head. Over the past few years, he has absorbed a considerable amount of tailed beast chakra, significantly enhancing his own. In terms of sheer quantity, he is not far from Kisame's level. However, it is still insufficient. To consume even stronger and greater chakra, he must possess a more formidable body, akin to the immortal forms of the tailed beasts. To become the ultimate being, an indestructible body is essential. Although the eight-headed serpent is a forbidden technique, its combat power is not particularly strong. Hence he seeks the power of the ancient creature Morio. Brother, can I assist you this time? Hinata asked once more. To grow strong and become a useful person is a fundamental requirement as a subordinate of Orochimaru. Yes, Hinata will undoubtedly be of help. She has become quite remarkable, Nightwind replied softly. Really? Indeed. 2 weeks later, in the ghost country, Huang Quan's subordinates have indeed launched an attack, with the aim of assassinating the current priestess, Cheyenne. The priestess possesses two abilities. Firstly, she can seal resurrected malevolent beings. And secondly, she can foresee certain future events, including the deaths of individuals. Continue. Reinforce the guards around the priestess's chamber. A group of soldiers rushed past. Despite the formidable might of the adversaries, not a single soul among the defenders faltered. They would rather perish than abandon the shrine maiden. Lady Cheyenne must have foreseen this moment long ago, one of the guards lamented. The shrine maiden possesses the ability to predict the future. She must have known of the impending attack. No matter. If my life can be sacrificed for the shrine maiden, it is precisely what I desire. Another guard proclaimed. Suddenly, four spectral figures clad in white leapt forth, shattering the floors as they made their way towards Lady Cheyenne's chamber. These four were subordinates of the underworld, infused with its chakra, each exuding immense power. Lady Cheyenne, intruders have breached the sanctum. Please, seek refuge. A guard cried out, only to be met with death one after another, as the walls of the chamber crumbled under the assault. Ha ha ha! The invaders erupted in maniacal laughter. Upon entering the room, they beheld a golden-haired girl, half kneeling on the floor, adorned in a white garment meant for slumber. She appeared to be around 15 years of age, with a slender figure and lavender eyes. Four ruthless fiends stood before her, yet Cheyenne remained unperturbed, an expression of resigned acceptance upon her visage. She was acutely aware of the imminent events, and thus felt no urgency. Well, little girl, have you surrendered? One of the figures in white taunted. As he casually tossed a few shurikens, a guard who had risen from the ground shielded himself with his body. Cheyenne's countenance remained impassive. She had foreseen these occurrences long ago, yet foreknowledge did not grant her the power to alter fate. Since the day she became the Shrine Maiden, she had witnessed the demise of countless individuals. Death had long since ceased to hold any weight for her. And now, there shall be no one left to protect you. The four figures advanced slowly. With all the guards slain, none remained to safeguard the Shrine Maiden's life. Do not rejoice too soon. The Shrine Maiden will not fall into the hands of scoundrels like you. A voice resonated. A girl with ice-blue eyes emerged from the shadows, her green chakra enveloping her. As she clutched 2 orbs of enlightenment in her hands, a man stepped forth, his eyes glinting with a crimson hue. 5 senses control, Blood Moon, he declared. A Jinjutsu merging the primary celestial god with the bloodline limit of 5 senses control. Ice release, Ice Dragon technique. Lightning release, Spiraling Sphere. As the primary body activated the illusion, 2 shadow clones sprang into action, each launching their respective jutsu. Silver Will Rebirth Explosion. Hinata unleashed several orbs of enlightenment from her right palm, spinning them with both hands. The orbs, coated in green chakra, formed a silver halo, which then emitted a tremendous whirlwind. Boom. The entire hall was obliterated, reduced to a landscape of ruins. Damn ninja. In an instant. 3 of the 4 figures clad in white were slain, their bodies disintegrated into countless fragments. The only one who managed to escape was endowed with the unique powers of the underworld, yet he suffered the loss of an arm and immediately fled. Shall we pursue him? Hinata inquired. No need, let us first locate the priestess, replied Night Breeze, shaking his head. As they attempted to intercept the 4 individuals, Shiwan had already opened the back door of the room and slipped away. Although the priestess was not his primary objective, he was intrigued by her abilities and could not allow Shiwan to depart unchallenged. The secret passage was intricate and convoluted, ultimately leading them to a waterfall. Why have you stopped? Night Breeze and Hinata approached to find Shiwan sitting on the ground, lost in thought. I lack the strength to continue. Besides, you would come looking for me eventually, Shiwan stated calmly. Your names, Orochimaru and Hinata, am I correct? The one who is sealed wishes to be revived. While your goal is, Shiwan spoke in fragmented sentences. You truly possess the ability to foresee the future, Hinata marveled. This was undoubtedly her first encounter with the priestess, yet the latter already knew her name. It seemed she had some inkling of their intentions. 85 Zun. You know who I am, and thus you should also be aware of my purpose in the land of the spirits. Should I fail to obtain what I desire, even if the malevolent beings do not bring about the ruin of this realm, I shall still bring destruction upon it. The Night Breeze carried a chilling tone. Indeed, Ziyuan nodded silently. Unlike others, she could perceive the true essence of this man at a glance. He was not a being deserving of the label human. Within him resided a twisted soul, a creature bearing 8 serpentine heads. After a brief moment, the trio commenced their journey towards the sealed shrine of the spirit kingdom. Can you see the future? Hinata inquired softly, carrying Ziyuan on her back. Yes, Ziyuan replied with a calm demeanor. Then can you foresee the fate of that resurrected monster? Hinata asked, her curiosity piqued. A battle, came Ziyuan's simple yet enigmatic response. What kind of battle? Hinata pressed further. It is a fierce struggle deep within the molten lava, reminiscent of hell itself. After a prolonged period of confinement, the creature awakens. And the white serpent and the crimson horde clash, with blood flowing like rivers. A millennium has passed, and the people on the ground are as numerous as grains of sand. The specters visiting the imprisoned monstrosity give rise to yet another abomination, Ziyuan spoke slowly. Her voice ethereal and devoid of emotion, akin to that of a marionette. By the way, what was the deal with that waterfall? It seems rather peculiar to encounter a waterfall on the path of escape, Night Wind commented nonchalantly. That was where I used to bathe, Ziyuan replied. Right. Shall we not bring any of Ziyuan's subordinates along? It is just the 3 of us, Hinata asked. They are merely useless followers. Bringing them would be a burden. Ziyuan remarked coldly, though inwardly she cared deeply for those who had perished for her sake. Yet, she felt powerless to alter the situation, leading her to feign indifference. Had they known that the priestess they protected was such a being, perhaps they would have reconsidered their commitment to her safety, thereby granting themselves a chance at survival. Truly, the malevolent Asahi is to blame. The priestess is, after all, a gentle maiden with a warm heart beneath her cold exterior. It is somewhat pitiful to contemplate. Ah, indeed. The one who empathized with the priestess was Hinata, while a certain man merely admired her eyes, paying little heed to other matters. As evening fell, the trio set up camp atop a high cliff, as Ziyuan required rest, while the ninja had traversed for days and nights without issue. Ziyuan's body was akin to that of an ordinary person. Not only after several days, but even a single sleepless night would render her weary. Let us rest here for the night, Night Wind suggested softly. In Hinata's capable hands, 2 tents were erected, one large and one small. Within the spatial scrolls, there exists an ample supply of items such as blankets, food, and fresh water. Ziyuan took a couple of bites from a biscuit, but found it too unpalatable to swallow, ultimately expelling it from her mouth and discarding the remnants. Truly, she embodies the essence of a young lady. Yefeng chuckled softly, harboring no anger. After all, it was not he who was hungry, so what right did he have to be vexed? What does Miss Ziyuan wish to eat? Hinata inquired gently. Concern etched upon her features. If it were possible to fulfill her desires, perhaps it would be prudent to indulge her a little. Meat? I desire meat, Ziyuan proclaimed, taking advantage of Hinata's gentle demeanor, speaking without reservation. Oh, meat, you say? Hinata glanced around, activated her Byakugan, and after a few moments, successfully captured a wild rabbit. Hey, Hinata, can you cook roasted rabbit? Yefeng asked, somewhat astonished. Not really, but it shouldn't be too difficult, Hinata replied with a smile. How could one eat the flesh of such a lovely creature? Ziyuan interjected suddenly. Thud. Yefeng lightly tapped Ziyuan's head. Indeed, if rabbits are so adorable, how could we consume their meat? Perhaps we should feast upon Ziyuan instead. Human flesh might prove to be quite delectable, he retorted with a hint of irritation. You wouldn't dare harm me. What use are such threats? Ziyuan scoffed, curling her lip. The outcome of the revived monster versus the creature before her was still unclear. But one thing was certain, she had survived until now. Is that so? Yefeng seized Ziyuan's right hand, swiftly driving a shuriken through her palm. Ah, she shrieked. But her mouth was promptly silenced with a bandage. Did you anticipate that you would be tormented? If you disobey, I wouldn't hesitate to sever your hand. Losing an arm would hardly diminish your capabilities, Yefeng coldly remarked, licking the blood from the shuriken. Ziyuan's cheeks streamed with tears, her delicate form trembling slightly. How dare these two wretched individuals treat her thus? You are not a shrine maiden in my presence. Do not presume you hold any elevated status. Do you understand? Yefeng continued, crushing one of Ziyuan's finger bones. She bit down hard on her lip, the pain causing her to draw blood, her body quivering even more intensely. Yet, the shrine maiden proved to be far more resilient than she appeared. Her willpower was commendable. Even so, she managed to endure. Answer me. If you comprehend, nod your head. Otherwise, I will methodically crush each of your bones. With my medical expertise, I can mend them, only to shatter them again. Once, twice, thrice, and so forth. Crack. Another finger bone was crushed. Ziyuan nodded eagerly, and only then did the man loosen the bandages. I understand. I understand. Please stop. Ziyuan pleaded, tears streaming down her face. This man was indeed a devil. In her entire life, she had never endured such physical torment. Her assailant was also the one who saved her life. The goddess of fate truly had a penchant for cruel humor. She had been spared, yet her future seemed destined to be entwined with this individual. What do you intend to do? I will obey you from now on, Ziyuan stammered, taking 2 steps back. As she noticed Yefeng approaching, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Do not worry. The master does not wish to harm you, Hinata reassured her. Not wish to harm me? What a jest. This man. Ziyuan gasped. Orochimaru enveloped her in his embrace and sank his teeth into her neck. Instead of the excruciating pain she had anticipated, an unusual warmth radiated from the site of the bite. Blood curse seal, he intoned, a technique formed from Yefeng's unique blood and chakra. It bore resemblance to Tsunade's creation rebirth, possessing formidable restorative properties. Remember, from this day forth, you shall be my subordinate. You must address me as Lord Orochimaru. Do you understand? Yefeng released his grip, speaking in a calm tone. Yes, my lord. Ziyuan replied, her expression vacant. The wounds on her hands healed at a visible pace, leaving no trace of scars behind. Indeed, this man's medical prowess was terrifying. After half an hour, the roasted rabbit is ready, Hinata cheerfully exclaimed, inviting her brother and Miss Ziyuan to join in. Although it was her first attempt at preparing roasted rabbit, Hinata managed it splendidly. It appeared delectable and emitted an enticing aroma. Thank you, Ziyuan replied, beginning to savor the meat, which indeed tasted delightful. Is Lord Orochimaru not eating? Ziyuan cautiously inquired, having gained some understanding of this man's temperament. Any reckless behavior in his presence would surely lead to punishment. Well, since it is made by Hinata, I shall have a taste, Nightwind said, approaching after having just reprimanded Ziyuan, lost in thought as he enjoyed the night breeze. How does it taste, brother? Hinata asked with a smile. Not bad, Nightwind replied, finishing a rabbit leg but leaving the remaining meat untouched. You should rest early. With that, he retreated into the smaller tent, leaving the larger one for Hinata and Ziyuan. Isn't Lord Orochimaru a rogue ninja from the Land of Fire? What brings him to the affairs of the Land of Ghosts? Ziyuan mused, feeling quite uncomfortable in this forced situation. If you wish to avoid involving the Land of Ghosts, it is best to obediently follow him. Your role is quite special. He would not easily kill or abandon you, Hinata said earnestly, her expression serious. Sighing, Ziyuan felt drowsy and somewhat lost. I shall sleep now. Shortly after, Hinata tidied up and joined Ziyuan in slumber. Being two women, there was nothing amiss about sharing a bed. The night passed in silence. The next day, after a light breakfast, the trio resumed their journey. Ziyuan had become much more well-behaved, refraining from complaining about the unappetizing provisions. Being carried on Hinata's back, she felt her heart race as they traversed the cliff's edge. Although she expressed a slight complaint, her demeanor had improved significantly otherwise. Isn't there a path through the forest? Why must we walk along the cliff by the river? Ziyuan's voice trembled slightly. While ninjas were surely accustomed to various terrains, she had never experienced such an exhilarating mode of travel before. Do not worry. You won't fall. Hinata reassured her with a smile. 3 hours later, a colossal water dragon suddenly emerged from the river, clearly a trap set by ninjas lying in ambush ahead. Given the amount of chakra emanating from it, it was likely the same ninja who had barely escaped the previous day. Do you still dare to ambush us? Seeking death? Nightwind scoffed. Ice release. Ice dragon technique. A massive volume of water was drawn from the river, forming a lifelike, formidable ice dragon. Bang! The ice dragon collided with the water dragon, ultimately shattering it. It was over. The battle concluded in less than 2 minutes. Although the subordinates dispatched by Huang Quan possessed a modicum of the power of the race, they were still too feeble. The trio resolved the issue and continued on their journey. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen once more. Brother, there is a powerful aura emanating from the cave ahead, Hinata said, carrying Cheyenne and pointing toward a vast cavern in the distance. Outside lay the countless undead legion, indicating that Huang Quan had arrived at this place, where the wraith's corporeal forms were sealed. Yet, it remained uncertain how far along the resurrection of that malevolent being had progressed. Let us proceed directly inside, Night Wind commanded. He had not come here to vanquish the creature, but to absorb its power, a fact that Cheyenne had already discerned. The mindless soldiers posed no obstacle to the trio. They could be troublesome for ordinary people, but for ninjas, a horde of animated stone figures was utterly insignificant. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the temperature steadily increased, the air growing hot enough to ignite. Finally, they entered an interior filled with a sea of molten lava, where the wraith's physical form was sealed. The soul of that malevolent entity resided within Huang Quan, and it merely needed a body to be reborn. Judging purely by size, the wraith's physique was likely several times larger than that of a tailed beast. You have grown, resembling Mithriya quite a bit, a man's voice echoed. It was Huang Quan. The Mithriya he referred to was the previous priestess, Cheyenne's mother. You must have heard of me. I am Huang Quan. My ambitions were once thwarted by your mother. Do you remember that day? As the one leading the resurrected wraith, I am about to seize control of a millennium-old kingdom. Without your mother, this world would have long been mine, the man proclaimed, lost in his own thoughts. Oh, it seems you suffer from a delusion. Nightwind couldn't help but laugh. At most, the wraith is merely a tailed beast-level force. To think you could conquer the world relying on a single-tailed beast is sheer folly. Unless one reaches a power level beyond the 6 paths, unifying the world is but a distant dream. The wraith and the priestess were originally one entity, both stemming from the same existence. The so-called priestess could seal the wraith only because the two existences were intertwined, their consciousnesses suppressing one another. What a pity that those fools failed to kill you, Huang Quan remarked nonchalantly. However, at this moment, the entity controlling that body was no longer Huang Quan himself, but rather the soul of the malevolent spirit, W. Engliing. Upon arriving at this place, I have finally reclaimed my corporeal form. Ah, by the way, should you wish to attempt to seal me away, feel free to try, W. Engliing chuckled darkly. A flicker of purplish-black light emerged, plunging into the molten lava below. No, I am not here to seal you. This woman is merely my captive, Yifeng replied calmly. He cast a glance at Hinata, signaling her to keep Ji Yuan nearby. His intent in coming here was to devour W. Engliing. How could he allow Ji Yuan to seal it away? Ha ha ha. Mortal, what brings you here? The voice echoed from every direction. The lava seemed to blaze even more fiercely, gradually becoming tumultuous. From the searing magma emerged a creature entirely cloaked in purplish black. Towering over 100 meters, it lacked a definitive shape, its body morphing with ease. The serpent-like head and form bore blood red. Enormous eyes, its fangs bared, and its cavernous maw reminiscent of an abyss. Each colossal serpent resembled a frenzied dragon, and when dozens of such serpents coiled together, they formed the ancient, world-devouring monster, W. Ing. A grand feast, a funeral, the banquet is about to commence. Ho ho ho, insignificant humans. Let me witness what you are capable of. Roar, another monstrous entity has emerged in the realm of magma. A dense black chakra accumulates in this expansive molten world. The acrid scent of blood permeates the air, inducing nausea. That, indeed, is Lord Orochimaru. Hinata gazes in astonishment at the creature. Cheyenne is rendered speechless. The scene from her dreams now materializing before her. The magma grows increasingly agitated, the underworld nearly collapsing under the weight of the two behemoths. The roars and howls of the monsters penetrate the mind, chaos, fury, elation, madness. It feels as if one has descended into hell. The newly manifested serpent drags its fearsome, elongated tail, its movements rapid as it scales the rocky walls of the cave, leaping directly towards another violet-black creature. The magma cascades violently as if in a torrential downpour. Hinata is compelled to activate her Byakugan, enveloping herself and Cheyenne in a cloak of chakra for protection. Roar. Though both monsters are serpentine giants, their roars resonate like those of dragons that have trained for millennia. The purple-black serpent resembles an enormous nest. Yet the bodies woven into this nest are dozens of serpentine and dragon-like forms. The white serpent, though smaller, is swifter and more agile. With 8 serpentine heads adorning its grotesque yet massive body, these heads serve as both weapons and limbs for climbing. Its slender neck coils and extends, and its golden eyes gleam as though forged from gold. The Yamada no Orochi and the malevolent spirits clash in a ferocious battle. The monsters gnash at each other's flesh, devouring one another in a relentless struggle. The scales of the Yamada no Orochi are torn asunder, one of its heads bitten off, yet it swiftly regains its strength in a fleeting moment of respite. Meanwhile, the violet-black creature trembles incessantly, its purple-black blood mingling with crimson, flowing into the magma and across the ground. Truly, this is a hellish world. Here, there exists only the slaughter between monsters, 2 vile fiends devouring each other. The ground quakes violently, the vast cavern teeters on the brink of collapse, as if it could succumb at any moment. Boom. The monsters plunge into the magma, only to emerge moments later to continue their savage combat. The world spins, blood flows like a river. Bang, bang, bang. Ultimately, the cave collapses. Hinata and Cheyenne are compelled to flee this place. Yet the monsters continue to roar and bellow, their sounds reverberating throughout the realm. Earthquakes. Mountains crumble. Volcanoes erupt. The surrounding landscape is engulfed in fiery crimson. The sky appears to be ablaze. What spreads across the land is magma, or the searing blood of the monsters. Hours pass, though it is uncertain how many. The prolonged battle finally reaches its conclusion. The giant serpents and raging dragons have vanished without a trace. Following the lingering aura, Hinata discovers a man immersed in a pool of blood. He is neither unconscious nor gravely injured. He merely lingered in a pool of blood or magma, silently gazing at the breathtaking spectacle of the volcanic eruption. Brother, are you unscathed? After a few minutes, Hinata finally mustered the courage to whisper, I am fine. That fellow was considerably weaker than I, and from the very beginning, he stood no chance against me. I merely wasted time digesting him, the man replied slowly. The golden hue in his eyes gradually faded, returning to their usual dark shade. If one disregarded the fact that he was completely immersed in blood, he appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary man, somewhat fatigued. The eruption is quite beautiful, he remarked. The word beautiful typically escaped his lips in reference to a young maiden's eyes. It is indeed a pity that such sights are rarely witnessed. Nightwind slowly rose, wiped his body clean, and changed into another set of clothes. He turned to observe Cheyenne, who had succumbed to unconsciousness beside Hinata. What happened to her? Nightwind inquired nonchalantly. The environment here is rather harsh, which likely caused her to faint, Hinata responded. In such extreme heat and conditions, it is indeed difficult for an ordinary person to endure. Without her chakra protection, Cheyenne would have likely been cooked alive. Let us return, he stated. Yes. 2 weeks later, the crisis in the land of demons inexplicably vanished, just as it had appeared. The good news was that the Emoling seemed to have been slain, despite its nature suggesting it should be invincible. Yet, dead is dead. And that is indeed good news. As for the bad news, Priestess Cheyenne had disappeared. Rumors suggested she perished alongside the Emoling, which, as the tale spread, morphed into a widely accepted truth. In reality, the Emoling had not been killed. The essence of that creature resided within a certain man. In a sense, the Emoling had been reborn. That man was the new incarnation of the Emoling. Should that man meet his demise one day, perhaps the Emoling would re-emerge in the world. Moreover, it is true that the Emoling and the priestess originally stemmed from the same being. If the Emoling were to be vanquished, it could only be through one of the two entities choosing to self-destruct, taking the other with it. Now that the beast's power had been consumed by Night Wind, that bond still endures. Thus, Cheyenne would not meet her end. Pat, pat, pat. A gentle rain fell, the sky cloaked in dark clouds. In the capital of the land of demons, the funeral of Priestess Cheyenne took place today, attended by over 30,000 mourners. The crowd donned black attire, their expressions grave. Regardless of age, the calamity afflicting this nation had been lifted, and the hero deserved the respect of all. It is raining, someone remarked. Indeed. A fitting day for a funeral. Hinata softly spoke, extending her hand outside the umbrella to catch the falling rain. Amidst the vast crowd, the three of them appeared as mere inconspicuous ordinary individuals, cloaked in black robes and holding a black umbrella. What does it feel like to attend one's own funeral? It was eerily quiet, and they seemed to wear expressions of profound sorrow. Nightwind could not help but chuckle. Who would have thought that Ziyuan was not truly dead? Nor had she engaged in any battle with monsters. She had merely succumbed to heat exhaustion due to a volcanic eruption and nearly found herself cooked alive. Brother, please stop laughing at me. I knew this day would come. Ziyuan pouted, affectionately linking her arm with the man's. Compared to her previous demeanor, she seemed to have completely transformed. However, this was only natural. Nightwind had devoured that magical beast, establishing a blood connection with Ziyuan akin to that of siblings. Their chakra and essence bore an uncanny resemblance of 90%. The priestess Ziyuan would no longer exist. What remained was merely Nightwind's sister, Night Ziyuan. The girl appeared to have made a resolute decision. There was no escaping. Her fate was irrevocably intertwined with this man. Or perhaps, her gaze had already glimpsed her own future. I am not as weak as you think, dear brother. The man rolled his eyes. Brother. In the ancient kingdom of Lulan, a month later at the base, a voice resonated through the morning air. Orochimaru, grant me your strength. It was Sasuke, his frustration palpable. Nightwind, rising from his slumber, placed a gentle kiss on Hongo's forehead before stepping outside, only to encounter the impatient visage of Uchiha Sasuke. Is sparring with Chonwu no longer sufficient for you? Sasuke's cold retort cut through the air. His brute force 1T transformed my body into something akin to his. He may be stronger than I, yet he cannot elevate my strength further. At merely 13 years of age, this boy exhibited a surprising depth of understanding. Very well. Nightwind replied, I shall find you a more suitable opponent. Oh, this is a perfect opportunity to make use of an old resource. Nightwind began to form hand seals. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. A coffin emerged, and from it stepped the figure of a youth, Uchiha Shursui. Who is this? Sasuke frowned, his memory stirring. He recalled that this individual belonged to the Uchiha clan and was a friend of Itachi, renowned for his remarkable speed. I have summoned him through the impure world reincarnation. And he shall serve as your sparring partner, Nightwind explained, inserting a kunai into the puppet's head. He will train with you and show restraint. But do not expect to extract any words from a corpse. Nightwind patted the puppet on the shoulder, and then Uchiha Shursui followed Sasuke as he departed. Retaining his battle awareness and skills from life, he was granted no voice, serving solely as a training companion. Breakfast is ready, brother. Zishuan chimed cheerily. Ever since she joined the base, it had regained its lively atmosphere. She often clung to Hondo, learning to prepare breakfast and desserts. Due to her frail health, she also engaged in light exercise and playful antics with Hinata's sisters. As for Yakumo, though somewhat aloof, he proved to be a competent servant, assisting with cleaning tasks. Hondo's training methods were quite effective. Brother, Zishuan affectionately called, eager to remain by his side at all times. Enough of this. Nightwind cast a sidelong glance at the young girl. Recently, he had been contemplating new insights into the technique of impure world reincarnation. The conventional method of body snatching involved the practitioner entering a new vessel, extinguishing the original soul or suppressing it. Could the act of annihilation be transformed into one of consumption? Or might two souls cohabit a single body? Moreover, could anyone other than himself master this ninjutsu flawlessly? As time passed, he grew ever stronger. Perhaps his physical form could become immortal. Yet, the same could not be said for those who served him. In order to ensure that his capable subordinates could also attain longevity, He needed to explore some new forbidden techniques. Ziyuan, where do you think I will go next? Yifeng inquired. The land of wind, the Lulan ruins, Ziyuan replied with a cheerful smile. Her prophetic ability concerning the future was tailored to those around her. Thus she possessed this knowledge. Indeed, Yifeng remarked, patting Ziyuan on the head. This girl was indeed quite valuable. With the ability to foresee the future, one could be well aware of impending events, allowing for preparations against any potential ambushes. Hinata, this time you shall stay here and accompany Hanabi, Yifeng instructed. Yes, brother. Hinata obediently nodded. Given the potential for unforeseen circumstances at that location, I shall not take you along. Yifeng then turned to Akane, saying, if it were merely for leisure, it would matter not how many women I brought, but this is not the case. Understood. Teacher, please return soon, Akane replied dutifully. Come back early, Lord Orochimaru, Yakumo added respectfully, bending slightly in deference, a rare occasion for her to speak. 1 week later, the land of wind, Lulan ruins. Beneath the ground slumbered the immense power of the dragon vein, a place sealed away by the fourth Hokage's techniques. The rogue ninja from Sunagakure sought to claim the dragon vein for themselves. Although they could not destroy the seal, they could consume it whole along with the seal itself. Infusing this power into their puppet techniques, they would dominate the entire world. A middle-aged man stood at the heart of the ancient ruins, having unraveled the fourth Hokage's seal using forbidden techniques. Boom! A violet energy beam erupted, radiating an overwhelming and majestic power. Even Yifeng felt a pang of trepidation at this aura. Hold on tightly, Ziyuan. Yifeng's dark chakra enveloped their bodies as he activated his Rinnegan to its utmost potential. Yes. Ziyuan grasped the man firmly. Yifeng's chakra was imbued with darkness and malevolence, yet it bore no ill effects on her. Rather, it harmonized perfectly. This was precisely why Yifeng chose to bring Ziyuan along. In times of peril, he could revert to his true form and consume Ziyuan to safeguard her. The violet energy beam swelled in size. The rogue ninja vanished within, and both Yifeng and Ziyuan, who had leapt into the light, also disappeared. A luminous aura ascended from Lulan, stirring a myriad of emotions within. The dragon vein that must be protected. A white blade pierced the sky. As sand and storm converged, the melodious voice of a girl began to resonate. The ancient towers of Lulan remained familiar, yet transformed. They appeared exceedingly ancient, yet distinct from what had been previously encountered, especially with a girl singing amidst it all. Excuse me, where is this place? Ziyuan inquired. For the people of their era, this was a relic. The significance of this edifice to the living inhabitants of Lulan remained shrouded in mystery. Oh, the crimson-haired maiden noticed someone nearby and was immediately startled. She retreated into a nearby corridor and fled. Let us ascend and exit from above. The night wind paid no heed to the fleeing girl. Cradling Ziyuan, the two broke through the upper part of the structure and descended to the ground. Surrounding them was not a vast expanse of yellow desert, but rather an array of towering, magnificent buildings. In comparison, the wooden structures of the Fire Country, or even the royal city, seemed utterly feeble. This was the true metropolis. Puppets? It appears adversaries are approaching, Ziyuan cautioned. Indeed, within a minute, a dozen or so puppets were seen advancing towards them. Let us lie low for now. The night wind utilized earth manipulation to vanish along with Ziyuan. Avoiding confrontation with the puppets, the centipede disrupted the fabric of time and space, transporting them back several years. Due to the instability of their journey, the centipede had actually arrived here many years prior, having assumed the guise of the minister in Lushan. As for the girl they had encountered earlier, her name was Sarah, the daughter of the Queen of Lulan. 89. Changing the desert? Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. As noon approached, the streets buzzed with activity. Thousands gathered around a resplendent, towering edifice, eagerly awaiting the appearance of their queen. Isn't the queen Sarah? Yifeng paused in surprise. According to the original narrative, it should have been Baizhu transforming into in Lushan, covertly assassinating Sarah's mother, and then supporting Sarah's rise to power while seizing authority for himself. Yet, the original queen remains alive? Perhaps I should inquire with someone. Seizing the moment, Yifeng casually grasped a passerby and, through illusion, gleaned the answers he sought. There was no trace of Lushan here. The city of Lulan had remained remarkably tranquil. Hey, you suspicious individuals, as they appeared in the street. It wasn't long before someone noticed Yifeng and Ziyuan. After all, their attire was exceedingly peculiar, starkly contrasting with that of the locals. Come with us. Soldiers clad in armor emerged, with puppets poised to act at a moment's notice. There was no time to play with you. The two figures vanished. Within the palace, the Queen of Lulon attended to her duties, listening to the reports of her ministers. Boom. The palace doors were shattered. Two figures strode boldly inside. The sudden appearance of these strange individuals sent shockwaves through the assembly. Assassins! Protect Her Majesty! Guards! Where have the guards gone? The scene erupted into chaos. Everyone recoiled in fear, gazing apprehensively at Yifeng and Ziyuan. Lulon City, situated in the desert, possessed almost no knowledge of the outside world and was utterly unaware of the existence of ninjas. Here, only puppetry existed. The ability to obliterate a massive palace door standing several meters tall was beyond the capability of an ordinary person. Protect the queen. Two squads of soldiers entered the palace. In the next moment, all present gaped in astonishment, their expressions blank. Bang, bang, bang. Before the soldiers could close the distance, they all collapsed. The sight was exceedingly bizarre. Hundreds of soldiers surged toward Yifeng, only to fall lifelessly to the ground. The queen and her ministers rubbed their eyes, almost doubting their own perceptions or wondering if they were caught in a dream. Could this truly be an act achievable by humans? What had he just done? The hall fell into a profound silence. Rest assured, those fellows are not dead, they merely slumber. Yifeng spoke calmly. Being a queen, she quickly regained her composure. Esteemed guests, please, have a seat over here. The queen stood, addressing them with utmost courtesy. Such a display of terrifying prowess surely left no one in Lulon capable of contending with him. Very well. The night breeze chuckled softly as it settled upon the queen's throne, embracing Ziyuan in its arms. You may leave. I wish to converse with my esteemed guest. The queen commanded once more. The ministers hesitated, pondering the formidable power exhibited by this man. What if he were to harm the queen? Yet, should he choose to act with malice, they would be powerless to intervene, merely spectators to the unfolding tragedy. With this unsettling thought, all the ministers retreated. With the arrival of a distinguished guest, I wonder what matters I may assist you with? The queen inquired with a smile. Nightbreeze nodded, appreciating her composure. I seek the power of the dragon vein, he stated matter-of-factly. However, the queen hesitated. The dragon vein is vital to our Lulon. Were it any other treasure? Even the throne itself, she might relinquish it without a second thought. Yet, the very foundation of Lulon rested upon the dragon vein. Should it be taken away, the nation would surely perish amidst the desert sands. Nonetheless, the terrifying presence of this man loomed. Refusing him could spell doom for Lulon. Villain, you too. Plotting to destroy this place, I shall not permit it. Just as the queen pondered her predicament, the young princess, Sarah, dashed forth. If the dragon vein is removed, will this place inevitably face destruction? Nightbreeze smiled. Indeed, our survival hinges on the dragon vein. Without it, we shall be consumed by the winds and sands. Sarah declared earnestly, having closely followed her mother and grasping the nuances of Lulon's existence. What if I could alter the terrain, liberating Lulon from its current plight? Nightbreeze replied calmly. Initially, he intended to seize the dragon vein and depart, for the strength of this realm could neither detect nor thwart him. Yet, after admiring the city's splendor, his resolve wavered. Impossible. The desert stretches endlessly. How could one hope to change it? Should the dragon vein vanish, our doom is certain. Sarah retorted, her expression one of incredulity, as if regarding a fool. Survival demands not merely the warding off of sands, but also requires water, arable land, and sustenance. With the destruction of the dragon vein, all would be lost, and Lulon would be engulfed by the encroaching dunes. The queen listened intently to their exchange, refraining from interrupting her daughter, for she perceived that Nightbreeze bore no ill intent and was not angered. You have yet to witness my capabilities. How can you assert that I cannot transform the desert? Nightbreeze smiled faintly, intrigued by the girl's audacity, which defied his formidable presence. Humph. Sarah turned her head away, clearly unwilling to continue the conversation. This individual is utterly foolish. Can the desert, that vast expanse, truly be altered by mankind? If you harbor doubts, then accompany me, and I shall demonstrate it to you personally. The night breeze caressed Ziyuan's face as she took the young girl by the hand and led her toward the palace's exterior. Upon witnessing this, Queen Lulon immediately followed suit. Although she remained unaware of the man's intentions, she deemed it prudent to observe the unfolding events. Sarah, feeling quite vexed, had no choice but to trail behind her mother. She was curious to see what this man would do next. Meanwhile, Queen Lulon pondered deeper implications. How credible were the man's words, and what motivations lay behind his actions? After all, given his power, even if he forcibly seized the dragon vein, Lulan would be powerless to stop him. She could only hope that, upon failing in his endeavors, he would show mercy and refrain from usurping the dragon vein's strength. The endless desert, a realm beyond human alteration. No matter how many there may be, it is futile, especially for a solitary individual. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Upon witnessing the two intruders emerge alongside the queen, the ministers collectively sighed in relief. It seemed this man was not entirely unreasonable. He had neither resorted to violence nor committed any egregious acts. The prospect of negotiation was indeed a welcome development. Wealth and status could be discussed amicably, provided no force was employed. The Golden Will Rebirth Explosion. A guest claims he can resolve the desolation surrounding Lulan, demanding the power of the dragon vein in exchange. Upon hearing this, the queen spoke with an air of indifference. This declaration left everyone astounded. The dragon vein? Absolutely not. Without the dragon vein, Lulan would face annihilation. We must resist. That man must not be allowed to compromise. No matter the circumstances, the crowd, along with the ministers, erupted in fervent outrage. Silence. Let us observe how the guest proceeds, the queen interjected. Her authority was evidently significant. As the populace gradually quieted, albeit still casting suspicious glances at Yifeng. Your Majesty, what shall we do if he fails? We cannot place our trust in him. No matter how powerful he may be, how could he possibly alter the desert? As Yifeng and Ziyuan moved further away, numerous ministers voiced their concerns. Enough. The queen coldly surveyed those around her. If he were truly a tyrant, he would have seized the dragon vein by now. Do not forget. Our soldiers are no match for him, she stated with a grave tone. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed a sense of helplessness. Indeed, such unfathomable power would likely decimate any number of soldiers sent against him. Let us see for ourselves, they declared. Indeed, we must discover what this insufferable man is plotting. The ministers followed suit. Before long, Yifeng and Ziyuan arrived at the top floor. This was the queen's residence, the tallest structure in all of Lulan, soaring over 300 meters. From this vantage point, one could gaze upon the vast and magnificent city. The area of Mai was even larger, yet could not compare to this grandeur. The capitals of the 5 great nations appeared as primitive settlements in comparison to Lulan. What a breathtaking sight! Standing here feels as though one is at the pinnacle of the world, Ziyuan marveled. The queen and Princess Sarah approached from behind, accompanied by numerous ministers and guards. All eyes were filled with confusion, uncertain as to why Yifeng had chosen to ascend to the top. The scenery was indeed splendid. But how did it relate to altering the desert? It's coming. Ziyuan squinted her eyes. Suddenly, Yifeng enveloped in a cloak of black chakra. His irises transformed into a frosty blue, adorned with distinct snowflake patterns. Utilizing the power of gravity, he soared into the sky. He is flying. Is that even possible? Gasped the onlookers. Amid their astonishment, a green Taoist jade materialized beside Yifeng, gradually morphing into a golden chakra sword. Golden Will Rebirth Explosion. The golden blade seemed boundless, radiating an infinite array of golden light. In the heavens above, the night wind wielded a luminous sword, cleaving the air with a single stroke. In that fleeting moment, the entire realm trembled, and even the city of Lulan shook. A tremendous fissure spread forth from the sword's arc. In the desert beyond Lulan, the vast expanse of endless sands was torn asunder by this strike. The earth was rent with a colossal chasm, its depth exceeding 500 kilometers, while the moon's diameter barely surpasses 400 kilometers. Grains of sand cascaded into the abyss, vanishing at an astonishing rate. As the entire desert's sands dissipated into that great divide, the terrain gradually sank, yet the height of Lulan remained unchanged, creating the illusion that the entire city was ascending. Hours passed, and the cataclysmic upheaval finally subsided. The city of Lulan now stood as if perched atop a majestic peak. The chasm filled to the brim with a massive influx of sand. Beneath this mountain where Lulan resided, the land was barely discernible. The desert had vanished. The sands that had existed for millennia around Lulan had been artificially transformed. Such feats were beyond human capability. This was the power of the divine. The onlookers, nearly petrified, were rendered speechless in awe. Suddenly, the night wind recalled something significant, the technique of summoning the impure reincarnation. As 2 coffins arose, formidable figures emerged therefrom. They were none other than the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, and his brother, Tobarama Senju. What do you want now, you brat? Tobarama exclaimed. irritation evident in his tone. The forbidden technique he had once failed to complete now lay in the hands of this young man. Each time he was summoned, a wave of displeasure washed over him. Now that you are my subordinates, I expect you both to work diligently. I have long heard of the unrivaled wood release of the first Hokage and the unprecedented power of the second Hokage's water release, akin to a force of nature. Therefore, I request your earnest efforts. The Night Wind chuckled. Two kunai, capable of manipulating consciousness, embedded themselves into the heads of the two reincarnated figures, instantly transforming them into obedient automatons. Their ability to speak was sealed, leaving them only to dutifully execute the commands of their summoner. Go forth and reshape this desert using your wood and water releases, transforming Lulon into a brand new nation, commanded the Night Wind. The two figures of the impure reincarnation vanished without a trace. Lord Deity, it was indeed our audacity to doubt your power earlier. The dragon vein is at your disposal whenever you desire, the queen stated, leading her daughter Sarah. As they spoke, both mother and daughter knelt upon the ground. Meanwhile, the ministers and guards had long since prostrated themselves in reverence. My name is Night Wind, not a deity or divine being. As for those two fellows, well, they are merely responsible for the greenery, akin to your puppets, devoid of life. Night Wind remarked. Puppets, indeed. The queen sighed in relief. Wood release. Flower tree world descends. Wood release. Tree world descends. Wood release. Water release. Great exploding water collapsing wave. Water release. The bodies from the impure world reincarnation possess boundless chakra. The two Hokages unleashed a series of ninjutsu, and from the heights of the Lulon architecture, the land outside transformed into verdant greenery at a visible pace. Forests, rivers, forests, rivers. The queen and her companions were once again astounded, their minds blank. Are these truly puppets? Do they not appear much improved? Night Wind chuckled lightly. Employing the first and second Hokages feels extraordinarily gratifying. A miracle. This is a miracle. Divine being, may the heavens bless Lulon. The citizens of Lulon also sensed this upheaval. They rushed out of the city, each one eagerly leaping into the river for a bath, while others dashed into the forest. The mountain where Lulon is situated began to transform, followed by the surrounding land. With the prowess of the two Hokages, even if the area were vast, the alteration of the terrain would soon be complete, utterly converting the desert into a lush forest.